When the phone alarm pierced through the silence, the window was shrouded in pitch darkness. I reached out my hand, groping for the phone on the bedside table, my fingertips carrying the faint warmth left in the bed, and silenced the alarm. The screen suddenly lit up. December 18th, 2030, 5:30 a.m. In this small county town in southern Sichuan at this hour, the sky could not possibly be bright. My name is Lin Yue, 28 years old, owner of a supermarket. Owner is just a title. Actually, I'm just keeping the store my parents left behind. It's a supermarket converted from 5 street front shops connected to a backyard, and at the back of the yard stands a 2-story self-built house. The location is in the outskirts of town, not a bustling area. The name Huimin Supermarket was chosen by my mother back in the day. Rustic yet practical. Residents from nearby neighborhoods and long-distance truck drivers all recognized this sign. The moment I flipped off the covers, the biting cold air rushed in, instantly dispelling the meager warmth of the bed. This old house is fine in every way except for its poor insulation. My father had cut corners on the walls when he built it to save money. While getting dressed, I habitually glanced at my phone. 3 unread messages were pinned at the top of WeChat, all from Lin Yue. At 11:23 p.m. Honey, are you asleep? At 11:40 p.m. Went shopping with my bestie today. Saw a beautiful coat. I love it. At 12:05 a.m. A photo. I opened it. A selfie taken in a fitting room, heavy beauty filter blurring her features, yet her smile was still deliberately sweet. The caption reads, "So expensive, over 3,000, can't bring myself to buy it." I stared at the screen, silent for a moment, and in the end I did not reply. It wasn't that I didn't want to. It's that I knew the follow-up routine all too well. If I replied, I'd have to send money. If I sent money, she'd sweet-talk me. A few more words, and I would fool myself into thinking that this relationship held together by money could still be salvaged. I understood the logic, but countless times before I still did it anyway. After washing up, I went downstairs. The supermarket's rolling shutter was still closed. I entered the store through the side gate in the front yard, flipped the main circuit breaker, and the rolling shutter slowly rose with a mechanical rumble. Outside, the sky was just beginning to lighten, thick fog hung in the air, dim streetlights still glowing, illuminating the empty, desolate street. A scene of bleakness and chill. December 18th, a Thursday, only 3 days until the winter solstice. The local weather forecast showed a low of -3 degrees Celsius and a high of 1 degree above zero. For this county town, it was perfectly normal. I started organizing the shelves. After 2 years of this work, I knew exactly where every item should be placed. 5 shops knocked together a usable area of about 160 square meters. Daily necessities, snacks and drinks, cigarettes, alcohol and seasonings. Everything was available. Business was mediocre. After deducting all expenses, I could save about 10,000 yuan a month. Not enough to starve, but not enough to get rich. A car accident. A tired truck driver crossed the lane and crashed head into my parents. My father died on the spot, and my mother fought in the ICU for 3 days, but in the end couldn't hold on. That winter, I didn't want to recall even a fraction of it. After finishing the shelves, it was already 7:30, and the sky had finally lightened completely. I turned on the computer at the cash register, brewed a cup of hot tea, and sat on a high stool waiting for customers. The morning rush was concentrated between 7 and 8. Office workers would rush in to buy cigarettes and water, occasionally grabbing a loaf of bread and a carton of milk for breakfast if they were in a hurry. My phone buzzed lightly. Lin Yue, honey, it's so cold today, I don't want to go out. I replied, then stay home, don't go out. Lin Yue, but I promised my girlfriend's dinner tonight, we already made plans. Lin Yue. I stared at the screen for a few seconds, then my fingers typed 2 words, how much? Within 3 seconds of sending the message, a reply came. 1,000 should be enough, well, just have a casual meal, not expensive. 1,000 yuan, a casual meal, not expensive. My fingers moved slightly and I transferred 1,000 yuan. The next second, a stream of messages popped up in the chat. Honey, you're the best. Love you. I locked the screen and turned the phone face down on the cash register counter. My heart was a dead calm. The morning business was flat with only a few scattered customers. Around 10 o'clock, old Joe from the breakfast stall next door came in to buy cigarettes, wrapped in a thick army coat, his neck hunched against the cold. As always, he bought a 10 yuan pack of Hong Shuangxi. An unshakable old habit. Lin, the weather forecast says there's a big temperature drop in a few days, quite significant. You'd better stock up more to feel at ease, old Joe said, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, rubbing his hands to warm them. I got it, I replied. This damn weather is getting colder and colder, old Joe muttered, then turned and hurried away. I looked at the electronic thermometer hanging by the door. The screen read -1 degree Celsius. Cold, yes, but still within normal range. I didn't think much of it. A little after 2 in the afternoon, a delivery man brought a package. A second-hand action camera I bought online. 200 yuan, in fairly good condition. This wasn't for filming daily supermarket life. It was for another hobby of mine, doomsday survival. I'm not what you'd call a hardcore survival expert. I just have a pure obsession with all kinds of doomsday-themed books, movies, and forum guides. Over time, I started modifying my family's basement. The self-built house my parents left behind came with a basement, a total area of 150 square meters. I spent over a year polishing and renovating it bit by bit, transforming the ordinary storage room into a fully functional small shelter, a 60 square meter storage area, not fully stocked yet, mostly samples for short videos. Rice flour oil compressed rations, canned goods, water with plenty of room for expansion, a 20 square meter bedroom area with a fireplace, bed, and various furniture well insulated, a 30 square meter hydroponic growing area with multi-tiered shelves cultivating lettuce, greens, and a dual-use hand pump and electric well, a 10 square meter power storage area with soundproofing containing a diesel generator and large battery banks, a 10 square meter tool area with wrenches, saws, shovels, and repair equipment, and a 20 square meter leisure area next to the bedroom with another fireplace, TV, game console, pool table, and books. The entire basement had full waterproofing, moisture-proofing, and extra-thick insulation, along with a powerful circulation ventilation system. Even if sealed for a long time, it wouldn't become stuffy or damp. It's purely a personal hobby, just like some people like fishing or playing video games. Last year, I registered an account on a short video platform, named it Mr. Lin's Doomsday Shelter, and sporadically posted videos of my basement renovations. It didn't get much traction. Only about 2,000 followers. The monthly revenue of 1 to 2,000 yuan from traffic sharing just about covered my equipment costs. Of course, I couldn't let the neighbors know about this, or they'd think I was crazy. So I always went down after the supermarket closed to film, capturing only my hands and back with voice distortion processing. I never showed my face. I unboxed the package and tested the camera. The image quality was noticeably better than my phone's. Satisfied, I put the camera away, planning to test it after closing time tonight. Just after 6 in the evening, the sky was completely dark. Winter days in the county town were very short. The supermarket usually operated until 8 at night. I sat behind the cash register scrolling through my phone. I read the news. International affairs, social trivia. All the same pointless nonsense, nothing worth paying attention to. Before long, my phone vibrated again. Lin Yue again. Honey, I'm going out now, going to eat barbecue with Nana and the others. Lin Yue. The photo showed her wearing that new coat, striking a peace sign in front of a mirror. The price tag was still attached to the inside hem. The number 3299 was clearly visible. I replied, go ahead, don't drink too much. Lin Yue, I know I'm a good girl. Lin Yue, honey, wanna come along? She was meeting with her girlfriends. If I went, I'd just be a ghost. Last time I joined them for dinner, I was like a decoration the whole time. They chatted about their own circles and topics. I couldn't get a word in edgewise. My only function was to pay the bill. I replied, not going, I have to watch the store. Lin Yue, alright, get some rest early. Lin Yue kiss emoji. I put down my phone and went to the back to heat up some food. There were leftovers from yesterday in the fridge, shredded pork with green peppers and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I heated them up and ate them with rice. That's how it is when you eat alone. Keep it as simple as possible. At 20 to 8, I started tidying up, getting ready to close. At 8 sharp, I pulled down the rolling shutter door, locked it, and the day was over. Back in the backyard, I didn't rush upstairs. First, I went to the basement. The moment I turned on the light, the fluorescent glow flooded the entire space. The 150 square meter basement was meticulously divided into 6 functional zones. At this moment, the temperature was steady at 18 degrees Celsius. Much warmer than upstairs. A temperature and humidity gauge hung on the wall, the numbers steady. I set up my newly purchased action camera and filmed a video of sorting supplies. Today's star was my canned food wall. Over 300 cans of all kinds neatly stacked by category. While tidying, I narrated, trying to keep my voice steady and not sound too awkward. This is luncheon meat with a shelf life until June 2032. Still a year and a half left. I picked up a can and faced the lens. This kind of canned meat is high in fat, rich in calories, perfect for replenishing energy in extreme cold. After filming, I checked the firewood pile next to the fireplace. Last month, I bought 2 truckloads of split logs stacked against half a wall. I had wrapped the water pipe of the hand-pumped well with insulation cotton. Should be fine. The diesel for the generator still had about half a tank left, enough for a while. I shot about 40 minutes of footage, which would cut down to 5 or 6 minutes. I transferred the material to my phone, edited it with a simple app, added subtitles, and an intro, then uploaded it to the platform. It was already past 10. I went upstairs, took a shower, and lay in bed scrolling through my phone. The video had been uploaded successfully, but the view count was low. Only a few hundred. There were a few comments in the section. Someone wrote, bro, are you serious? Another said, end of the world, my ass, the sun is still fine. And another, ha ha ha, this is so cringe. I smiled and kept scrolling. Then a news headline popped up: abnormal solar activity experts advise cold protection in the coming week. I tapped into it. The content was a bulletin from the Meteorological Bureau stating that sunspot activity was frequent, which might cause small-scale geomagnetic storms, affect communications, and bring a strong cold air mass. Experts said this was a normal phenomenon and not to overthink it. The top comment read, "Trust the experts. Last time they said it was normal and we froze to death." Second comment, "Which winter isn't cold? Stop making a fuss." Third comment, "Cold wave again. Better buy some groceries to stock up." Dozens more followed, mostly mocking, few taking it seriously. I didn't take it seriously either. As I kept scrolling, a WeChat message popped up from Zhou Daong. Daong is my childhood friend. We grew up together. He runs a car repair shop in the county town, honest and quiet, but absolutely reliable when it matters. "Daong, where are you?" I replied, "At home." "What's up?" The chat showed typing. For a long while, then finally a message came through. "Daong, are you and Xiaolin Lin Yue still together?" I was taken aback. "Yeah, we are." "What's up?" The chat showed typing. Again, this time for even longer, and finally, "Only sent nothing, I'll come find you tomorrow." I stared at that line for a few seconds, typed a few words, and deleted them, then finally replied with a "okay." Daong didn't say anything more. I switched to Lin Yue's chat window and typed, "Where are you?" 3 minutes later, she replied, "Still eating with Nana and the others, about to go sing karaoke." Then she sent a selfie. A group photo with 2 girls, dim bar lighting, the 3 of them squeezed together making heart signs. I stared at that photo for a long time. I knew both girls. They were indeed her besties. But when that photo was taken, and where, I had no idea. I typed 2 words, "Be safe," and sent them. She replied, "Got it hubby, sleep early moi." I locked the screen and tossed the phone onto the pillow beside me. There was a crack on the ceiling that had been there since last year, never fixed. I stared at that crack, my mind wandering yet thinking of nothing at all. Outside the window, the wind began to pick up, howling, as if something was calling. The phone screen lit up. I picked it up. It was a push notification from a short video platform. "Extreme cold wave approaching. Meteorologist issues latest warning." The top comments were, "Here we go again, scaring people every year. How cold can it get? Minus 60 degrees. Ha ha ha. Even if it's real, we still have to go to work, don't we?" I smiled and put the phone down. Minus 60 degrees. Ridiculous. This place would be lucky to hit minus 10. I rolled over and closed my eyes. The wind continued to howl outside, growing stronger. Half asleep, I thought vaguely, tomorrow I need to check the diesel generator in the basement. It hasn't been started in a long time. Then I fell asleep. The next morning, Daong showed up just after 8. I was organizing shelves in the supermarket when I heard someone yell from the entrance, "Yugu." I looked up. Daong stood outside the rolling shutter, neck tucked in, hands in pockets, exhaling puffs of white vapor. Today was colder than yesterday. The outdoor electronic thermometer showed minus 4 degrees. So early, I put down the box of instant noodles and walked over to let him in. Daong didn't move. He stood at the door, rubbing his hands. "Did you eat breakfast?" "Not yet." "Come on, let's go across the street for noodles." He turned and walked off without waiting for my reply. I felt something was off. Daong never says what he wants directly. He always beats around the bush, lays the groundwork forever. The way he acted today, something was definitely up. I closed the rolling shutter and followed him across the street. There was a Lanzhou pulled noodle shop that had been around for 7 or 8 years. The food was decent. We found a seat in the back and each ordered a bowl of beef noodles. When the noodles arrived, Daong took 2 bites, then just stirred the noodles with his chopsticks, not putting any in his mouth for a long time. "What's the matter with you?" I couldn't help asking. He looked up at me, then lowered his head again, stirring even faster. "You and Xiaolin. How are things lately?" "It's okay." I picked up a piece of beef and put it in my mouth. "Just so-so. Is she treating you well?" I thought about it. That question was hard to answer. What counts as treating well? Sending hubby messages every day, begging for money from time to time, or buying me a piece of clothing for New Year's? "Just so-so, barely all right." I repeated. Daong grunted, fell silent again. He pulled out his phone, swiped a few times, then handed it to me. "Take a look at this first. Take a look at this first." On the phone screen was a secretly taken photo shot inside a restaurant through a blurry glass pane at a crooked angle, yet it was clear enough. Lin Yue sat by the window. Across from her was a young man in a black jacket, his hair slicked back with oil. They appeared to be having a delightful conversation. She smiled with her eyes curved like crescents, one hand naturally resting on his arm. I stared at that photo for a full 10 seconds. Daong swiped left with his finger, moving to the second one. The image was clearer now. The man picked up a piece of meat and placed it into her bowl. Lin Yue looked up at him with an expression I knew all too well. It was the same docile yet expectant look she wore every time she asked me for money. The third photo. The two stood up to leave, the man's hand resting on her waist. Lin Yue didn't flinch. Instead, she tilted her head close to him, as she spoke, her lips nearly brushing against his face. I handed the phone back to Daong. When was this taken? Last night, Daong said. I was fixing a car nearby, went to eat afterward and happened to run into them. They went in arm. I picked up my bowl of noodles and downed a large gulp of the hot soup. The scalding liquid numbed my lips, but I didn't stop until I had drained nearly half the bowl. Are you okay? Daong asked, his brows furrowed. I'm fine. Yugu will be straight with you. This woman. That guy might be her brother. I cut him off. Daong was momentarily stunned. She told me before that she had a brother working out of town, I said. I set down the bowl and chopsticks, grabbed a napkin to wipe my mouth, my tone as calm as if I were discussing someone else's affairs. He probably just got back, so they had a meal together. Daong stared at me for a few seconds, his lips moving as if to speak, but in the end he said nothing. He put away his phone and buried his head in his noodles, slurping loudly, as if he were sulking at me or perhaps battling this wretched situation. I didn't speak again, quietly finishing the rest of my noodles, even drinking the broth down to the last drop. Stepping out of the noodle shop, the biting wind lashed against my face like tiny knives. Daong stood at the entrance, lighting a cigarette. He took a drag and the smoke was instantly shredded by the fierce wind. Yugu, he said, flicking the ash, his voice low, if you don't want to hear it, I won't say it. But you need to know the truth in your own heart. I know the truth in my heart. He gave me a long, hard look but offered no more advice. After finishing his cigarette, he stubbed it out in the trash can, patted me on the shoulder, and said, I still have work at the shop. Call me anytime if something comes up. I'll be there. Got it. After Daong left, I spent the entire day in a daze at the supermarket. My mind was a tangled mess, impossible to sort out, and I didn't want to try. I rearranged the shelves 3 times, first by category, then by expiration date, and the last time just to keep myself busy, to stop my thoughts from spiraling. At noon, I hastily made a bowl of instant noodles. Before I could finish the soup, my phone rang. It was a message from Lin Yue. Honey, I'm heading out now. Going shopping with Nana today. I stared at those words for a long time without moving. Nana? Wasn't she with Nana last night? And today it's Nana again. I replied with just one word, okay. After sending the message, I stuffed the phone into my pocket and went to the backyard to start the old battered van. It was a hand-me-down from my father with over 100,000 kilometers on the odometer. The engine roared like a tractor, the heater barely worked, and the cabin was drafty from every crevice. But it could run and haul goods. That was enough for me. Today I had to make deliveries to a few small shops in the county town, a routine task a couple of times a week. The cargo hold was loaded with 20 cartons of instant noodles, 15 cases of bottled water, 10 boxes of ham sausages, and several assorted boxes of snacks. I delivered them one by one according to the addresses. By the time I reached the third shop, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Coming out of the store, I had just pulled open the van door and sat down ready to start the engine when my gaze inadvertently lifted, and I froze instantly. At the entrance of the shopping mall across the street stood 2 people. The woman wore a cream-colored coat, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, holding several shopping bags, smiling up at the man beside her. The man was in a dark blue down jacket, tall, carrying a load of bags in one hand, while his other arm rested casually on her shoulder. It was Lin Yue. Not Nana nor any new girlfriend. It was the same man from the photos last night. I sat in the driver's seat, my hands on the steering wheel, as if nailed firmly in place. They chatted and laughed. Lin Yue said something and the man leaned in. She naturally linked her arm with his, pressing her entire body against him, her eyes curving into crescent moons with that smile. That smile was exactly the same as the one she gave me every time she received a transfer from me, saying, "You're the best, honey." I slowly backed the van half a meter, hiding behind a billboard to conceal myself. I released my grip on the steering wheel, clenched my fists, then released them again, my knuckles turning white. I pulled out my phone and opened the chat with Lin Yue. I typed, "Where are you?" After sending the message, I looked up. At the mall entrance, Lin Yue glanced down at her phone, quickly typed a few lines, then continued walking inside, still holding the man's arm. The next second, my phone vibrated. Lin Yue replied, "Shopping with Nana. Just finished eating, about to go see a movie." My fingertips went cold as I typed, "Send me a photo." There was a silence of over 10 seconds, then a selfie came through. Inside the mall, with a brand name counter in the background, she was making a peace sign at the camera, and Nana was indeed standing beside her. The lighting, expression, and composition of the photo were flawless, looking perfectly normal. But I had just seen with my own eyes that she walked into the Western restaurant next to the mall, arm in arm with that man. When was this photo actually taken? Yesterday? The day before? Or even earlier, deliberately saved to fend me off? I stared at the photo, my finger hovering over the screen for a long time before finally typing just 2 words, all right. After sending it, I tossed my phone onto the passenger seat and turned the key. The van shuddered violently, the exhaust pipe sputtering. I didn't leave. The car was parked in a corner across from the mall, the engine still running. The heater blasted warm air, but it only blew a stream of icy wind. The van's heater had always been like this. Barely a breeze with no warmth at all. I sat in the driver's seat staring silently at the mall entrance through the windshield. About half an hour later, Lin Yue and that man walked out together. They had more shopping bags in their hands. The man had his arm around her waist, and she leaned her head on his shoulder, their pace slow, like a couple deeply in love. They walked toward a black SUV with a gleaming coat of paint, no doubt expensive. Parked next to my beat-up van, one was sleek and new, the other shabby and worn. As the SUV pulled out of the parking lot, I inexplicably followed, keeping a distance of about 50 meters. The steering wheel creaked under my grip, my palms slick with sweat, my knuckles white. I didn't even understand why I was following. Perhaps I wanted to see it for myself, or maybe I was still searching for an excuse to deceive myself. That he really was her brother, and it was normal for siblings to be close. The car drove for about 10 minutes before slowly pulling up in front of a hotel. I recognized this place. The only 4-star hotel in the county, costing nearly $1,000 for a single night. The man got out of the car, tossed the keys to the valet, and walked around to open the passenger door. Lin Yue stepped out and instinctively linked her arm with his. They walked side by side through the revolving door, vanishing completely from my sight. I parked the car across the street and turned off the engine. The windshield soon fogged up with a layer of white mist. I didn't turn on the heater, nor did I wipe it away. Through the blur, I fixed my gaze on that entrance. My phone rang. Lin Yue, honey, I'm done eating. Nana wants to see a movie. I'll call you later. A movie? My fingertips went cold. I typed, which theater? Lin Yue, the one where you picked me up last time. I replied, okay. After putting down the phone, I walked to the hotel entrance and quietly observed. A few minutes later, 2 familiar figures crossed the lobby and turned into a corridor. The man had his arm around her waist, and she leaned softly against his shoulder. I wasn't mistaken. They entered the elevator. I closed my eyes and leaned back in my seat. A single sentence echoed in my mind like a tiny thorn pricking at my nerves. I want to save my first time for marriage. Last winter, after we'd been together for nearly a year, she told me with a serious face that she was traditional, and that such things had to wait until after marriage. I believed her. For an entire year, I never pushed her. If she said it was too late, I took her home. If she was tired, I let her rest. I thought it was respect. Now I realize it was just pathetic. A suffocating tightness gripped my chest. It wasn't rage. It was a nausea rising from my stomach, as if I'd swallowed filth for a whole year and could finally no longer hold it back. I pushed open the door and stepped into the cold wind, lighting a cigarette. My hands trembled uncontrollably. Ash fell on my shoes, but I didn't care. I let it burn down to the filter until it stung my fingers, then threw it down and crushed it viciously. Then I lit another. Hours passed. I finished most of the pack, my legs numb from standing. I returned to the car, reclined the seat, and stared blankly at a spot of oil stain on the ceiling. I didn't know when it had gotten there. It must have been left by my father. Daong's words from this morning echoed again. You need to have a clear picture. A clear picture. I had no damn picture at all, damn it. The sky was completely dark. Streetlights flickered on, casting a murky orange glow through the fogged-up glass, staining everything before me in a muddy haze. The hotel doors opened again. The 2 walked out. Lin Yue's hair was disheveled, her coat buttoned wrong, her skirt wrinkled beyond recognition. She lowered her head to smooth her hair, wearing a languid, satisfied expression I had never seen before. The man had his arm around her waist, his fingers rubbing it ambiguously. They exchanged a few words, then he bent down to kiss her forehead before turning to get the car. The black SUV pulled up to the entrance. The man got out and opened the door for her. Just as Lin Yue was about to bend down and get in, I shoved open the van door. Bang! The door knocked over a nearby bicycle, its chain clattering loudly in the silent night. Both of them turned around. The moment Lin Yue saw me, her expression froze. Her smile solidified, her eyes went wide, and she seemed to hit pause. Beside her son, Hao frowned, scanning me up and down with impatience. I walked toward them step by step. The snow crunched under my feet, and the cold wind poured down my collar, yet I felt nothing. I stopped in front of her and said, "Who is he?" My voice was calmer than I expected. Lin Yue's lips trembled several times, but she couldn't form a complete sentence. She shot a quick glance at Sun, Hao, then turned to me and forced a flustered smile. "Lin Yue. How are you here?" Her voice quivered as she struggled to maintain composure. This is my friend. We just finished discussing something." "Discussing something?" I repeated. "Yes, discussing something." She nodded hastily and reached out to grab my arm. You go back first. I'll explain later, okay? I looked down at her hand. This was the same hand that had been held led and taken into the hotel. I gently shook it off. What kind of discussion requires going into a hotel? The air froze instantly. Lin Yue's face alternated between pale and red, shifting from panic to embarrassment, and finally to outright fury, flushing crimson. Sun Hao stepped forward, shielding her behind him, and looked down at me with disdain. Who the hell are you? Looking for trouble here? I didn't look at him, keeping my eyes locked on Lin Yue. I'll ask again. Who is he? Lin Yue bit her lip, then suddenly straightened her back, linked her arm around Sun Hao's, and raised her chin to face me. The panic was gone, replaced by a cold, cutting indifference. Since you've seen it, I won't hide it anymore. Her tone was flat, as if she were talking about someone else, even tinged with impatience. His name is Sun Hao. He's my boyfriend. Boyfriend? Those two words hit me like a soft, precise blow. And what about me? I asked. Lin Yue suddenly laughed. A light, shallow laugh laced with undisguised contempt. You're nothing more than a long-term backup. Did you really think you were my boyfriend? She paused, her voice rising, each word piercing. You've chased me for over a year. When did I ever agree to be your girlfriend? You willingly gave me money and bought me things. I never forced you. She said this as if for the man's benefit. Sun Hao's face lit up with smug understanding. He wrapped his arm around Lin Yue and shot me a provocative glance. Oh, so it's you. Always pestering her. Xiu told me all about you. Can't shake you off. He gave me a once-over and sneered. Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you're worth? Driving a beat-up van, running a shabby convenience store, stinking of poverty. What do you have to compete with me? Sun Hao patted the roof of the SUV beside him, his tone dripping with contempt. With me, Xiu can buy any designer bag she wants and stay in any luxury hotel. What can you give her? A bowl of instant noodles or some cheap cosmetics from your rundown store? Lin Yue leaned into Sun Hao's arms, a mocking smile curling her lips, and said to me deliberately, Lin Yue, let me be honest. Being with you is just embarrassing. Did you really think I cared about your 300, 500, or 3,000? I just couldn't be bothered to refuse. Why wouldn't I take free money? Did you actually think I liked you? Stop flattering yourself. The sight of your honest, pathetic poverty makes me sick. She added one more line, soft but sharp enough to cut. Only a fool like you, someone nobody wants, would let me lead you around by the nose. Throughout it all, her face showed not a trace of guilt or unease. Only indifference and undisguised disgust. Like looking at a stray dog that was in the way and utterly unwanted. Sun Hao opened the car door, gesturing for Lin Yue to get in first, then walked around to the driver's seat. Before closing the door, he turned back and gave me a sidelong glance, his tone dripping with contempt. Remember this clearly. Don't come harassing her again. The car door slammed shut with a heavy thud, the engine growled low, and the black SUV slowly drove away. The tinted windows sealed off everything, and I couldn't see the figures inside. Only the taillights flashed briefly in the night before the vehicle turned out of the parking lot and vanished completely. I stood frozen in place, the cold wind lashing against my face like a slap, both chilling and painful. As I turned and walked toward the van, my legs felt weak, each step like treading on cotton, unsteady and hollow. I pulled open the door and sat down. The seat was bitingly cold, and the steering wheel felt like a block of ice. I turned the key and the engine sputtered and roared, the whole vehicle trembling violently. I shifted into gear and the car slowly left the parking lot. By now, the main road of the county town was devoid of traffic, only streetlights receding one by one, their shadows flickering across the windshield. The heater was still useless, so I pulled my collar up high and hunched my neck as I drove. My mind was filled with the scenes from moments ago. Lin Yue's smile, Sun Hao's sneer, the indifference at the hotel entrance, every stinging word. A surge of pent-up frustration rushed to my head. I stomped hard on the accelerator, and the van let out a strained roar, the speed abruptly climbing to 60. I had driven this road hundreds of times. Knew every pothole and speed bump by heart, could navigate it blindfolded. But today the road ahead felt eerily unfamiliar, the lights dazzling and blurry, as if veiled by a layer of mist. My phone rang again. I ignored it. It rang a second time. Still ignored. The screen lit up 3 times in quick succession, clearly several messages coming in at once. Instinctively, I glanced down. Just that one glance. The steering wheel jerked sharply. By the time I hurriedly looked up, the front of the car was already veering toward the sidewalk. I wrenched the wheel and slammed the brakes, but the road was icy and slick. The tires screeched piercingly, and the car was completely out of control, crashing straight into a concrete post by the roadside. A deafening crash. I was thrown forward violently, my chest slamming hard against the steering wheel, my right wrist striking the edge of the dashboard with a sharp, searing pain that instantly shot through my entire arm. The van was too old. It didn't even have airbags. It came to a crooked halt by the roadside, steam rising from the hood, the engine clattering and rattling, clearly wrecked. I slumped over the steering wheel, gasping for breath. My chest ached dully and my wrist throbbed with numbness. Looking down, I saw my right wrist had already swollen into a ring of puffy red-hot skin. The slightest movement felt like needles stabbing into it. I pushed open the door and the cold wind rushed in, making me shiver uncontrollably. Walking around to the front, I saw the bumper shattered, the right headlight completely caved in, the fender badly deformed, and the tire twisted at an odd angle. The suspension was clearly destroyed as well. The concrete post, thick and solid, was slightly tilted from my impact but still stood firm. I crouched by the roadside and pulled out my phone. 6 unread messages on the screen, 3 from Lin Yue, 3 from Zhou Daong. I ignored Lin Yue's messages outright and dialed Daong. It rang twice before he picked up. "You gu. Daong, I've been in a car accident." There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by the urgent scraping of a chair. "Are you okay? Where are you?" "I'm fine, but the car is totaled. Jianxi Road, near the Xinhua bookstore intersection." "Wait there, I'll be right over." I hung up and leaned against the car door to light a cigarette. My fingers trembled so badly it took several tries to get the lighter to catch. The first puff of smoke made me cough violently, my chest heaving, and the pain in my wrist flared with each spasm. The wind was too strong, the cigarette burned out halfway. I stubbed it out and stood silently in the cold air. Over 20 minutes later, the sound of a tow truck approached in the distance. Daong arrived in his flatbed tow truck, the yellow warning light on top flashing. He barely came to a stop before jumping out and hurrying over to me. "Where are you hurt?" That was his first question, his eyes scanning me quickly. "Just bumped my wrist." He saw my swollen wrist and his brow furrowed instantly. "It's this swollen. You need to go to the hospital for an X-ray. Let's deal with the car first." "Leave the car to me, don't worry about it." He walked around to inspect the front, then crouched to look at the chassis. "The suspension is bent and the tie rod is probably snapped too. They'll have to tow it back and repair it slowly." He stood up, looked at me, as if he wanted to say something, then hesitated. "You know this road like the back of your hand. How did you crash like this?" I didn't answer. Daong didn't press further. He turned and operated the tow truck. The winch lowered the steel cable secured to the front of the van, and with a humming sound the vehicle was slowly pulled onto the flatbed. After working for over 20 minutes, he finally pulled off his gloves and gave my shoulder a firm pat. "Leave the car at my shop. I'll inspect it tomorrow. Go to the hospital right now. Don't tough it out." "Got it." Daong got back in his truck and drove off, the yellow warning light gradually disappearing at the intersection. I took out my phone and called for a ride. A few minutes later, a white car pulled up in front of me. "Jianxi Road to the county hospital. You called the ride?" "Yeah." After I got in, the driver glanced at my dangling right hand in the rearview mirror. "That's a nasty injury on your hand. Just bumped it. Better get an X-ray quickly. Make sure it's not broken." I didn't reply further, leaning back in the seat and watching the familiar streets recede outside the window. The county town at night offered little to see. Only streetlights, neon signs, and a bleak gray emptiness. The car stopped at the entrance of the county hospital, and I scanned the code to pay and got out. The emergency department was at the far right of the first floor of the outpatient building, its red sign particularly conspicuous. I pushed open the door and a wave of warm air hit me, the smell of disinfectant instantly filling my nostrils. 2 people were in line at the registration window. I stood behind them, fumbling for my wallet with my left hand, my right hand hanging at my side, afraid to move it. Any slight jostle sent a jolt of pain through me. I registered for emergency surgery and walked inside with the form. The corridor was short, the white lights glaringly bright, making the tiled walls look stark and pale. The surgery consultation room door was open. Inside sat a female doctor in a white coat, head down, writing a medical record. I lightly tapped the doorframe. "Hello." She looked up. The moment our eyes met, I froze in place. It was Su Wanqing, an emergency physician at the county hospital, the daughter of family friends from when my parents were alive. We had grown up together, and she occasionally came to the supermarket to shop. A familiar face. She wore a white coat over a dark blue sweater, her long hair tied back in a simple ponytail. Her face was clean and makeup-free, her eyes clear and bright. The moment she saw me, her fingers gripping the pen jerked to a halt, the tip leaving a faint ink mark on the medical record. The next second, she almost immediately put down the pen and stood up. Her steps were quicker than usual, her gaze instantly falling on my dangling right hand. Her brow furrowed slightly, unable to hide her concern. When she spoke, her voice was much softer than usual, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. "Lin Yue, what happened to you?" "It's nothing serious, just bumped my hand." I lifted my right hand slightly. She almost immediately circled around from behind the desk, her movements unnaturally swift. Her fingers gently cradled my wrist, her fingertips faintly warm. She paused for half a second on my pulse, before slowly lowering her head to examine the swollen area. How did this happen? Her voice was incredibly soft. I hit a road barrier while driving. Her fingertips pressed lightly against the swelling on my wrist, and every point of tenderness made me gasp sharply. Does it hurt here? Yes. And here? Not so much. She slowly released her grip, looking up at me with a slight frown, undisguised worry in her eyes. Let's get an X-ray first. Given the degree of swelling, a hairline fracture can't be ruled out. Even if the bone is fine, there's definitely severe soft tissue damage. She quickly filled out the order slip and handed it to me, her gaze lingering on my face for a moment longer. Did you come alone? Go to the radiology department on the second floor first. Bring the film directly back to me after it's done. I took the slip and turned to leave. I had only taken 2 steps when her voice came from behind. Lin Yue. I stopped and turned around. She stood at the door of the consultation room, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her white coat. Her lips moved as if she had many questions, but in the end she compressed them into one sentence. After the X-ray, don't wander off. Come straight back to me. Okay. The X-ray took over 20 minutes, and waiting for the results consumed another 10+ minutes. Every time I rotated my wrist, I gritted my teeth against the pain. When I returned to the emergency department with the film, Su Wanqing was taking an elderly man's blood pressure. She caught sight of me in her peripheral vision, and without pausing her work, she subtly tilted her chin towards me, signaling me to wait nearby. I sat on a plastic chair in the corridor, the film resting on my lap, my right hand afraid to move. The hallway was very quiet, broken only by the soft hum of equipment and the distant murmurs of nurses. A few minutes later, the elderly man left. Su Wanqing immediately looked towards the door. Lin Yue, come in. I handed her the film. She held it up to the light box. Her brow furrowed slightly at first, then slowly relaxed as if she had breathed a sigh of relief. There's a fine hairline fracture on the distal radius. It's not serious, no surgery needed, but the hand must be properly immobilized. She took a white brace from the cabinet, pulled a chair over, and sat down beside me, much closer than a typical doctor-patient distance. Give me your hand. I extended my right hand. She held my wrist steadily with one hand, her palm's temperature reassuringly stable. With the other hand, she carefully fitted the brace, pulling the Velcro straps excruciatingly slowly. Bear with it. A tighter fit will help it heal faster. She lowered her head, her eyelashes casting a small shadow under the light. Her fingers pressed and adjusted the Velcro, repeatedly fine-tuning the tightness until she was sure it wouldn't pinch the sore spot, then gently withdrew her hands. Try not to use this hand for the next few days. No lifting, no exerting force. Wrap it in plastic wrap when you shower to keep it dry. Come back for a checkup in a week. She bent her head to write the medical record, the pen scratching against the paper. When she finished and handed me the slip, her gaze lingered on my face, a beat longer than usual, carrying a hint of barely perceptible scrutiny. Driving at night, how could you be so careless? Her voice was soft, almost a murmur to herself, but her fingers tapped lightly on the desk, twice the rhythm, somewhat erratic. I was distracted. Distracted while driving late at night? She paused, then asked with feigned casualness. Didn't your girlfriend come with you? The question was asked naturally, but I clearly saw her fingers tighten around the pen. We broke up, I said. Her pen point jerked abruptly, a blot of ink spreading softly on the paper. Oh. She lowered her head, pretending to continue writing, and said nothing for a long while. After a few seconds, as if she couldn't help herself, she looked up at me again, her voice even gentler. Then you need to take good care of yourself. Don't move your hand around. Thank you. I stood up to leave. Just as I reached the door, she called out to me again. Lin Yue. I turned back. She stood behind the desk, the collar of her white coat slightly open, revealing a dark blue sweater underneath. The light fell on her face, softening her features. Take it slow on the road, she said softly, her gaze fixed on me until I turned and walked away. Stepping out of the hospital, the cold wind hit me squarely, and I shivered violently. I pulled out my phone to check the temperature. -8 degrees Celsius, 2 degrees lower than during the day. I booked a ride back. It was the same driver as before. He glanced at the brace on my hand, but didn't ask any questions, simply driving back. It was nearly midnight by the time I got home. The supermarket's rolling shutter was firmly shut, the front yard empty. Where the van was usually parked, only a dark stain of oil remained. Upstairs, I took off my coat and sat on the bed. The brace was tight around my wrist. The pain eased slightly when I kept still, but any movement sent a sharp ache through it. Lying down, I fished out my phone with my left hand and unlocked the screen. Lin Yue's 3 unread messages were still there. I didn't even look at them, just swiped left to clear them. Daong sent a message. I took a rough look at the car. It'll take a few days to fix. Don't worry about it. I replied with, okay. Idly, I opened a short video app and started scrolling through one video after another. The first one was a funny pet video. I watched it but didn't laugh. The second was a cooking tutorial. I swiped past it immediately. The third was news. The headline was jarring. Meteorologists warn solar activity remains abnormal, temperatures may hit record lows next week. The screen showed a solemn-faced expert in a suit. I didn't turn on the sound, just read the subtitles. Solar sunspot activity has reached a 20-year peak, potentially triggering strong geomagnetic storms that could severely impact communication and power systems. Accompanied by a southward surge of intense cold air, many parts of the country may experience a sharp temperature drop. I scrolled down to read the comments. Here we go again with the experts' bullshit. These days experts are worse than quacks. Only an idiot would believe them. How cold can it get? Can it really drop to -20 degrees? Listen to me, stock up on supplies. Better safe than sorry. Give me a break. They cry extreme weather every year, and haven't we gotten through all these years just fine? A wave of mockery. No one took it seriously. I put down my phone and stared at the ceiling. That crack was still there, snaking from the light fixture to the corner of the wall like a dried-up scar. Scenes replayed uncontrollably in my mind. Lin Yue's disheveled hair, the mis-buttoned coat, her flippant words. You're just someone who's been chasing after me. I turned over, burying my face deep into the pillow. My right wrist started to ache again, a throbbing pain that seemed to pulse with my heartbeat. The edge of the brace dug into my bone, very uncomfortable, but I was too lazy to move. Outside the window, the wind grew stronger. Not the normal winter wind, but a whistling, piercing wind like something was howling. The rolling shutter clattered noisily. Sometimes I could hear something in the yard being knocked over with a loud crash. I picked up my phone and glanced at it again. Tomorrow would be even colder, wouldn't it? The weather forecast said so, the experts said so, the people in the comment section said so. They all made sense, yet none of them did. I put down my phone and closed my eyes. The last image lingering in my mind was Su Wanqing bending down to help fasten my brace. Her fingers were icy cold, her movements gentle, and a lock of hair fell across her forehead, veiling half her face. I turned over and pulled the blanket tighter. The wind howled all night outside. When I woke up the next morning, the sky had barely begun to lighten. I reached for my phone and the screen's brightness stung my eyes. It was 5:40. The brace on my right wrist felt a bit tight and my fingertips were slightly numb. I tried to make a fist. It hurt, but much less than last night. At least it wasn't that throbbing pain anymore. I unlocked the screen and Lin Yue's chat window was still at the top. I didn't tap on it. My finger hovered over the screen for about 10 seconds, then I long pressed her avatar and a menu popped up. System prompt: confirm deletion of this contact. I stared at that line for 3 seconds, then tapped confirm. The chat window vanished. Everything was clean and spotless. Then I opened my call log, found her number, and added it to the blacklist. After doing all that, I tossed my phone onto the bed, sat up, and started to get dressed. My left hand wasn't very dexterous. It took a while to pull the sweater over my head, and the collar got stuck for ages. I fumbled with the jacket zipper for a long time with my left hand before giving up, leaving it open as I went downstairs. When I rolled up the shutter door, the cold air rushed in and I shivered. The thermometer at the entrance showed -11 degrees Celsius. -11 degrees. I stared at those red digits for a few seconds, my mind wandering. At this time in previous years, the lowest was around -5 or 6. It was indeed a bit colder this year, but nothing too extreme. In the north, -20 or 30 degrees was normal. This was nothing. A puddle in the yard had frozen over and it crunched when I stepped on it. I walked around it and entered the supermarket through the side door. With my hand in this state, moving stock was out of the question. I stood behind the checkout counter, rearranged the unsold bread from yesterday, and neatly lined up the cigarettes in the cabinet. Doing these tasks with my left hand was awkward. I had to switch hands several times just to pick up a pack of cigarettes. Around 7 o'clock, customers started arriving. The first one in was old Joe, who ran the breakfast shop next door. He was still wearing that military coat, hunching his neck, holding a bowl of hot soy milk. Lin, what happened to your hand? He asked as soon as he saw the brace on my right wrist. Just bumped it, nothing serious. Bumped it that badly? He leaned in for a closer look. Is it in a cast? No, just a brace to keep it still. The bone's fine. So how are you going to work? Who's moving the stock? I found a friend to help. Old Joe nodded, pulled a crumpled 10-yuan note from his pocket, and slapped it on the counter. A pack of red double happiness. I picked up the cigarettes with my left hand, gave him the change, and handed them over. Old Joe took the pack, tore it open, and put a cigarette in his mouth, then looked at my hand again. Young man, drive slowly. The roads are slippery in this winter weather. Got it. After Old Joe left, a few more customers came in one after another, buying water, cigarettes, snacks. All familiar faces. Everyone asked about my hand, and I brushed them all off with just a bump, nothing serious. Around 9 o'clock I called Daong. Daong, are you free today? What's up? Help me make a delivery. I can't drive with my hand like this. Sure. Which places? I read him the list. 2 small grocery stores, both on the east side of the county. The goods were already prepared, stacked in the backyard. He just needed to pick them up. Okay, it'll be there around 10. After hanging up, I leaned back in the chair behind the counter and stared at the sky outside. It was gray and overcast, the clouds hanging low, as if they were about to collapse. There was no sun, no wind, but the cold was biting. A dry cold that stung your nose with every breath. Before 10 o'clock, Daong arrived. He drove up in his pickup truck parked in the front yard and jumped out wearing a black padded jacket with the collar turned up, his face flushed red from the wind. I checked your car. The suspension needs replacing, and so does the steering tie rod. The parts have to be shipped from the city, so it'll take a few days, he said as he walked toward the backyard to load the goods. How much will it cost? We'll talk about it when the parts arrive. We'll cover it for now. He bent down and lifted a box of instant noodles, placing it in the pickup's bed. Your hand, what did the doctor say? A hairline fracture. Follow up in a week. A fracture. He stopped moving and turned to look at me. You need to take good care of it. Don't move it around. Got it. After loading everything, he dusted off his hands, leaned against the pickup, and lit a cigarette. He took a drag, and the smoke was instantly scattered by the wind. Yesterday. He hesitated. Did you see her over there? I didn't say anything. I saw the car that guy was driving. A black one with out-of-town plates. He flicked the ash. Brother Yue, it'll be straight with you. A woman like that isn't worth it. I know. Good, as long as you know. He finished his cigarette and tossed the butt into the trash can next to him. All right, I'm off to make the delivery. What are you having for lunch? I'll just grab something. What can you cook with that hand? He frowned, glancing at the brace on my right wrist. How about I bring you something? No need, I'll just soak some instant noodles. He stared at me for a couple of seconds, said nothing more, then turned and got into the pickup. Call me if anything comes up, he shouted from the window before stepping on the gas and driving off. After the pickup disappeared at the intersection, I went back to sit behind the counter. The shop was empty and quiet save for the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional distant sound of a car. Around noon, someone called out from outside the shutter door, anyone here? I looked up and saw a woman in a white down jacket standing at the entrance holding an insulated bag. Su Wanqing. She walked in her hair loose instead of in a ponytail, her face slightly reddened by the cold wind. She placed the insulated bag on the counter, unzipped it, and took out an insulated lunchbox, a soup bowl, and a pair of chopsticks. You haven't eaten yet, have you? She asked. No. I knew it. She smiled softly and opened the lid of the lunchbox. Steam rose instantly, revealing white rice topped with scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried shredded potatoes. The soup bowl held a steaming seaweed and egg drop soup. Did you make this yourself? I asked. I got it from the cafeteria, she said, her words faltering slightly. She didn't dare meet my eyes, instead lowering her head to neatly arrange the chopsticks. I happened to have an extra portion, and I figured you'd probably skip cooking with your hand. As she spoke, she instinctively reached out and touched the edge of the lunchbox to check that it was still warm, then gently pushed it toward me. Eat quickly before it gets cold. I watched as she arranged them one by one. The checkout counter was not large to begin with, and once the lunchbox, soup bowl, and chopsticks were spread out, they occupied the entire surface. Thank you. I spoke up. She raised her eyes to look at me, offered a faint smile. So light it vanished almost instantly, and said, Take your time eating. It'll be going now. Not staying for a bit. No, I have to work the afternoon shift. She had already turned toward the door, but at the threshold she paused and looked back, a trace of barely perceptible concern in her eyes. If it's inconvenient tonight, I'll bring you another portion. No need, I'll handle dinner myself. She gave a slight nod, said no more, pushed open the door and walked out. The figure in the white down jacket soon disappeared around the street corner. I lowered my head to look at the steaming meal before me, picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes were a bit bland, and the eggs were slightly overcooked, but at least it was warm and fresh. Something no cold instant noodles could compare to. As I ate, I inexplicably let out a chuckle. It wasn't happiness nor sadness, just a feeling of suddenness. Su Wanqing and I had known each other for many years. Our mothers were old sisters from the same village back in the day. Later, both families moved to the edge of the county town, and we kept in touch during festivals and holidays. When my parents had their accident, she came too dressed in black. She bowed 3 times before the memorial, then walked up to me and whispered only 2 words, "My condolences." That was 2 years ago. After that, we'd occasionally run into each other at the supermarket. Just exchange greetings, buy a few things, chat briefly about everyday matters and nothing more. I never imagined she would go out of her way to bring me a meal. After finishing, I carefully packed away the lunchbox and soup bowl, placing them under the counter, planning to wash them and return them to her when the opportunity arose. Around 2 in the afternoon, Daeong returned after making deliveries. He parked his pickup in the front yard and walked into the store, holding a delivery receipt. "All delivered." Hey, race the slip. He tossed the receipt onto the counter and pulled up a chair to sit down. "With your hand like that, can you manage the store alone?" "It's fine, no heavy lifting needed." "What about dinner? How will you eat?" "Instant noodles." Daeong shot me a glance, his expression hesitant. "What's up?" I asked. "Nothing." He rubbed his hands together, his tone turning cautious. "You go, let me ask you something, and don't take it the wrong way." "Go ahead." "Lin Yue. Did you spend a lot of money on her?" I remained silent. "I heard her current boyfriend owns a car modification shop, and his family is pretty well off." Daeong kept his eyes on my expression as he spoke. "When she was with you, did she not really take you seriously?" The word ATM hung unspoken in the air, but his meaning was crystal clear. "Maybe," I replied flatly. "So what do you think now?" "I've come to my senses." I leaned back in my chair, resting my left hand casually on the edge of the table. "Consider it tuition paid." Daeong stared at me for a few seconds, then nodded without pressing further. He stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and said, "All right, I've got work to do at my shop. I'll head back now. Call me if anything comes up. Don't tough it out alone." "Got it." He was almost at the door when I called out, "Daeong." Thanks." He glanced back at me, waved his hand, pushed the door open, and left. At 7 in the evening, I pulled down the rolling shutter and locked it securely. Back in the backyard, I didn't rush upstairs, but went down to the basement instead. I switched on the light. The fluorescent tube flickered twice before fully illuminating the space with white light. The thermometer and hygrometer on the wall clearly displayed temperature 16 degrees Celsius, humidity 47%. I scanned the neatly stacked firewood beside the fireplace, then checked the generator's fuel gauge. The needle still hovered above half a tank, enough to last for a while. I pulled out my phone and glanced at the local weather chat group. Messages had already flooded the screen. "Oh my God, minus 15 degrees. I've never been this cold in my life." The Weather Bureau says it's broken records. Lower than 1955. My water pipes froze and burst. Completely out of water. Same here upstairs. This weather is seriously creepy. They say it'll drop further tomorrow. Really? How much lower can it go? Can't be minus 30, right? The group members complained while brushing it off. Cold? Just wear more clothes, stay indoors, and tough it out for a few days. I didn't take it to heart either. I set up the action camera, turned on the fill light, and prepared to start streaming. My account was Mr. Lin's Doomsday Shelter, with over 20,000 followers. Usually only a few hundred people online, all survival enthusiasts. I gently adjusted the brace on my right hand to make it less conspicuous, then pressed the live button. "Good evening, everyone. I'm Old Lin." I gave a simple wave with my left hand toward the camera. "Today I'll show you my supplies." Comments began scrolling by. "Old Lin is live. Why using your left hand? Hand injured." I glanced at the comments, didn't address the topic, and pointed the camera at the wall of canned goods. "This is the canned food section. Luncheon meat, braised pork dace with black beans, yellow peach cans. 320 cans in total." I picked up a can of luncheon meat with my left hand, showing it to the camera. "Best before next June, over a year left." "How long will over 300 cans last?" someone asked. 2 cans a day for one person, that's 5 months. Combined with staples and dehydrated vegetables, if the calories are sufficient, it can last even longer. I walked over to the staple food shelf and pointed to the second layer. 100 kilograms of rice, 50 kilograms of flour, 30 packs of dried noodles. All vacuum sealed and stored in moisture-proof boxes. The comments suddenly exploded. "Old Lin is really preparing for the apocalypse. Bro, you're way too serious. This must have cost a fortune, right?" I smiled without answering. The number of viewers slowly climbed past 300. Someone asked about the temperature, so I looked up at the thermometer on the wall. "It's 16 degrees in the basement now, minus 15 outside." The comments erupted. "Minus 15? Where is it that brutal? Normal for the north, I guess. I'm in the south and it's minus 10. This year's weather is insane. Old Lin, where exactly are you?" I dodged the question and turned the camera toward the well. "This is the water source, 50 meters deep groundwater. It's dual hand pump and electric, so even a total power outage won't leave us without water. Will the well pipe freeze? Not if we keep using it. I patted the insulation wrapped around the pipe. With this layer, it can handle down to -20 degrees without issue. The live stream lasted over an hour, covering everything from supply categorization and insulation design to water source maintenance and emergency power supply. The peak viewership reached over 500 and tips scattered here, and there totaled only a few dozen yuan. When I ended the stream, the wind outside had begun to howl again. The temperature was still dropping bit by bit. After going offline, I sat on the bench in the basement and opened the community group chat. The chat was already filled with screenshots of the latest Weather Bureau report in the next 3 days. Due to the continued impact of a strong cold air, mass temperatures in our county will experience a cliff-like drop. The expected minimum temperature is approaching -20 degrees Celsius. Citizens are advised to keep warm and take precautions against the cold. Beneath it, there were still nothing but complaints and dismissiveness. -20 degrees, trying to freeze us to death. My water pipes are almost frozen solid. If it drops any more, they'll burst for sure. Better stock up on food and not go out recklessly. Stock up on what? The supermarket isn't closing. What's the panic? I scrolled through a few messages casually, then locked the screen. -15 degrees had already broken the record, and tomorrow it was going to drop further. One thing after another lay before me like scattered puzzle pieces, yet I didn't even try to put them together. It wasn't that I couldn't see it. I simply didn't think in that direction. The apocalypse. Don't be ridiculous. I got up, turned off the light, and went upstairs to sleep. Lying in bed, my right wrist began to ache faintly again. The brace was uncomfortably tight. With one hand, I unfastened it and retied it a bit looser. The wind outside started up again, no longer the sharp howl of the previous night, but a low, continuous rumble like some colossal creature breathing slowly in the distance. I pulled the blanket over my head and curled into a ball. The warmth trapped inside soon brought a little comfort. My phone lit up again. Another push notification from the community group: latest update. The lowest temperature tonight has dropped to -17 degrees. It will continue to fall tomorrow morning. I glanced at it, then flipped the phone over and tucked it under my pillow. -17 degrees. They'll deal with it tomorrow. Just before closing my eyes, a final thought flashed through my mind. I need to fill the generator in the basement with oil tomorrow. The next morning at 7, the delivery truck arrived. Before I could even open the roll-up door, I heard the rumble of the engine outside. I threw on a jacket and went out. A box truck was parked at the entrance. The driver, bundled in a blue cotton coat, jumped down, exhaling puffs of white vapor. "Boss Lin, the goods are here." He rubbed his hands together and pulled open the cargo door. "There's a lot today. They'll help you unload." "All right." I took the invoice and walked around to the back. The truck was packed to the brim: instant noodles, bottled water, sausages, bread, biscuits, canned goods, drinks, condiments, snacks. Double the usual amount. I had originally ordered extra, thinking it was for the year-end holiday stockpile. The driver started moving boxes to the door. I could only carry them inside one by one, with my left hand, 1 box per trip. After more than a dozen trips, my back was slick with sweat. After nearly half an hour of hauling, we were only halfway done. "Boss Lin, what happened to your hand?" The driver noticed the brace on my wrist. "Just bumped it." "Then don't push yourself. Let me handle it." Without another word, he hoisted 2 boxes of instant noodles and carried them inside. "Thanks." Another half hour of toil, and everything was finally unloaded. The driver wiped the sweat from his forehead and took the invoice to sign it. "This year's weather is really freaky." He hunched his neck. "I've lived all these years, and this county has never been this cold." "What's the temperature now?" "The truck reads -19 degrees. Damn, this isn't the south. It's worse than the northeast." He got back in, started the engine, and the truck rumbled away, belching white smoke. I stood at the door and looked up at the electronic thermometer. The bright red numbers were glaring: -19 degrees. And it was only 8 in the morning. Just as I was about to pull down the roll-up door to warm up, a figure turned the corner at the street. A faded police uniform, a worn black cotton jacket over it, and a peaked cap pulled low. It was Li Jianguo, an old policeman from the township station, decades on the job, known to everyone in this area. He was thin, with a long face and high cheekbones. His eyes weren't big, but they were bright, always seeming to size you up quietly. He rarely smiled, spoke slowly and deliberately, but he gave you a sense of reliability. "Xiao Lin, you're open already." He walked to the door and stomped the crushed ice off his feet. "Uncle Li, you're early. Just got off the night shift." He pulled out a crumpled 10 yuan bill. "Give me a pack of smokes, the usual." With my left hand, I took a pack of Red Double Happiness from the cigarette cabinet and handed it over. He tore it open, put one in his mouth, lit it, and took a drag. The smoke condensed into a white mist in the cold air, instantly scattered by the wind. What happened to your hand? Just bumped it. It's nothing. He nodded without asking further, stood at the door smoking half a cigarette, his gaze fixed on the empty street across the way. This cold spell isn't normal. He wasn't looking at me, more like talking to himself. It's pretty cold. I've lived 58 years and never seen weather this cold. He flicked the ash. Last night 2 water pipes on the east side burst. The water flooded the whole street and turned it into an ice rink. That's serious. And worse. He held the cigarette in his mouth and shoved his hands into the pockets of his cotton jacket. The shelter took in over a dozen homeless people. Their lips were purple from the cold. Several were sent to the hospital. I didn't respond. He finished his last drag, stubbed out the butt, and tossed it into the trash can. Then he turned to me, his expression serious. Stay safe. Close up early tonight. His tone grew heavier. In this kind of freak weather anything can happen. Got it, Uncle Lee? He tightened his collar and turned to leave. His figure in the old police uniform looked thin against the gray sky. One patch on his shoulder was a different shade, as if it had been washed pale and then clumsily mended. I watched him walk away, pulled the roll-up door halfway down to block the wind, and went back to sit at the cash register. It was too cold today. So cold that I didn't even feel like doing business. Around noon, Su Wanqing came again. Still in that white down jacket, still with that familiar insulated bag. As soon as she entered, she instinctively glanced at my right hand before placing the bag on the counter and gently unzipping it. Inside were braised spare ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a steaming bowl of tomato and egg drop soup. Did the cafeteria have ribs today? I asked. She hummed in response, neatly arranging the chopsticks. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze falling on my brace. Take it off. Let me see how it's healing. All right. It was awkward with one hand. She hesitated for a moment, then gently reached out her fingertips, carefully avoiding the injured area, as she helped me undo the Velcro. Her movements were light, her gaze focused, her brows slightly furrowed. After taking it off, she checked the swelling, gently pressed around it to confirm it hadn't worsened, and then let out a relieved breath. It's even colder today than yesterday. She spoke, her fingers unconsciously toying with the zipper of the insulated bag round and round. -19 degrees. That low. Her brow furrowed tighter. My water pipes froze this morning. The water heater broke too. It won't light. Didn't you find someone to fix it? I did. The repair people are all booked up. They said ITLLB days. Her tone was light, as if she didn't really care. Anyway, it's just me. They'll boil some water and make do. After saying that, she silently helped me refasten the brace, adjusting the tightness just right. Not too tight, not too loose. When she was done, she took a half step back and awkwardly smoothed the hem of her down jacket. If it's inconvenient for you at home, you can come to my place. The words had barely left my mouth before I felt they were too abrupt, so I quickly added, I have hot water here. You can go back once your water heater is fixed. She looked up at me, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly into a faint smile. No need, boiling some water isn't a hassle. She picked up her insulated bag, ready to leave. You go ahead and eat first. I'm heading back. Wait a moment. I called out, bending down to retrieve the washed lunchbox and soup bowl wrapped in plastic wrap from under the cash register. Yesterday's, returning them to you. She reached out to take them, her fingertips accidentally brushing against my hand. Icy cold. Okay. After she left, I slowly finished my meal and called De Jong. De Jong, are you free this afternoon? What's up? Come with me to buy some diesel and pick up a few things. Sure, it'll be there at 2. At 2 in the afternoon, De Jong arrived on time in his pickup truck. I got into the passenger seat, and as the door closed, the howling wind outside was mostly muffled, but the cab was still freezing cold, the seat bitingly frigid. Where to? De Jong started the engine. First the gas station to buy a few barrels of diesel, then the hardware market in the west of the city. De Jong turned his head to glance at me. Diesel? Your supermarket doesn't need that. I have a generator that runs on diesel. In case of a power outage, it'll come in handy. The pickup truck drove down the empty streets with barely any vehicles in sight. The occasional taxi that passed by was mostly empty. Most of the shops on both sides of the road were tightly shut, a layer of white frost clinging to their rolling shutters. In the few that were open, there were hardly any customers. The shopkeepers, bundled in thick cotton coats, were huddled behind their counters. De Jong turned on the car radio. According to the latest bulletin from the National Meteorological Center, this cold wave is caused by a geomagnetic storm triggered by solar flares, a phenomenon related to the solar activity cycle. Over the next 3 to 5 days, temperatures across most of the country will continue to drop, with lows in the southern regions possibly reaching -20 to -25 degrees Celsius. De Jong clicked his tongue. -25. That'll freeze people into popsicles. Once solar activity stabilizes, temperatures will gradually rise. Experts remind the public that this temperature drop is a short-term extreme weather event. Citizens need not panic excessively. Simply take precautions to stay warm. Hear that? De Jong slapped the steering wheel. The experts say it'll warm up in a few days. Could otherwise we'd really freeze to death. I leaned back in my seat, gazing at the gray, overcast sky outside the window. At the gas station the moment I stepped out of the car, the cold wind burrowed straight into my collar. The attendant, bundled in a military-style overcoat and earmuffs, hands tucked into his sleeves, ambled over only when he saw us. What'll it be? 5 barrels of diesel, 20 liters each. Diesel's gone up. It's risen 15% in the last couple of days. Why so much? Roads are icy, transport is tough, costs are higher. His tone was flat, as if this were the most ordinary thing in the world. 5 barrels of diesel cost over 1,500 yuan. De Jong helped me load the barrels onto the pickup's flatbed, and I paid by scanning a code. How long will this fuel last? De Jong asked. If the power really goes out and we're frugal, 2 or 3 months should be no problem. That works. Better safe than sorry. De Jong shook his head but said no more. At the hardware market in the west of the city, it was even more desolate, with the majority of shops closed for business. I found one that was still open. To the owner, wearing a cotton cap, was huddled behind the counter scrolling through his phone. Boss, do you have any entrenching tools? Yes. He got up, took one down from the shelf, and handed it to me. Manganese steel. Sturdy and durable. I picked out a multifunction folding shovel and also grabbed a compass. De Jong watched me pile things up on the counter, both amused and puzzled. What are you planning to do? Shoot a survival show in the wilderness. They'll come in handy for my live streams. I packed the items into a bag. Don't you just film in your basement? Why buy all this? More content. The audience likes this kind of stuff. No one knew about my live streaming except De Jong. I hadn't even told Lin Yue. De Jong shot me a look that clearly said, "You're a bit ridiculous." But he held his tongue, simply picked up the bag and walked out with me. How much money have you sunk into this doomsday hobby of yours? Not much. Just a hobby. Why not take up fishing? At least you'd have something to eat. With this, you can only look. Looking is fine too. We got back in the car, and the pickup pulled out of the parking lot, turning onto the main road. While waiting at a red light, I glanced out the window casually and my gaze froze. In the opposite lane, a black SUV was stopped, its paint gleaming and windows tinted dark. The passenger side window was rolled down halfway, a hand resting on the sill. Slender fingers with conspicuously bright red nail polish. That hand. I knew it all too well. It was Lin Yue. She was leaning her head to the side, laughing and chatting with the man in the driver's seat, the corners of her mouth turned up, the ends of her eyes crinkling, showing a hint of teeth. A look I was once intimately familiar with. As she spoke, she turned her head absently to look out the window. Our gazes met directly. The smile on her face froze for less than a second before she quickly turned back, and the window rose slowly, the dark glass completely obscuring her figure. The light turned green. De Jong stepped on the gas and the pickup truck moved forward. He glanced at the SUV in the rearview mirror, then looked at me. You saw that? Yeah. You okay? I'm fine. Seeing her there did make my heart tighten for a moment, but it loosened quickly. It wasn't a sharp stabbing pain, more like pressing on an old scar that had long since healed. A dull ache, but no longer painful. De Jong didn't ask any more questions and focused on driving. I leaned back in my seat, staring at the gray sky outside the window. That black SUV grew smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror, eventually becoming a black that vanished completely at the intersection. At 7 in the evening, I closed the supermarket and went down to the basement. I turned on the light, and the thermometer on the wall read 15 degrees. Outside, it was already -21. The basement could still hold this temperature, so the insulation was passable. But I knew in my heart that if the temperature kept dropping, this small margin of warmth would soon be eroded. I arranged the entrenching tool and folding shovel ID bought today, set up the action camera, turned on the fill light, and pressed the live stream button. Good evening, everyone. I'm Old Lin. The comments started scrolling quickly. Old Lin is live. Got new gear again. It's freezing outside. It's -15 here. Old Lin, what's the temperature where you are? I scanned the comments and spoke. It's -21 outside, 15 in the basement. The comments exploded. -21. That's like the temperature in the Northeast. This year's weather is way too abnormal. It's not normal here either. It's already -13. Can't stand it. I picked up the entrenching tool and spun it in front of the camera. New gear I got today. An entrenching tool and a multifunction folding shovel. They're pretty useful in extreme environments. You can use them for digging snow, breaking ice, or self-defense in an emergency. The bullet screen is much livelier than a few days ago, with the number of online viewers rising to over 800. Experts say it will warm up in a few days, don't scare yourself. As I showcased my new equipment, I scanned the bullet screen and noticed many unfamiliar accounts today. They were no longer the usual doomsday survival enthusiasts, but rather ordinary people who seemed flustered by the cold waves searching for ideas and reassurances. Some asked what to stock up on, others asked what to do if the pipes froze, and still others wondered how to keep warm in case of a power outage. I put down my entrenching tool and paused for a moment. Better safe than sorry, I said slowly to the camera, at least stock up enough food and water for 3 days. If we can't go out, we won't go hungry. As soon as these words left my mouth, the bullet screen went quiet for a few seconds before scrolling even faster. Is 3 days enough? Should we stock up for a week? Should we stock up on rice flour and oil? What if the pipes freeze and there's no water? Old Lin, do you also feel something's off about this weather? I paused slightly. Is something off? Indeed it is. At minus 21 degrees, this place has never been this cold since meteorological records began. But the experts clearly said it would warm up in a few days. Comments online all claim that every year extreme weather is shouted about, yet everything turns out fine. I can't say for sure, I said honestly to the camera, but stocking up on some essentials doesn't hurt. If they go unused, we can just consume them slowly. No need to rush, no need to panic, just prepare a bit normally. The live stream lasted over an hour, and the number of online viewers once surged past 2,000. After the stream ended, I sat on the sofa in the basement and browsed the community group for a while. The group was in complete chaos. Is it really that serious? Experts say it's going to warm up. Warm up my foot, it's already minus 21 today. Are we headed for minus 30 tomorrow? Listening to experts isn't as good as trusting yourself. Stock up more, it won't be a waste. I'm going to stock up too, regardless of whether it warms up or not. It's reassuring. I scrolled down through the messages one by one, my finger lingering on the screen for a long time. In the deep night at minus 21 degrees, while I stayed in the temperature-controlled basement, that once unwavering thought began to waver for the first time. What if the weather doesn't warm up? What if it continues to drop? I stood up, walked over to the generator, and looked at the 5 barrels of diesel I bought today along with several high-capacity batteries. I wouldn't have to worry even if the power went out. Better safe than sorry. That saying is true. After finishing a cigarette, I pressed the butt into the metal ashtray and sealed the lid. I turned off the lights and went upstairs. Lying in bed, the wind outside was howling even more ferociously than last night, as if some colossal creature were desperately shaking the entire house. Suddenly, my phone screen lit up. A new message popped up in the community group. Latest update. Tonight's lowest temperature has dropped to minus 23 degrees. The Meteorological Bureau has issued a red warning for low temperatures. Minus 23 degrees. I placed my phone by my pillow without flipping it over, letting it stay lit. In the second half of the night, I woke up from the cold. The air conditioning was still on, yet it felt as if it were off. My nose and cheeks exposed to the air felt painfully cold. I reached for my phone, the screen's bright light stinging my eyes. 5:15. I opened the weather app, and that line of numbers left me stunned for several seconds. Minus 25 degrees. I rubbed my eyes to confirm that I wasn't mistaken. Minus 25 degrees. Since meteorological records began, the historical extreme in this area was minus 14 degrees in 1955, a time even my father did not experience. Now this number has nearly doubled. I sat up, wrapped in my blanket, and looked out the window. A thick layer of frost covered the glass, spreading from the bottom to the top, completely obscuring the outside world. Occasionally peering through the gaps, the sky appeared gray and dim, like it was covered with a dirty old gauze. The outdoor unit of the air conditioner emitted a strange, buzzing sound, intermittent, as if it were gasping for breath. The heating had long since become ineffective. The wind blowing from the outlet was lukewarm, barely better than nothing. I picked up my phone and sent a message to De Jong. I won't open today, it's too cold. De Jong replied almost instantly. I won't open either, it's too cold, I don't even want to work. What's the temperature there? I've cranked the air conditioning to the max and it's only 15 degrees. Damn it, I've never seen weather this cold in my life. I put down my phone and slowly started getting dressed. My left hand was a bit more nimble than a few days ago, but my right hand still dared not exert much strength encased in protective gear, making movements awkward. I put on 2 layers of sweaters and wrapped myself in the thickest down jacket outside, yet I still felt the cold penetrating to my bones. When I went downstairs, the handrail on the staircase was freezing to the touch. I walked to the supermarket entrance and peeked outside through the side window of the rolling shutter. The street was empty, and Lao Zhou's breakfast shop across the street had its doors tightly closed with a layer of white frost on the rolling shutter. The trees by the roadside were bent awkwardly by the wind, their branches laden with icicles glinting coldly in the dim light of the overcast sky. In this kind of weather, no one would come to buy anything. Even if they did, I wouldn't want to open. Just the thought of the cold wind rushing in the moment the rolling shutter rises made me shiver all over. Back in the backyard, I boiled a kettle of hot water, brewed a cup of tea, and sat in the living room with the cup. When the tea was just brewed, it was too hot to hold. I cupped it in both hands, letting the warmth envelop my face, and only after a while did I sip slowly. My phone started ringing like crazy, with notifications from the community group ringing out in a cacophony. I opened it and saw that there were already over 100 unread messages. Scrolling up, the earliest message was sent around 6 o'clock, where someone posted a screenshot of their thermometer. The red liquid column shrunk to the bottom, next to which was handwritten -27 degrees. Is my thermometer broken? Instantly the comments exploded. What the hell kind of weather is this? The pipes have already frozen and burst. What should we do? The windows are freezing from the inside. Is this house going to crack? Damn, how are we supposed to live like this? Messages flooded in one after another, too fast to keep up. Many people started sending voice messages. I opened a few, and in the background were the sounds of howling wind and a woman's panicked voice. At 7:31 message was pinned to the top. Sender Zhao Dezuzu. Previously the village secretary, he became the community secretary when the village was merged into the street. In his 50s, his face looked honest, and he spoke slowly, always wearing a slight smile when meeting people. The group members all called him Secretary Zhao, and he was quite responsible when issuing notices and passing on documents. Zhao Dezuzu, please do not panic. I just spoke with the street office, and meteorological bureau experts have clearly assessed that this cold wave is a short-term extreme phenomenon, mainly caused by solar flare activity. The temperature is expected to gradually rise in 3 to 5 days. Please trust in science, do not believe rumors or spread them, and maintain normal life order. As soon as Zhao Dez's message was sent, the group fell silent for a moment. Soon someone replied with a received sticker. Then came a string of, "Thank you, Secretary Zhao," and "Trust the experts." But someone also commented below, warming, "It was -20 yesterday, and now it's -25 today. You call this warming?" Zhao Deju replied almost instantly, "Comrade, there are inherent normal errors in weather forecasting. A deviation of 1 or 2 degrees is inevitable. The experts have clearly stated that this is a normal fluctuation within the solar activity cycle. Similar situations have occurred in history. Everyone should refrain from overinterpreting or frightening themselves." Then someone urgently asked, "What do we do if the water pipes burst from freezing? Our homes have no water." Zhao Deju, the street office is already coordinating repair personnel at full capacity and will come to handle it as soon as possible. Currently, the number of reported issues is too high, so queuing is necessary. Please be patient. How long will the wait be? There are elderly and children at home. We really can't manage without water. Zhao Deju, I am repeatedly urging them. In these special times, I ask everyone to understand and be considerate of each other. His words were impeccable, smooth, and proper, leaving no room for fault. But as I stared at the screen, I felt something was off. It wasn't the words themselves, but that overly calm tone. So steady it made my heart uneasy. The group fell silent for a moment, then the topic quickly shifted elsewhere. I just went to the supermarket. The instant noodle shelves are almost empty. Which supermarket? The one by the bus station. Rice flour and oil are almost gone too. Come on, it's not the end of the world. What's wrong with stocking up? Better safe than sorry. You're all just following the crowd. The experts said it will warm up in a few days. Isn't stockpiling until it goes bad a waste? Better to waste than to starve. That sounds like you're expecting people to die. Is it really that serious? The group instantly split into 2 factions. One faction trusted the experts and officials, believing the cold spell would pass quickly and that stockpiling was an overreaction. The other trusted only their own senses and the current temperature, finding the weather eerily abnormal and choosing to stock up first. The 2 sides exchanged heated arguments for over a dozen messages before Zhao Deju reappeared. Dear residents, please remain rational. Currently, the county's material supply is ample and supermarkets are operating normally. There is absolutely no need to hoard or panic buy. If anyone deliberately spreads rumors or creates panic, I will truthfully report it to the street office for handling. With that, the faction against hoarding gained confidence and began to mock the others. Although those in favor of hoarding were unconvinced, they dared not openly defy him due to his position, only quietly replying with a few scattered comments. I exited the community group and opened the short video platform. The homepage was completely flooded with content about the cold wave. Topics like once-in-a century extreme cold solar flare and national temperature records broken firmly occupied the top 5 trending spots. I scrolled down casually, and every post was about the temperature drop. In one official news report, the host solemnly announced, affected by this solar flare eruption, a sharp temperature drop has occurred across a large area of the country. The lowest temperature in the northeast has reached minus 35 degrees Celsius, North China minus 30, and multiple southern provinces have successively broken historical records for this period, minus 35 degrees. This temperature in the northeast, though extreme, was at least understandable. But the south dropping to minus 25 degrees was absolutely abnormal. The comments section was already in an uproar. Location Harbin, minus 38 degrees. Face goes numb after 3 minutes outside. Nanjing minus 20 degrees. First time in 35 years. Guangzhou is minus 10. It's usually around 20 degrees this time of year. All of Hunan is around minus 20. Water pipes are frozen solid, widespread water outages. Didn't the experts say it's a short-term fluctuation? It's been 3 days and it's only getting colder. Scrolling further, the videos began to take a strange turn. One headline stood out sharply. I'm a time traveler from 2050. The apocalypse is really coming. The man in the video wore a hat and mask, his voice altered, and he spoke nonsense with a serious tone, claiming the solar anomaly would trigger a global ice age lasting at least 2 years, urging viewers to stockpile supplies frantically. Most of the comments were scathing. Another one trying to get views. Time traveler. Why not say you're an alien? Shouldn't accounts spreading this kind of rumor be banned? But some hesitated. What if? What if there's some truth to it? Stocking up doesn't hurt. I kept scrolling and came across another one. Weather Bureau data faked. Experts collectively silent. What's really behind the cold wave? I clicked on it. It was a small account with few followers, rough video quality, and a noisy background. But the blogger analyzed with great confidence, claiming the officially released temperatures were at least 5 degrees lower than reality, and that experts were hiding the truth to avoid social panic. This video had already surpassed 500,000 views, and the comments were completely polarized. Half cursed him for spreading rumors, while the other half eagerly asked what to stock up on and how to prepare. I scrolled through over a dozen posts, my heart sinking bit by bit. It wasn't that the content was credible, but that by the end I could no longer tell what was real and what was fake. Some said it was normal weather that would warm up in a few days. Some said it was the beginning of an ice age, the apocalypse imminent. Some said the government had already activated a secret emergency plan. Some said the power grid wouldn't survive the winter. Every claim seemed plausible, yet none could withstand scrutiny. I exited the short video app, leaned back in my chair, and took a sip of tea. The tea had long gone cold, bitter, and chilled on the tongue. My mind was a chaotic mess, countless voices clamoring together, a dull roar where none could overpower the other. I suddenly recalled the words I had spoken during last night's livestream. Better safe than sorry. Those words were right regardless of whether the apocalypse was coming. But if? I set down my teacup, stood up, and walked into the supermarket. The roller door wasn't open and the store was dim, with only a grayish light filtering through the side window. I felt along the wall for the switch and pressed it. The fluorescent tube flickered twice and a stark white light instantly flooded the shelves. The instant noodle section was fully stocked. Freshly delivered yesterday, neatly stacked 3 layers high. I walked over my fingertips, gently grazing the cardboard boxes. Firm, orderly, solid. Next to them, shelves of sausages, biscuits, and snacks were packed full, a dazzling array of brands. By the beverage section, bottled water was piled into a small wall. I slowly circled the shelves, my fingers unconsciously tapping on the boxes, silently tallying in my mind. Unstocked inventory: 100 bags of rice, 80 boxes of instant noodles, 50 boxes of sausages, 30 cases of cooking oil, 50 loaves of bread, 50 boxes of biscuits, over 30 cases of canned goods, 20 cases of liquor, 100 cases of beer, and 200 cartons of various cigarettes. Plus condiments, tissues, batteries, candles, toiletries, and other miscellaneous items. The quantity was incalculable. The truckload of goods delivered 2 days ago remained almost untouched. Standing amidst the shelves, I stared at the mountain of supplies as an indescribable feeling surged within me once again. It wasn't a shortage, there was too much. So much that a vague unease whispered that these items might indeed prove useful someday. I walked to the backyard, pushed open the basement door, and flicked on the light. The thermometer read 13 degrees, 2 degrees lower than yesterday. Canned goods on the supply shelves were stacked neatly, over 300 cans with labels facing outward, a patchwork of red, yellow, and green like a thick wall. 100 kilograms of rice were divided into 5 moisture-proof bags piled in the corner, 50 kilograms of flour, and 30 packs of dried noodles sat close by. 5 barrels of diesel leaned against the wall, while half a wall of seasoned firewood was stacked on the other side. If the apocalypse truly came, would these supplies combined with the store's inventory be enough for me to survive several years? But how long exactly was several years? 2 years? 3? Or longer? What if the temperature kept dropping? What if the power went out completely? What if communications failed? What if someone learned about my hoard and came knocking to take it by force? Thoughts emerged one after another like bubbles in icy water. rising, bursting, leaving behind a bone-chilling cold. I stood in the center of the basement as the fluorescent tube above hummed with a low drone. In an instant my decision was made. These next few days I wouldn't open the shop. I'd wait until the temperature warmed up. The resolution sounded monumental, yet when it settled in my heart, it was nothing more than a fleeting thought. It wasn't fear nor a true belief in those doomsday rumors. Just a simple feeling, better safe than sorry. Those 4 words brought me more peace than any expert prediction, time traveler's tale, or endless arguments in the community group. I went upstairs, picked up my phone, and posted in the community group, Huimin Supermarket will be temporarily closed. Resumption of business will be announced later. As soon as the message appeared, the group fell silent for a few seconds before erupting. No way. Boss Lin's supermarket is closing too. Boss Lin, are you hoarding supplies? Got anything left in your store? Can you sell me some? I didn't reply. A few seconds later a message from Zhao Dezhu popped up, its tone carrying an unmistakable formality. Lin Yue of Huimin Supermarket, this is inappropriate. We are in a special period as supermarkets are key to people's livelihoods and cannot be shut down arbitrarily. Please resume operations as soon as possible and cooperate with the community to maintain stability. I stared at the word cooperate and fell silent for a moment. I replied, my hand is injured, making it inconvenient to manage the store. Plus the weather is too cold and logistics have stopped. I have little stock left. It'll reopen once it warms up and I can restock. Zhao Dezhu responded almost instantly, we understand the difficulties, but the supermarket affects the basic living needs of nearby residents. I hope you can prioritize the bigger picture. The bigger picture. Looking at those words, I suddenly found it somewhat laughable. What exactly was the bigger picture? The experts claim that it will warm up soon, or his insistence on maintaining normal order. I didn't reply further. I set my phone down on the table, walked to the window, and peered through the gaps in the frost. The street outside remained utterly empty. The gale continued to howl, crashing against the walls with a mournful wail, rattling the rolling shutter door. In the distance, a branch snapped by the wind lay across the road, coated in icicles, motionless under the gray sky like a frozen bone. I stood at the window for a long time until my legs grew numb, then slowly turned around. My phone lit up again. This time it was De Yong. Yugu, I saw in the group that you're closing the shop. Yeah. Do you feel something's off too? I typed, deleted, typed again, and deleted once more. In the end, I sent just one word, yeah. De Yong replied swiftly, I think so too. I'm closing my repair shop and heading home for a few days. This damn weather is too cold. After ending the chat, I stood once more in the center of the supermarket, gazing at the room full of goods. The unease in my heart grew heavier. Since ID decided to close, leaving these things in the store felt unsettled. A rolling shutter door could be pried open with ease. Far less secure than the basement. The basement entrance was hidden behind the wardrobe in my bedroom, and I had later installed a reinforced steel door with 3 locks, both concealed and sturdy. I dragged out a flatbed cart and started moving the instant noodles. My right hand was too weak to use, so I had to rely on my left to stack boxes one by one. A box of noodles wasn't heavy, but by the 5th box my wrist began to ache. I gritted my teeth and pushed the cart to the backyard, where the steps became the biggest obstacle. The basement had 3 stairs and the cart couldn't go down, forcing me to carry each box by hand. I lifted the box with my left hand and barely supported the bottom with my right, the brace scraping against the stair rail with a grinding sound. After a dozen trips, I had only moved half the instant noodles. My back was drenched in sweat, but my hands were numb with cold, my fingertips nearly losing all sensation. The most exhausting part was the cooking oil. Each box held 6 bottles weighing dozens of kilograms. My left hand couldn't lift them at all. I had to clamp them tightly with my arm and shuffle down step by step. By the 10th box, a sharp, piercing pain shot through my right wrist like a needle stabbing deep into the bone. I leaned against the wall to catch my breath, waiting for the pain to ease before forcing myself to continue. After more than 2 hours of moving, I had transported less than half the store's stock. I stood in the cramped basement surrounded by cardboard boxes, the once spacious room, now tight and oppressive. Instant noodles on the left, sausages along the edge, bottled water stacked high against the wall, bread and cookies piled beneath the shelves. I left the rest untouched. What if the weather actually warmed up in a few days? Wouldn't all this effort make me a laughingstock in others' eyes? I glanced at the time. 4:30 in the afternoon. The sky had already darkened completely. My lower back ached so much I couldn't straighten up, and my right wrist had swollen another size, red and hot to the touch. I loosened the brace and rewrapped it, every movement sending pain through me. I couldn't move anymore. I set the cart against the wall, locked the basement door, returned to the supermarket, and carefully checked the rolling shutter to ensure it was secure before retreating to the backyard. I quickly cooked a bowl of noodles and wolfed it down, then collapsed onto the sofa, feeling as if my body had fallen apart. Suddenly my phone rang. The caller ID showed Su Wanqing. I answered. How's your hand recovering? Remember to come for a follow-up. Okay, it'll come in a few days. After a pause, she sent another message. I saw the group. You closed your supermarket. Yeah, it's too cold to keep it open. How are you managing your meals these days? Eating instant noodles. There was a silence of about 10 seconds before she sent an ellipsis. Then came another message. The hospital took in a lot of frostbite patients today. The outpatient clinic is packed. I stared at those words, my finger hovering over the screen for a long time. What about you? Are you holding up okay over there? I'm fine, just cold. I live on the 7th floor and the water pipes froze. The elevator broke down today too, so I have to climb the stairs to get to and from work. The 7th floor. No water. Broken elevator. In just a few words, a vivid image flashed before my eyes, her braving the bitter wind, climbing up step by step. An image surfaced in my mind, her in a white lab coat, then wrapped in a down jacket after work, climbing the stairs step by step. 7 floors, no elevator, no water. A woman living alone. Have you stocked up? I asked. No, didn't have time. I was too busy at work the past 2 days, and the supermarket was closed by the time I got off. I stared at the line she sent and something stirred inside me. It wasn't sympathy nor pity. It was a complex, indescribable feeling. It was like standing by a river, watching someone struggle in the water, holding a rope in your hand, hesitating whether to throw it over. What was the hesitation? I feared that if she came there wouldn't be enough food. I feared it would be inconvenient. I feared the awkwardness of being alone together. But in the face of 7 floors, no water, no elevator, none of these seemed like valid reasons. I typed a few words, then deleted them. Typed again, deleted again. What I finally sent was, do you want to come stay with me for a few days? After sending it, I stared at the screen, my heartbeat a little faster than usual. There was a long silence on the other end. So long that I thought she wouldn't reply. Then the screen lit up. Is it convenient? Just 3 words. I replied, convenient. Another 10 seconds of silence. Then she sent, then I'll drive over tomorrow after work. Just in time to check your hand. I looked at the message, the corner of my mouth, twitching, unsure if it counted as a smile. Okay. After sending it, I was about to put down my phone when a news notification popped up. The Ministry of Emergency Management releases survival guide for extreme cold weather. I clicked on it. The page loaded for a few seconds, densely packed with over a dozen suggestions: how to maintain body temperature in low-temperature environments, how to store drinking water, how to keep warm without electricity, how to assess the severity of frostbite. This wasn't an ordinary weather forecast or an expert interview. This was an official survival guide issued by the government. My finger paused on the screen, reading line by line. Citizens are advised to stock up on at least 3 days' worth of drinking water and food. In case of power outages, do not use open flames for heating to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. Minimize going out. If you must go out, wear warm clothing and do not expose skin for more than 15 minutes. If the water supply is interrupted, melt snow for drinking water, and be sure to boil it before consumption. 3 days. The official recommendation was to stock up for 3 days. I scrolled down to the comments section of the news. It was already exploding. The authorities are issuing a survival guide. How serious is this weather really? Didn't they say it was a short-term phenomenon? Why release this? Can't you just tell us the truth? Everyone calm down, this is just routine emergency science outreach. They release it every winter. Are you awake? Have they ever released this before? I'm 40 years old and I've never seen this. Regardless, let's stock up first. Don't worry about how many days. Comments scrolled by one after another, too fast to keep up with. Some were panicking, some were mocking, some were calmly analyzing, others were cursing. But one comment caught my eye and held it for a long time. If it were just a 3-day cold snap, they wouldn't issue a guide like this. Think about it. When does the government ever teach people how to survive extreme weather? No one replied to that comment. Or perhaps no one dared to. I exited the news and opened the short video platform. The homepage was already flooded with this story. All kinds of interpretations, speculations, and analyses were overwhelming. Some said it was normal science outreach, others said it was a precursor to the apocalypse, some claimed the government was hiding the truth, and others argued everyone was overreacting. The word expert had become a joke tonight. I scrolled through a few videos and put down my phone. The wind outside grew stronger, howling mournfully, as if something were crying. I turned over, staring at the crack on the ceiling. Those 4 words kept spinning in my mind. Survival guide. An official survival guide. This wasn't a rumor from a time traveler nor hype from self-media. It was legitimate official news. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. My heart was racing, but I forced myself to calm down. I scrolled for half an hour in bed. The more I scrolled, the more I couldn't sleep. Short video platforms, social networks, local forums. Everywhere was filled with screenshots and discussions of this news. Someone posted a stockpiling list from the 2003 SARS era. Someone dug up old posts about the 2012 Mayan prophecy. Someone started analyzing solar flare cycle data, and someone directly shared photos of their basement piled high with supplies. But what bothered me most was the official response to this wave of public opinion. No debunking, no clarification, only those so-called experts jumping out to say, "Don't panic, trust science." There was only a brief notice posted on the Weather Bureau's homepage with measured wording, "Please remain calm, follow the survival guide for daily protection, and do not believe or spread rumors." Do not believe or spread rumors. That phrase itself carried an indescribable undertone. If it were truly just a short-term cold wave, why would a survival guide be necessary? If the survival guide was just routine science outreach, why was everyone panicking in the comments, and why didn't the authorities come out to explain? I stared at those words for a long time, my mind a chaotic tangle of countless threads, impossible to sort out. Messages in the community group kept buzzing from 8 in the evening until the early morning, a constant ding-ding-dong. I muted it, but the screen kept lighting up. I'd occasionally pick it up to look, and it was all forwarded news screenshots, stockpiling lists, and all kinds of true and false inside information. Zhao Dezhu posted a few messages in the group, his wording very official. "Please trust the government and science and don't be misled by those rumors. The community will continue to monitor the supply situation to ensure everyone's basic needs are met." But there were hardly any responses below. The next morning at 7 I woke up. The sky outside was still gray, and the frost on the window was thicker than yesterday, almost obscuring the view. I picked up my phone to check the temperature. 27 degrees below zero. Another 2 degrees drop. I turned over staring at the ceiling. One thought revolved in my mind: I had enough supplies, but if something really happened, just having food and water wasn't enough. I needed something for self-defense. When this thought emerged, I found it a bit ridiculous myself. It wasn't like making a movie. Why would I buy a weapon? But then I thought again, those people in the community group who were saying yesterday, stocking up isn't necessary. Weren't they all panic buying today? Those mocking the time traveler yesterday, weren't they sharing the survival guide today? But things were changing. No one could truly say what tomorrow would bring. I picked up my phone and dialed Daong directly. "Daong, are you free today?" "Nothing much. Just bored at home." "What's up?" Daong's home was not far behind mine. "Come with me to the west side of town. Let's go see Lao Zhao." There was a half-second pause on the line. "Lao Zhao? What do you want with him?" "To buy some things." Daong's voice was crisp. "All right, I'll be there in half an hour." I didn't elaborate, and he didn't press further. That was the unspoken understanding of a bond forged since childhood. Some words didn't need to be said, both hearts simply knew. At 8:30, Daong's pickup truck pulled up right on time in front of the door. I wrapped my down jacket tighter and pushed open the door. The cold wind slashed at my face like a blade, and the white puffs of my breath were torn apart by the gale the moment they appeared. Daong sat in the driver's seat, bundled in an old black cotton coat, his face red from the cold. "This damn weather just keeps getting harsher every day." He rubbed his hands together. "What are you actually buying from Lao Zhao?" "A compound bow." Daong whipped his head around to stare at me. "What the hell do you need that for?" "For a live stream." I lied to brush him off. Daong silently started the car. There were few vehicles on the road, and 8 out of 10 shops lining the streets were shuttered tight. Passing by a chain supermarket, a long ragged line had formed at the entrance. Everyone was bundled in thick cotton coats, necks tucked in, hands shoved into their sleeves. The queue stretched all the way to the roadside. The store's rolling shutter was only raised halfway. Someone inside was handing things out, and the people outside took their items and hurried away like a tense covert exchange. "See that?" Daong jutted his chin towards it. "It's been like this since yesterday." The little convenience store next to my repair shop was cleaned out within half an hour of opening. I didn't respond. I leaned back in my seat and stared at the gray, bleak world outside the window. Lao Zhao's shop in the west of town was an outdoor gear store. I had bought a tent and sleeping bag from him before and added him on WeChat, chatting occasionally. Ostensibly, he sold camping equipment. But under the table, he also dealt with items on the fringes of the law, things ordinary people rarely touched. Compound bows, triangular spikes, high-powered slingshots, tactical knives, and the like. The pickup had barely come to a stop when Lao Zhao was already pulling down his rolling shutter. Seeing us, he froze for a moment, then immediately waved us inside. "Lin Yue, what are you doing here at this time?" He glanced at the guard on my wrist. "How'd you hurt your hand?" "Just bumped it." "Bro Zhao, do you still have any compound bows in stock?" Lao Zhao gave me a once-over. Without asking further, he turned and dragged a cardboard box out from behind a shelf. Yes, a new batch just came in yesterday. He flipped open the box. 3 black compound bows lay quietly inside their alloy frames, gleaming the pulleys emitting a cold luster. This one is imported 70-pound draw, weight effective range of 120 meters. The other 2 are domestic, cheaper but more than enough. I'll take all 3. My tone was calm. The look in Lao Zhao's eyes shifted noticeably. He didn't rush to quote a price. Instead, he reached under the counter and pulled out several boxes of arrows, 12 to a box. How many arrows? 5 boxes. Bowstrings, finger tabs, release aid scopes. Full set for each. A full kit for every bow. Lao Zhao tapped on his calculator for a moment, then looked up. Total is 8,600. I'll knock off the odd 100. Make it 8,500. I didn't haggle. I scanned the QR code and paid directly. As the payment confirmation sounded, Lao Zhao packed everything into a sturdy black canvas bag. Lowering his voice, he said, "Bro, let me be straight with you. 3 groups of people have already come by to buy these since yesterday." "What do you mean?" "Nothing specific." He tapped his fingers lightly on the counter. "It's just the vibe. It doesn't feel right." I took the bag, nodded, and said no more. Outside, Daong was leaning against the car smoking a cigarette. Seeing me come out with the bag, he stubbed out his cigarette, opened the rear door, and waited for me to put it in. "How much?" 8,500. Daong clicked his tongue, offering neither approval nor disapproval. Once we were in the car, he held the steering wheel without moving. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "You good? Do you really think something big is about to happen?" I thought for a moment, then answered with just one sentence, "Better safe than sorry." He gave a slight nod and started the engine. On the way back, passing by my house, I asked Daong to stop. I ran to the backyard and carried things out, load after load: 5 cases of instant noodles, 1 case of cooking oil, 3 bags of rice, 2 boxes of sausages, plus a few packs of biscuits and canned goods, filling the pickup's bed to the brim. "What are you doing?" Daong stood there stunned. "Take it back. It'll last you and Xiaomin for a while." "No way you keep it." He reached out to stop me. "Listen to me." I secured the last box and dusted off my hands. "I still have plenty at my store. Hardly any shops are open now. You definitely haven't had a chance to stock up. Take it. Don't stand on ceremony with me. You go." "Thanks." His voice was a little thick. "Enough talk. Get going. It's miserable being out here a second longer than you have to." He grunted in acknowledgement, got in, and started the car. As the pickup drove away, he stuck his head out the window and yelled, "Call me immediately if anything happens. I'll be there anytime." "Got it." The car disappeared around the street corner. I stood at the empty doorway, listening to the harsh rattle of the wind slamming against the rolling shutters, then turned and went back inside. Next, I began to clean up the guest room on the first floor. Usually unoccupied, it was piled with clutter. I moved the cardboard boxes to the hallway, changed the sheets and pillowcases, and pulled a thick quilt from the cabinet to spread on the bed. The room wasn't large, barely 10 square meters, but after tidying up, it was neat and cozy. The frost on the window was too thick, so I carefully wiped a patch clear with a hot towel, just enough to barely see outside. After finishing the guest room, I went down to the basement to check it again. The thermometer still read 13 degrees. The firewood by the fireplace was stacked neatly. The lid of the diesel barrel was screwed tight. The labels on the cans on the supply shelf faced outward. The bags of rice flour and oil were all securely piled in the corner. I went back upstairs, sat on the sofa, and let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly my phone lit up. It was a message from Su Wanqing. "I'm off work. Heading over now." I replied, "Okay. Be careful on the road." From the county hospital to my place, the drive normally took about 20 minutes. I got up and paced around the living room. I set the air conditioner to heating mode, wiped the water glass on the coffee table, and tested the light in the guest room. Then I stood by the window and waited quietly. About half an hour later, a white sedan slowly turned the corner and came to a gentle stop in front of my house. A thin layer of snow had accumulated on the roof. The windshield wipers were frozen stiff, pressed crookedly against the glass. The car door opened and Su Wanqing stepped out. She wore a white down jacket, her scarf wrapped all the way up to her nose, revealing only a pair of bright, clear eyes. A few strands of hair escaped from under her hat, fluttering gently in the wind. She bent down to retrieve a backpack and a plastic bag from the passenger seat, closed the car door, and walked towards the entrance with her head down. I immediately pushed the door open and the cold wind rushed into the house. "Quick, come in." I stepped aside to let her in. She burst in like a gust of wind, deliberately stomping her feet as she entered, sending snow pellets scattering and pattering down like a little beast that had just rolled in from the snowy wilderness. I casually pulled the door shut, instantly muffling the howling wind outside, and the room fell so silent that we could hear each other's breath. She carelessly yanked off her scarf, revealing a face and nose tip red from the cold, her lashes still dusted with a thin layer of frost, her eyes glistening, as if she had just cried but was stubbornly pretending nothing was wrong. Freezing to death. She sniffled, her voice carrying a slight shiver from the chill. Take a seat. Let me pour you some hot water to warm up. She shuffled towards the living room in her slippers, tossing her bag onto the sofa, the lunch boxes in the plastic bag clattering noisily. Brought you dinner. She arranged the lunch boxes on the coffee table with practiced ease, as if she were home. Cafeteria food, but still better than you surviving on instant noodles every day. Ribs, greens, tomato, and egg soup, the usual lineup clearly picked out just for me. Eat first. Let me take a look at that hand of yours. She patted the sofa, signaling me to sit beside her. I sat down next to her and obediently extended my right hand. She gently cradled my wrist, examined the protective gear for a moment, and carefully peeled off the Velcro. Once the guard was off, my wrist was swollen like a leavened bun, bright red, and shiny, bending even a finger was an effort. She frowned, lightly poked at the swollen area with her fingertip, pressing from my wrist down to the base of my fingers, her touch so gentle as if afraid of breaking me. Does it hurt? Not bad, won't die. Did you move something heavy again yesterday? I pursed my lips and kept silent, sticking to a policy of absolute denial. She glanced up at me, her expression neither scolding, fierce, nor sympathetic. Just pure resignation, like looking at a mischievous dog that never learns, a look that said, I knew you'd be like this. It hasn't shifted, but if you keep this up next time, I'll put you in a cast and let you experience being a one-armed hero. She fished out a new bandage and ointment from her bag, squeezed a bit onto my wrist, and the cool minty scent hit my nose. She wrapped it tightly and evenly, layer by layer, far better than my own clumsy handiwork that was either too loose or too tight. Keep this hand out of trouble for 3 days. No moving anything, period. She muttered as she wrapped her tone flat but carrying an undeniable authority. Got it, got it. You said that last time too. She rolled her eyes at me, the corner of her mouth twitching upward for a second before she quickly suppressed it, struggling to hold back a smile. Once the bandage was done, she patted my hand gently. All set. Time to chow down. I picked up the lunchbox and took a few bites while she sat quietly beside me, making no move to pick up her own chopsticks. Aren't you eating? Already ate at the hospital cafeteria. I buried my head in my meal while she bundled in her down jacket, curled up on the sofa, her gaze sweeping across the living room before finally settling on the windowsill. The outdoor unit of the air conditioner hummed noisily, blowing out hot air, but the room was only slightly warmer than outside. Barely 12 or 13 degrees. I ate in my down jacket, she sat in hers, neither of us daring to take them off, looking like a pair of snowmen visiting. Your AC is really pathetic, she complained. Old, small, thin walls. The heat vanishes as soon as it comes in. So don't you get cold sleeping at night? I just pile on 2 more blankets and wrap myself up like a cocoon. She rubbed her hands together, interlacing her fingers on her knees. I noticed her fingertips were still red, her nails trimmed clean. After eating, I started to clear the boxes, and she got up to help, but I quickly waved her off. You're a guest. Rest. With that hand, you want to wash dishes. I can manage with my left. She glanced at my bandaged hand, didn't insist, and obediently sat back on the sofa. I carried the lunch boxes into the kitchen. Just as I was washing the third one, I heard footsteps behind me. Let me do it. She walked straight over and snatched the sponge from my hand as naturally as if she were in her own kitchen. You just stand there and be the mascot. I leaned against the wall, watching her wash the dishes. Where's that basement of yours? She asked casually while scrubbing. The one you showed in your video. I was taken aback. You know I have a basement. I stumbled across your videos a few times. Didn't recognize it at first, but then I saw that hand pumped well and realized it was you. You told me before when you came to buy stuff, remember? Bragged about having a secret base. I nodded, too embarrassed to respond. She paused her scrubbing and turned her head to look at me. What, feeling shy? No. I hesitated. Want to take a look? Is it convenient? Not some shady hideout, is it? It's convenient. It's in my bedroom. She finished the dishes and followed me out of the kitchen. The first floor had 3 rooms, my bedroom on the left, the living room in the middle, and a guest room on the right. I pushed open the left door and made a please gesture. The bedroom was small. A bed, a wardrobe, and a desk cluttered with a computer and a few books. The quilt was unmade, piled in a messy heap as if hit by a typhoon. She glanced at the pile of blankets and dirty socks but said nothing, though the corner of her mouth twitched unkindly. I walked to the wardrobe, opened the left door, and pushed aside the clothes to reveal a wooden board hidden behind. The entrance is behind this. I knocked on it, the hollow sound immediately gave it away. I felt for a small recess on the edge, hooked my finger into it, and pulled. The board swung open, revealing a dusty reinforced metal door, with a wheel handle and 3 locks exuding absolute security. Su Wanqing leaned in behind me, craning her neck to look, her eyes lighting up. Did you build this yourself? Yeah, worked on it for over half a year. I replaced the door later. Reinforced steel plate, fireproof, burglar-proof, and proof against my own foolishness. I reached for the lock, but the wheel was a bit tight, and my left hand couldn't get any leverage. After 2 tries it wouldn't budge. She reached out and placed her hand directly on top of mine, both of us gripping the wheel together. Her fingers were icy cold, and with a gentle turn the wheel gave a satisfying click and moved. As the door opened, a short flight of small steps led downward, 3 steps to the bottom connecting to the basement. I flipped the switch on the wall, and the fluorescent lights below flickered on, casting white light on the concrete steps. Go on down. I let her go first. She descended slowly, holding onto the wall, each step cautious, as if navigating a minefield. I followed behind, and once down, I pulled the door shut behind me, locking it with a click. The basement was surprisingly warmer than upstairs. A thermometer on the wall showed the red line steady at 12 degrees. Everything stable. Su Wanqing stood in the center of the basement, slowly turning in a circle, her eyes growing wider. A 60-square-meter storage area. Shelves extended in neat rows, stacked with rice flour, oil, compressed rations, and canned meat, all arranged in perfect order. Beside it was a 20-square-meter bedroom area, complete with a fireplace, bed, and furniture with extra-thick insulation. The warmest core of this frigid sanctuary. Further in was a 30-square-meter hydroponic growing area. Multi-tiered hydroponic racks stood neatly arranged, lush with fast-growing vegetables like lettuce and bok choy. In the corner stood a deep water well operable by both hand pump and electric motor. Next, Su Wanqing toured the tool area, the recreation area, and the power storage and generation section. After completing her tour, she looked back at me with a bemused expression, as if to say, so you've been prepared all along. Well, your secret base is quite impressive. Just messing around. I scratched my head a little sheepishly. After the tour, I returned to my bedroom, closed the door, and lay down on the bed. I pulled the blanket up and took out my phone. The short video platform was in complete chaos. 8 out of 10 posts on the homepage were about the cold snap, and the remaining 2 were ads trying to ride the trend and videos of cats and dogs. I scrolled down a few posts, and the more I scrolled, the more uneasy I felt. An account verified as a senior engineer at the National Meteorological Bureau had posted a video. In it, a middle-aged man with glasses sat at his desk, his expression grave, speaking much slower than usual. Hello, everyone. Regarding the extreme low temperatures you're all concerned about, I'll give a brief explanation. This cold snap is indeed directly linked to the geomagnetic storm triggered by the solar flare eruption, making it the most intense in nearly 50 years. According to our model projections, over the next 72 hours, temperatures in most of the southern regions will continue to drop, with the lowest expected to reach -30 to -35 degrees Celsius. -35 degrees. Coming from an official, that number carried a completely different weight. The comment section had exploded with new comments flooding in by the dozens every second. -35 degrees? Are you sure? 72 hours. What about after 3 days? Can you explain clearly? Has the government finally told the truth? Weren't you saying it was a short-term phenomenon before? Don't panic, everyone. Stock up on what you need, keep warm, don't scare yourselves. Dude up there, get a grip. -35 degrees, and you're telling me not to panic. I exited this video and scrolled down to another one. This time it was an unfamiliar account. The profile picture was completely black, the username a string of gibberish, and the video quality was terrible, as if filmed in a basement. A voice processed to sound distorted spoke, rapidly carrying a suppressed excitement. Let me tell you, the Meteorological Bureau's data is fake. They don't dare release the real temperature because they're afraid of causing panic. My friend works at a weather station, and internal data shows the actual temperature is at least 8 to 10 degrees lower than what's officially announced. This isn't an ordinary cold snap. It's a precursor to an ice age. The solar activity isn't a short-term anomaly. It's the start of a long-term trend. Over the next 3 months, temperatures will keep dropping, potentially reaching -60 degrees Celsius or even lower. The little you've stocked up now won't be nearly enough. You need to prepare at least 3 months' worth of supplies. 3 months. Do you hear me? This video had already garnered over 2 million views, and the comment section was deeply polarized. Half were cursing him as a delusional liar, the other half were asking him what exactly they should stock up on. 3 months. Are you kidding me? Even if it's true, where's an ordinary family supposed to store 3 months' worth of supplies? This guy's just farming for views, don't believe him. But what he says kind of makes sense. The officials have been saying it's a short-term thing, but the temperature just keeps dropping. Believe it or not, but I've already dropped 2,000 yuan at the supermarket today. I stared at this video for a long time, then dragged the progress bar back and listened to it again. -60°. That number had only appeared before in forums in extreme hypothetical posts by doomsday survival enthusiasts. Posts like, how to survive if the temperature suddenly drops to -60°, with replies like, are you writing a novel? Go to bed. If it really hits -60, we're all screwed anyway. But now hearing that number from someone claiming to have inside information felt entirely different. I exited that video and scrolled through a few more. There were experts debunking it saying, -60° is pure nonsense. There were independent media analysts pulling up solar cycle data and making a dozen charts. There were ordinary netizens posting photos of the ice on their Windows icicles, hanging from the sill to the ground like a row of inverted teeth. Every post seemed to make sense, yet everyone was also questionable. Still, no one from the government came out to refute anything. The homepage of the Meteorological Bureau's website still displayed that same survival guide. The wording hadn't changed. There were no new announcements, no expert interviews, no updated information whatsoever. On the short video platform, all sorts of claims were flying around. Some people were panicking, some were mocking, some were calmly analyzing, some were cursing furiously, but the officials hadn't said a single word. That silence was more unsettling than any news. Just as I was about to exit the platform, a WeChat message notification popped up at the top of my screen. It wasn't from the community group. It was a friend request. The profile picture was a selfie-aside profile, the lighting soft, the filter smoothing the skin until it looked like porcelain. The note said, Lin Yue, it's me. Accept. I stared at that profile picture for 5 seconds. Lin Yue. My finger hovered over the screen, neither pressing accept nor decline. I swiped the notification away. Before I could put the phone down, it vibrated again. A second friend request. The same profile picture, the same selfie. The note had changed. I need to talk to you. I swiped it away again. After about 10 seconds, a third one came. Why did you delete me? I stared at that line. My chest didn't ache, nor did it feel tight. I just found it a bit amusing. I locked the phone, placed it beside the pillow, and closed my eyes. The phone vibrated. I didn't look. After it vibrated 4 or 5 times in a row, it was quiet for about a minute. Then the screen lit up, not with a vibration but staying on. Someone was calling. I picked it up and glanced at it. An unknown number, local. I didn't answer. The phone rang for about 30 seconds, then stopped. Then WeChat popped up, another friend request. This time the note was longer than the previous ones. Lin Yue, I know you're mad at me, but if you delete me, we don't even have a chance to talk. Can you just give me a chance to explain? I swiped this notification away, opened the settings, and turned off the option allowing people to find me by phone number. Finally, the phone was quiet. I turned over and buried my face in the pillow. The pillow was a bit cool, the fabric rubbing against my cheek a rough texture. The blanket was still warm enough. I curled up my legs and tucked my feet deeper under the covers. After about 10 minutes of silence, the notification sound from the community group started going off again. I had the sound off, but the screen kept lighting up one message after another, like someone was sending them non-stop. I picked it up and looked. A lot of people were mentioning me. Scrolling up, the earliest message was from someone named Community Owner Old Wong. Is Boss Lin of Huimin Supermarket around? Is your store still open? And then the chat exploded. Boss Lin, do you still have instant noodles? Any food left? Boss Lin, I'll pay a high price. Bread or crackers would do too. I have a kid at home who can't eat instant noodles. Boss Lin, are you there? Lin Yue, say something. One message after another, dozens of them scrolling rapidly upward. I stared at the screen for a few seconds, typed a few words, and sent them. Everyone, the supermarket is temporarily closed. There are still some daily necessities, but not much food left. I couldn't restock before the temperature dropped, and deliveries haven't been able to get through these past few days. Once the weather warms up and I can restock, it'll open right away. After sending that, the group chat went silent for about 10 seconds. Then the messages exploded again. No food left. What are we supposed to do? Boss Lin, what do you still have in your store? Sell me some, please. If you're closed, where are we supposed to shop? That other supermarket is closed too. I queued up all morning and didn't buy a thing. Can the community coordinate something? Zhao Dezhu didn't reply immediately. After about 5 minutes, he finally spoke. Residents, the community is already coordinating on the supply issue. The subdistrict office has contacted the Bureau of Commerce to arrange emergency supplies as soon as possible. Please be patient and don't panic. How long will it take? Someone asked. I'm pushing for it. Please understand during this special time. Those words again. Special time. Please understand. Last time he said that the temperature was -25 degrees. Now it was -30. The group chat buzzed with complaints for a few more minutes, then gradually fell silent. Some were complaining, some were cursing, some were sharing all kinds of dubious news. I stopped watching, flipped my phone face down under the pillow. The wind outside hadn't stopped. It was fiercer than during the day. It howled mournfully, as if something was wailing in the distance. The rolling shutter door rattled noisily. Occasionally I could hear something being knocked over in the yard. A loud clang, before the sound was swallowed by the wind. The door to the guest room next door was closed silent. Su Wanqing was probably asleep. I stared at the ceiling, my mind a chaotic mess. -35 degrees. 72 hours. Emergency supply allocation. 3 months. -60 degrees. These fragments swirled in my mind, refusing to coalesce into a complete picture. I must have fallen asleep at some point. When I woke up, the sky had already brightened, or rather turned gray. The light outside wasn't that bright, clear white, but a murky, dirty water gray. It seeped in through the frost on the window, staining the entire room a dull hue. I reached for my phone and checked the time. 8:20 a.m. There were a few WeChat messages on the screen, all from De Jong. I didn't open them, but first launched the weather app. -31 degrees. Dropped another 4 degrees. The outdoor unit of the air conditioner made a strange noise. A clicking, intermittent sound like it was coughing. The air coming from the vent was barely warm, tepid, at best better than nothing. I sat up, wrapped in the blanket, and glanced at the thermometer in the bedroom. The mercury had shrunk to the 12-degree mark. 12 degrees. It wasn't cold sitting in a down jacket, but my fingers would go numb if left exposed for a while. I got dressed, pushed open the door of the living room. Was even colder, probably just over 10 degrees. The air conditioner in the living room was also humming, sounding just as feeble as the one outside. Su Wanqing stood by the window, pulling back a corner of the curtain to look outside. She wore a gray sweater with the thick coat ID prepared for her over it, her hair tied up in a ponytail, revealing the nape of her neck. Awake! She turned her head to look at me. Breakfast is on the coffee table. On the coffee table were 2 bowls of congee, a small dish of pickled vegetables, and 2 steamed buns. The congee was no longer steaming, but it was still warm to the touch. You made this. I walked over and sat down. There wasn't much in your kitchen. This is all I could find. She also sat down on the sofa, picked up her bowl, and took a sip of congee. It's snowing outside heavily. I took my bowl and walked to the window, pulling the curtain aside. The world outside had turned into a sheet of grayish white. The snow wasn't the light, slowly drifting kind of flakes. It was as if someone was pouring it from the sky, so dense it formed almost continuous lines, slashing diagonally against the window with a sharp, pattering sound. Snow had already accumulated nearly a foot deep in the yard. The road outside the yard was completely obscured. The snow had blanketed the pavement, the sidewalks, and the trees along the street, leaving only a blurry outline. The rolling shutter door of the breakfast shop opposite was a third buried in snow, looking like a mouth protruding from the white expanse. There were no people on the street, no cars, nothing moving at all. It was as if the whole world had been put on pause, leaving only the snow and the wind. I can't drive, Su Wanqing said, standing beside me, also looking out the window. The roads are all ice and I don't have snow chains. Maybe just skip work today. Guess I have to. She carried her bowl back to the sofa and sat down. I followed and sat across from her, and we both drank our congee in silence. I just talked to the department head. He told me to stay home too, given the cold and the bad roads. What's the situation at the hospital now? She put down her chopsticks and rubbed her hands together. Her fingers were still red with small cracks at the tips, as if from frostbite. More and more people with frostbite. We admitted dozens just yesterday. The outpatient clinic was packed. The elderly, children, and some homeless people found under bridges. By the time they were brought in, they were already. She paused, not finishing the sentence. The ER is out of beds. We've added beds in the hallways. Some with minor injuries don't want to come. They say the hospital is too cold, better to stay home. No heating in the hospital. The heating's failing. They say the boiler broke down and the repair crew can't get in. She picked up her bowl and took a sip of congee. A puff of white breath drifted above the rim before dissipating. We all wear our down jackets on duty with our white coats over them, like wearing 2 layers of padded jackets. I turned on the TV and lowered the volume. Channel 1 was broadcasting the morning news. The anchor sat in the studio looking even more serious than yesterday. The screen repeatedly showed a map of the country with different colors marking temperatures across various regions: red for normal, blue for low, and purple for extreme low. There was no red left on the map. Most of the south was deep blue and the north was purple. The anchor's voice was steady, but her pace was a bit faster than usual, due to the persistent strong cold air. Mass temperatures in many parts of the country hit new lows today. The lowest temperature in the northeast has reached -40 degrees, -35 in the north, and extreme lows of below -30 degrees have also appeared in many southern regions. Currently, emergency response plans have been activated nationwide to ensure the supply of daily necessities. I picked up my phone and opened the community group chat. Hundreds of messages had piled up. I scrolled back a few pages. It was all complaints. Water pipes burst 5 days ago. When will they be fixed? The heating at home isn't working anymore. The radiators are cold to the touch. Ice is forming on my window frames. From the inside. Can't even wipe it off. Just went to check the door. The snow has already blocked nearly half of it. Zhao Dezhu mechanically repeated in the group reported coordinating, please be patient. This time there wasn't even a single voice of dissent. It wasn't belief, it was numbness. A state where even the energy to complain had been drained by the biting cold. A voice message abruptly popped up, a woman's sobs shattering in the wind. My child is only 1 year old. There's no hot water to make formula. Can anyone spare some hot water? Can anyone help me? We don't have hot water either, the gas ran out long ago. Then just boil snow water. I've been doing that for the past 2 days. Boiling snow water still needs fire. We don't have natural gas here either, and I don't even have a working lighter at home. I swiped my finger and exited the community group. Continuing to watch would only drown me in boundless helplessness. I opened the short video app. The homepage had no extraneous content left. No skits, no analyses, no product promotions. Only naked ongoing death. An old man in a red cotton coat was frozen stiff on a roadside bench, a thin layer of snow covering him. The videographer's breathing was heavy, the camera shaking violently. Someone reached out to check for breath, then the camera abruptly turned to the ground with only a deeply suppressed whisper gone. Millions of views, comments were disabled. Next clip. The train station waiting hall was packed with people like a pile of frozen sacks. Some leaned against the wall, others lay motionless on cardboard. A staff member patted someone's shoulder, but the person showed no response. The howling wind drowned out all sound, leaving only dead silence. Next clip. A long dragon-like convoy on the highway was buried in snow. Some were desperately shoveling, others huddled in their frozen cars. The videographer said they had been stranded for 3 days with rescue nowhere in sight. I scrolled through over a dozen clips in a row, my fingers stiffening on the screen, unable to swipe any further. This wasn't a rumor, not hype, not fear-mongering. This was real. People were dying. Su Wanqing sat beside me, scrolling through her phone in silence. Her face showed little expression, but her lips were pressed tighter and tighter, her complexion terrifyingly pale. The movement of her fingertip across the screen was slow, agonizingly slow, as if each video was carving into her heart. You saw it? I asked, my voice dry and hoarse. She replied softly, so faint it was almost inaudible. She put down her phone, leaned back on the sofa, and stared blankly at the television, her whole being like a statue on the verge of freezing solid. I got up, walked to the window, and pulled back a curtain. The snow was still falling. Fierce, dense, relentless. The branches in the yard were bent completely under the weight of the snow, drooping to the ground like a beast with broken legs, unable to rise again. My phone vibrated. De Yong, brother Yue, how's it over there? I replied, not bad. You? The pipes in my shop froze and burst. Water flooded everywhere and froze solid. I slipped and fell this morning and my butt still hurts. Try not to go out, the roads are all ice. Got it. Don't wander around either. I tossed my phone onto the coffee table. The air conditioner's outdoor unit let out a harsh grinding screech like metal writhing in agony, lasting for over 10 seconds before falling silent. No more warm air came from the vent. The breeze it blew was as cold as the room temperature, circulating endlessly, slowly siphoning away the last remnants of warmth. The thermometer in the living room pointed starkly to 11 degrees Celsius. Su Wanqing clasped her hands together, rubbing them incessantly, yet her fingertips remained bright red. "I'm cold," she finally whispered. I didn't reply. I turned and went into the bedroom, brought out 2 thick woolen blankets, wrapped one tightly around her, and cocooned myself in the other. The blanket was thick, but it couldn't block the chill seeping from the marrow of my bones. She pulled the blanket up to her chin, leaving only her eyes visible, her stillness unsettling. The TV signal suddenly began to stutter violently. A reporter shouted in the blizzard, her voice fragmented like the moans of the dying. Already out of control. Rescue. The screen abruptly cut back to the studio. The anchor looked down at her script, and when she looked up again, the professional composure on her face had completely shattered. It was a genuine, uncontainable fear. A weight of impending doom that suffocated. We now interrupt this broadcast for an important announcement. Her voice dropped, her pace suffocatingly slow, each word seeming to be squeezed from her throat. The National Ministry of Emergency Management will issue a national state of emergency declaration at 10 o'clock this morning. All citizens, please prepare. The screen cut again. No studio lights, no flashy backdrop. Only a meeting room of utmost solemnity. A long table, microphones, a vivid red national flag. The leader sat at the center in a dark suit, his face ashen and hard as iron. Dark circles under his eyes, cracked lips, and stark white hair at his temples silently spoke of days of relentless strain. The entire venue was deathly still, only the faint hum of the microphone. He glanced down at the document, then raised his eyes, his gaze piercing through the screen, fixing on every viewer. It wasn't a routine look. It was the weight of gazing into the abyss, the helplessness of having to pronounce doom. Fellow citizens. His voice was low, hoarse, yet carried a chilling penetration. I now, with a heavy heart, report to you the true situation of the current extreme weather. A pause. In those 2 seconds, the air in the living room seemed completely evacuated, making even breathing difficult. Su Wangqing's hand suddenly clenched the blanket, her knuckles turning white. The howling wind outside seemed for a moment to fall into an eerie silence. After final deliberation by a multi-department joint expert panel, this extreme cold wave, triggered by solar flares, has an intensity, duration, and scope comprehensively broken all records in human meteorological history. A longer pause. 5 seconds stretching like an eternity. He spoke slowly, each word like a shard of ice, slamming into the heart. In the next 7 days, global temperatures will continue to plummet. It is estimated that in 1 week, the average temperature across our country will drop to below -60 degrees Celsius. He paused, a barely suppressed tremor in his voice. In some northern regions, the lowest temperature may reach -70 degrees Celsius. -70 degrees. At that moment, the entire world fell into absolute silence. The sound from the TV vanished, the wind outside disappeared, even my own heartbeat became inaudible. Only those 5 words echoed relentlessly in my mind. -70 degrees. Every hair on my body stood on end. A piercing cold shot from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head, colder than the blizzard outside. Beside me, Su Wangqing gasped sharply, her body trembling uncontrollably, her eyes instantly reddening. No one spoke. There was no need to speak. Everyone understood. The apocalypse was truly coming. When he uttered this number, it carried neither the inflammatory panic of a short video, nor the morbid thrill of a forum post. It was merely a number spoken slowly and distinctly, yet precisely because of that it bore more weight than any exaggerated expression ever could. Su Wangqing's hands clenched the edge of the blanket, her knuckles turning white. This is not a short-term weather phenomenon, but a nationwide extreme climate event that may last over 6 months. According to the expert group's model projections, it will take at least a year for temperatures to return to normal. A year. The fragmented picture in my mind suddenly pieced itself together. It wasn't 3 days of supplies, not a week of waiting, not. It will warm up in a few days. A year. An average temperature of -60 degrees. I hereby declare a national state of emergency effective immediately. As he spoke these words, his voice did not rise, yet each word felt like a nail driven into a wooden plank, one strike after another. Establishing the National Emergency Command Center to coordinate nationwide cold relief and disaster efforts. All military units are to enter combat readiness and deploy immediately for disaster relief. The screen cut to a map marked with lines and symbols of various colors. The nation will be divided into several emergency management zones under military administration. Governments at all levels, enterprises, institutions, and community organizations must obey the unified deployment of the Emergency Command Center. The state will activate strategic reserves, prioritizing the supply of basic necessities, such as food, drinking water, medical supplies, fuel, and electricity. Supermarkets, shopping malls, and warehouses across the country will be requisitioned and allocated uniformly by the government. Upon hearing the words, uniform requisition, my fingers involuntarily clenched. Emergency shelters will be established nationwide, prioritizing the placement of vulnerable groups, such as the elderly, children, and the sick. Residents with suitable conditions are advised to take shelter at home and minimize going out. The state will make every effort to ensure the operation of critical infrastructure, such as power, communications, and heating. The leader lowered his head to glance at the documents on the table and turned a page. The sound of the page turning was amplified by the microphone, a rustling noise, as if flipping through a very thick book. Fellow citizens, I know this news is a heavy blow to everyone. His voice grew even lower, the hoarseness more pronounced. But I must tell you the truth. At this moment, concealment and whitewashing are more harmful than the truth itself. He lifted his head and looked directly into the camera again. The coming year will be the most difficult period this country has faced in decades. But I believe that as long as we unite and help each other, we will surely overcome this hardship. The government will do everything in its power to protect the life safety of every citizen. When disaster strikes, help comes from all sides. This is my promise to you. The screen cut back to the studio. The anchor's face appeared on the screen. Her eyes were slightly red, but her voice remained steady. That concludes the National State of Emergency announcement from the Ministry of Emergency Management. Next, we will provide a detailed interpretation of the first order issued by the Emergency Command Center. I stopped listening. The remote control slipped from my hand, fell onto the sofa, bounced once, then dropped to the floor, striking the tiles with a sharp crack. I didn't bend down to pick it up. The constant churning in my mind ceased. Not because I had figured things out, but because too many things surged in at once, jamming all the gears. Minus 60 degrees. 1 year. Military administration. Uniform requisition. Emergency shelters. These words poured into my ears, swirled around in my mind, then sank into my stomach like a stone, heavy and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. I had made many doomsday hypotheses before. Those forum posts. What would you do if tomorrow was the end of the world? Extreme cold wave survival guide. Doomsday supply checklist. I had read hundreds, replied to dozens, and made over 10 videos about them. I scribbled and theorized in those posts, sounding authoritative like an experienced hunter discussing how to track prey in the wilderness. Calm, composed, and at ease. Because those hypotheses were safe. They were just hypotheses. It was like drawing a snake on paper. You could make it very realistic. Scales, eyes, forked tongue. Every detail could be lifelike, but the snake on the paper wouldn't bite. You could argue in the comments about what fuel to use for heating at minus 60 degrees. Film a video showing off your wall of canned goods and hand-pumped well, or lie in bed at night fantasizing about surviving the apocalypse with your wits and courage. All of this was safe because it would never really happen. But now the snake on the paper had come to life. Minus 60 degrees was no longer a number on a forum, a joke in the comments, or a voice-altered line in a short video. It sat opposite me, dressed in a dark suit, seated beneath the national flag, facing the camera, and spoke each word deliberately. I had fantasized about this day. But fantasy is one thing, its actual arrival is another. Su Wanqing sat beside me, her entire body frozen on the sofa. The blanket slipped off her shoulder, draping around her waist, but she didn't pull it back. Her eyes were fixed on the TV screen, but her pupils were unfocused. Her lips were slightly parted, her breathing shallow, the rise and fall of her chest almost imperceptible. The television was still broadcasting. The host was explaining the content of the first order. Something about traffic control, material requisition, personnel evacuation. The sound came from the TV, set a low hum as if muffled by a thick pane of glass. My hands were shaking, not from cold but a tremor that seeped from the marrow of my bones, uncontrollable. I clenched my hands into fists, my nails digging into my palms. There was a sting of pain, but my hands still trembled. I saw that she was trembling too, not from the cold. It was still 10 degrees in the living room, and wrapped in a blanket, she shouldn't be shivering like this. It was a tremor radiating from deep inside her, her whole body like a string stretched to its limit, on the verge of snapping. Su Wanqing. I called her name. She didn't react. Su Wanqing. I raised my voice slightly and reached out to touch her shoulder. She jerked her head towards me, her eyes wide, her pupils contracting before slowly returning to normal. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but only a faint breath of air escaped her throat, as if someone were choking her. "Are you okay?" I asked. She shook her head, then nodded, then shook her head again. She took a deep breath, her lips trembling, and finally managed to speak. "A year." Just those 2 words. Her voice was very soft, very flat, without any inflection, as if she were reading an unfamiliar character. Minus 60 degrees. She added 5 more words. Then she fell silent. I looked at her and she looked at me. The living room was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the host's voice from the television mixing with the howling wind outside, buzzing and roaring like a giant beast lying in wait, slowly breathing. I did not comfort her. It wasn't that I didn't want to, but I simply couldn't put it into words. "It's all right. It will pass. Everything will be fine." These words felt as light as a piece of torn paper in the face of minus 60 degrees. And a long winter, scattering with a breeze, even fooling myself. I slumped back onto the sofa, my mind a chaotic mess. The end of the world. It was truly the end of the world. Not a movie, not a novel, not a hypothetical situation casually discussed in forums. It was the person on the television, their expression grave, who declared this harsh reality. Extreme low temperatures, national emergencies, unified allocation, militarized management. Unified requisition. These 4 words pierced into my mind like a cold, sharp stab, becoming more painful the more I thought about them, impossible to pull out. I suddenly stood up. The sudden movement made the sofa creak lightly. Su Wanqing was startled, her shoulders instinctively hunching, looking up at me in a daze. "What's wrong?" I did not answer immediately, but hurried to the window and pulled the curtains wide open. The snow was still pouring down madly, and the accumulation in the yard had almost reached the windowsill. The road in the distance had vanished entirely, and the houses across the street were merely a blur, like a painting partially erased with an eraser. I turned back to look at her. Her eyes were still red, her face pale, but her gaze was firmly locked onto me, her pupils slowly coming into focus. The most terrifying thing about the end of the world has never been the weather. I spoke, my voice heavier and steadier than I had anticipated. She blinked in surprise. The most terrifying thing is people. The moment I said it, I felt as if I were reciting a line from a movie. Too cliché, too formulaic, too much like a tired trope from an apocalyptic novel. But at that moment, what filled my mind were the messages in the community group from last night. Does Boss Lin have any food left? Can you sell me some? Open the door quick. Then there was Zhao Di's, whose profound remark, I hope you prioritize the greater good. At that time, I only felt awkward and uncomfortable, unable to articulate why. Now all the fragments instantly pieced together. That wasn't a plea for help. It was a demand. The last shred of dignity before being driven to the extreme of hunger and panic. What would a person become after starving for 3 days, when a child cried in their arms until hoarse, when parents shivered in the cold? I had seen it. In the cracks of history, in documentary snippets, in countless moments of humanity's reenactment. Those things were not fabricated, they were real. When supplies are ample, everyone is polite, law-abiding, and humane. When resources are depleted, morality bottom lines, and sentiments will freeze along with body temperature. Hurry! My voice deepened. Empty the supermarket. Su Wanqing paused for a moment, still showing signs of shock, but her gaze began to brighten as she understood. Everything left in the supermarket must be moved to the basement today, I said while walking toward the door. We only moved half before and I hurt my hand and lost strength. We can't wait any longer. The authorities say they will requisition everything, but when will they do it? Who will do it? After requisitioning, will it actually reach us? You are right. Her expression suddenly changed. It was not panic, but a moment of clarity. Her pupils constricted, her jaw tightened, her lips pressed into a straight line. Let's move now, it'll help you. We didn't waste another word. I pushed open the side door leading to the supermarket, and a biting cold wind rushed in like a bucket of ice water poured over my head. The supermarket was dark with no lights on, only a faint gray light seeping in through the side windows. The shelves were still standing with instant noodles, ham sausages, cooking oil, bread, biscuits, canned goods, tissues, batteries. We only moved half that day, and the rest was crucial supplies for survival. Su Wanqing followed behind me, wearing only that gray sweater. A gust of cold wind made her shiver involuntarily, yet she did not take a step back. Go put on your down jacket first. I frowned. No need, there's still time. Hurry and put it on. My tone left no room for negotiation. She glanced at me, no longer arguing, turned around quickly to put on her down jacket, zipping it up to her chin, covering most of her face, leaving only her eyes exposed. I pushed the flat cart from the yard over and began to load the goods. My right wrist was still too weak to use, so I could only rely on my left hand, stacking box after box onto the cart. Su Wanqing was far more agile than I, lifting a box of mineral water with both hands and placing it steadily on the cart, then turning to grab 2 boxes of instant noodles and stack them on top. You take the lighter items, I'll handle the heavier ones, I said. What are you trying to prove with your injured hand? She didn't look back, grabbing another box of ham sausages to stack. I said no more. We worked in perfect sync. She stacked the boxes while I pushed. When the cart was full, I pushed it toward the backyard, and she supported the boxes to prevent them from falling. Going down the steps was the most troublesome part. We couldn't push the cart down 3 steps, so we had to pass it box by box. I stood at the bottom to catch while she stood at the top to hand them down, moving swiftly without a word. Put the instant noodles on the left. Okay. Stack the cooking oil against the wall. Okay. Put the canned goods on the second shelf of the supply rack. Don't stack them too high. Okay. She didn't say anything else, just kept responding with, okay. Her head bowed, working quietly. When she passed the boxes, her fingertips occasionally brushed against my hand, icy and piercing, colder than yesterday. Her cheeks were flushed from the wind, stray hairs stuck to her skin, making it hard to distinguish whether it was the thin sweat from the cold or melted snow. About 40 minutes passed, and the supermarket was already over half empty. I stood in the basement, catching my breath, my back aching, and my right wrist pulsing with pain, the skin under the bandage visibly swollen. Su Wanqing was no better off, leaning against the wall, her chest slightly rising and falling, the white mist from her breath floating upward in puffs resembling an unyielding fog under the fluorescent light. Let's take a break, I said. No need, let's finish moving first, she replied, straightening up, wiping her forehead, and turned to head back up the stairs. I followed. Another hour of continuous work. Instant noodles, bread, biscuits, canned goods, seasonings, cooking oil, tissues, batteries, candles, lighters, hammers, pliers, screwdrivers. Everything that could be moved and used was brought into the basement. The supermarket shelves were about 80% empty. I intentionally left a facade in the remaining 20%. On the shelf by the door, a few bags of chips, a few packets of biscuits, a few bottles of drinks, and a few boxes of gum were placed symbolically. In an inconspicuous corner, 2 boxes of instant noodles and a box of mineral water were covered with a worn cardboard box, hardly visible unless examined closely. Under the cash register, there were also 2 packs of cigarettes and a few bottles of liquor hidden away. Su Wanqing stood in the center of the supermarket, gazing at the few deliberately leftover items in silence. She lifted her eyes to me, her gaze carrying understanding and something deeper. Not fear, but a complex emotion mingled with admiration, gravity, and a faint chilling undercurrent like a lake veiled with thin ice, calm on the surface yet turbulent beneath. If someone breaks in and sees a completely empty supermarket, what would they think? I leaned against the checkout counter, breathing heavily. They'd only conclude the goods were hidden nearby. Then they'd ransack every corner, dig 3 feet into the ground. I paused, my voice dropping deeper. But if there's still a bit of petty profit left, they'd just grab what's in front of them. Greed for that little would stop them from thinking further. Once that's all snatched up and we're truly at the end of our rope, it'll be a different story altogether. Su Wanqing leaned against the shelf, her fingertips lightly pressing on a bag of chips, the plastic wrapper rustling with a faint brittle sound like the restless stirring of unease in one's heart. She didn't look at me, only lowered her gaze to the sparse display, as if studying a meticulously laid trap. When did you come up with all this? She asked softly, a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. Just now, while watching the news broadcast. She gave a slight nod, saying no more. She put the chips back, dusted off her hands, though there was no dust, and turned to me. All moved. Let's go back. I locked the supermarket side door and double-checked the rolling shutter. The sharp clang of metal cut through the cold air. Su Wanqing huddled in the corridor, waiting for me, hands stuffed in her down jacket pockets, her neck shrinking into her collar. The corridor held no warmth, the temperature barely above 10 degrees. Her breath formed a thin mist above her head, instantly shredded by the biting cold. Back in the living room, the TV was still playing. A host was conversing with a guest in military uniform, the words, "Detailed plan for emergency supply distribution," glaring on the screen. I had no heart to listen. I bent down, picked up the remote from the floor, and pressed the power button. The picture shrank into a bright line, then vanished into nothingness. The living room plunged into dead silence, leaving only the howl of the wind outside, and the rattling, labored clatter of the air conditioner's outdoor unit like the dying gasps of a wounded beast. Su Wanqing sat back on the sofa, pulling the blanket tighter. Her complexion had slightly improved, but her lips remained pale, and her fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Do you really think someone will try to rob the supermarket? I sat down across from her, pausing for a long moment before speaking slowly. I don't know. Maybe not. The government will allocate supplies, send rescue teams, build shelters. Everything will go according to plan. Troops in place, food distributed, everyone fed. Naturally, no one would bother with a shabby supermarket. I paused, my Adam's apple bobbing slightly. But what if? Su Wanqing wrapped the blanket tighter around herself, asking no further questions, but her eyes were already filled with understanding. I picked up my phone and opened the community group chat. In just over 2 hours, the messages had exploded. Thousands of unread texts piled up like an impenetrable web. I scrolled up rapidly, each line a jarring shock. -60 degrees. Is this for real? A whole year? Who's going to tell me this isn't the apocalypse? The government says they'll distribute supplies. Don't panic. Don't panic. How many days of food do you have left? Just went to the supermarket at the door. Completely empty. Not a thing left. Even the soy sauce at the corner store is all gone. Is Boss Lin's supermarket still open? Lin Yue, closed long ago. Said there's no stock since yesterday. Then where are we supposed to buy? When will the government actually distribute? They only said it's being arranged, no timeline given. Wait, my family only has 3 days of rations left. 3 days. We've only got 1 meal left. Secretary Zhao. Zhao Dazhu, is the community going to do something? This time Zhao Dazhu didn't show up immediately. A full 10 minutes later, he finally chimed in, his words still slick and sanctimonious. Dear residents, I fully understand your concerns. I've also seen the broadcast and the situation is severe. But please trust the government, trust the nation. An emergency command center has been established and supplies are being mobilized urgently. The community will fully respond to the call to ensure everyone's basic survival needs. Secretary Zhao, how will you ensure it? When will it be distributed? Zhao Dazhu, I'm in communication with the street office and emergency departments. A plan will be announced soon. Before that, please inventory your own supplies, allocate rationally, and avoid waste. Meanwhile, the community will conduct a unified survey and requisition of resources within the jurisdiction to ensure every bit is used where it's needed most. Unified survey. Requisition. The two words leaped into my sight, and I stared at the screen, my fingertips turning white. Zhao Dezi's rhetoric was still slick and watertight, but against the backdrop of -70 degrees and national state of emergency, every word carried an unyielding force that brooked no refusal. The group exploded instantly. Requisition. What does that mean? They're going to confiscate our stuff. It's not confiscation, it's unified distribution. In special times, we can't each fend for ourselves. Some hoard too much while others go hungry. That's unfair. We need distribution according to needs, so everyone gets a share. I spent my own money to stock up. Why should I hand it over? I started hoarding early, and you all laughed at me for being paranoid. Now you're eyeing my stuff. Secretary Zhao, how much have you stocked up? Show us first. Zhao Dezhu ignored these challenges, only posting another notice in a colder tone. Please remain rational. The country is currently in a state of emergency. Every citizen has the duty to cooperate with emergency measures. The specific plan will be announced soon. Please wait patiently. The group buzzed with argument for a while longer, then fell into dead silence. It wasn't consensus, it was despair too deep to fight. Those indignant questions hung alone in the chat history, sinking like stones into the sea without a single echo. I left the group chat and glanced at the friend request list. A dozen red numbers glaring at me. I tapped into the notes were all kinds. Boss Lin from the next complex, do you still have instant noodles? Bro Lin ill buy supplies at a high price. Ill trade with gold. Boss, please open the door, I beg you. I have a kid at home, I really have no other choice. I scrolled down one by one, then my finger suddenly stopped. A request with a profile picture of a young woman holding a baby popped up. The note read, Boss Lin, I bought baby formula from your store before. Do you remember? My baby is only 8 months old and the formula is almost gone. Can you help? I stared at that line for a full 10 seconds, a sharp pang stabbing deep in my heart like an icicle. Then I exited the page, opened the settings, and without hesitation turned off both permissions for allow others to find me via phone number and allow others to add me via group chat. No sooner had the phone been set down than it vibrated again. It was Daong. Yugo, have you watched the news? His voice was pitched higher than usual, carrying an urgency I rarely heard from him. I've seen it. -60 degrees. What the hell? Daong. I cut him off. Do you have enough supplies at home? There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Enough. What you gave me plus what ID stocked up before will last 2 months. 2 months isn't enough. I know, but the emergency command center said there'd be supplies. Daong. I interrupted him again. Starting now, hide all the food and ration it carefully. Keep a record of everything and eat sparingly. Don't go out. Don't open the door for anyone, no matter who it is. Understand? There was another silence on the line. This time it stretched longer. You good, do you think? I'm just saying, what if? My voice came out harder than I intended. What if the supplies don't arrive? What if rescue never comes? What if someone comes to loot? You're alone with Xiaomin. You can't afford to take that risk. I understand. His voice dropped, regaining its usual composure. What about you? You're alone? I'm not alone, I said, instinctively glancing at Su Wanqing. She sat on the sofa, head bowed, scrolling through her phone, as if she hadn't been listening. But her finger paused. A very brief pause, before continuing to swipe the screen. All right, Daong said. Take care of yourself. Call if anything happens. I hung up and placed the phone on the coffee table. No sooner had I set it down than the screen lit up again. An unfamiliar number, a local one not saved in my contacts. After a few rings, I answered. Lin Yue. A woman's voice. Very young, tinged with tears and a fawning, tentative tone. I recognized that voice. It's me. Don't hang up, just listen. I hung up. I blocked the number. The motion was quicker than last time. My fingers didn't hesitate, nor did they tremble. Afterward, I flipped the phone over and placed it face down on the coffee table. Su Wanqing looked up at me. Who was that? Lin Xiu. She didn't press further, lowering her head to scroll through her phone again. But the corner of her mouth twitched. A faint, subtle curve, as if suppressing something. The living room fell silent for a while. The air conditioner's outdoor unit emitted that clicking sound again, this time lasting over 20 seconds before falling completely silent. No more air came from the vent. The entire living room felt as though it had been drained of breath, suddenly quiet in an unnatural way. I stood up, walked over to the air conditioner, and reached up to feel the vent. It was cold. The air conditioner's broken, I said. Su Wanqing glanced at the unit, then at me, her expression unchanged. What do we do? Well, stay in my shelter. It has a fireplace. Just as I was about to open the basement door, a knock came from outside. It wasn't the rolling shutter door, but the gate at the yard entrance. 3 knocks, neither too hard nor too soft, very rhythmic. Then Zhao De's voice came through, muffled but still clear. Comrade Lin Yue, are you home? It's Zhao Dezhu. The community is here to check on things. Su Wanqing and I exchanged a glance. She put down her phone and rose from the sofa, the blanket slipping from her shoulders to drape over the backrest. Stay here, I said in a low voice. Don't come out. She looked at me, neither nodding nor shaking her head, just standing by the sofa with her hands in her pockets. I walked to the entrance, pushed open the inner wooden door, and peered through the outer iron gate. Zhao Dezhu stood at the yard gate wearing a black cotton coat and a fur-lined hat with ear flaps pulled down his chin tucked into his collar. 2 people stood beside him. One was Li Jiangwo, an old police officer wearing a gray cotton jacket over his old uniform. The other was a young man in a blue windbreaker standing behind Zhao Dezhu holding 2 woven bags. Li Jiangwo stood half a step behind Zhao Dezhu, hands clasped behind his back. His expression was hard to read, his hat brim pulled low. I opened the iron gate and a blast of cold air rushed in, forcing me back half a step. Secretary Zhao, Uncle Li, I said, standing at the entrance. Zhao Dezhu looked me over, his gaze pausing on the brace around my right wrist. What happened to your hand? Bumped it. A hairline fracture. Oh, that's inconvenient, he said with a tone of concern. The temperature's been dropping sharply these days. You need to be careful staying home alone. Thank you for your concern, Secretary Zhao. He nodded, his gaze drifting past my shoulder to glance inside the house. Xiao Lin, you know what's happening today. It's all over the news. The country has declared a state of emergency. Our community needs to respond actively. He pulled a notebook from his pocket, flipped through a couple of pages. I'm here today to requisition supplies. How much stock does your supermarket still have? Not much. I just sent a large shipment to the city's convenience stores a couple of days ago and haven't restocked yet. I know you mentioned it in the group chat. He interrupted me, his tone unhurried. But these are special times. Every bit of supply needs to be used where it matters most. Open the supermarket doors. Well, take inventory, requisition what's needed, and register everything. Secretary Zhao, I really don't have much left. I put on a reluctant expression. Xiao Lin. His tone shifted. No longer the concerned one from before, but something harder. The country is in a state of emergency. The goods in your supermarket are commercial inventory. According to the Emergency Command Center's orders, they are to be uniformly requisitioned. This isn't my personal decision, Zhao Dezis. It's the regulation from above. The young man behind him stepped forward, set the woven bags on the ground, and rubbed his hands together. I didn't move. Li Jiangguo spoke up. Secretary Zhao Lin, you has an injured hand. It'll be inconvenient for him to move things. How about we first see how much there is and let him keep some for himself? Old Li, don't worry, Zhao Dezhu patted his notebook. Well, certainly leave him what he needs. The community will ensure his basic survival needs are met. He looked at me, waiting. Let's go. I pulled open the door and led them toward the supermarket. The lock on the side door was frozen. The key wouldn't turn when inserted. The young man beside Zhao Dezhu took the key, twisted it hard twice, and the lock opened. Pushing the door open, a wave of cold air surged out from inside, little better than the outdoors. Zhao Dezhu stood at the entrance, his gaze sweeping over the shelves. Empty. Most of the shelves in the food section were bare. The few rows near the entrance displayed chips and cookies, sparse and picked over. Only 3 boxes of instant noodles remained on the shelf, stacked in a corner. 5 cases of bottled water were piled against the wall. 2 boxes of sausages sat beside a few packs of pickled vegetables and marinated eggs. Zhao Dezhu stepped into the supermarket, his fingertips lightly grazing the shelves, collecting a thin layer of dust. He crouched down, glanced at the floor beneath the bottled water, then rose, and slowly swept his gaze across the room, finally fixing it on the small door at the back wall that led to the yard. Is there anything else back there? That's just the yard where I live. Nothing else. He nodded without pressing further, pulled out a notebook, and began to record. 3 boxes of instant noodles, 5 packs of bottled water, 2 boxes of sausages, assorted chips, biscuits, pickled vegetables, and braised eggs, 2 cartons of cigarettes, and 3 bottles of liquor. After finishing, he closed the notebook and tilted his chin toward the young man beside him. Load them up. The young man deftly stuffed items into a woven bag, shoving in whole boxes of instant noodles, tightly packing bottles of water, and tossing in sausages, pickled vegetables, braised eggs, and biscuits, while the cigarettes and liquor went into a separate bag. The 2 bulging bags brushed stiffly against my leg as they passed, leaving a heavy feeling in my heart. Xiao Lin, Zhao Dezhu said, stepping before me and opening his notebook to point at the figures. Check this. Is the count correct? I glanced at it. Yes. Good. This is a requisition, not a confiscation. When supplies arrive from above, the community will prioritize replenishing yours. He stuffed the notebook back into his pocket and patted my shoulder heavily, the force pressing down. I said nothing. He turned to leave, took 2 steps, then stopped and looked back at the supermarket. Only a few bags of chips and biscuits remained on the shelves. In the corner, a box of instant noodles and a pack of bottled water were covered with a cardboard box, their edges just peeking out. Zhao Dezhu stood at the yard entrance, his gaze lingering once more on the small door. Shaolin, take good care of your injury. If you have any trouble, feel free to tell me. Thank you, Secretary Zhao. He turned and left, the young man following with the bags. Li Jianguo walked at the rear, pausing as he passed me. The look in his eyes was entirely different from Zhao Dez's. Zhao Dezhu observed, calculated and weighed. Li Jianguo's eyes held no calculation, only a heavy complexity. His lips moved as if to speak, but in the end he only uttered, "Stay safe." With that, he too vanished into the wind and snow. The 3 figures turned the corner, their footprints quickly buried by fresh snow as if they had never been there. I stood at the doorway, gazing at the empty yard. The cold wind swept snowflakes through the air, rattling the rolling shutter door. The side door of the supermarket stood half open, revealing nothing but pitch-black darkness. Su Wanqing emerged from inside and stood beside me. They took everything. They left the daily necessities, and for food, they left 1 box of instant noodles and 1 pack of bottled water. She let out a soft and followed me toward the bedroom. Pushing open the door, I walked to the wardrobe, pushed aside the hanging clothes, and opened the hidden door to the shelter. Su Wanqing followed me down. I pulled the metal door shut, twisting the lock with a sharp click. The basement was noticeably warmer, the red mercury in the wall thermometer held steady at 13 degrees. The cans on the supply shelves were neatly stacked, the air dry and free of any outside chill. I stood in the center of the basement, slowly surveying the room. We need to take inventory again. Su Wanqing walked to the supply shelves, her fingertips lightly brushing over the labels on the cans, reading each one carefully. Will you record or will I? I'll record, you count. I pulled a notebook and pen from the drawer beneath the shelves, the one I used for inventory records, flipped to a blank page and uncapped the pen. Start with the cans. She approached the can wall, beginning from the far left. Her fingertip pointed at each tin, counting row by row, her lips moving silently. The fluorescent light above hummed softly, and the basement was so quiet that only the faint sound of fingertips touching tin and the scratch of pen on paper could be heard. Luncheon meat 84 cans. I wrote it down. Braised pork 72 cans. Dace in black bean sauce 48 cans. Yellow peach cans 96. She suddenly paused and turned back to me. Why so many yellow peaches? Audience tips during the live stream. I stocked up on purpose. I didn't look up, continuing to write. She turned back and resumed, counting, her fingers moving slowly. Braised spare ribs 60 cans. Steamed pork 60 cans. 360 in total. Plus the 300 you mentioned earlier, that makes 660. I flipped to the previous page and added up the earlier records. The original 300 were our regular stock. The New Year's supply truck brought back 20 boxes each with 24 cans. That's 480. The total should be 780. Su Wanqing counted again, slower this time. There are only 360 here. Adding the original 300 makes 660. We're short 120. I put down the pen and walked over to count from the beginning. Luncheon meat, braised pork, dace in black bean sauce, yellow peaches, spare ribs, pork. On the 3rd row in the corner, there were 5 unopened boxes of canned goods, hidden behind the yellow peach boxes. Impossible to spot without a careful look. There are 5 more boxes here, I pointed out. Su Wanqing came around to see. 1 box has 24 cans. 5 boxes make exactly 120. It adds up. I added the numbers to the notebook, which now clearly read total cans 780. Next came the rice. A full 100 bags, each weighing 10 kilograms. Su Wanqing counted them one by one, her fingers pressing on each bag from the first in the corner to the very last. Halfway through, she suddenly bent down and touched the floor beneath the bags. Will they get damp? I've laid a moisture barrier and added moisture-proof boards underneath. It's fine. She nodded and continued counting. Exactly 100 bags, no more no less. 80 boxes of instant noodles, 24 packs per box, totaling 1,920 packs. 50 boxes of sausages, 50 sticks per box, totaling 2,500 sticks. 50 boxes of bread, 50 boxes of biscuits. 2 large bags of flour, totaling 50 kilograms. 30 packs of dried noodles. 5 boxes of hot pot seasoning, totaling 200 packs. 10 boxes of assorted snacks. I recorded each item in the notebook, a dense column of figures like a weighty inventory report. Su Wanqing leaned in, looking down at the numbers, and asked softly, "How long will this last?" "Just the two of us. It would take years to finish." She said nothing more, her gaze shifting from the notebook to slowly sweep over the fully stocked shelves. Her face remained expressionless, but her tense shoulders visibly relaxed, as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from her heart. I closed the notebook and stuffed it back into the drawer, then crouched by the generator to check the fuel gauge. The needle pointed at 3/4, and next to it stood 5 spare barrels of diesel. In the corner, a half wall of firewood was stacked. If used sparingly, it could last 3 to 4 months. "The real issue is fuel," I said. Su Wanqing walked over and stood beside me, also looking at the fuel gauge. "How long will the diesel last?" "Used sparingly, about 3 months. We don't have much equipment, so the power consumption isn't too high." I stood in the center of the basement, staring blankly at the numbers on the notebook. 780 cans, 1,920 packs of instant noodles, and a miscellaneous pile of compressed biscuits and various snacks stacked like a small mountain. Yet when I thought about enduring an entire year withstanding the extreme cold of -60 degrees, this meager stockpile seemed pitifully insufficient. One could stave off starvation with dry rations, but the bone-piercing cold could silently freeze a person to death. More ruthless than hunger and far more urgent. I pulled out my phone and dialed Daong. It rang twice before he picked up, and his heavy breathing came through the receiver as if he had been busy with something. "Daong, come over. Bring the chainsaw." My voice was low but carried an undeniable urgency. "What for?" "You go, this damn weather will freeze your ears off outside." Daong's tone was puzzled, but there was no hint of refusal. "Cutting trees. The fast-growing poplars behind the house. They're all firewood that can save our lives." There was a half-second pause on the other end of the line, then no further questions, only a crisp reply. "All right, it'll be there in 10 minutes. After hanging up, I bent down to put on thick cotton boots, the tops tightly wrapped around my pant legs. I zipped my down jacket all the way up, wrapped my scarf tightly around my neck, leaving only my eyes and nose exposed. Turning my head, I saw Su Wanqing had silently put on her coat and fastened her woolen hat securely, her face revealing only a pair of bright eyes. She stood quietly by the door, waiting for me without a hint of hesitation. "Stay inside. It's dozens of degrees below zero out there, and the wind cuts like a knife on your face," I advised her, my voice laced with concern. "It'll help you. An extra pair of hands will make it faster." Her tone was calm, but her gaze was exceptionally resolute, showing no sign of backing down. I knew her nature well. Persuasion was futile. Without further words, I reached out and pushed open the door. A wave of frigid air slammed into us instantly, like a solid wall of ice crashing against my face. My nasal passages stung with cold, and even my breath hitched for a moment. The wind was lighter than during the day, but the fine snow was as dense as grains of sand, striking the skin with a biting, harsh cold. The snow in the yard had already buried the ankles. Every step sank in with a muffled crunch, requiring effort to pull free. After just a few steps, my legs ached. I circled around to the back of the house, and the small grove came into view. Years ago, our family had leased a few acres of farmland to a nurseryman, who planted them full of fast-growing poplars. Later, the boss fled, and the grove was left to waste. The trees were not very tall, only about 5 or 6 meters, as thick as a bowl's rim, densely packed together. Their bare branches clashed against each other in the wind, producing dry, cracking sounds that rang out sharply in the silent snowfield. These seemingly useless trees were now our hope against the biting cold. Firewood that could kindle warmth and preserve our lives. After waiting about 10 minutes, Daong arrived in haste. He was bundled tightly in a black cotton coat, his woolen hat pulled down to his brow. In his hand, he carried a chainsaw, and a tool bag was slung over his shoulder. He jogged over puffs of white breath, rising one after another, even his eyebrows dusted with snow. "You go," he panted, glancing at the grove before him. "Just cutting these poplars." "Yes, start with about 50. Chop them into firewood and stack them up. We need to get through this initial wave of extreme cold," I said in a deep voice. Daong wasted no words. He set down the chainsaw, gripped the starter cord with both hands, and gave it a sharp pull. The ear-splitting roar instantly shattered the silence of the snowy ground. He steadied the saw with both hands, aimed at the base of the tree, and applied force. The teeth bit fiercely into the trunk, sending fine wood chips and snow flying in all directions. The trunk gave a sudden shudder, let out a crisp, dry crack, and slowly tilted toward the open space. Its branches scraped against the surrounding trunks, and finally it slammed heavily onto the snow with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of white powder. Su Wanqing, standing nearby, was startled by the sudden commotion. She took a half-step back, instinctively moving closer to me, and gently grasped my sleeve with her small hand. "It's okay. Step back a bit so the bouncing branches don't hit you," I soothed softly, reaching out to steady her. She nodded and stood quietly in a safe spot, but her gaze never left me, not for a moment. Daong worked swiftly, his technique for felling trees practiced and smooth. One by one, the trees came down rapidly, the roar of the chainsaw echoing harshly across the empty snowfield. I walked over to help break off side branches and gather the firewood, but my right hand had been injured before. Every time I exerted force, a piercing pain shot through it. I could only use my left hand to drag the branches, and after just a few pulls I was panting heavily, my chest tight. Su Wanqing immediately strode over, picked up thick branches with both hands and dragged them aside. Despite her slender frame, she was much stronger than I had expected, and her movements were nimble without a trace of delicacy. "Take a break. Don't push yourself, your injury hasn't healed yet," she said, looking up at me with a concern that brooked no refusal, the same look she had when she stayed by my bedside in the hospital. I didn't insist on being stubborn. I stood to the side, handing her branches with my left hand. She silently took them, stacking them neatly one by one. Neither of us spoke a word from start to finish, yet we worked together seamlessly, our mutual understanding hidden within every silent gesture. Halfway through the work, the chainsaw ran out of fuel. Daong pulled a spare fuel can from his tool bag, slowly refilled it, and restarted the saw. The roar resumed once more. In a full hour and a half, 50 poplar trees lay neatly felled in the grove. He turned off the chainsaw. A thin layer of frost had formed on his eyebrows and eyelashes, while sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his temples. The moment it met the cold wind, it chilled instantly, nearly freezing into ice droplets. "Is that enough, you goo? Need a few more?" he panted, his voice slightly hoarse. "That's enough. Take a breather and warm up first." I patted him on the shoulder. "No need to rest. Let's finish moving them first. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can get inside." Daong waved his hand, bent down, and hoisted a debranched trunk onto his shoulder. The three of us began transporting the firewood into the yard. Daong was strong. He carried an entire trunk by himself, his heavy steps crushing the snow crust with each steady stride. Su Wanqing and I lifted one together, she at the front, I at the back. I could only support the trunk with my left hand, clamping my right arm tightly against it. Every few steps I had to pause for breath, my gait somewhat unsteady. The 3-step platform at the entrance was the most strenuous part. We had to work together to heave the heavy trunk up, and a single misstep could cause a slip. 1, 2, 3. Su Wanqing called out the rhythm softly, her voice low but exceptionally clear. I followed the rhythm, using the momentum to push upward while she held steady at the front. Working in tandem, we gradually moved every trunk into the yard. An hour later, 50 trunks were stacked against the courtyard wall, covering half its length. The branches still bore residual snow, and the pile looked a bit crooked. But seeing this heap of firewood finally brought me some peace of mind. At least we wouldn't freeze. Daong leaned against the wall, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. His hand trembled slightly, a sign of utter exhaustion. "I have to go out again," I said, finally catching my breath. "Where to? It's too dangerous to be out at this hour." He exhaled a puff of smoke, the rings instantly scattered by the wind. "Old Zhao's place in the west of the city. These clothes we're wearing can only handle -20 or 30 degrees at most. When it hits -60, they won't be nearly enough. We need extreme cold weather gear plus goggles and a sled. We need to be fully equipped for travel and warmth." I laid out the plan. Daong glanced at me, quickly finished his cigarette, and stubbed the butt viciously into the snow, extinguishing the ember. "Let's go. Now, while it's still light." I turned and went back down to the basement. I packed 2 boxes of instant noodles, 4 cans of luncheon meat, 2 bags of dried noodles, and 2 cans of braised pork. These were all valuable commodities hard to come by. I stuffed them into a sturdy canvas bag. Su Wanqing stood nearby watching. Her brow furrowed slightly, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. "Taking so much. Our own supplies aren't exactly abundant. Money is worthless in this world now. Only food has any real value. Trading food for what we need is the most practical and straightforward way," I explained. She said nothing more, silently helping me fasten the buckles on the canvas bag and straightening the hood of my coat. "Be careful out there. Come back soon," she urged. Pushing open the door, the cold was even more intense than before. It was no longer a damp chill, but a piercing dry cold. Each breath felt like a razor blade scraping the inside of my nose, the pain making me wince. The snow in the yard was another layer thicker. The path I had shoveled that morning was already half buried under the fresh snowfall, its traces nearly invisible. Daong's pickup was parked at the gate, its windshield covered in a thick sheet of ice. He scraped at it for a long time with a plastic shovel, the sound a grating caca, before he managed to clear a small patch just big enough to see through. "The heater in this truck is broken. It's freezing the whole way. Are you sure you want to go?" Daong asked, pulling open the driver's door. "I'm sure. We have to go. If we wait any longer there might be nothing left to buy. My voice was firm. The engine shuddered violently, the exhaust pipe sputtering with a hoarse hacking sound as if it might die at any moment. The pickup struggled to back out of the snowdrift, its body swaying left and right before it finally straightened out. The roads were covered in thick, untouched snow. We drove at a crawl. Daeong gripped the steering wheel with white knuckles, leaning forward slightly, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the road ahead, terrified of skidding. At one intersection, the traffic lights were dead. Ice had formed over the 3 lamps, making them look dusty and gray like 3 closed, lifeless eyes. There were far more people on the streets than just a few days ago. It wasn't the usual lively bustle, but a frantic, panicked crowd. A long, crooked line snaked out from the supermarket entrance, stretching for dozens of meters. Everyone was bundled up tightly, necks hunched, hands shoved into sleeves, their faces etched with exhaustion and anxiety. People at the front of the line were pushing forward, those behind shoving those ahead. The long queue writhed like a snake whose tail had been stepped on, chaotic and disorderly. The supermarket's rolling shutter was only lifted halfway. People inside were hurriedly passing out supplies while those outside grabbed them and ran back, terrified that a moment's delay would mean missing out. A long line had also formed outside a hardware store, and the sound of a fierce argument was clearly audible even through the car window. A woman's shrill voice rang out. "I was here first. Who do you think you are cutting in line?" A man's gruff voice roared back. "Who's pushing who? You think first come first served still matters at a time like this?" Nearby some tried to mediate, others cursed, and still more stood there expressionless, their eyes hollow, filled with the weariness of survival. A middle-aged woman was jostled out of the line. She stumbled, nearly falling into the snow. Instead of trying to get back in, she crouched by the roadside, covered her face with her hands, and sobbed, her shoulders heaving. An old man slowly walked over, bent down, and gently patted her on the shoulder, murmuring a few words of comfort. The woman looked up, her face red from the cold. Tears clung to her cheeks, freezing into ice crystals almost as soon as they formed. Her mouth opened as if to speak, but her words were swallowed by the howling wind, lost entirely. At the next intersection, I saw soldiers. A dozen soldiers in greatcoats stood by the roadside, holding shovels and brooms. They were methodically clearing a path, rhythmically tossing shovelfuls of snow to the side, gradually revealing the black asphalt beneath. 2 military green trucks were parked nearby, their beds covered with thick tarps, hiding whatever supplies they carried. An officer stood at the roadside, a piece of paper in his hand, speaking to a man in civilian clothes. His expression was grave, his lips moving rapidly. I couldn't hear what was said through the car window, but the tension in the air was palpable. A bit further on we saw traffic police. 2 officers stood in the middle of the intersection. One was directing traffic with a whistle, while the other spoke to a van driver. The van's rear doors were wide open, revealing it was packed with cardboard boxes. The driver was agitated, gesturing wildly, his face a mask of panic. The officer patted his shoulder and spoke a few quiet words. The driver gradually calmed down, nodded, and got back into his van to drive away. Daeong gripped the steering wheel, watching the chaos outside. He couldn't help but mutter, "This world is going to hell. Life's only going to get harder from here." I didn't answer. A heavy weight settled in my heart. Everything outside was a stark reminder that the days of peace were over. What lay ahead was nothing but endless bitter cold and the struggle to survive. The car turned onto the old street in the western part of the city. The road was even narrower here, with snow piled half a man's height on both sides, leaving only a single lane barely wide enough for one vehicle. Old Zhao's shop was at the end of the street. The rolling shutter was pulled most of the way down, leaving only a half-meter gap. A dim yellowish light seeped out from within, a stark beacon in the murky twilight. Daeong honked the horn twice. The sound was startlingly clear in the silent street. The shutter was pushed up a little from the inside. Old Zhao crouched low, poked his head out, glanced around warily left and right, and then waved us in his expression full of caution. Daeong and I picked up the canvas bag, bent down, and ducked inside. The rolling shutter clattered down behind us, finally slamming against the ground with a loud clang, completely sealing out the biting wind and the chaos of the outside world. The shop was very dark, lit only by a single emergency light. Its dim yellowish glow barely illuminated the small space. The shelves were sparsely stocked. On our last visit, they had been full, and now 70 to 80% of the goods were gone. It was clear that supplies were critically low. Old Zhao stood up, rubbing his cold hands together. He wore a black down vest over a gray sweater. His hair was a mess, he hadn't shaved in days, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like he hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. "Lin Yue, you're here. I was thinking no one would dare to come out these days," he said, his eyes brightening as he saw the canvas bag in my hand. "You brought food?" "Yes, stuff that'll fill you up." I put the bag on the counter and unzipped it. Old Zhao leaned over and rummaged through the canvas bag, revealing 2 boxes of instant noodles, 4 cans of luncheon meat, 2 bundles of dried noodles, and 2 cans of braised pork. A veritable trove of hard currency in this world, worth far more than money. His fingers paused, then he nodded, not rushing to respond. Turning, he pulled down 3 sets of cold-weather suits from the innermost shelf and gently stacked them on the counter. The rustle of fabric was starkly clear in the silent shop. These are the last 3. They can withstand -50 degrees. He then retrieved 3 goggles and a folding sled from an iron cabinet behind him. This is the only folding sled I have. It can haul 200 jin of supplies. It'll do for now. I reached out and touched the fabric of the cold-weather suit. It was thick as a quilt with tight stitching, far superior to the ordinary down jacket I had worn for years. My fingertips could feel the windproof coating on the material. I'll take all 3 sets plus the goggles and the sled. I pushed the canvas bag forward on the counter, my tone resolute. Old Zhao nodded, sliding the burlap sack toward me and gently gathering the food items on the counter before him. He rubbed the instant noodle packaging with his thumb and lowered his voice. Is this enough for the trade? Actually, it's too much. You should keep this food for yourselves. It's more useful. It's fine, I said with a smile, tapping my fingers on the counter. We might need each other's help down the line. This little bit now is nothing. Old Zhao looked up at me, a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. Gratitude mingled with the helplessness of the times. He didn't refuse further. He stuffed the cold-weather suit's goggles and sled into a sturdy burlap sack and handed it to me. The sack's corners were crusted with thin ice, numbing my fingertips. He leaned against the counter, hands shoved into his pockets, his knuckles white from tension. His expression gradually darkened. Lin Yue, do you think we can really survive this damned weather? His voice was hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper. My wife took the kids to her mother's place. He stared at an old scratch on the counter. A mark carved over a decade of running the shop. Now it just seemed bleak. This shop won't last much longer. Once the goods are sold, ill close up. I didn't reply. I pulled a pack of cigarettes from my pocket, took out 3, and handed one to Daong and one to Old Zhao. The pack was stiff from the cold and the cigarettes were flecked with snow. Old Zhao fished out a lighter. It took several strikes of the flint before it caught the flame, flickering, illuminating his bloodshot eyes. He lit each of our cigarettes, then took one for himself and inhaled deeply. The embers of 3 cigarettes glowed and dimmed under the dim emergency light. Each puff carried a harsh, choking taste, but no one was willing to stub them out. The wind outside seeped through the rolling shutter door, a low, mournful howl, like someone crying just beyond. The shop was so quiet we could hear each other's breaths. Life and death are up to fate. Old Zhao exhaled a plume of smoke which instantly scattered in the wind. He forced a stiff, frozen smile. I've done all I could. Cleared out my stock. If I can't make it, that's fate. There's nothing to be done. We finished our cigarettes in silence, saying nothing more. Old Zhao helped us load the burlap sack onto the pickup. He stood at the shop entrance, the rolling door half-lowered, revealing half of his red frozen face, his eyes full of unspoken warnings. Take it slow on the road. The snow's thick. Don't drive too fast. Got it, brother Zhao. Take care of yourself. Keep the door locked. I waved at him, a lump forming in my throat. He waved back and the rolling door came down with a sharp clatter, finally slamming against the frame with a loud bang, completely sealing off the world outside. On the way back, there were fewer people on the streets than when we had come. Only a few figures bundled in thick clothes scurried with their heads down. But at the supermarket entrances on the corner, the lines still snaked haphazardly. There were fewer people, but no one was willing to leave. They clutched their empty wallets, hoping to snatch a morsel of food. Daong drove very slowly, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles were white. He stared at the chaotic scene outside and let out a heavy sigh. Old Zhao, he's pretty philosophical about it. But at a time like this, what good does being philosophical do? I murmured. My gaze drifted out the window. The gray sky hung low, making even the distant buildings look bleak and colorless. Life and death are up to fate. Easy to say, but when it's your own neck on the line, who can accept it so easily? Daong added, his voice thick with resentment. I was still hoping to hold out until spring. But in this hellish weather, what spring is there? I didn't answer. I leaned back in my seat and closed my eyes, my mind filled with messages from the community group chat and the desperate voices from those short videos. When we got home, Su Wanqing heard the car and had already pushed open the courtyard gate from inside. She was wrapped in that white down jacket, her scarf pulled up to her nose, leaving only her anxious eyes visible. Seeing the pickup pull in, she quickly stepped aside to make room. You're back. Her voice was tinged with cold, but carried a sense of relief. Daong parked the car. I got out, opened the back door, and dragged out the burlap sack. Su Wanqing hurried over to help. As she lifted a corner of the sack, her fingers touched the ice crystals on the outside. She flinched but immediately gripped it tighter, her fingertips turning white from the cold. "This is heavy. Let me handle it." I reached for the sack, which was so heavy it made my wrists ache. "No, it's faster if two of us carry it." She didn't let go. Together we lifted it, our steps a bit unsteady, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. The three of us moved everything into the entryway. Daong stood there stomping the thick snow off his boots, the flakes falling in a shower. He looked up at the thermometer on the living room wall and frowned. "It's only a little over 10 degrees in here, colder than my place." "The walls are thin, bad insulation," I said, setting the burlap sack on the floor. I unzipped it and pulled out the cold weather suit rated for -40 degrees, handing it to him. "This is for you. That cotton coat of yours won't hold up against 60 below." Daong took it, unfolded it to look, then felt the fabric. His fingers lingered on the material for a moment. His lips moved as if to say thank you, but he swallowed the words, simply nodding heavily. "Thanks, brother Yue." I turned and took out the goggles and the folding sled from the bag, placing them on the coffee table. The sled, when folded, didn't take up much space. "I'll keep the sled here for now. Come get it whenever you need it. Take a pair of goggles with you. The snow outside is heavy and blinding." "All right." He draped the cold weather suit over his arm. I turned and retrieved a folding iron fireplace from a corner behind the entryway. It was a second-hand find I'd picked up for a few dozen yuan and had never unpacked. I picked it up and handed it to him. The edges of the fireplace still had some packaging paper on them. "Take this back and install it. It's way better than that iron bucket of yours. Higher thermal efficiency, saves a lot of firewood." Daong took it, looked down at the folded fireplace, then looked up at me, his eyes full of emotion. His voice was a little hoarse. "Brother Yue, this..." "Stop with the nonsense," I said, patting his shoulder. I could feel the thick calluses under my palm. "If it gets too cold to bear at your place, move in here. There's still room in the basement. It'll be enough." He stared at me for 2 seconds, said nothing more but nodded firmly, and loaded the cold weather gear and the fireplace onto the pickup truck. Before starting the engine, he leaned out the window and called out, "Brother Yue, give me a call if anything comes up. I'll be here anytime." "Got it. Drive safe." I waved him off, watching the pickup slowly disappear around the corner, its wheels crushing the snow and leaving 2 deep tracks behind. I closed the door and turned to see Su Wanqing already crouched beside the sack, her fingertips red from the cold, yet she patiently took out the cold weather gear and goggles one by one, folding them neatly and placing them on the sofa. "This polar set is yours," I said, pointing to the smaller cold weather suit. "It should fit perfectly." She picked it up and compared it, then smiled, her eyes curving beautifully. She folded the suit and placed it on the armrest of the sofa, then looked up at the window. The sky was pitch black. "The firewood is still in the yard. We need to bring it inside or the snow will bury it tonight and cause trouble." I glanced out the window. The night was heavy and the pile of firewood in the yard reached half the height of the wall. The remnants of snow on the tree trunks glowed pale gray in the darkness like a small snowy mountain. "Let's move it." We bundled up in thick coats and stepped outside. The wind was even colder than in the evening, scraping against our faces like sandpaper, stinging sharply. The snow was still falling, fine and dense, melting quickly on our faces and dampening our hair. I bent down and picked up 2 tree trunks, as thick as bowls, clamping one under my right arm and supporting the bottom with my left hand. Su Wanqing carried a bundle of branches, still heavy with snow. We walked one after another toward the house, our footsteps crunching on the snow. Back and forth again and again. After about 40 minutes, all 50 tree trunks were moved into the basement, stacked neatly in 2 rows against the wall. The branches were piled beside the fireplace like a low wall, a sight that brought a sense of security. Su Wanqing stood before the fireplace, crouched down, and stuffed the thinnest branches into the hearth. She picked up a matchbox, struck one, and the flame leaped up, licking the dry wood with crisp, crackling sounds, quickly blazing bright. The temperature in the basement slowly rose. The red liquid column on the wall thermometer crept upward from 10 degrees to 28, and a warm, cozy aura spread, dispelling the basement's chill. "I'll check on the hydroponics," I said, turning toward the adjacent hydroponics room, treading lightly to avoid disturbing the seedlings. The hydroponics room next to the living area was about 30 square meters, a space I had painstakingly built over half a year. To the right of the entrance were 3 sets of multi-tiered hydroponic racks, each layer covered with white planting trays, densely packed with various seedlings, lush green and full of vitality. The top layer held lettuce, tender, plump, and vibrant green, smooth to the touch. The middle layer had baby bok choy and small greens, compact in shape, shorter, but with thick, sturdy leaves. The bottom layer featured cilantro and scallions, growing slower, but still verdant with a faint, refreshing fragrance. Beside the racks were 2 large nutrient solution barrels, blue in color, connected to a circulation pump and timer with wires neatly organized. The nutrient solution flowed through pipes to each planting tray, entering from the high side, covering the roots, then draining from the low side back into the barrel, circulating, without wasting a single drop. The LED grow lights above were still on, casting a pinkish-purple glow over the leaves, adding a touch of warmth to the small space and providing essential light for the seedlings. They're growing well. Su Wanqing followed me, standing behind and peering at the seedlings, her eyes filled with delight. These lettuces look delicious. Yeah, this batch will be ready to harvest in a week. They'll make you a salad then, with some canned goods to spice things up. I pointed at the top layer lettuce and smiled. After checking the hydroponic system, I turned off the lights and returned to the leisure area. The fire in the fireplace was roaring, casting an orangered glow on the walls, bathing the entire space in warmth, even making the dust in the corners shimmer. The sofa, an old fabric one brought down from upstairs, was so comfortable that sitting on it made you sink right in. Su Wanqing sat at one, and her legs curled up, a blanket covering her knees, making her look small and snug. I sat at the other end, leaning against the armrest, and pulled out my phone. The screen lit up and the glaring notification prompts made me frown. Messages in the community group had piled up to thousands with a red 99 badge. The dense text weighed heavily on my heart. I scrolled up a few pages, my finger moving slowly across the screen, feeling a bit cold. The earliest messages were from the afternoon. Someone asking where to buy food, someone complaining about the heat being off, and their home freezing like an ice cellar, someone cursing the property management for being useless. The group was in chaos. Midway through, the tone shifted completely. It was no longer complaints, but sheer panic. I only have 3 packs of instant noodles left. Can anyone lend me some? They'll pay back when supplies come. Please. Lend. What will you pay back with? Money's worthless now. Food is the real currency. Could lend to you. I'll buy it double the price. Anyone selling instant noodles? Cash. Cash. Who cares about cash now? If you offered me a bag of instant noodles for $100, would you sell? When is the community distributing supplies? Zhao Dezhu, Secretary Zhao, say something. Zhao Dezhu didn't reply. His profile picture sat quietly in the member list, gray as if dead silent. Scrolling further, someone posted a photo. In a pitch-black hallway, an old man curled up in a corner, covered with cardboard, gaunt and barely visible. The poster added a caption, voice trembling with tears. Grandpa Zhang from the 6th floor hasn't eaten in 3 days. Does anyone have extra food? Just a bite, please. Someone replied, I'm out too, just 2 packs of cookies left. Another said, I have half a bag of flour. Who can take it to him? I can't walk, my legs are frozen stiff. No one answered that. The group fell silent for a few seconds, then new messages appeared, but no one mentioned delivering the flour. Everyone was too busy struggling to survive. Scrolling further, someone started sending voice messages, one after another, shrill and desperate. I opened one. A woman's voice, thick with tears, barely audible. Please, does anyone have baby formula? My child is only 8 months old. We've been feeding him rice water for 2 days and the rice is almost gone. He's crying from hunger, his voice is hoarse. Someone replied, my formula ran out last week and I'm out of rice too. Go ask the community office. Didn't Secretary Zhao say head coordinate? Coordinate my ass. I've been to the office 3 times and the door won't even open. Zhao Dezhu is hiding. Rely on him. Dream on. Another voice message came through, a man's voice, deep and heavy, wrapped in an uncontainable fear penetrating through the earpiece. I just got back from outside. The buildings on the east side of the county are being pried open, they're stealing things. Someone has been beaten and is bleeding. No one replied below this message. The group chat instantly fell into a terrifying silence, each gray avatar sinking in the list like frozen hearts, even their breaths seemed to have stopped. I exited the community group, my fingertips icy, sending chills through the screen as well. I opened a short video platform intending to see what was happening outside, but was met with an overwhelming sense of despair weighing my heart down further. The message bar displayed hundreds of private messages. The glaring red 99 was hard to bear. I clicked through them one by one, all cries for help. Fans and strangers wrapped in anxiety, pleading and despair for survival. Old Lin, where are you? Can I come to you? I have supplies and can work, I won't be a burden. Brother Lin, I've been watching your shelter videos for half a year. I really can't hold on any longer, please take me in. Him with my mother, she can't walk anymore. Brother, I have gasoline and tools, can we find another place to hide? My home has been pried open and outside is full of thieves. Please, him with my 3-year-old daughter, she's been hungry for 2 days, it's too chaotic outside. I scrolled to the end and my finger paused on a familiar private message. The avatar was a young woman holding a child, her face familiar, She was a fan I had followed for 2 years with a note saying, "Old Lin, I've been watching your videos for 2 years. I've always thought you were reliable. I'm alone with a child. I really can't hold on anymore. There are too many thieves outside. My child is crying, but I can't dare to make a sound. Where are you? Can you tell me the address? I want to come to you." I stared at the screen, my heart feeling like it was struck by a blunt instrument aching. But my fingertip hovered over the screen, and in the end I couldn't bring myself to reply. This shelter is not a refuge. I can't protect myself, let alone others. Leaving an address is inviting danger to my doorstep. I exited the private message list and scrolled through the homepage recommendations. 9 out of 10 were related to the cold wave, and the remaining one was a blogger live streaming as he burned firewood. The barrage was filled with requests for addresses and food densely packed with panic for survival. Suddenly, my finger halted. A video caught my eye, the title glaring. "The apocalypse isn't a year, it's forever." The publisher's avatar was a black circle, the username a string of gibberish with only a few hundred fans. The video quality was dim, as if shot in a sealed basement, with the background mingled with the hum of machinery emanating a sense of oppression. The altered voice was slow, each word like frozen shards of ice striking the ears. "Everyone, let me tell you something, believe it or not." The one in the dark suit said the cold wave will last for a year before warming up. It's all fake, entirely false. My relative works at the Meteorological Bureau 3 days ago. He made the last phone call. He said the abnormal solar activity is not a cyclical fluctuation but permanent. The sun is entering a long dormant period lasting at least decades, even hundreds of years. The Earth will never see the sun again. At least we of this generation will not. My hand clenched the phone tightly, my knuckles turning white, even the screen was being crumpled. The voice in the video became lower, as if sharing a secret not meant to be heard. The authorities knew 5 years ago. Those underground projects are not subways or air raid shelters. They are shelters, capable of housing hundreds of thousands, equipped with hydroponic farms, air circulation, and nuclear power plants serving as their lifeline. But those shelters are not for you. The slots were allocated long ago, scientists, engineers, politicians, the wealthy and elite from various fields. Ordinary people, they aren't even qualified to know. They call it the seed plan, preserving the human race's seeds to rebuild after the apocalypse passes. But the apocalypse will not pass. The ones underground will survive, while those on the surface will freeze to death or starve until they vanish. The video suddenly froze, the image stuck in darkness like a blurred photograph. Then the screen went black and a line of text popped up. "This video has been deleted by the publisher." I stared at that line for a few seconds, rewinding the progress bar, but the video was already gone. The page refreshed as if it had never existed, leaving only the comment section still bright yet locked for comments. The last few comments were all panicked. "I recorded it. Is it a rumor? What if it's true?" Scrolling down, all the content was similar. Some attached solar spot data charts claiming the activity was indeed sharply declining. Others shared the bidding documents for underground projects from 5 years ago, codenamed ARC. Some mentioned their relatives at the Meteorological Bureau had gone missing, unable to be reached by phone or found. It all seemed plausible yet absurd in every aspect, until one comment left me frozen in place. If they knew 5 years ago 1 year to warm up is just a lie to you all. They can't save everyone, only a part, while the rest wait for death. Speaking out would cause chaos, so they offered a hope of 1 year to keep you all going. When the year is over, those who should leave will have left, and the rest won't have the strength to resist. Under this comment were thousands of likes, not a single reply, yet it felt like countless eyes were watching every reader. I placed my phone on my lap and closed my eyes. Permanent. Never see the sun again. Seed plan. Not for you. These words pierced my mind like ice picks, not painful but stifling. What if it's really true? What if the apocalypse is not just for a year but forever? I have stored enough supplies for a few years, but what about after a few years? Once the rice flour and canned goods are gone and the diesel and firewood are burned out, then what? There is no then. Opening my eyes, the fire in the fireplace was still dancing, the orangered light filling the basement warmly. Su Wanqing leaned against the other end of the sofa, a blanket covering her chest, her breathing, even she should be awake. Her eyelashes were long, casting a fan-shaped shadow under the firelight, her cheeks, slightly flushed from the heat, quietly shining like a beam of light in this apocalypse. I looked at her, the tense string in my heart momentarily relaxed, then tightened again in an instant. Suddenly my phone vibrated. It wasn't WeChat, it was a call. The number wasn't saved, but I recognized it. Lin Yue. She had called several times before and I hadn't picked up. Today, whether it was the impact of that video or the fire in my heart that I couldn't suppress, my finger hovered over the answer button and I finally pressed it. "Hello." My voice was as flat as ice, devoid of any emotion. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds, then her voice came through, tinged with tears. That cry was too familiar, not genuine collapse, but practiced countless times, perfectly controlled with a deliberate sob. Lin Yue, you finally answered the phone. What is it? I don't know who else to turn to. She sniffed, her voice trembling. Son, how left he took everything, even the car has driven away. I have nothing left. I'm alone outside, no food, no place to stay, it's so cold. My hands are frozen stiff. I said nothing, my fingertips pressed against my palm, icy. Lin Yue, I know I've wronged you. I had my reasons back then. In my heart, the only one I've ever loved is you. Her voice dropped lower, laced with a fawning plea. That son, how is worthless. Could you bring me something to eat? Just a little, enough to last 2 days. I have no other choice. Where are you? I'm near your place on the street, by your building at the intersection. Hope suddenly ignited in her voice, her words tumbling out faster. Can you just open the door? Let me come in and sit for a while just to warm up, and then I'll leave, I swear. I held the phone, saying nothing. Lin Yue, I know you're angry. She started again, as if reciting a script. I shouldn't have gone with Sun Hao. I was blind. You were always the one who truly cared for me. I see that now. Can you give me another chance? I didn't answer. I'll do anything. She paused, the silence deliberate and conspicuous. I can stay with you and never run off again. I'll do whatever you say. I'll take good care of you. The tone was all too familiar. The same aggrieved voice she used when asking for money for bags and coats, as if she were bestowing her true heart upon me. I closed my eyes and images flashed through my mind, her arm in arm with Sun Hao in the mall, her eyes crinkling with laughter, her in the hotel lobby, hair disheveled, coat buttoned wrong, utterly indifferent. The coldness in her voice when she said, You're just someone who's been chasing me. And earlier the you're the best hubby. After I transferred the money, the selfie in the 3,000 yuan coat, and the sheer entitlement of her saying, 1,000 is enough. These images overlapped like an overexposed photograph. Blindingly white, leaving only a harsh glare. Lin Yue, are you listening? Her voice was laced with anxiety, drilling into my ears. I'm listening. Then, can you open the door? It's really too cold out here. I'm freezing to death. She shivered, her voice trembling. Whether from the cold or from acting, it was hard to tell. No. The line went silent for 2 seconds, the air freezing solid. Lin Yue, what did you say? Her tone shifted instantly, the feigned tenderness shattering to reveal shock and anger beneath. How can you be so heartless? I came all this way to find you, and you won't even let me in. Go. I repeated, my voice flat. I know you've hoarded plenty of food. Her voice suddenly rose sharp and piercing. You have so much stuff in that store of yours. What's the big deal about sharing a little? It's just some food, why do you have to be so cruel? I said nothing, my fingertips lightly tracing the edge of my phone case. Lin Yue, don't push me. Her voice turned harsh and venomous, as if she were gritting her teeth. You don't believe he'll come over there right now and take it by force? At those words, the fire in my heart finally couldn't be contained, but it wasn't anger. It was a cold fury. I didn't reply. I just hung up. The screen displayed. Call ended 3 minutes 18 seconds. I casually blocked her number, adding it to the one from before. The 2 grayed out names sat side by side like 2 small graves. Before I could put the phone down, she called again. It rang 3 or 4 times. I didn't answer. She called again, still no answer. Then a friend request popped up on WeChat with the note, Lin Yue, you bastard, you'll regret this. A woman with such a venomous heart. How could I possibly take her in? Good thing I never told her about the basement in the house, or else I dread to think what Lin Xiu might have done. I turned off the screen and placed the phone face down on the arm of the sofa, unwilling to look at it again. A log crackled in the fireplace, snapping and sending a shower of sparks onto the iron grate, flaring brightly for a moment before dying out. Su Wanqing had woken up at some point and was watching me from the other end of the sofa. Her eyes gleamed in the firelight, 2 small dancing points of orange flame reflected in her pupils. Was that Lin Xiu? She asked softly, her voice devoid of curiosity, only calm. She didn't ask any more questions, just gave a slight nod, and pulled the blanket up to cover her shoulders, her fingers brushing the edge of the wool. You did the right thing. I leaned back on the sofa, staring at the concrete slab above me. Above that was the ground floor's tiling, and above that the old house my parents left behind. Thin walls, poor insulation window frames that would ice over, and a rolling shutter door that rattled in the wind. But beneath the old house was my basement, walls of canned goods, sacks of rice, instant noodles, a fireplace, a hand-pumped well, hydroponic shelves, and the thriving lettuce and bok choy. These provisions were enough for Su Wanqing and me to survive for a long time. But what if it were forever? Su Wanqing, I said, my voice a little hoarse. She turned to look at me, her eyelashes fluttering. What if the sun never comes out again? She was silent for a moment. The fire in the hearth leaped and her shadow wavered on the wall like a silent beast. Then we live until the day we can't live anymore. She spoke slowly, her voice soft yet steady. I turned to look at her, but she wasn't looking at me. She was staring into the fire, the flames dancing in her pupils. At least not today, she added. I said nothing more, just leaned back and stared at the concrete ceiling. The fire crackled and popped in the hearth. Occasionally a branch would collapse, sending up a cluster of sparks that flared brightly on the iron grate before extinguishing. The basement was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. Su Wonking's phone suddenly rang. She pulled her hand out from under the blanket and picked it up to look at the screen. The screen's glow illuminated her face and her expression shifted. Not with panic, but with something more complex, as if she had been struck by a sudden blow, yet she quickly steadied herself. "It's my dad," she said, glancing at me before answering. "Dad," she said, her voice soft, deliberately holding back her emotions. I couldn't make out the voice on the other end, only the intermittent static and muffled speech, as if someone were speaking from a great distance. Su Wanqing listened quietly, occasionally murmuring an her fingers clenching the edge of the blanket until her knuckles turned white. "I'm at Lin Yue's place." "Yes, Uncle Lin's. It's safe, don't worry." As she spoke, she glanced at me. A brief look quickly averted. The voice on the other end continued for a while. Su Wonking's eyes slowly reddened, but she kept her voice steady, still soft and composed. "Dad, you and Mom are out of town. Do you have enough supplies?" As she asked, she bit her lower lip, which trembled slightly. The voice on the phone grew quieter, fragmented, as if coming through a thick pane of glass. I couldn't make out the words, but I could hear the exhaustion in that voice, and a deliberate attempt to sound nonchalant. Su Wanqing closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the glistening moisture in them was forcibly suppressed. Even her voice was wrapped in deliberately slowed tenderness, as if afraid to let even a hint of a sob escape. "That's good. Please don't skimp, eat properly, don't deprive yourself. I remember everything." Her fingers tightened slightly around the phone, her fingertips caressing the cold casing. After a pause, she suddenly looked up at me, a hint of panicked pleading in her eyes along with an unspeakable bitterness, and whispered into the phone. "Dad, Lin Yue is right here beside me. Would you like to say a few words to him?" There was a 2-second silence on the other end, followed by a vague yet earnest voice, thick, with a southern accent drifting into my ears in fragments. "Shaolin. Sorry for the trouble. You must thank him properly." Su Wanqing slowly handed the phone to me, her lips trembling slightly before she squeezed out a few hoarse words. "My dad wants to talk to you." Her eyes were already rimmed in red, and even her hand as she offered the phone trembled with an almost imperceptible delicate shiver. I took the phone, my fingertips touching several fine cracks on the casing. The edges were worn and white, a clear sign she had used it for many years. It had accompanied her through countless ordinary days and through the bitter cold of this apocalypse. "Uncle." I pressed the phone tightly to my ear, my voice calm and steady. "Shaolin." The middle-aged man's voice on the other end was hoarse, thick, with a southern accent, his speech slow. Every word was enunciated with unusual clarity, yet it couldn't hide the exhaustion in his tone. "Watching this girl, she's been stubborn since she was a child. She always wants to bear everything herself and doesn't like to listen to advice. In the future, please be more considerate of her. Uncle, please rest assured. I will take good care of her and never let her suffer any grievance." I responded in a deep voice, a dull ache of bitterness already swelling in my chest. "Good, good." He said the word, "good," twice, his voice suddenly trembling, uncontrollably filled with the unique helplessness and hope of the apocalypse. "You young people looking out for each other, that's the most important thing. Your aunt and I are in another city. We're managing, don't worry about us." When he said managing, his voice was as light as a thin piece of paper swept up by a cold wind, drifting and fragile, ready to shatter at the slightest breeze. It couldn't hide the hardship and difficulty behind it. I understood instantly. It was a lie born from the fear of worrying his child. "Uncle, how are you and Auntie really doing over there?" It's fine. We're both doing great." He quickly cut me off, his pace suddenly quickening, as if desperately trying to cover something up, or as if he was short on time, afraid that speaking a second longer would break his facade. "Shaolin, I entrust Wanqing to you. Uncle knows you're a good kid, reliable. You two must take care. Once this period is over, once the weather warms up, he'll come back to see you." After these words, the other end of the line fell into a dead silence. It wasn't the busy tone of a hang-up, but a heavy, profound silence, as if 1,000 words were choked in his throat, sobbing ultimately left unspoken, filled with the helplessness of a parting in life. "Dad." Su Wanqing suddenly reached out, snatching the phone from my hand. The false strength she had forced into her voice finally shattered, completely, her words laced with a tearful tremor. "Dad, don't say any more. I know. You and Mom, please take care." When she said the word, Take care, her voice seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, the final syllable dying in her throat. Even her breath came in suffocating sobs. A final, extremely faint sentence came from the other end, so short it was drowned out by the static. I didn't catch a single word. Then there was the sharp, cold sound of a dial tone. The call had been hastily disconnected. Su Wanqing held the phone, her hand hanging limply over her knee. The bright screen slowly dimmed, eventually turning into a pitch-black mirror, coldly reflecting her pale, flushed face devoid of any life. She sat there rigidly motionless, her breathing so faint, she seemed like a frozen statue. The fire in the hearth blazed brightly, its orangered light flickering across her face, a sight that stung the eyes. Her long, slender eyelashes drooped, casting a small, heavy shadow on her cheekbones. Her lips were tightly pressed together, the lower one trembling uncontrollably. Every nerve in her body was straining, holding back, desperately trying to keep the tears from falling. Su Wanqing, I called softly. She didn't respond, not even a twitch of her finger. Wanqing, I called again, my voice even gentler. She finally lifted her head slowly to look at me. The tears she had held back for so long could no longer be contained. One by one they rolled down her cold cheeks, falling heavily onto the blanket, leaving small dark, wet patches, shattering all her remaining strength in that moment. I reached out and gently pulled her into my arms. The moment she leaned against my shoulder, her body was as stiff as a string stretched to its limit. The next second that string snapped. Finally she cried out loud. It wasn't a suppressed, restrained sob, but a long-suppressed, unrestrained wail. Her entire body trembled violently. Her hands clutched my clothes tightly, her knuckles white with the strain, almost crumpling the fabric. She buried her face deep in the crook of my shoulder, her cries muffled between us, a low, desperate hum like a wounded, cornered beast. I didn't speak. I just gently placed one hand on her back, my palm, feeling the protruding bones of her spine. She was so thin, even through the thin sweater I could clearly trace the outline of her bones. With every sob her back shuddered violently, each tremor sending a pang of pain through my heart. I patted her back slow and steady, like calming a frightened little animal. At that moment any words would have been pale and inadequate. The firewood in the hearth crackled and popped. The dancing flames cast our shadows on the wall, overlapping tightly, indistinguishable from each other, becoming the only warmth in this frozen apocalypse. She cried for a long, long time, so long that 2 branches in the hearth had burned through completely, sending tiny sparks splattering onto the iron plate, flaring and dying. Only then did her crying gradually subside into intermittent sniffles. Her shoulders rose and fell, her breath still quick from weeping. My mom and dad. They run a business in another city. It's even colder there than here. She kept her face buried in my shoulder, her voice muffled and thick with a stuffy nose, every word wrapped in a sob. The logistics have been cut off for a long time. Nothing, no medicine, no food can get in. I know. I responded softly, my chin resting lightly on the top of her head, feeling the cool temperature of her hair. They made it sound so trivial just to keep me from worrying. Her voice broke again. She curled deeper into my embrace, her fingers clenching tighter, her nails almost digging into the fabric. The last thing my dad said. He said this might be the last time he calls me. I pulled her closer, holding her tightly, as if to shield her from the apocalypse's bitter cold, my hoarse voice uttering words I myself didn't believe yet. They were the only solace I could offer her at this moment. It won't happen. She gently shook her head against my shoulder, saying nothing, only burying her face deeper, drawing on this fleeting warmth and comfort. After a long while her sobbing ceased entirely, leaving only occasional sniffles and deep, ragged breaths as she slowly calmed down. She lifted her head slowly from my shoulder, her eyes swollen and red from crying, her face streaked with tears. A pitiful and heartbreaking sight. She looked up at me, her eyes full of apology, then reached up and roughly wiped her face as if in defiance of herself or to hide her vulnerability in that moment. I'm sorry, she said, her voice hoarse and dry from crying. I've soaked your clothes. I glanced down at the dark, damp patch on my shoulder, then back at her, shaking my head gently. It's fine. You're not alone, I said. She looked up at me, her eyes reddening again, but this time no tears fell. She nodded, then averted her gaze, staring into the fireplace. I know. We fell silent. The fire crackled in the hearth, occasionally a branch collapsing sent up a shower of sparks that flared brightly before fading into darkness. The basement was so quiet we could hear each other's breathing. Su Wanqing leaned back on the sofa, a blanket pulled up to her chest, her eyes half closed as if on the verge of sleep. I didn't disturb her. I picked up my phone, switched it to silent mode, and dimmed the screen to its lowest brightness. The community group chat was still buzzing, a red 99 badge glaring like an unblinking eye. I didn't open it. Instead, I placed the phone face down on the armrest, then leaned back on the sofa, staring at the concrete ceiling above my mind, a chaotic mess. I don't know how much time passed before Su Wanqing's breathing steadied. She had fallen asleep, her head tilted to one side against the backrest, the blanket slipping down to reveal her shoulder. I reached over and pulled the blanket up to cover her shoulder. She didn't wake, only shrinking her neck and burying her face deeper into the blanket. I couldn't sleep. I sat on the sofa staring blankly at the fire in the hearth. At the same time, Zhao De's house was ablaze with light. It was the finest house in the village. A 3-story self-built house with tiled exterior walls, a high entrance, and 2 Roman columns supporting the canopy. A black SUV and a pickup truck were parked in the yard. The yard wall was taller than anyone else's, topped with a coil of barbed wire. Supposedly to deter thieves, but really it was the guilty conscience showing. Zhao Dezhu sat on the sofa in the first-floor living room, a pot of tea and several cups laid out on the rosewood coffee table before him. The living room was spacious, floored with marble tiles. The ceiling had 3 tiers of molding, and a crystal chandelier hung down dazzlingly bright. The radiator was hot to the touch. The room must have been at least 20 degrees. Far warmer than the outside. Zhao Long sat on the single sofa, opposite legs crossed, fiddling with a folding knife. He was Zhao De's nephew, once a troublemaker in town, now his uncle's chief henchman. In his early 30s, with a crew cut and a gold chain around his neck, he had a fierce look in his eyes, squinting when he sized someone up as if calculating their worth. Wang Fuguwei sat beside Zhao Dezhu, a cigarette between his fingers. He was the village chief and Zhao De's partner. In his 50s, lean with a face full of wrinkles when he smiled, but his eyes remained cold and unyielding. His son Wang Hao stood by the door, leaning against the frame, scrolling through his phone. Secretary Zhao, what exactly did that call from the provincial office say? Wang Fuguwei flicked his ash into a teacup, unconcerned about dirtying it. Zhao Dezhu took a sip of tea, taking his time before speaking. He set down the cup, tapped his fingers twice on the table, and then slowly began. The man from the province said, "This isn't just a one-year thing." The living room fell silent. Zhao Long's folding knife stopped moving as he looked up at his uncle. Wang Fugui's fingers froze mid-motion, the ash falling onto the marble floor and breaking into fragments. "What does that mean?" Zhao Long asked. Zhao Dezhu glanced at him, then at Wang Fuguwei, lowering his voice. "The rumors online are true. The sun won't return to normal. This cold snap is permanent." "Permanent?" Wang Fugui's voice rose sharply before he quickly lowered it. "Are you sure?" "The director at the provincial office. I have some connections with him. He told me himself that their bureau knew 5 years ago. The country is running some seed plans, selecting people for underground cities. The rest are left to fend for themselves." Zhao Long slammed his folding knife onto the coffee table with a sharp crack. "Then what about us? Are we just supposed to freeze to death?" "Calm down," Zhao Dezhu said, glaring at him, his voice unhurried. "The seed plan is official business, none of our concern. But we have our own plans." He stood up, walked to the corner of the living room, and pushed open a door. Behind it was a flight of stairs leading down to the basement. Zhao Dezhu flipped the switch on the wall, and a light came on, spilling white light through the crack. "Come down and take a look." The group followed him down the stairs. The basement was even larger than the living room, at least 100 square meters, converted into a storage warehouse. Row after row of shelves lined the space, stacked high with goods. Instant noodles, rice flour, cooking oil, bottled water, sausages, canned food, biscuits, milk, powder, tissues, batteries, candles, lighters, liquor, cigarettes. Everything was there, piled to the brim. Against the wall stood several iron drums filled with diesel. In the corner were 2 stacks of firewood neatly arranged. Wang Fuguwei stood before the shelves, his eyes wide. He reached out to touch a box of instant noodles, then hefted a bag of rice, his wrinkled face breaking into a broad smile. "Secretary Zhao, where did all this come from?" "Gathered over this period. Collected from the community, requisitioned from the supermarket, and some." Zhao Dezhu paused, not finishing, but everyone understood. "Those people outside are still waiting for the community to distribute supplies," Wang Hao said from behind, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Let them wait, haha." Zhao Dezhu clasped his hands behind his back and slowly paced before the shelves like a lord surveying his domain. Zhao Long grabbed a can of luncheon meat from the shelf, pried it open with his knife, and pinched a piece with his fingers, shoving it into his mouth. He chewed a couple of times and nodded approvingly. "Secretary Zhao, how long will these supplies last us?" "If we ration them a year, no problem." "And after a year?" Wang Fuguwei asked. Zhao Dezhu turned to face them, his gaze icy cold. "We'll worry about that when the time comes. For now, the most important thing is to gather as much as we can before order completely collapses." He pulled a notebook from beside the shelf and flipped through a few pages, the paper densely covered with names and numbers. "There are still a few households in the community that have hoarded quite a bit of stuff. I've noted down all the names." He turned to a certain page and tapped his finger on the paper. "There's also Lin Yue, who runs the supermarket." Zhao Long looked up, still chewing on a piece of canned luncheon meat. Lin Yue, didn't we already clear out his supermarket? The supermarket is empty, but he's definitely got more stashed at home. Zhao Dezhu closed the notebook and tucked it under his arm. I've been watching that guy for a long time. He keeps quiet, but he's methodical. People like that won't leave themselves without a backup plan in the apocalypse. I've been to his place. It's just a yard and a few rooms. Where could he hide anything? Said Wang Hao. Zhao Dezhu walked up the steps, the others following behind. Let's go check his place again tomorrow. Search it thoroughly. What if he won't let us search? Asked Zhao Long. Zhao Dezhu stopped on the steps and looked back at him. Won't let us search. This is a state of emergency. The community has the right to inspect supplies. He'll cooperate whether he likes it or not. The group went upstairs and returned to the living room. Zhao Dezhu sat back on the sofa, picked up his teacup, and took another sip. The tea had gone cold. He frowned and set the cup down. Secretary Zhao, that guy Lin's hand is injured. He shouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Wang Fugue lit another cigarette and took a drag. But his supermarket. Did we leave anything behind? Last time we moved everything, I only saw some chips and crackers on the shelves. Those were probably left there on purpose. Zhao Dezhu leaned back on the sofa, tapping his fingers on the armrest. He's shrewder than I thought. Leaving some things out in the open is just for show. He's definitely hidden the real stuff. So we go straight to search his place tomorrow? Asked Zhao Long. Yes, first thing in the morning, before he has a chance to react. Zhao Dezhu paused. You guys bring whatever you need. Bring what? Zhao Long patted the folding knife at his waist. This is enough. Zhao Dezhu glanced at him, but said nothing, which was taken as tacit approval. Wang Hao stood by the door, pocketed his phone, and rubbed his hands together. Secretary Zhao, when do we collect from those other households? The day after tomorrow. Well, deal with Lin Yue first, then the rest. Zhao Dezhu stood up, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtain to look outside. Outside it was pitch black. Nothing was visible, only the howling wind, a mournful sound, as if something was circling outside. This world. It won't be fit for humans to live in for much longer. He spoke with his back to the others, his voice low. Those who survive won't be the kindest. They'll be the most ruthless. He turned around to face the people in the living room. Remember this, no matter what rumors spread outside, not a single grain of our supplies leaves this place. No one gets anything, no matter who comes. Understood. Wang Fugue nodded and stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Zhao Long patted his folding knife and grinned. Got it. Wang Hao, standing by the door, nodded as well. Zhao Dezhu sat back down on the sofa, placed the notebook on the coffee table, and flipped to the first page. A line of text read, Community Supply Requisition List. The first name under that line was Lin Yue. When I woke up on the sofa, the fire in the fireplace had mostly died down, leaving only a few embers glowing dimly red in the ash. The basement was very quiet. Su Wanqing was still curled up at the other end of the sofa, wrapped tightly in a blanket, her breathing steady. I reached for my phone and glanced at it. It was 620. There were a few messages on the screen from the community group chat. I didn't open them. Instead, I opened the weather app. Minus 35 degrees Celsius. It had dropped another 4 degrees. I stared at the number for a few seconds, put the phone down, and stood up quietly. Su Wanqing didn't stir. I went to the fireplace, added a few thin twigs, and then placed a thicker log on top. Flames licked up, crackling a few times before burning steadily brighter. I took a walk through the hydroponic room. The lettuce had grown another inch, its leaves greener than yesterday. The top shelf of the hydroponic rack was almost ready to harvest. The nutrient solution circulation pump hummed away. Everything was normal. I checked the thermometer again, 18 degrees in the hydroponic room. Acceptable. When I returned to the living area, Su Wanqing was already awake. She was sitting on the sofa, the blanket draped over her knees. Her hair was a bit messy, and her eyes were still puffy, but she looked better than last night. Morning, she said, her voice still a little hoarse. Morning. What's the temperature outside? Minus 35. She was stunned for a moment, said nothing, folded the blanket, and placed it on the sofa arm, then stood up and walked toward the kitchen area. I'll make breakfast. I followed her and took a pack of dried noodles and 2 cans of luncheon meat from the supply shelf. She took the items, deftly boiled water, cooked the noodles, and sliced the meat. Her movements were practiced. When the noodles were ready, we ate at the small folding table in the leisure area. Any plans for today? She asked. Check the generator and take inventory of the firewood. The logs we brought back yesterday haven't been split yet. They need to be chopped into smaller pieces or the fireplace won't burn well. I'll help you. No need, I can do it myself. I'll help you, she said again, her tone more certain this time. I didn't refuse this time and nodded. After breakfast, just as I was about to clear the dishes, my phone suddenly vibrated. It wasn't a message, it was a security alert. I had installed a camera at the supermarket entrance, hidden under the corner of the awning. Not very conspicuous. The alert said someone had entered the monitored area. I opened the app and the screen lit up. The image was in black and white but very clear. Zhao Dezhu was standing at the supermarket entrance with Xiaolong and Wang Hao behind him. Zhao Dezhu wore a black cotton coat, his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the rolling shutter door. Xiaolong held an iron pipe and knocked twice on the door, the sound came through the monitor muffled. Wang Hao stood behind them, phone in hand, looking around. All three were bundled up tightly, their breath forming puffs of white mist. I turned the phone screen towards Su Wanqing. She glanced at it and frowned. What are they here for? I don't know, I said, pocketing the phone and standing up. You stay in the basement. Don't come up. Lin Yue. She also stood up and reached out to grab my sleeve. Be good, I said, my voice harsher than I intended. No matter what happens upstairs, don't come out. She looked at me, her lips moving slightly, but finally let go and nodded. Be careful, she said. I patted the back of her hand, turned and walked toward the steps. I pushed open the wardrobe door in the bedroom, stepped out of the bedroom, opened the side door, and entered the supermarket. The supermarket was very dark. I walked up to the rolling shutter door, took a deep breath, and pushed it upward. The cold wind rushed in and I shivered. Zhao Dezhu stood at the doorway, and upon seeing me, a smile spread across his face. That smile was standard. The corners of his mouth lifted and a few creases formed at the corners of his eyes. It was exactly like the tone he used when posting announcements in the community group Warm Decent and brooking no dissent. Lin, sorry to bother you so early, he said with a note of concern in his voice. How's your hand? Much better, Secretary Zhao. I stood at the door, not moving aside. Coming over this early, something up? Zhao Dezhu didn't rush to answer. His gaze swept past my shoulder into the supermarket. The shelves were laid bare, nothing much to see. His gaze returned, settling on my face. Nothing much really. Just came to check on you. Living alone with your hand injured, the community's worried. He paused. And while I'm at it, to get a sense of your supplies. Weren't they registered last time? Last time was last time. Things are different now. He sighed, his expression growing heavy. Lin, you've seen the news too. Minus 60 degrees for a year. The higher-ups are redistributing supplies, but when they'll arrive and how much, no one knows. The community has to fend for itself. He took a step forward, his foot landing on the threshold. Do you have any reserves in your backyard? Rice, flour, oil, anything will do. The community will register and distribute everything uniformly. Secretary Zhao, when you guys came last time, you saw everything in the supermarket. That's all there was. It's gone now. The smile on Zhao Dez's face faded a little. Lin, I'll be straight with you. His voice dropped as if sharing a secret. You know the situation outside now. Some families don't even know what they'll eat tomorrow. Your supermarket's open, you're in business. You must have held something back, right? Really, there's nothing left. The batch that came in before the temperature drop, most of it went to the city. The rest you guys took last time. With my hand like this, I can't restock. Zhao Dezhu stared at me for a few seconds. His eyes weren't big, but when they fixed on you, they felt heavy, as if weighing something. Lin, do you not trust the community? No, I'm just telling the truth. He chuckled. That laugh was different from before. The corners of his mouth still lifted, but his eyes remained still. Fine. The truth. Then let's talk truth. He took his hands from behind his back, rubbed them together, and his breath dispersed in the white mist between them. You've run this supermarket for 2 years. In those 2 years, which of the neighbors hasn't bought something from you? Old Zhou, Li Jiangwo, the elderly in the complex. Aren't they all your regulars? Now their families have nothing to eat and you have supplies. If you hoard even a single grain and give none, does that sit right? I didn't answer. He took another step forward, crossing the threshold, to stand inside the supermarket. Xiaolong and Wang Hao followed behind the three of them, crowding the doorway, blocking the light outside. Secretary Zhao, I told you there's nothing left. Believe it or not, that's all there is. Zhao Dez's smile vanished completely. He stood before me, half a head shorter, but his presence pressed down low like a stone suspended overhead. Lin Yue, I'll ask you one last time. Do you or do you not have any stockpiled supplies at home? No. He nodded slowly, taking a notebook from his pocket and flipping it open. One page was densely filled with names and numbers. He tapped the paper with his finger, then looked up at me. Then I'll have to go in and take a look. This is a state of emergency. The community has the right to inspect supplies. You'll cooperate whether you want to or not. He tucked the notebook back into his pocket and jerked his chin at Xiaolong. Go in and have a look. Zhao Long squeezed past me, his shoulder knocking into mine with considerable force. Wang Hao followed, glancing at me as he passed a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. I stood at the door unmoving. Zhao Dezhu looked at me and patted my shoulder. Lin, don't take it to heart. Official business is official business. It's better for everyone. He followed them inside. I turned around and watched them make a circuit of the supermarket. Zhao Long lifted the curtain behind the counter and peeked in. Empty, nothing there. He then pushed open the side door and headed to the backyard. Wang Hao followed and both of them entered the yard. Zhao Dezhu stood in the middle of the supermarket, hands clasped behind his back, waiting. After a few minutes, Zhao Long and Wang Hao returned. Nothing in the front yard, Zhao Long said. And the backyard? Zhao Dezhu asked. Just a few rooms, all checked. There are 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 case of bottled water in the kitchen, and a pack of biscuits on the coffee table in the living room, Wang Hao reported. That's it. Zhao Dezhu looked at me. That's all. That's all. After you took everything last time, this is what's left. I said, my voice flat. He said nothing, his gaze lingering on my face for a long time. That look was like flipping through a book that had been read many times, searching between the lines for a hidden meaning. Lin, you're a smart man. He finally said, his voice not heavy but each word like a nail. A smart man should know that in times like these you can't hide things. If you don't hand them over today, you will tomorrow. If not tomorrow, someone else will take them the day after. When that happens, it won't be as simple as registration. I said nothing. He nodded as if confirming something, then turned and walked out. At the door, he stopped and looked back at me. The community is requisitioning those 2 boxes of instant noodles and the case of water. Well, take the biscuits too. I'll make it up to you later. As Zhao Long passed me, he was carrying the 2 boxes of instant noodles and the case of water. A layer of dust had settled on the noodle boxes, deliberately placed in the kitchen corner a few days earlier. The biscuits were stuffed in Wang Hao's pocket, the wrapper bulging out. The 3 of them left their footsteps crunching on the snow, growing fainter and fainter. I stood in the supermarket, the rolling door open, the cold wind pouring in. Outside, the sky was gray. The snow had stopped, but the wind hadn't, howling as it swept the snow on the ground into wisps of white smoke. I waited a few minutes to make sure they were far away, then pulled down the rolling door. When I returned to the basement, Su Wanqing was waiting for me at the bottom of the stairs. She had her hands in her pockets, her face pale, but her gaze steady. They're gone. Gone. They took the stuff. Yeah, the 2 boxes of noodles and the water from the kitchen. And the biscuits from the coffee table. She nodded and asked no more. I walked over to the sofa and sat down. The fire in the fireplace burned brightly, casting a warm orange glow across the entire space. Will they come back? She asked, sitting beside me. I don't know. She was silent for a moment. Next time they won't be so polite. I stared at the dancing flames in the fireplace, my fingers unconsciously rubbing the fabric on my knees, saying nothing. I saw through Zhao Dez's last glance. It wasn't trust, it was a test. He had barged through that door not for the 2 boxes of instant noodles, but to uncover what I was hiding. I didn't let him succeed, but a man like him would never let things rest. Su Wanqing curled up on the sofa, wrapped tightly in a blanket, only half her face visible. She didn't ask me what to do next, silently adding firewood to the hearth. The flames cast dark shadows over her swollen eye sockets, which had subsided a bit from last night, yet only added to her haggardness. I pulled out my phone and opened the community group chat. The messages had already exploded into a chaotic frenzy. Zhao Dezhu, you bastard. You took the last 3 gene of my unpolished rice, claiming unified distribution, but it ended up on your own Kong. I saw with my own eyes your nephew Zhao Long hauling 2 bags of flour from Old Lee's place, saying it was for community collection, then dragging it straight to your house. Collection? This is outright robbery. Looting supplies under the banner of the community. Have you no shame? Secretary Zhao, say something. Are the supplies ever going to be distributed? My kid cried all night from hunger. Distribute my ass. It's all in Zhao Dez's house. I passed by yesterday and saw his pickup truck bed piled high with boxes, flour sacks sticking out. Everyone, don't talk nonsense. Secretary Zhao is doing this for our own good. In these special times, unified management of supplies is safer. Well, distribute once the higher-ups allocate them. For your mother's good. You're just Zhao Dez's lackey. Wang Hao, don't think I can't recognize you just because you switched accounts. Watch your mouth. Curse again and I'll kick you out of the group. Go ahead. Kick me if you dare. I'll say it anyway. Zhao Dezhu is a beast who profits from others' misfortune. Messages scrolled faster than flipping pages. Curses, cries, pleas, and defenses all mixed together, suffocating. I scrolled down and spotted Li Jiangwo's message. Secretary Zhao, is there an inventory for the community collected supplies? When will they be distributed? Can you post the details in the group? The group went dead silent for a full minute after that message. Zhao Dezhu replied quickly, still spouting the same bureaucratic jargon. Tallying in progress, coordinating efforts, asking everyone to wait patiently. Li Jianguo didn't press further, but added another line. Secretary Zhao, I've been a cop for 30 years and seen it all. In this situation, the longer you delay, the more people lose faith. Holding on to supplies without distributing them will eventually cost lives. Give us a straight answer. Will you distribute or not, and when? Zhao Dezhu didn't reply. The curses in the group flared up again, but Li Jianguo's message stayed pinned at the top, followed by a string of replies. Uncle Li is right. Uncle Li, help us ask. Uncle Li, you're a cop, rein him in. After a while, Li Jianguo sent his last message. I'll go find him. Ask him face to face. That message landed like a stone in water, and the group fell instantly silent. I stared at the screen, tapping my fingers on the armrest. I didn't know Li Jianguo well, but everyone knew he was stubbornly principled. Head served in the town for 30 years, walking the streets and helping whoever had trouble. Not the kind of cop who sat in an office drinking tea, but an old policeman who truly got things done for people. At a time like this, he wouldn't just wait at home. Su Wanqing saw me glued to my phone and asked softly, as if afraid to startle anyone, what's wrong? Li Jianguo went to see Zhao Dezhu. Her body stiffened. She said nothing, just moved closer to the fireplace and added another log. I kept scrolling the group. For a full half hour, nothing happened. Then suddenly a voice message popped up. I tapped it. A woman's voice, breathless, as if she'd been running for her life. Uncle Li. Uncle Li was beaten. Zhao Dezhu and his men. They took Uncle Li. The voice cut off abruptly. The group exploded instantly, messages flooding in. Uncle Li was beaten? Was it Zhao Dezhu? Call the police. Call the police now. Call the police, my ass. The station's been empty for ages. Where's Uncle Li now? Who'll go check? No one answered. After that voice message, the group went dead again, not even a single bubble. I sprang to my feet, my foot reaching the step, then stopping. I couldn't go up. I had no idea what was happening outside. Zhao Dezhu's men might still be lurking nearby. I'd heard about Li Jianguo, but I couldn't go. Not because I didn't want to, because I couldn't. Su Wanqing followed behind me, silent, just gently placing her hand on my arm, her fingertips cold as ice. I'm fine. I shook off her hand, my voice hoarse. I know. I sat back down on the sofa, the phone screen still glowing. Messages started popping up in the group again, all useless. Someone crying, someone cursing, someone begging Zhao Dezhu to release the man. Zhao Dezhu and his lackeys didn't utter a single word in reply. About an hour later, a text suddenly appeared in the group. Uncle Li is gone. Just 4 words, like a dull blade gouging deep into the heart. Below it came a string of question marks and crying faces, but no one asked for details. Those 4 words sank into the group like a stone crashing through ice, not even a ripple. I stared at those 4 words for a long time until my eyes ached. Then I placed my phone face down on my knee. Li Jianguo. That old cop, always in his faded blue uniform, who would murmur, "Stay safe," when buying Hong Shuangxi cigarettes at the door. He was gone. Su Wanqing saw my pallid face, didn't ask why, just leaned closer, her shoulder lightly brushing mine, saying nothing. I don't know how long passed. The fire in the hearth burned, was stoked, burned again. I sat on the sofa, those 4 words spinning in my mind. Uncle Li is gone. Suddenly my phone rang. Not a message, but a surveillance alert. I opened the app. On the monitor outside the supermarket, a woman was staggering toward the door. It was Xiao Chun, the young officer from the station, Li Jianguo's apprentice. A girl in her early 20s with a ponytail, always smiling, who would call out cheerfully, "Uncle Li," when he came for cigarettes. Now she wore her police uniform under a gray cotton coat, her cap, long lost hair disheveled across her face, half her face covered in blood dripping down her chin. She reached the supermarket's rolling door, knocked weakly, her strength fading like a mosquito's buzz. After 2 knocks, she slid to the ground, curling into a ball. I turned and dashed up the steps. "Lin Yue." Su Wanqing called from behind me. "It's Xiao Chun," I said without looking back, pushing open the bedroom wardrobe, crossing the hallway, shoving open the side door into the supermarket. I yanked up the rolling door. Cold wind carrying snow flurried in. Xiao Chun leaned against the doorframe, trembling like a fallen leaf, hugging her knees, unable to stand. "Xiao Chun." I crouched down, reaching for her shoulder. She looked up, a flicker of light in her eyes, then it crumbled away. The left side of her face was covered in blood, frozen into dark red ice crystals. Her lips were split in several places, the peeling skin crusted with blood. "Brother Lin." Her voice was as thin as a thread squeezed from her throat. "Uncle Li. He. Come in first." I reached out and hooked my arm under Xiao Chen's, lifting her up, half supporting, half carrying. Her body went utterly slack, boneless, her full weight collapsing against me. Her legs buckled, sliding downward, and I gripped her arms tight, dragging her stubbornly toward the supermarket entrance. With a sharp metallic thud, I yanked the rolling shutter down to the floor, the hollow clang reverberating sharply in the dead silence of night, jolting my heart. Su Wanqing was already standing at the threshold leading to the living quarters, her face grim, her eyes sharp with vigilance. Without wasting a word, she lowered her voice and spoke swiftly. "Take her to the basement. It's secluded. Keep quiet." I didn't hesitate. Supporting Xiao Chun, I carried her through the bedroom and down the narrow staircase. Warmth rose from the basement, rich with the smoky scent of the hearth, and finally dispelled some of the biting cold that clung to us from outside. Su Wanqing stepped forward, quickly lifted the thick woolen blanket from the sofa, and gently guided Xiao Chun into a seated position. The moment Xiao Chun touched the sofa, she curled inward like a wounded animal, her teeth chattering violently, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't just cold, it was terror, raw and shattering. Su Wanqing knelt before her, cradling her chin with gentle hands, using the firelight to examine the wounds on her face. Crusted blood mixed with grime, stark and harrowing. "Any other injuries? Besides your face?" Su Wanqing's voice remained low, steady, reassuring, yet edged with the caution endemic to the end times. Xiao Chun shook her head blankly, then suddenly remembered, her trembling fingers darting toward her left ribcage. The instant she brushed the wound, she gasped in sharp pain, tears welling instantly in her eyes. Without hesitation, Su Wanqing carefully lifted the blood-stained police uniform jacket. Beneath it, her sweater was torn open, revealing a large swollen bruise, deep purple and black, across her ribs. It bore the unmistakable imprint of a brutal kick. Su Wanqing's fingertip grazed the edge of the contusion. Xiao Chun let out a muffled groan, tears spilling freely. Yet she clenched her lips shut, refusing to let a sob escape. No fracture, but severe soft tissue trauma and possible internal injury. She retrieved bandages and anti-swelling ointment from the nearby first aid kit, applying them with meticulous care, wrapping the wound with deliberate gentleness. "You must not move for several days. Not bend, not strain. Rest completely. Lie still and heal." Xiao Chun nodded silently. Tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking the woolen blanket. She gripped its edge with white-knuckled force, biting her lip so hard it trembled, shoulders heaving in silent, wrenching sobs. After dressing her wounds, Su Wanqing pulled out one of my thick cotton socks and knelt to help Xiao Chun remove her soaked thin ones. Her toes were bluish-purple, flinching at even the lightest touch. Once wrapped snugly in the blanket, Su Wanqing handed her a cup of warm water. Xiao Chun clutched it with trembling hands. So unsteady, the liquid sloshed onto her skin unnoticed. Her gaze remained vacant, fixed on the floor. "Xiao Chun, speak slowly. Don't be afraid. You're safe here." I sat across from her on a small stool, suppressing the surge of fury and sorrow churning inside me, softening my voice to a whisper. "Start from when you and Uncle Li went to Zhao Deju's house. Tell me everything. Every word, every detail." Xiao Chun took a sip of hot water, then choked violently, coughing until her whole frame shook, fresh tears streaming down her face. Wiping her face with a hand smeared with dirt and dried blood, she drew several ragged breaths before speaking. Her voice hoarse, quavering, thick with lingering dread. "Uncle Li insisted on going to Zhao Deju's house this afternoon. I couldn't stop him. He said if we didn't confront him now, people in town would be driven to death. He'd collected supplies for half a month, yet not a single grain of rice had been distributed. If we waited any longer, more would starve. He said he was a police officer. Even if the station stood empty, he couldn't stand by while civilians were oppressed." Her voice dropped lower, her head bowed as though fearing walls had ears. "I went with him. Zhao Deju's gate was bolted shut. Uncle Li knocked for ages before his nephew Zhao Long finally wrenched it open, snarling eyes full of menace. Inside, Zhao Deju sat squarely in the center of the living room. On the coffee table sat steaming tea, canned meat, and entire boxes of biscuits and bread, stacked high. All of it had been seized from households across town. And yet he sat there feasting without conscience. Xiao Chen's fingers tightened around the cup until her knuckles turned white, her fingertips trembling visibly. Uncle Li demanded to know where the supplies had gone, and when distribution would begin. Zhao Deju began with bureaucratic evasions, claiming he was still tallying the inventory, telling Uncle Li to mind his own business. Uncle Li replied that as the community's public security officer, these matters fell squarely within his duty. Zhao Deju laughed then, cold, venomous, saying the police station no longer existed, nor did officers. In this world, only brute strength dictated authority. She paused, swallowing hard, her voice cracking. Uncle Li wasn't afraid. He pulled out an old ledger from his coat, a record he'd kept door to door, noting exactly how much rice and flour each household had surrendered. Every entry precise, every name accounted for. He slammed the ledger onto the coffee table and ordered Zhao Dezhu to reconcile it. Said if he couldn't explain, he'd report him. At that, my fists clenched, my nails biting deep into my palms, pain unable to suppress the rising inferno in my chest. Zhao Dezhu flipped through 2 pages. Then his face darkened. Without another word, he tore the ledger apart, shredding it into fragments, scattering them across the floor. Xiao Chen's voice broke entirely, tears falling unchecked. Uncle Li lunged for the scraps. Zhao Long shoved him hard from behind. Uncle Li, elderly and unsteady, crashed onto the concrete floor, his head striking the ground with a sickening crack. Zhao Dezhu stood beside him, pointing and shouting, calling him a useless old man who dared obstruct his profits. Then Zhao Long rushed in, kicking. Wang Hao joined him, both raining blows upon Uncle Li, who lay curled on the floor, arms shielding his head, uttering not a single cry, enduring in silence. I sat frozen, my chest crushed beneath a boulder of grief and rage. Before me the image burned, that aging officer, battered, defenseless, swallowed by cruelty. Fury and helplessness twisted together, constricting my throat, searing my ribs. I tried to pull them off him. Wang Hao shoved me aside. My skull struck the corner of the coffee table, hard, and I blacked out. When I woke, I was locked inside the woodshed behind their house. Pitch black, freezing, littered with splinters and ash. The door was bolted tight. Xiao Chun looked up at me then, her eyes wide with primal fear. I was trapped in that shed for nearly 2 hours. Night had fallen completely. I heard Zhao Dezhu speaking on the phone in the living room, his voice booming. The wall between us was paper thin. I heard every word. Her voice dropped to a breathless whisper edged with absolute desolation, as if sharing a secret that could kill. He said higher authorities had already issued notice. No rescue was coming. Never would. Provincial and municipal governments had collapsed entirely. Supply lines severed. They'd abandoned towns like ours without a second thought. And he said this wasn't a temporary disaster. It was permanent. The sun would never rise properly again. The cold would persist, unrelenting, until every last soul froze or starved to death. The firewood in the hearth suddenly crackled with a sharp pop, sparks splattering against the firebox walls and vanishing in an instant, brutally shattering the suffocating silence that had weighed down the basement. Xiao Chen's tears flowed even more fiercely, her already swollen eyes brimming with helplessness and despair as she stared at me, her voice trembling uncontrollably. He also said that those underground shelters in the big cities were already full long ago, with spots reserved only for the powerful and influential. People like us ordinary folks were left behind to wait for death. Brother Lin, is what he said true? Is there really no rescue? Are we truly never going to see a shred of hope again? I opened my mouth, my throat dry and aching as if clogged with a lump of ice, unable to utter a single word. These words, once seen countless times online, were mere baseless rumors, but coming from Zhao Dezhu, who had access to high-level information, their weight was worlds apart. This was the final straw that crushed everyone's will to survive. Su Wanqing gently wrapped her arm around Xiao Chen's shoulders, pulling her close, patting her back softly, without uttering any hollow words of comfort, silently soothing her through her actions alone. Xiao Chun could no longer hold back. She buried her face in the crook of Su Wanqing's shoulder, and her stifled sobs finally broke free, muffled and filled with utter despair, echoing through the empty basement, stirring a pang of sorrow and a tightness in the chest. After crying for a long while, Xiao Chun slowly regained her composure, and continued between sniffles later, I don't know how much time passed, but the door to the woodshed creaked open gently. It was the old nanny from Zhao De's house. Uncle Li used to help her with her family troubles all the time. She waited until Zhao Dezhu and his men were too busy drinking and bragging to notice, then secretly let me go. She even pointed out the way to climb over the back wall, telling me to run as far as I could, saying Zhao Dezhu was ruthless and would never leave a witness alive. She looked down at her hands. 2 of her fingernails were broken, the tips smeared with blood and frozen mud. The knees of her pants were torn through, revealing scabbed-over bloodstains. I climbed over the wall and ran all the way here, avoiding the main roads, only daring to slip through dark alleys. I fell countless times, always feeling like someone was chasing me, too afraid to look back, just running for my life. I wanted to go back to the police station, but it was already empty. The chief went to the city last week and hasn't been heard from since. The other colleagues either hid at home or were completely unreachable. It was just Uncle Li and me. And now Uncle Li is gone too. She couldn't go on, burying her face deep in her knees, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. The despair of being abandoned by the whole world, wrapped in a chill, spread throughout the basement. I sat there, my mind buzzing, Xiao Chen's words echoing in my ears over and over. No rescue, permanent apocalypse, ordinary people left to die. The reason Zhao Dezhu dared to openly embezzle supplies and beat Li Jiangguo to death was because he was certain no one could stop him anymore. This world had completely fallen apart, the rules were long useless. Xiao Chun, you just stay here and recover. Don't think about anything else, don't worry about anything. I snapped back to reality, looking at her utterly haggard appearance, and spoke in a deep, unwavering tone without a hint of hesitation. Xiao Chun lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, her eyes swollen like walnuts. She waved her hands frantically, her voice hoarse and panicked. Brother Lin, I can't be a burden to you and Sister Su. Zhao Dezhu will definitely go crazy looking for me. He's ruthless and he'll drag you into this. He'll leave as soon as I'm a little better. Don't talk nonsense. I cut her off directly, my tone brooking no argument, my eyes full of certainty. I won't let anything happen to you. It's hidden here, they won't find you. Just stay put and don't go anywhere. Xiao Chun looked at me, her lips trembling for a long time before she finally nodded heavily, tears streaming down again, her eyes filled with gratitude and the relief of grasping the last lifeline in utter despair. Su Wanqing stood up, took a box of whole wheat crackers from the supply shelf, opened it, and handed it to Xiao Chun. She also placed some warm water within her reach, her voice soft and steady. Eat something to settle your stomach slowly, don't choke. After you eat, get a good night's sleep. Xiao Chun took the crackers, trembling as she picked one up and put it in her mouth. She chewed slowly, and as she chewed, tears fell again, choking her so that her brow furrowed, but she kept eating bite by bite. This was a rare warm meal, a sliver of peace in the apocalypse. I stood up, walked to the hearth, and added a few pieces of dry wood. The flames leaped up at once, casting an orange-red glow that filled the entire basement, yet it couldn't warm the chill deep in my heart. I stared at the dancing flames, my mind churning. Zhao Dezhu this time had completely shed all restraint. From now on he would only become more arrogant and more ruthless. Su Wanqing walked over softly and stood beside me, her voice so low that only I could hear what she just said. About no rescue, the shelters, and what Zhao Dezhu did. What do you think? What Zhao Dezhu said is probably true. A man like him, a refined egoist, wouldn't make up something like this. He's convinced no one can rein him in, which is why he dares to go to such extremes and say these things openly. I gripped the fire tongs tightly, my knuckles white, my voice as cold as the wind outside. Su Wanqing was silent for a moment, her fingertips clenching slightly, and she asked softly then, "What do we do next?" Just as I was about to speak, my phone suddenly vibrated violently in my pocket, jarringly loud in the quiet basement. My heart tightened and I quickly pulled it out. It was De Yong. I hurried to a corner of the basement, turning my back to the other two, and answered the call in a low voice. "Brother Yu." De Yong's voice was very low, muffled and trembling uncontrollably, as if squeezed out between clenched teeth filled with suppressed rage and despair. "What's wrong? What happened?" My voice was taut, a sudden sense of dread washing over me. There was silence on the other end for several seconds, only the sound of heavy, ragged breathing like a cornered beast. After a long while he finally said in a hoarse voice, "Zhao Dezhu came by." My fingers tightened, the knuckles on the hand, holding the phone turning white in an instant, and rage surged within me. "He went to your house. He brought 4 or 5 people. Xiaolong, Wang Hao, and 2 unfamiliar thugs. They barged in and started looting." De Yong's voice trembled even more, not from cold but from uncontrollable anger and pain. "They took everything they could carry. Rice flour, oil, the cured meat, and dried vegetables Xiao Min had been saving for over half a year, even my toolbox with the imported wrenches I used for work, and the spare gasoline I had hidden under the bed. They left nothing." "What about Xiao Min? Is she okay?" I asked urgently, my heart in my throat. "She's fine, just scared out of her wits. When they broke in, she was heating up leftovers in the kitchen. She hid behind the stove, covering her mouth, too afraid to make a sound, trembling all over. She still hasn't calmed down." De Yong paused, his voice thick with humiliation after they cleared everything out. Zhao Long tore the house apart, saying I was hiding things. As he left, he said this was a community-wide requisition, and that I should cooperate nicely, and they'd compensate me when supplies came down from above. Total bullshit. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath to suppress the rising malice within me. Zhao Dezhu was pushing everyone to the brink. "Where are you now?" "At home with Xiaomin. She's sitting by the Kong, trembling, too scared to even speak." De Yong's voice grew lower, laced with endless despair. "Brother Yue, I've lost everything. The house is empty, I can't even cook a hot meal. How are Xiaomin and I supposed to go on?" "De Yong, listen to me." I lowered my voice, enunciating each word, clearly leaving no room for refusal. "You and Xiaomin pack up immediately. Bring only what you can carry. Come to my place right now, this instant." "To your place?" De Yong hesitated, his voice thick with doubt and a hint of unease. "Yes. I have food and water here, enough to sustain us for a long time. If you stay there, the next time Zhao Dezhu comes it won't just be about looting. He knows you're close to me. He wants spare you or Xiaomin." My tone was urgent, fearing his hesitation would waste precious time. There was a long silence on the phone, his inner struggle palpable. Finally, his hoarse voice asked, "Brother Yue, if Xiaomin and I come, will we cause you trouble? We're just burdens now." "Enough talk. We're brothers. There's no such thing as a burden. Pack up quickly. Be here within half an hour. Stay cautious and don't let Zhao Dez's men spot you." I cut him off, my tone brooking no argument. "All right, I'll listen to you. I'll pack up now and be there in half an hour." Daong's voice finally steadied, gaining some confidence. Before hanging up, he added, "Brother Yue, thank you." After ending the call, I turned around. Su Wanqing stood a few steps behind me, holding the leftover gauze she had used to bandage Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with understanding. "Is Daong coming?" "Yes. Zhao Dezhu cleaned out his home. Xiaomin is traumatized. They have nowhere else to go." I walked to the sofa, bent down, and retrieved a flashlight from under the coffee table. I pressed the button. The beam was bright. "It's him and his wife Xiaomin. 2 people. Su Wanqing nodded without asking any superfluous questions. She took 2 thick wool blankets from the supply shelf, folded them neatly, and placed them on the empty spot of the sofa. Then she refilled the kettle and set it by the fireplace to keep warm. Xiao Chun sat on the sofa, clutching a biscuit, watching us bustle about. The lingering fear in her eyes was now mixed with a bit of reassurance. She murmured softly, "It's all my fault for dragging everyone into this." "Don't think like that." I crouched down, looking into her eyes, speaking earnestly. "Zhao Dezhu had his sights set on me long ago. Your situation just happened to coincide. It's not your fault. Just focus on healing." She bit her lip, nodded gently, and fell silent. I went upstairs to wait for Daong. Pushing open the bedroom door, the living room was pitch black. I groped my way to the living room and peered through the gap in the curtains. The snow in the yard had piled up another layer. The path I had cleared just days ago was completely buried, leaving no trace. I stood by the window, nerves taut, waiting for about 20 minutes. Finally, a knock came at the door. I went into the shop and gently pulled up the rolling door. A blast of cold air rushed in, making me shiver. Daong's face was pale, his lips chapped, his brows and lashes coated with a layer of frost. His eyes were filled with exhaustion and the lingering shock of his ordeal. Xiaomin followed behind him. As her boots sank into the snow, she stumbled when pulling it out. Daong quickly reached out to steady her, his eyes full of concern. "Quick, come in." I stepped aside, keeping my voice low. The 2 hurried into the yard. I closed the gate behind them, slid the bolt shut, and led them through the corridor, pushing open the bedroom door. "Brother Yue, where are we going?" Daong stood in the bedroom, looking around, utterly confused. It seemed like an ordinary room, not at all a place to hide. "Follow me and don't speak." I walked to the wardrobe, pushed aside the clothes, revealing a hidden wooden panel behind. I pulled hard, exposing a heavy, sturdy gray metal door. Daong stared at the door, his eyes widening in shock. Xiaomin, standing behind him, also covered her mouth, her face a mask of disbelief. I twisted the metal will, pulled the door open with effort. The warm light from the basement spilled out, illuminating their faces, dispelling the chill that clung to them. "Go down quickly, tread lightly." Daong descended first, moving slowly down the 3 steps, his eyes full of astonishment. Xiaomin followed, one hand clutching tightly to Daong's clothes, the other holding a cloth bundle, descending cautiously. I went down last, closed the metal door, and locked it tight, completely sealing off the cold and danger outside. The temperature in the basement was dozens of degrees warmer than upstairs. The warmth, mixed with the smoky scent of the fireplace, rushed to envelop them both. Daong stood at the bottom of the stairs, completely stunned. His eyes swept from left to right. From the neatly stacked supply shelves to the wall of canned goods to the generator, the hand-pumped well, the door to the hydroponic room, and finally resting on the roaring fireplace. He was speechless for a long time. "Brother Yu, this is your basement." His voice was hoarse, full of awe. "I started preparing it a couple of years ago. I mentioned it to you before. The place I used for my live streams," I said calmly. Daong nodded, saying nothing more. He slowly turned around, taking in the room full of supplies, and his eyes gradually reddened. Xiaomin peeked out from behind him. Seeing the bags of rice flour and canned goods on the shelves, tears streamed down her face. Tears of joy at seeing a glimmer of hope in their desperate situation. Su Wanqing walked over from the lounge area, holding 2 thick wool blankets. Her voice was soft and warm. "Sit down first. Have some hot water to warm yourselves. It's freezing out there. You must be chilled to the bone." Daong put down his canvas bag and tool bag and led Xiaomin to the sofa. Xiao Chun had already moved to the other end, wrapped in a blanket, and softly called out, "Brother Daong." Seeing the wound on Xiao Chen's face, Daong froze, a flicker of anger in his eyes. But he didn't ask. From the group chat messages, he could probably guess it was Zhao Dez's men. He sat on the sofa, hands on his knees, head bowed, shoulders trembling slightly, the aftershock of a narrow escape. Xiaomin sat next to him, clutching her cloth bundle, her hand tightly gripping Daong's clothes, afraid to let go. Su Wanqing poured 2 cups of warm water and handed them over. Daong took one, holding the cup with both hands, his fingertips still trembling. He took a sip of the hot water, made him wince, but he didn't put the cup down. He just held it tightly, as if trying to grasp all the warmth to hold onto this hard-won moment of peace. Daong, tell me what happened. Did Zhao Desis men say anything else? I sat opposite him, keeping my voice low to soothe his nerves. Daong set down the cup and rubbed his face vigorously with both hands. After a few moments, he finally spoke, his voice filled with humiliation and anger. This afternoon Zhao Long and 3 or 4 others barged right in. They said the community was requisitioning supplies and we had to cooperate. I told them we only had a little food left for ourselves, nothing to spare. They didn't believe me. They turned the place upside down, even checking under the bed and in the grain jars. He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot and the rims reddened. Rice flour, oil, cured meat, dried vegetables, all taken. Even the brown sugar and red dates that Xiaomin saved for herself, meant to nourish her body. They didn't leave a thing. Before he left, Zhao Long issued a threat, telling me to think twice about hiding anything. He said Secretary Zhao declared that in these special times, anyone caught concealing supplies was opposing the authorities and would face dire consequences. What's left at home now? Nothing. Daong pointed to the canvas bag on the floor, his voice hoarse. Just a few changes of clothes, some personal items of Xiaomin's. Everything else was looted. They didn't even leave me the iron wok for cooking. Xiaomin sat nearby. Hearing this, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face as she wept silently, her shoulders trembling. The cloth bundle in her arms was all she had managed to salvage. Pitifully meager. Su Wanqing walked over, crouched before her, gently patted her knee and handed her a tissue in silent comfort. Brother Yu. Daong looked at me, his gaze lost and helpless. Tell me, if life has come to this, can we even go on? Are we bound to end up? He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear to all. We can. I cut him off, my tone unwavering. As long as we're alive, we will surely make it through. Look here, the supplies are enough to sustain us for several years if we ration them. Firewood will last months. The greens in the hydroponic room will be ready to harvest in a few days. With water, food, and shelter, we can survive. Daong slowly turned his head, glancing at the shelves laden with supplies, then at the fire crackling in the hearth, and finally back to me. The confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a growing resolve. Brother Yue, I owe you my life. From now on, whatever you say, I'll do without hesitation. Don't speak like a stranger. We're brothers. We look out for each other. I stood up, took 2 cans of braised pork and a pack of dried noodles from the supply shelf and handed them to Su Wanqing. Cook some hot noodles first to warm our stomachs. A full belly steadies the heart. We'll deal with everything else tomorrow. Su Wanqing took the items and headed toward the kitchen area. Xiaomin wiped her tears, quickly rose and followed to help, unwilling to remain a burden. Daong collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a long sigh as if all his strength had been drained. His shoulders slumped, his head rested against the backrest, and his eyes stared fixedly at the ceiling, his face etched with exhaustion. That fucking bastard. He suddenly cursed under his breath, each word biting. Zhao Dezhu, that son of a bitch, hell die a dog's death. I didn't respond. I sat beside him and added 2 logs to the hearth. The flames crackled a few times, burning brighter and fiercer. The orange-eared glow reflected on Daong's face. His rage slowly melted into deep weariness, his eyelids drooping. A clear sign he hadn't had a restful sleep in a long time. Before long, the sound of a spatula scraping a pot came from the kitchen. The aroma of braised pork from the consoon filled the entire basement. Su Wanqing emerged, carrying a large pot of steaming noodles, the broth glistening red, topped with luncheon meat and dried scallions. An enticing fragrance wafting through the air. Xiaomin followed with bowls and chopsticks, her hands still trembling slightly, though she was much calmer than before. Su Wanqing first served a bowl to Xiao Chun, placing it on a paper napkin to prevent burns, then filled bowls for Daong, Xiaomin, and me. Daong held his bowl, staring at the rising steam for a few seconds, his eyes instantly reddening. In this apocalyptic world, to be at wit's end and still enjoy a bowl of hot noodles was beyond imagination. He picked up a mouthful with his chopsticks, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed and swallowed ravenously. Delicious, so delicious. His voice was hoarse, choked with emotion. Xiaomin sat beside him, eating in small bites, tears falling again. Droplets landing in her bowl. She quickly wiped them away, eating slowly and cherishing every mouthful. The basement fell silent, broken only by the soft clink of bowls and chopsticks and the crackling of the hearth. The 5 of us sat together, and a bowl of hot noodles temporarily dispelled the bitter cold outside, and the shadow cast by Zhao Dezhu. I finished eating, set down my bowl, and leaned back on the sofa with a long sigh of relief. Daong had finished too, looking considerably more relaxed, but his brows remained furrowed. He knew this peace was only temporary. Brother Yu. His tone turned serious. We can't just hide from Zhao Dezhu forever. What are you planning to do? I pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, first we wait and see. He's just looted everything and is at his most smug. He won't come back anytime soon. But we must be fully prepared and not let our guard down. Prepared how? Tell me what I can do. Daong sat up straight, his gaze resolute. First we need to thoroughly conceal the entrance. No one must discover the basement. I said solemnly, also from today on no one leaves alone without my permission. Zhao Dezhu's men are everywhere watching. Going out is suicide. Daong nodded, committing it to memory. Just then Xiao Chun, sitting at the other end of the sofa, spoke up softly, Brother Lin, I know about Zhao Dezhu's home. When I was locked in the woodshed, I overheard them drinking and chatting. I heard everything. I turned to her attentively. Go on. There's a large basement in his backyard. All the looted supplies are stored there, with someone guarding the entrance around the clock. The walls are high-topped with barbed wire. Impossible to climb over. The front gate has surveillance and the back gate is watched. Zhao Long carries a knife and Wang Hao has an iron pipe. They said anyone who doesn't obey will be beaten to death. She spoke calmly, but the hand holding her empty bowl never stopped trembling, her knuckles white. Still trapped in fear. I understand. Thank you for this. I stood up, walked to the supply shelf, and pulled out a compound bow and arrows from the bottom layer. Opening the box, I took out the bow and began stringing it. Pressing down on the riser with my left hand and pulling the string with my right, an old wound on my wrist throbbed with pain, but I didn't stop. This ache was nothing compared to the blood debt owed to Uncle Li. Daong saw the bow, froze for a moment, then quickly came over and crouched beside me. Brother Yue, do you know how to use this thing? Practiced a bit before. Not an expert, but enough to defend myself. I finished stringing it, gave it a few test pulls, and knocked an arrow to gauge the feel. Get one for me too. I'll learn with you. Daong's tone was firm. From now on I'll protect you, Xiaoman, and everyone else. I won't let them bully us again. There are 3 in total. 1 for you, 1 for me, and 1 spare. I handed him another bow along with finger tabs and a release aid. Familiarize yourself with it tonight. Tomorrow I'll teach you how to use it. Daong took the bow, turning it over in his hands, and nodded emphatically, his eyes serious. Xiaoman sat on the sofa, watching us handle these tools, a trace of fear in her eyes. But she said nothing, only pulling the blanket toward Xiao Chun to cover both their legs. Su Wanqing finished cleaning up the dishes and walked over, standing beside me, looking down at the bow. Can you use it? She asked softly. A little. Enough to protect myself. I set down the bow and looked up at her. Are you scared? She shook her head, her gaze unwavering, without a hint of hesitation. No. With you here, with everyone here, I'm not afraid. I slumped onto the sofa, gently resting the compound bow on my knees, my fingertips cold, as I pulled out my phone and scrolled through the community group chat. The messages in the group were beyond chaotic. It was as if someone had thrown a bucket of ice water into a vat of boiling oil. Every new message burst with sparks crackling across the screen, making the phone itself feel scorching hot. Zhao Dezhu, you beast. You took my last half bag of flour. My grandson is only 2 years old. Are you trying to starve us to death? They emptied our rice jar. Zhao Long and his men broke in over the wall. My old man tried to stop them, and they shoved him hard onto the concrete floor. His arm is broken, and now he's lying in bed without even a single painkiller, just bearing the agony. Do you people have any humanity left? The police line is dead. I've called over a dozen times, and it's always busy. Is no one even at the station anymore? Who's left at the station? Uncle Li is gone. Who in this community can stand up to the Zhao family now? Uncle Li. Such a kind-hearted man. He's just gone. I heard Uncle Li was beaten to death by Zhao Dezhu's men. Is that true? Absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. That day, I went to Zhao Dezhu's place to ask for food. Through the crack in the door, I saw Zhao Long and Wang Hao holding Uncle Li down on the ground, beating him. Zhao Dezhu stood by, watching coldly, his face expressionless. He ordered his men to drag Uncle Li to the backyard, and I never saw him come out again. This message dropped into the group, and the once chaotic chat fell into a dead silence for over 10 seconds. Then emotions erupted like a broken dam. Curses, cries, accusations, and imprecations tangled together as the screen scrolled upward furiously, too fast for anyone to read clearly. Zhao Dezhu, may you die a miserable death. Karma will get you. You killed Uncle Li. This blood debt will be repaid. Why won't heaven strike down this heartless monster? Stop the cursing. Secretary Zhao is doing what's best for the community. Centralized resource management is safer. Uncle Li's death was just an accident. This defense of Zhao Dezhu was barely sent before it was drowned out by dozens of even harsher insults, not even leaving a ripple. Wang Hao, you lackey, shut up. How dare you speak up for them? You're complicit in evil. Every last one of the Zhao family is rotten. Wang Hao's message barely surfaced before it was buried at the bottom like a stone, sinking into a muddy swamp, vanishing without a trace. Not long after, Zhao Dez's profile picture lit up, turning from gray to color like a venomous snake slowly poking its head out of its lair. Dear residents, I am deeply grieved by Comrade Li Jiangwo's untimely passing. But the truth is far from the malicious rumors some are spreading. During the unified collection of community supplies, Comrade Li became overly agitated and collapsed from a sudden illness. We administered first aid immediately, but despite our efforts we could not save him. This was merely an accident. I urge everyone not to be misled by rumors and disrupt community order. I stared at those cold words, my knuckles white from clenching, the tension seeping through my fingers. Sudden illness. Accident. First aid. These three flippant words from his mouth were like three ice-cold knives stabbing deep into Uncle Li's grave, making my heart bleed. The group exploded again, the anger fiercer than before. Bullshit. Uncle Li was as strong as an ox. Last month he helped fix my pipes, carrying them up the stairs without even breathing hard. Sudden illness, my ass. Lying through your teeth like this. You'll get what's coming to you. Zhao Dezhu ignored the curses entirely. Zhao Long took over, his tone dripping with brutal threats. Shut up, all of you. Say one more word and I'll come to your door myself. Secretary Zhao says it was an accident, so it was an accident. Anyone spreading rumors better not blame me for being ruthless. This message hit the group like a bucket of ice water, instantly quelling the furious outcry. It wasn't that the hatred had faded. It was fear. Those who had been screaming accusations just moments ago fell silent, as if a hand had clamped down on their throats, not daring to breathe too loudly. After a few seconds of silence, someone posted a short message without tagging anyone or naming names. More like a desperate mutter. How much longer can we even survive like this? No one replied. The air was filled with nothing but endless stillness and despair. After another moment, the group's tone shifted entirely. An account named Sister Lu sent a message, her tone full of pleading. Secretary Zhao, I have absolutely nothing left to eat at home. Please have mercy and give us something. Just enough for me and my daughter to get by for 2 days. My daughter is only 5 and she's crying from hunger. I'm at my wit's end. Please. Zhao Dezhu did not reply. Another message followed. Secretary Zhao, I still have some gold jewelry. A necklace and rings. Could I trade them for some food? I'm not asking for charity. I'll trade. I just want enough to stay alive. Zhao Dezhu remained silent. Just then a message appeared that made my stomach churn with nausea. A young woman's profile labeled Xiao 1 sent a voice message. My heart sank, but after a moment's hesitation I gritted my teeth and played it. Her voice was young, but she deliberately put on a syrupy, fawning tone, like she was flirting or begging without any dignity. Secretary Zhao, there's nothing left at my place. I live alone and don't have anything valuable. But I'm willing to trade something else for a meal. Do you think I could? The voice message ended and the group fell silent for a few seconds. Then Zhao Long replied. Not with words, but with a meme, a leering man smoking, squinting with a sleazy grin captioned. You know what I mean? Xiaowen responded almost instantly, sending a shy, coy emoji. I stared at the sickening content on the screen, my stomach heaving violently, as if I had swallowed a live fly. Su Wanqing also looked down at her phone, her face as pale as paper drained of all color. Xiao Chan sat at the other end of the sofa, glued to her phone. Her face was even paler than before, her lips bloodless, her eyes red-rimmed but holding back tears. Her gaze was numb. A hollow emptiness worn down by despair. The apocalypse never begins by destroying the body. It begins by crushing dignity. When hunger gnaws so fiercely that even a child's wail becomes unbearable, what then is dignity? Can it be eaten? Can it quench thirst? Can it silence a starving infant's desperate cries? No. So dignity is discarded without hesitation. Cast aside like refuse, one kneels, grovels, abandons all moral boundaries. So long as it secures a single mouthful of food that keeps death at bay. Messages continued flashing in the group chat, but I no longer had the will to read them. At that very moment, a crimson surveillance alert popped up at the top of my phone screen. Its icon pulsing urgently, warning of an intruder breaching the monitored zone. I tapped open the security app immediately. After a few seconds of loading, the feed resolved into sharp clarity. The entrance of the supermarket. The rolling shutter door had been violently smashed inward. its center deeply caved like a mouth grotesquely twisted by a brutal blow. The mounting screws on both sides had sheared off entirely, dangling crookedly from their tracks. Shards of glass and warped metal littered the ground while twin black tire tracks gouged deep into the thick snow. Stark, jarring, and unmistakable. A modified black SUV stood parked before the entrance, its hood still exhaling faint wisps of white steam. Several bulging canvas packs were lashed tightly to its roof. The driver's door swung open with a metallic clang. First to step out was a burly man clad in a black tactical jacket, his head swaddled in a knitted beanie. Broad-shouldered and imposing, he paused to light a cigarette, squinting thoughtfully at the mangled shutter. Then impatiently waved toward the vehicle's interior. The second person was Sun Hao. He wore a deep blue down jacket, its high collar drawn up to conceal half his face. Yet I recognized him instantly. His hair had grown long and unkempt since our last meeting, bristling untidily from beneath the beanie. His expression was sullen and irritable, as though performing some vile, tedious chore he could not avoid. He did not advance after stepping out. Instead, he turned and extended his hand back into the car. The third person was Lin Yue. She emerged wrapped in a long white down coat, its collar lined with synthetic fur. Her hair fell loose over her shoulders, unbound and wind-tousled. She had grown alarmingly thin. Her cheekbones starkly prominent, her eye sockets hollowed deep. Though made up, her face betrayed exhaustion and bitterness too profound for cosmetics to conceal. Instinctively, she slipped her arm through Sun Hao's. He leaned close, murmuring something in her ear. She nodded once, and together they strode toward the supermarket's entrance. The burly man led the way, gripping a baseball bat whose tip dragged across broken glass and snow. Screeching, grating, unnerving. A sound that set teeth on edge. Once inside, the three tore through the aisles. Shelves crashing down with thunderous clangs, cardboard boxes ripped open with violent rips, glass bottles shattering in brittle staccato bursts. Each crash echoing relentlessly as if chaos itself had taken physical form and begun to rage within those walls. Then the burly man's voice erupted. Ragged, furious, empty. Absolutely fucking empty. How can this dump have nothing? It was the man in the tactical jacket. Sun Hao's voice followed. Lower, calmer, yet unmistakably clear. I told you already. Zhao Dezhu and his crew must have looted it first. Everything's gone. Then why the hell did you bring me here? To mock me? The man's fury escalated, his roar vibrating painfully in the ears. The supermarket's bare, but Lin Yue's house won't be. Lin Yue's voice, soft yet chillingly resonant in the cavernous silence, carried unwavering certainty edged with venomous satisfaction. I know Lin Yue better than anyone. He's hoarded supplies at home, no doubt about it. His house, his backyard. They're both stocked to the rafters. My fingers clenched around the compound bow until my knuckles cracked softly. A dull throb pulsed from the wound on my right wrist, but I felt nothing. Are you sure? The man in the tactical jacket demanded, voice low and dangerous. Absolutely certain. Lin Yue's tone sharpened. Calculated, precise, every syllable a deliberate stroke of cold intent. He appears quiet, unassuming, but his actions are methodical, meticulous. He prepared early and thoroughly, and he lives alone. His hand was injured recently. He'll pose no resistance. The man snorted, waving dismissively. Fine. No more talk. Search fast. Clear the place and get out. This godforsaken place is freezing. Footsteps shuffled. 3 pairs receding from the supermarket, crunching over broken glass with brittle rhythmic crunch, 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 drawing ever closer. Step by step, toward my home. I rose slowly to my feet. De Jong rose with me. He'd sat beside me in silence, watching the world outside with unwavering focus. His face was ashen, lips pressed into a bloodless, rigid line. His jaw muscles were locked taut, hard and cold as river stone. He met my gaze without speaking, bent low to retrieve his own compound bow, then grabbed a handful of arrows from the nearby crate, swiftly tucking them into his coat pockets. Take them down. His whisper was grave, hushed with lethal intent. Yes. I moved to the supply rack, pulled the remaining arrows from the box and counted 12 carefully. Then slid them into a crude quiver I'd fashioned from cardboard and duct tape, unrefined but ruthlessly functional. De Jong took 6, securing them firmly along his belt. Su Wanqing stood motionless by the sofa, watching us in quiet stillness. Her face calm, yet her fingers trembled faintly. Not from fear, but from the raw adrenal surge of absolute desperation. You're going out? She asked softly. Yes. De Jong and I can handle it. She nodded, silent and steady. We climbed the stairs, opened the bedroom wardrobe, and stepped into the living room. The living room was frigid, bitter, suffocating cold. The wall thermometer read -10 degrees Celsius. Ice crystals bloomed thicker across the windows, nearly blotting out all light. The room dimmed to a leaden, oppressive gloom. I approached the window and scraped my fingertip hard across the thick frost, clearing a small translucent patch, then leaned in, peering out. The three entered the yard, scanning cautiously in all directions. The man in the tactical jacket strode straight to the front door and shoved. Hard. It didn't budge. Firmly locked from within. He stepped back half a pace, rotated his ankle, then drove his boot forward in a brutal kick. The doorframe groaned. A deep hollow resonance, but held fast. Lock tight. Won't open. His shout brimmed with impatience. Kick again. Smash it open. Sun Hao urged from behind. Voice strained, torn between dread of an occupant and hunger for supplies. His bravado brittle, transparent. I eased the window open just a narrow slit. The Arctic wind rushed in, knife-sharp and merciless. De Jong moved swiftly to my side, pushed open his own window, raised his compound bow, knocked an arrow, drew only halfway, and fixed his gaze unblinking on the three figures in the yard. Every muscle coiled, every sense honed to a razor's edge. Don't move. My voice was not loud, yet it traveled clearly across the empty courtyard on the cold wind. The three of them froze instantly, their movements halting in unison. The man in the windbreaker spun around abruptly, quickly gripping the baseball bat on his shoulder, his gaze darting around in panic before locking onto my window. His face changed drastically. When Sun Hao saw me at the window, surprise first crossed his face, then panic surged his eyes, darting away, unable to meet mine. Lin Yue froze for a moment, a flicker of shock flashing in her eyes, but she adjusted her expression in the next second. Her lips drooping, brows furrowing slightly, her eyes instantly reddening as she forced a layer of tears. Her acting was so skilled it was nauseating. Lin Yue? She began, her voice deliberately trembling, laced with sobs yet feigning calm. Lin Yue, it's me, Shiyu. Put down the bow, don't point it at us. We're not here to harm you. I watched her coldly, saying nothing, the bowstring still drawn, the arrowhead not shifting an inch. She cautiously took a small step forward, pulling her hands out of her pockets, and raising them to her sides, palms outward, striking a defenseless pose to lower my guard. Her eyes were severely red, her nose also flushed. Impossible to tell if it was from the cold or from deliberately feigned grievance. Lin Yue, I know I wronged you before. Her voice softened further, the ending tinged with deliberate grievance, and even a hint of regret. Leaving with Sun Hao back then was my moment of madness, my blindness. These past days I've thought of you every day. The one I can't let go of has always been you. I truly know I was wrong. Can you forgive me this once, please? I remained silent, my gaze growing even colder, seeing through all her pretense. She gathered her courage and took another step forward, now only a short distance from the door. Looking up at me, tears streamed down her cheeks, freezing into two faint icy trails in the frigid air, making her look pitifully innocent. Lin Yue, open the door and let me in. It's too cold outside, I'm freezing. She sniffled, her voice trembling, even more full of pleading. I'm really not here to take things. I just couldn't stop worrying about you. I wanted to see you. I missed you. Sun Hao, standing behind her, heard this, and his face twisted with fury. He opened his mouth to lash out, but Lin Yue turned and shot him a fierce glare, her eyes commanding. He gritted his teeth and swallowed his words, his expression sour. You live alone and your hand is injured. You can't even take care of yourself. Who will look after you? Lin Yue turned back, her gaze filled with feigned concern, her voice syrupy sweet. Let me stay and take care of you, okay? I want leave. From now on, whatever you ask, I'll listen. De Jong beside me spat softly, muttering in suppressed anger. Damn, this woman is such an actress. Disgusting. I ignored De Jong and didn't respond to Lin Yue. The arrow remained fixed on the man in the windbreaker, unmoving. Seeing that I was unmoved, Lin Yue simply stepped forward again, right up to the door. She reached out and touched the splintered doorframe, feigning distress with a frown, then looked up at me again, her voice tinged with a hint of coaxing. Lin Yue, put down the bow. Let's talk properly. I truly mean no harm. I just want to come back to you. Sun Hao just brought me here, hell, leave right after. You can ask him if you don't believe me. She turned to look at Sun Hao, her gaze full of pressure. Sun Hao's face was ashen, his jaw clenched tight. After a long pause, he forced out a resentful reply through gritted teeth. Yes. I just brought her here. I'll leave right after. Lin Yue immediately turned back, forcing a smile at me. A deliberately sweet one, her eyes curving, her lips curling up exactly like the fake coquettish pose she used to strike in front of mirrors at the mall before they broke up. It reeked of hypocrisy. See, he said so himself. Open up quick. I'm really freezing. I stared at her fake face for 5 full seconds before finally speaking, my voice calm without a ripple, yet each word cut deep. Lin Yue, when you say these things, don't you feel disgusted? The smile on her face instantly froze, unable to hold. You brought your people to my house, kicked down my door to steal supplies, and now you stand on my doorstep telling me you missed me. My voice was faint, each word like a frozen stone slapping her face. Do you really think I'm still the fool you used to toy with? Her face flushed and paled in waves, lips trembling, the tears still glistening in her eyes, but the facade of pitiful grievance shattered completely, revealing the anger and humiliation beneath. Not a shred of shame, only the fury of being exposed. Lin Yue, don't be ungrateful. Her voice changed instantly, the earlier sweetness gone, replaced by a sharp, harsh edge full of malice. I tried to reason with you nicely, but you wouldn't listen. You forced my hand. You brought this on yourself. She stepped back abruptly, glanced quickly at Sun Hao, then at the man in the windbreaker, her voice urgent and assured, as if bolstering herself and egging them on. He must have a huge stash of supplies inside. The supermarket was cleared out long ago. If he's survived, everything's in this house. He's alone and his hand is injured. That bow is just for show, he wouldn't dare shoot. Sun Hao stared at my drawn bow, hesitation in his eyes, his steps faltering. Are you sure he won't? I'm sure. Lin Yue gritted her teeth, her voice vicious. I was with him for a year. He wouldn't even kill a chicken. He's a coward. How could he shoot a person? Don't be fooled by him. Move now. The man in the windbreaker, hearing this, let go of his hesitation. He snorted coldly, tightened his grip on the baseball bat, weighed it, and his brutishness returned. Then let's do it. Grab the supplies and get out. The three of them advanced toward the door, simultaneously, greed and ruthlessness flashing in their eyes. The man in the windbreaker led the way, raising the baseball bat to smash the lock. Sun Hao followed, pulling a hammer from his waist, gripping it tightly, his face pale but feigning courage. Lin Yue hung back, her tear tracks still visible, but her eyes had completely changed. No trace of grievance, only cold, calculating certainty. I took a deep breath. The pain in my wrist intensified, yet my fingers remained steady as a rock. Slowly, I shifted my aim from the windbreaker man's chest to Sun Hao's thigh. The next second, I released the bowstring. Whum. The string let out a dull vibration, and the arrow tore through the air, nothing but a dark blur covering the 20-meter distance in an instant. Ah! A short, piercing shriek erupted from Sun Hao's throat. Not an exaggerated wail, but a shrill, involuntary cry born of unbearable agony. His body lurched violently to the left and collapsed rigidly onto the ground. A black arrow was embedded in the outer thigh of his right leg, its tip having pierced straight through, jutting out sharply from the inner side as blood gushed forth in a torrent. The obsidian shaft stood out with cruel clarity against the blinding white snow. The hammer slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the ground, carving a small dent into the soft powder. He stared down at his leg, watching crimson well up in pulsing waves, instantly soaking through the deep blue fabric of his trousers. His face drained of all color, pale as bleached parchment. His eyes bulging wide, mouth agape, frozen silent for a breathless moment, consumed only by sheer terror and excruciating pain. Then came another scream, sharper, more desperate, racking his entire frame with convulsions. He clutched his thigh with both hands, yet dared not touch the arrow itself. Oh, his fingers hovered trembling above the wound, while blood seeped steadily between them, dripping onto the snow. Each droplet a vivid, searing red that stung the eyes. My leg is broken. His voice cracked into a thin, shrill screech, like a rat caught by the throat. Tears and snot streaming uncontrollably. I'm going to die from this pain. Lin Yue, you madman. He writhed wildly across the snow, curling into a tight knot before snapping rigid again. Like a fish flailing its final moments on dry land, the pristine white surface became ragged and smeared, while the pool of blood beneath him widened, steadily blooming under the ashen sky like a grotesque open flower of gore. Between screams he hurled curses. Against me, against Lin Yue. But each epithet dissolved into ragged gasps, choked off by fresh waves of torment, until only hoarse, broken moans remained. The man in the parka froze mid-stride, the baseball bat raised halfway, his entire body locked in place as if encased in ice. He turned first to Sun Hao's bleeding leg, then toward the direction of my window. The arrogance vanished from his face, replaced by utter pallor and raw, unvarnished fear. Shit, he whispered, voice trembling. The bat clattered onto the snow, its metallic ring echoing hollowly. Any trace of bravado now utterly gone. He immediately raised both hands high in surrender, stumbling backward with frantic, uneven steps, his voice quavering. Brother, please stop shooting. I'm sorry. I'll leave right now, immediately. Lin Yue stood rooted at the rear, utterly stunned. Mouth agape, eyes wide and unblinking. Her expression could no longer be described as mere shock. It was the hollow daze of total cognitive collapse, the shattering of every assumption she'd ever held. She had been certain of my timidity, convinced I would never harm anyone, certain her performance would deceive me completely. Yet now my arrow pierced the thigh of her new lover. Her calculations, her certainties crumbling into dust before her very eyes. Sun Hao's moans grew fainter, his face waxen, lips turning violet, teeth chattering uncontrollably. Whether from pain or dread he could no longer tell. Through gritted teeth he rasped Lin Yue. You actually dared to shoot me. You're insane. If you don't leave now, the next arrow won't strike your leg. My voice remained calm, still as a frozen lake devoid of emotion. The parka-clad man, already trembling with terror, staggered to Sun Hao's side, bent low, and seized his arm with desperate strength, hauling upward. Get up, now. Hurry. We'll die if we wait any longer. Sun Hao screamed again as the movement wrenched his wound, blood surging faster. His face contorted grotesquely, tears and mucus streaking his cheeks, blood smearing his lips. Whether from biting down or rubbing against the snow, he couldn't say. One hand clamped tightly over his thigh. The other gripped the parka man's arm with animal desperation. With Herculean effort he managed to rise. His injured leg refusing to bear weight, his whole body sagging like a sack of sodden cement, clinging helplessly to the other man as they lurched unsteadily toward the courtyard gate. Each hop sent the arrow jerking sickeningly in his flesh, drawing forth another agonized wail, echoing across the barren snowfield like the last despairing cry of a dying beast. Blood streamed down his pant leg, carving a long, jagged crimson trail across the snow, vivid, brutal, and grotesque. Lin Yue remained motionless, legs trembling so violently she could not take a single step. She watched Sun Hao dragged away in humiliating disarray, then lifted her gaze to me. Lips quivering, entire face shuddering. Not from cold but from bone-deep terror rising from within her marrow. Her mouth opened as if to plead, but only a dry, rasping whisper escaped her throat, incapable of forming even a single coherent word. You, how dare you? She finally forced out, voice thin as a mosquito's hum, saturated with disbelief. I said nothing. Silently I drew another arrow from the quiver at my waist, knocked it to the bowstring, and began to draw. A low resonant twang filled the air. The taut string fully drawn. Soft yet thunderous in its impact, striking Lin Yue's ears like a sudden lightning crack. She recoiled violently, as though lashed by an invisible whip. Staggering back 2 steps, her boots slipping on the snow, nearly toppling over. She dared not look at me again. Whirling around, she fled the courtyard in blind panic. Her down jacket flapping wildly in the wind, hair whipping across her face, utterly undone. She sprinted after the others, bursting through the gate, just as the parka man shoved Sun Hao into the rear seat. The car door hung wide open. Sun Hao's wounded leg still dangling outside, blood dripping steadily onto the footstep. Lin Yue yanked the door open in frantic haste, and tumbled inside, her hands still shaking uncontrollably. With a sharp final thud, the door slammed shut. The engine roared to life. Tires spun uselessly in the snow, kicking up plumes of slush. Then the vehicle surged forward, swaying as it careened around the street corner and vanished into the leaden, mist-shrouded sky. Slowly I lowered the bow. A searing, bone-deep pain shot through my right wrist, as if it were about to snap. I glanced down. The skin beneath my brace was swollen and gleaming, every slight flex sending jolts of agony up my forearm. I leaned the bow against the wall. In my quiver only 11 arrows remained. De Jong stood beside me, still holding his bow aloft, arrow half drawn. His face pale, lips pressed into a tight line, eyes fixed on the road beyond the gate, pupils slightly constricted, still reeling from the shock. They're gone, I murmured quietly. He slowly lowered his bow and exhaled deeply, a visible cloud of vapor dispersing in the frigid air. His voice still trembled, almost to himself. You really hit him. I thought you were just bluffing. I gave a quiet acknowledgement, then bent to close the window firmly, shutting out the biting wind. The living room fell into sudden silence, broken only by the rapid, insistent thudding of my own heartbeat. A primal tremor as adrenaline ebbed away. Leaning against the wall, I closed my eyes and waited a moment to steady myself. Then Su Wanqing emerged swiftly from the hallway and stepped directly before me. She looked first at me, then at the bow in my hands, and finally settled her gaze on my swollen right wrist. Her expression holding no fear, only quiet, unwavering concern. Daong leaned the bow back against the wall, pulling the remaining arrows from his pocket. His hands trembled so violently that it took him 2 or 3 attempts to slide each one back into the quiver. He took a deep breath of the frigid air to suppress his panic, then looked at me. Yugu Sun Hao's leg. It's ruined. I don't know. I set the bow on the low table, rubbing my sore, swollen wrist from gripping it too tightly, my tone flat and devoid of emotion. It's none of our business. Daong's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced out 2 words through gritted teeth laced with chilling bitterness. He deserved it. I didn't respond. I walked to the window, my fingertip prying open a frost-laced gap in the ice. The yard was a scene of chaos. Footprints, bloodstains, and drag marks tangled together. The blood-spattered snow had frozen into dark purple shards of ice, a sight that stabbed at the eyes and stirred unease. I stared for a few seconds, then turned and ordered, "Shovel up the top layer of blood-stained snow and bury it deep. Cover it with fresh snow and pack it down. Leave no trace." "Got it." Daong grabbed a shovel and strode out swiftly, his movements sharp and efficient. I turned and headed to the supermarket. The rolling shutter door was hanging crookedly on its track, kicked in and crumpled in the middle. All the fixing screws had burst off and a biting cold wind poured through the gap, gnawing at my bones. I found a few thick wooden boards and nailed them across the breach from the inside. The planks were uneven in length and the nails were crude, but they blocked the wind and covered the damage. Good enough for now. Just as I was about to head back inside, I heard soft shuffling footsteps from outside the door. Very light, moving slowly over the accumulated snow, pausing every few steps. Hesitant and timid, as if wanting to approach but afraid of disturbing those within. I exchanged a glance with Dayong, who had just stepped inside. He instantly tightened his grip on the shovel, his knuckles turning white on the handle. I quietly rested my hand on the knife at my waist, our vigilance at its peak. 3 soft knocks, so faint they were almost drowned out by the wind and snow. The person knocking seemed drained of strength, their knock laced with desperation. "Excuse me. Is anyone there?" A young woman's voice, hoarse and dry, carrying a cautious fear, as if terrified that raising her voice would invite trouble. I didn't answer, holding my breath behind the door. After a moment, 3 even lighter knocks came, followed by a tearful plea. "We're staying at a farmhouse nearby. We've bought things here before. We're at our wits' end. Please help us." I walked over to the wooden boards and peered through a narrow gap. 2 people stood at the entrance, bundled up so tightly that half their faces were hidden. The woman in front wore a long, thick black down jacket, her hood pulled down to her brow, and a dark gray scarf wrapped up to her nose, leaving only a thin slit to see through. Snowflakes on her eyelashes had frozen into tiny beads of ice. The girl behind her was curled up, wrapped in a drab cotton coat that revealed only her eyes. She clutched a bulging canvas bag tightly against her chest, thick snow piled on top of it. They stood in the snow like 2 frozen statues on the verge of turning to ice. "Who are you?" I called out through the door, my voice cold and hard. Hearing my voice, the woman outside let her tense shoulders slump in relief. She hurriedly pulled down a small section of her scarf, revealing only her frostbitten purple chin and lips cracked with blood. She dared not expose more, fearing the worsening cold. "My name is Deng Xiaoqi, and this is my assistant Lu Yun." Her teeth chattered each word, carrying a breath of frost. "Last month Lu Yun bought a few cases of bottled water from you. You might remember." Lu Yun peeked out from behind her. She didn't dare speak, only nodded vigorously, her fingers clenched tightly around the bag's strap, her knuckles frozen a bluish white. She could barely lift her hand. Deng Xiaoqi. The name flashed through my mind, and I suddenly remembered. Last month, the entourage of a top-tier celebrity, who had come to record a show nearby, often bought water here. At the time, I only sensed they carried an air of distinction but didn't look closely. Now, meeting those eyes, I confirmed it was the nation-famous singer Deng Xiaoqi. "How did you end up in this state?" I asked in a low voice. "We were recording a show at Inxing Villa. All the roads are cut off, the car can't get out, and rescue hasn't come." Her voice trembled, not from cold but from utter despair. "The villa owner took all the supplies and ran. We held on for days, but we've run out of food and water. If we stayed any longer, we'd die." She swallowed hard, forcing back her tears, and feigned composure. "Lu Yun said you were kind and willing to help. We truly have nowhere else to go." Lu Yun spoke up timidly, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Boss Lin, last time, I couldn't carry those 3 cases of water, and you helped me load them into the car. Do you remember?" I remembered. It was a freezing day, and her frail little body was shivering. I gave her a hand without a second thought. I never imagined she would remember it until now. I stood still behind the door, my mind racing through calculations. The supplies could last, but adding 2 people would drain them much faster. Could they be scouts sent by Zhao Dezhu? But Zhao Dezhu was ruthless. He would never send 2 half-frozen women as bait. The risk was too high, not his style. But what if? This place was no longer a sanctuary for me alone. Su Wanqing, Xiaomin, and Chen Yue, who was recovering from her injuries, were all in the basement. Every stranger meant a greater risk of exposure. Hearing no response from inside, Deng Xiaoqi's voice softened, filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, I was presumptuous. I know no one wants to take on extra burdens at a time like this. Could you just give us a cup of hot water? Well, leave right after, I promise we won't trouble you." Before she finished, Lu Yun suddenly crouched down, curling into a ball. She hugged her knees, her shoulders jerking violently, as she tried not to sob, afraid of being a nuisance. But her whole body shook like a leaf in a storm, clearly at her limit from the cold. Deng Xiaoqi bent down to pull her up, but her own hands were trembling too much. After 2 failed attempts, her eyes reddened with desperation. She straightened up and bowed deeply toward the door, bending so low that her hood slipped off, revealing her disheveled hair and ears red from the cold. She didn't even bother to fix it. "Sorry for the intrusion." Her voice was as rough as sandpaper, saturated with despair. With that, she gritted her teeth and helped Lu Yun to her feet. The two staggered out of the yard. Lu Yun's legs were too weak to move, and she was practically being dragged. Deng Xiaoqi herself could barely stand. They left a trail of crooked footprints in the snow. In less than half an hour, they would surely freeze to death in the wilderness. I pulled open the door. Come back. Deng Xiaoqi spun around stumbling and nearly falling, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Yun also lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, a glimmer of life finally returning to her dazed gaze. Come in. I stepped aside, my voice still cold and hard, offering no extra warmth. The two practically fell into the house. Deng Xiaoqi helped Lu Yun over the threshold, but her foot caught, and she banged her knee on the floor with a dull thud. She gritted her teeth and said nothing, pushing herself up from the ground. Daong reached out to steady her, but his eyes remained wary, never relaxing for a moment. I closed the door behind me and nailed the boards back into place, sealing every gap so that not a single gust of cold wind could get in. The corridor was windless, but still well below freezing, bitingly cold. The two women leaned against the wall, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, the kind of shivering that came from the marrow of their frozen bones. Lu Yun's lips had turned a dark purple, and her fingers were so stiff she could barely hold her bag. Follow me. I pushed open the wardrobe in the bedroom, revealing a hidden metal door to the basement behind it. This was the core of the shelter, not meant to be exposed lightly, but I had no other choice. Deng Xiaoqi's eyes flickered with surprise at the sight of the secret door, but she wisely asked no questions. She held tightly to Lu Yun and followed me down the steps. Pushing open the basement door, a wave of warmth surged forth as the fireplace blazed fiercely, its orange-red glow flooding the space and dispelling every trace of chill. Su Wanqing was changing Chen Yue's bandages while Xiaomin tidied up in the kitchen. Hearing the sound, they all looked up, their eyes filled with suspicion and vigilance as they fixed their gazes on the two uninvited guests. Deng Xiaoqi stood at the foot of the stairs, enveloped by the warmth, her stiff and frozen body slowly regaining some strength. She swept her gaze over the shelves of supplies, stacks of canned goods, and the hydroponic area. The shock in her eyes was unmistakable, yet she maintained her composure, supporting Lu Yun as she stood quietly by the wall, neither prying nor asking questions. Come over and sit, get warm by the fireplace. Su Wanqing was the first to recover, rising to fetch two thick woolen blankets. Her tone was calm, neither overly warm nor dismissive. A perfectly measured response in the apocalypse. Deng Xiaoqi helped Lu Yun to the sofa, and Chen Yue instinctively shifted aside, yielding the warmest spot in the middle. No sooner had they sat down than they nearly collapsed. Lu Yun trembled so violently that the sofa shook faintly. Su Wanqing wrapped a blanket tightly around her and draped another over Deng Xiaoqi. How long since you've had anything to eat or drink? Su Wanqing asked calmly, pulling out biscuits and canned food. Deng Xiaoqi opened her mouth, but her throat was parched and aching. She forced herself to swallow, then squeezed out a hoarse voice, 2 days. Not a bite of food, just a little snow water. Su Wanqing asked no further questions. She worked with Xiaomin to boil water and cook noodles. A few minutes later, 2 bowls of steaming noodles were set on the table, topped with canned meat and sprinkled with scallions. A rare hot meal in the apocalypse. Eat slowly, don't choke. Su Wanqing handed the bowls to them. Deng Xiaoqi's hands trembled violently, the soup sloshing as her chopsticks failed to grip the noodles. She set down the chopsticks, cupped the bowl, and took small sips of the broth. Her lips burned, but she refused to let go. This hot soup was the only warmth she had felt in days. Lu Yun took the bowl, but instead of drinking the soup, she grabbed the noodles and stuffed them into her mouth, swallowing without chewing. She choked, rolled her eyes, and coughed as the soup went down the wrong pipe, tears and snot streaming down her face. Yet she didn't stop devouring the food ravenously, as if afraid the hot meal would vanish in an instant. They ate with desperate speed, the instinct of those on the brink of starvation. Even the soup was drained clean. Deng Xiaoqi instinctively licked the bottom of the bowl before realizing everyone was watching her. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I was just so hungry. I must look ridiculous. It's fine. Everyone eats like that when they've been starving. Su Wanqing took the empty bowls and poured 2 cups of warm water, handing them over. Drink slowly. Deng Xiaoqi held the cup silent for a moment, then raised a hand to untie her scarf and remove her hat and headscarf. Her tangled hair fell loose to her shoulders, revealing a face gaunt beyond recognition. High cheekbones, protruding hollow cheeks, cracked lips faintly marked by frostbite. Yet her features remained unmistakably those of the top celebrity Deng Xiaoqi. The basement fell instantly silent. Everyone froze. Chen Yue's hand jerked violently, spilling water onto the blanket without her noticing. Her eyes went wide and her voice came out sharp and trembling, brimming with excitement. Are you Deng Xiaoqi? The one who sang Star Path and starred in Moonlit Chang'an? Deng Xiaoqi was taken aback, never expecting to encounter a fan in such dire circumstances. She nodded slightly, her expression complicated. I'm your die-hard fan. I followed you for 3 years. I know all your songs by heart, and have watched your dramas over a dozen times. Lin Yue, oblivious to her injuries, stammered in excitement. Then suddenly aware of her own disheveled state, she fumbled to cover herself with the blanket, her ears burning red, as she awkwardly introduced herself. My name is Lin Yue. Just call me Xiao Chun. I really truly adore you. Deng Xiaoqi looked at her eyes brimming with sincerity, and her own eyes reddened instantly. In an apocalypse where everyone schemed to survive, someone still remembered her work. This pure sentiment made her nose sting. She forced a bitter yet genuine smile. Thank you. I never thought anyone would still remember me at a time like this. Lin Yue was at a loss, sneaking glances at Deng Xiaoqi, shyly turning away each time only to look back after a few seconds, her gaze full of admiration. Daong stood at the stairway, frowning slightly. He considered such fandom impractical in the apocalypse, but said nothing, merely leaning against the wall, his eyes fixed on the two newcomers, his vigilance undimmed. Su Wanqing and Xiaomin exchanged a glance, paying it little mind. To them, whether someone was a celebrity mattered not at all. Safety was the only thing that counted. Deng Xiaoqi steadied herself and turned to me, sitting up straight. A habit ingrained from years under the spotlight. Even in her fallen state, she clung to that last shred of dignity. Her expression was solemn, her tone sincere, and full of gratitude. Boss Lin, I know that at a time like this supplies are precious and everyone is wary. No one wants to take in strangers and add to their burden. You allowed us in and gave us a hot meal and soup. You saved Lu Yun and me. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. She paused, her gaze unwavering and resolute. I have considerable savings and assets. Cash is useless in this chaos, but once things stabilize, I will repay you tenfold, 100-fold. I can write an IOU. Name your terms and I won't back down. Lu Yun nodded hurriedly, her voice choked with tears. Boss Lin, we truly have nowhere else to go. Sister Xiaoqi tried everything, called for help countless times, but nothing worked. Please take us in. We will repay you. Deng Xiaoqi patted Lu Yun's hand, signaling her to calm down, and continued looking at me. I'm not pulling rank or offering charity. I just want you to know that I'm not an ungrateful person. Once I recover, I can clean, cook, organize supplies. Whatever work there is. I won't cause you any trouble. I looked into her honest eyes, then at Lu Yun's desperate plea for survival. After a moment of silence, I spoke flatly. Get your health back first. Survive. We'll talk about the rest later. In the apocalypse, promises are ethereal. Holding on to the stability of the present is what truly matters. Deng Xiaoqi was stunned, never expecting me to relent so easily. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she bowed deeply to me. Thank you, Boss Lin. I will never forget this. Su Wanqing brought 2 clean towels and laid out bedding and blankets against the wall in the leisure area. The basement, already cramped with 5 people, now barely accommodated the 2 newcomers, with the sofa and floor mats all in use. Well, make do for tonight. We can sort things out tomorrow, Su Wanqing said calmly. It's not making do. It's much warmer than the villa. Thank you, Lu Yun quickly replied, her eyes full of contentment. Lin Yue still stole glances at Deng Xiaoqi from time to time. When Deng Xiaoqi noticed and offered a gentle smile, Lin Yue shyly lowered her head, her ears turning crimson. Daong came over and sat beside me, lowering his voice. Brother Yue, are we really keeping them? Money's useless now. What if they're letting them go and having them die at our doorstep would be more trouble. Well, keep an eye on them for now, I replied quietly, my gaze fixed on the dancing flames in the fireplace. Night had deepened. Lu Yun fell into a deep sleep within minutes of lying down, her breathing heavy. But Deng Xiaoqi lay awake, clutching a leather notebook, her fingers gently stroking the cover, lost in thought. I leaned my compound bow against the sofa, checked my quiver. 11 arrows, not one missing. Then leaned back on the sofa and closed my eyes. My mind churned with several concerns. Zhao Dezhu, having suffered a loss, would never let things slide. Sun Hao's injuries would likely draw in his accomplices, and Deng Xiaoqi. Her gaze was honest, but in the apocalypse, human hearts are unfathomable. Taking her in, was it an act of kindness or a hidden danger? Everything remained uncertain. When I awoke on the sofa, the fire in the hearth had dwindled to a faint glow, with only a few embers casting a dim red light amidst the ashes. The basement was warm, the blanket wrapped too tightly, leaving a thin sheen of sweat on my back. I fumbled for my phone and glanced at it. It was 640. Several messages hung on the screen, all from the community group. I didn't open them. Instead, I launched the weather app. -40°C. I stared at the number for a few seconds, then set the phone down. Su Wanqing was still asleep at the other end of the sofa, the blanket pulled up to her chin, her breathing steady and even. Xiao Chun was curled up on a floor bed by the wall, lying on his side facing the wall, deeply asleep. Deng Xiaoqi and Lu Yun were squeezed together on another floor bed, leaning against each other. Lu Yun's hand rested on Deng Xiaoqi's arm. They hadn't woken yet. I rose quietly, walked to the hearth and added a few logs. Flames licked up with a series of crackles, gradually blazing brighter. The orange-eared light flared anew, bathing the entire space in a warm, cozy glow. Daong emerged from the stairway, already dressed. Awake! It's -40 outside. He paused, walked to the thermometer hanging on the corner wall, glanced at it, and furrowed his brow deeply. He shook his head vigorously, muttering under his breath. This is insane. The weather has completely lost its mind. I walked over to the hydroponics room for a look. The vegetables had grown another notch. The top layer was ready for harvest. Tender green sprouts looked especially reassuring under the warm light. The nutrient solution pump hummed steadily, the water flowed smoothly. Everything was normal. This was one of our few hopes in the bitter cold. When I returned to the living area, Su Wanqing was already awake. She sat on the sofa folding blankets, her hair slightly tousled, a few stray strands plastered to her forehead. But her spirits were decent. She hadn't been worn down by the chill. Morning. What's the temperature outside? -40. Her hands in the midst of folding suddenly halted. Her fingertips tightened slightly. She was silent for 2 seconds before slowly resuming her tidying, her movements much gentler, as if afraid to disturb the fragile peace of the basement. Xiaomin poked her head out from the kitchen area, a spatula in hand, a warm smile on her face. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried throughout the basement. Breakfast is ready. Noodles with poached eggs. Eat them while they're hot to warm up. Deng Xiaoqi and Lu Yun had also woken up. When Deng Xiaoqi sat up, she was momentarily stunned, her gaze vacant, as if unsure where she was. Then she saw the dancing flames in the fireplace and the bowls and chopsticks set out on the table. Her eyes gradually steadied, the morning's confusion fading away. Lu Yun followed behind her, rubbing her eyes, her hair a tangled mess. Her little face was flushed from the cold. Though the basement was warm, a trace of the earth's chill still seeped in. The 7 of us sat around the table eating noodles. Xiaomin had poached 4 eggs today, slicing each into segments and distributing them evenly into everyone's bowl. Not much, but enough to warm the heart. The broth was made from canned meat, a thin layer of oil floating on top, steaming hot. Drinking it warmed you from throat to stomach, spreading through your limbs and driving away all the lingering morning chill. Lin Yue ate quickly. The injury on her leg hadn't fully healed yet. Su Wanqing gently patted the back of her hand, telling her to drink more soup and not to rush. Lu Yun finished her own bowl, then secretly glanced at how much soup was left in the pot. She clutched the rim of her bowl, a little embarrassed. Su Wanqing noticed, picked up the ladle, and gave her another, serving, her voice soft. Eat your fill to have strength. It's cold, you need to store up some warmth. Lu Yun held her bowl, her cheeks flushing slightly. She whispered a thank you, then lowered her head to sip the soup quietly, even her breathing subdued. After breakfast, I leaned back on the sofa and pulled out my phone. Daong sat down beside me and scrolled through his own phone. Neither of us spoke. The basement was filled only with the crackling of the fireplace and the distant hum of the hydroponic pump. There wasn't much worth watching on the short video platform anymore. Most of the content on the homepage was old videos from days ago. New uploads were few and far between. The servers themselves seemed to have frozen in the extreme cold. I scrolled down a few posts. One was from 3 days ago. The footage showed a person standing on a high-rise rooftop holding up a phone to film the entire city. Dense clusters of gray-white buildings stretched out, a leaden sky pressing low. Not a single car or pedestrian on the roads. Even the usually bustling intersections were deathly still. The entire city resembled a colossal ghost town. The caption read, "Is anyone still alive?" Beneath the video were hundreds of comments, most of them sporadic replies. "Yes. I'm here, still alive." Every word carried a desperate will to survive. The last comment was from 2 days ago. No one had replied since. It was as if the commenter too had vanished into the bitter cold. I scrolled down again. A man sat in his living room, the camera shaking as it swept across the window. A thick layer of ice had formed on the windowsill, cascading from the frame to the floor. The icicles were massive, like a frozen waterfall, sealing the window completely shut. He was wrapped in a tattered quilt, his face pale, his voice hoarse and weak. Our neighborhood has been without power for 3 days. All the water pipes have frozen and burst. Not a single drop comes out. My phone has 30% battery left. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. He stared into the camera, his eyes hollow, and softly said, "Goodbye, everyone." Then the screen went black abruptly and the video ended. I swiped away, a heavy weight settling in my heart, and continued scrolling. Another video posted just yesterday with blurry quality. The wind howled through the phone's microphone carrying a bone-chilling cold. A woman wrapped in a thin coat was filming the street. The entire road was buried under thick snow with only the tops of streetlights and the edges of first-floor windows visible. The snow was frozen solid, impossible to step through. She said her door was blocked by snow and ice, and no matter how hard she pushed, she couldn't open it. She was completely trapped inside her home. The camera panned to her kitchen, revealing cabinets wide open, completely empty. Not even a trace of food scraps. I finished my last pack of instant noodles yesterday. There's nothing left in the house. Her voice was flat, devoid of tears or trembling. Only utter despair. This kind of calm was more heartbreaking than any wailing. In the comments section, a few people managed to leave messages. Hang in there. Help is coming. Where are you? They'll come find you. But these words were hollow and powerless. The woman didn't reply to any of them. Most likely, she no longer had the strength to pick up her phone. I scrolled through several more videos. Each one tightened the knot in my chest. There were intermittent announcements from official accounts stating that grassroots functional departments nationwide had essentially shut down completely. Street offices, police stations, community service points. All were unmanned. The power, water, and heating systems had utterly collapsed. Only a handful of major frontline cities relying on core power equipment and emergency reserves were barely managing to keep running. Counties and smaller areas had long spiraled out of control. There were also images captured by volunteers who braved the severe cold. In the streets and alleys, the elderly, children, and homeless wanderers huddled in doorways and under bridges. Most had already frozen into stiff ice sculptures. No one came to collect them, no one to bury them. When the wind blew and snow covered them over, they vanished without a trace. In the videos, people were either screaming in panic or numbly waiting for death. Most small and medium-sized cities, along with townships, had already lost power and network connectivity. Signals came and went intermittently, rendering phones useless ornaments. Only in places with generators and stable signals could one barely catch glimpses of the outside world's news. Yet no one knew how much longer this fragile network could hold. I could no longer bear to watch, so I exited the short video platform and opened the community group chat. Over 2,000 messages had piled up, dense and chaotic. I scrolled up a few pages, finding only desperate pleas for help. Every line a struggle against the -40-degree cold. Does anyone have food? My child keeps crying from hunger, his whole body ice cold. Please, just a mouthful is enough. Secretary Zhao, distribute some supplies. The elderly and children at home are nearly frozen stiff. We really can't hold on any longer. My elderly relative passed away yesterday. Frozen stiff, body already hard. Is there anyone who can help carry them? I can't manage on my own. Don't count on Zhao Dezhu. He won't distribute anything. His own home is stocked full of supplies with the heating blazing hot. Why would he care about us ordinary people's lives or deaths? Then what do we do? Just wait at home to die? I heard some folks in the county town organized a raid on the township government for supplies. Anyone brave enough to join? Better to fight for a chance than freeze or starve to death at home. Fight. How many lives do you have? Zhao Dezhu has men and weapons guarding the supply depot. Going there is just throwing your life away. You won't even hear a sound. Then just wait at home to die. The group fell silent for a few minutes. No one spoke. A terrifying stillness. Then someone sent a new message, its words as cold as the wind outside. I just mustered the courage to come back from outside. Several people were lying on the street, frozen solid like blocks of ice. One was right below my building, curled up at the stairwell entrance, covered only in a thin layer of cardboard. His face was frozen beyond recognition. Beneath that message, no one replied. The entire community group sank into utter silence, not even a word of consolation. Everyone was crushed by the extreme cold and despair, barely able to breathe. I held down the screen, exited the community group, slipped my phone into my pocket, and slumped onto the sofa, letting out a long sigh. My chest felt tight and suffocating. Su Wanqing sat at the other end of the sofa, speaking softly with Deng Xiaoqi. Deng Xiaoqi held a leather-bound notebook, flipping open a page to show Su Wanqing. Su leaned in for a look, nodded lightly, and the two chatted quietly, their voices low. Occasionally they shared a soft laugh. A tender sound like a sliver of warmth preserved in this frozen world. Chan Yue leaned back on the sofa, half-lidded eyes staring blankly at the fireplace flames, her gaze filled with dazed sorrow. Likely thinking of the horrors outside. Xiao Min was tidying up the dishes in the kitchen area, with Lu Yun helping beside her. Wiping the table, folding cloths, moving gently, as if afraid to shatter the rare tranquility of the basement. The fire in the hearth blazed brightly, casting a warm orange glow throughout the basement, sealing out the brutal -40-degree cold beyond. 7 people crowded into this modest space. Some chatting, some lost in thought, some working. No one panicked, no one wept. In this apocalyptic deep freeze, they guarded this small pocket of warmth. Daeong, come upstairs with me. I stood up, breaking the silence. Daeong put down his phone and rose immediately, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What for? It's too cold upstairs. The room is drafty. We need to insulate it. Also set up a brazier to make it look like someone's living there, so we don't attract attention. He glanced at me and instantly understood. Without a word, he followed me up the stairs. Pushing open the wardrobe door in the bedroom, a blast of biting cold air rushed in, making both Daeong and me shiver. The bedroom was over 20 degrees colder than the basement. The thermometer on the wall read -15 degrees. The frost on the windows had thickened, further dense and almost opaque, turning the room into an ice cellar. This room is like an icebox. Stay a while and you'll freeze through. Daeong rubbed his hands together, his breath condensing into white vapor that vanished instantly in the cold air. I fetched a roll of plastic sheeting from the yard. Bought earlier for a greenhouse but left piled in the corner. Now it proved unexpectedly useful. I also dug out a box of nails and a hammer, gripping them tightly. The cold metal bit into my palm. Let's nail plastic sheeting over the walls and windows of these two rooms. It'll block some wind and keep out the chill. Daeong took the plastic, spread it out with effort, and climbed onto a stool to nail it to the wall. I grabbed the hammer, pulled out old nails from the window frames, and hammered them back in, stretching the plastic taut. We worked for over an hour, covering every possible spot in the bedroom and living room with plastic sheeting. The white sheets stretched across the walls looked ugly, but they effectively blocked the wind. The room temperature visibly rose a bit. I hauled up an old iron basin. Once used for burning trash, now rusted and worn at the edges. I placed it in the middle of the living room, stuffed in a few chunks of charcoal and kindling, and lit it with a lighter. The flame was small and flickered unsteadily, but it burned. Smoke drifted along the ceiling toward the window, seeping slowly through the plastic's gaps, condensing into a wisp of white in the outdoor chill. With this brazier burning, anyone would think someone's living up here. Daeong crouched by the fire, rubbing his hands, watching the dancing flames with a sigh of relief. That's exactly the effect I wanted. I nodded, then carefully checked the doors and windows to ensure they were sealed tight, the locks fastened, and the plastic seams had no major gaps. Only then did Daeong and I turn and slowly head back downstairs. Back in the basement, I first checked the power generator. It sat in a corner cubicle wrapped in thick soundproofing foam, its hum subdued enough not to attract outsiders. The fuel gauge showed over half a tank remaining. 5 barrels of backup diesel stood neatly stacked beside it on the floor. The battery bank's indicator glowed green with charge at 100%. Power supply stable. This was our core lifeline for survival. The circulation pump in the hydroponics room hummed steadily. The nutrient solution level had dropped slightly. I picked up a bucket, added 5 liters of water, and glanced at the tender greens. A sense of reassurance settled in my heart. In 3 or 4 days, we could harvest a batch enough to last everyone a while. When I returned to the living area, Xiaomin and Lin Yue were already preparing lunch. On the folding table lay several cans of food, a pack of noodles, a few cloves of dried garlic, and several packets of hot pot base, our carefully rationed supplies. Xiaomin was slicing luncheon meat with deft precision, arranging neat slices on a plate. Lin Yue boiled water beside her, the kettle whistling softly as steam rose. Having hot pot today? I walked over and asked. It's cold. Eating something spicy will warm us up, drive out the chill, and liven things up a bit. Xiaomin didn't look up, continuing to slice the meat, a faint smile gracing her face. The water boiled and Xiaomin tossed the hot pot base into the copper pot. The red oil slowly melted with the heat, and the rich spicy aroma wrapped in steam instantly filled the entire basement. The gloom from witnessing the outside world's devastation moments ago seemed to dissolve, shattered by this warmth vanishing without a trace. Lin Yue crouched by the table, carefully arranging luncheon meat, canned fish, dried vegetables, and noodles one by one. The table was abundantly set, and in this frozen snow-covered apocalypse, just looking at it brought a reassuring warmth to the heart. 7 people sat around the table. The copper pot in the center bubbled with red oil froth. Steam rose, coalescing into a soft white mist under the fluorescent light, blurring their features, but flushing everyone's cheeks red. Even the air carried a scent of tranquility. Daeong pulled a bottle of liquor from the supply crate, unscrewed the cap, and a pungent, spicy aroma diffused faintly. He poured a small glass for each person, including Lin Yue, who had a leg injury, and the young Lin Yue, ensuring everyone received a shallow sip, leaving no one out. Lin Yue held the glass to her nose and sniffed lightly. After a moment's hesitation, she took a small sip, her brows furrowing slightly. She forced herself not to spit it out, a trace of stubborn defiance hidden in her eyes. Come on, let's make a toast. Daeong raised his glass first, his voice carrying a rare cheerfulness that instantly broke the silence at the table. 7 glasses clinked softly, the crisp, pleasant sound like a gentle flower blooming in the quiet basement. The strong liquor went down the throat, burning all the way from the tongue to the heart. In an instant, it exploded into a scorching warmth that spread through every limb and bone, driving away the chill that had seeped into the marrow. Daeong poured himself another glass, picked up a piece of luncheon meat, and chewed it heartily. Letting out a long sigh, his tone carried a hint of anxious uncertainty. "Brother Yue, if this cold weather never ends and never warms up again, how long can we really last?" I set down my glass, picked up a chopstickful of the soft-boiled noodles, and ate slowly, my voice steady and firm. "If we ration our supplies and budget carefully, it's enough to last us 2 or 3 years. Deng Xiaoqi held her glass, her fingertips gently stroking the rim, hesitating to drink. After a long silence, she spoke, her voice soft yet clear like a stone cast into a still lake. "I once heard a meteorologist say that this kind of extreme cold is caused by a solar activity minimum. It would take at least decades to slowly recover. Back then, this information wasn't allowed to be broadcast. Now it seems it was all true." The table fell instantly silent. Decades. That long number pressed down on everyone's heart like a thick dark cloud weighing heavily. Even the bubbling sound of the copper pot seemed to grow more somber. Decades. Xiaomin's chopsticks froze midair, her eyes filled with helplessness and panic, her voice trembling slightly. Daeong tilted his head back and downed his drink in one gulp. He set the glass down heavily and vigorously rubbed his flushed cheeks, his tone resolute with unwavering determination. "Decades it is then. At least we have food and drink now, and the fireplace keeps us warm. We're 1,000, 10,000 times better off than those outside freezing to death, starving with no one to turn to. As long as we can live another day, well, live it well. Those people outside." Chen Yue slowly lowered her head, her voice trembling faintly. Her eyes reddened instantly, tears glistening. "Zhao Dezhu hoards so many supplies but won't share a single grain. My master went to reason with him and he just—" Her voice choked before she could finish. She raised her glass and took a large gulp. The acrid liquor made her cough repeatedly, tears streaming down her cheeks filled with grievance and indignation. A log in the fireplace crackled and sparks flew lightly. Lu Yun silently stood up, tiptoed to add a dry log to the fire. The flames instantly leaped higher, and the orange-eared glow illuminated everyone's red-rimmed eyes. Su Wanqing, who had been sitting nearby, quickly stood up. She picked up a thick slice of luncheon meat and gently placed it in Chen Yue's bowl. Then, taking the ladle, she added a scoop of hot soup to both Deng Xiaoqi's and Chen Yue's bowls. Her voice was as gentle as the hearth fire, softly soothing everyone's emotions. "Let's just eat for now. Don't dwell on those troubling thoughts. When you're full and warm, you'll have the strength to carry on. We're all in this together." The soup in the copper pot continued to bubble. The rich, spicy flavor mingled with the aroma of meat, lingering in the warm basement, gradually diluting the anxiety and sorrow in their hearts, preserving this precious moment of tenderness. After finishing the hot pot, no one was willing to get up and clean. Everyone gathered around the fireplace, reluctant to break the hard-earned peace. Daeong pulled a deck of playing cards from a supply crate in the corner, something he had picked up on a whim while stocking up, thinking it would be good for passing the time. He shook the cards in his hand and smiled, inviting everyone. "Since we've got nothing to do, how about a game of do diju? 3 players make a perfect table. We need a stake to make it interesting. The loser has to do all the dishes, wipe the table, and add wood to the fireplace tonight. The winner gets to kick back and relax. What do you say?" Xiaomin's face immediately fell. She waved her hand, repeatedly declining. "That's too harsh. I'm terrible at cards. I'll definitely lose. There's no way I can handle that work." Chen Yue slowly straightened up, supporting herself on her injured leg, her tone crisp and decisive. "Count me in. Sitting around staring into space isn't doing any good. It's good to exercise the mind a bit." Daeong swiftly tore open the packaging and dealt the cards. The 3 of them quickly fell into a lively commotion. Xiaomin clutched her cards, her brows deeply furrowed, hesitating for ages to play a single one. Daeong urged her on with a laugh, his tone full of teasing. Chen Yue played her cards decisively, occasionally offering a soft reminder. The cheerful noise of their banter filled the entire basement. I leaned back on the sofa, quietly watching their antics. Su Wanqing walked over gently, with a cup of warm plain water, placing it steadily by my hand. Then she naturally sat down beside me, her shoulder lightly brushing against my arm. The tips of her ears flushed a subtle red first. Her gaze dropped softly, not daring to look at me too directly, and even her breathing became gentle and restrained. "Aren't you going to join them?" I turned my head to look at her, my voice very low. Her eyelashes fluttered gently like the wings of a butterfly. The corners of her mouth curved into a faint, tender smile, and her voice was so soft it could melt into water. "I don't enjoy such lively games. I just want to be here quietly." As she spoke, her gaze briefly swept over Lin Yue beside her, carrying a hint of subconscious concern. But in an instant she turned back to me, her eyes softening, instantly filled with deep affection. I just want to stay with you. That's enough. As her words fell, her cheeks visibly flushed, whether from the heat of the fireplace or from shyness. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to adjust the hem of her clothes. The red of her ears grew more pronounced, and even her neck was tinged with a faint pink. I gently raised my hand and touched the back of hers. She flinched slightly, as if burned, her fingertips drawing back a little. But she didn't pull away. Instead, she gradually relaxed, allowing me to gently hold her hand. Our palms touched, and the warmth spread from our fingertips to the depths of our hearts. In the past, life was always a flurry of activity without even a moment to catch my breath. Her voice was as soft as a whisper, laced with a hint of nostalgia. I never imagined that one day I'd be in a basement like this, quietly accompanying someone by the fireplace. This isn't living, it's surviving, I said, gripping her hand tightly, my voice low. But as long as we're together, it's not so hard to bear. She slowly raised her head to look at me, the flickering flames reflecting in her eyes, sparkling as if filled with starlight. She bit her lip gently, a hint of girlish shyness mixed with tender earnestness. With you here, nothing is hard to bear. Deng Xiaoqi watched from the side and couldn't help but chuckle, her tone teasing. You two, enough with the sweetness. How about a game of chess? I'll referee for you both along with Lu Yun. Su Wangqing's cheeks flushed an even deeper crimson like the glow of sunset. She instinctively leaned half an inch closer to me, lowered her gaze, and nodded gently, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. All right. Let's add a little wager, I said, slowly setting up the chessboard, my eyes resting on her flushed cheeks, my tone carrying a gentle fondness. The loser has to grant the winner one small reasonable request. No backing out. She stole a glance at me, the corners of her eyes slightly crinkled with a hint of cunning yet full of shyness, unable to hold my gaze for long. Her voice was soft as she asked, anything at all? As long as it's reasonable, it counts, I said, looking at her with a serious expression. She gently bit her lower lip, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. She nodded slowly, her tone carrying a stubborn tenderness. Fine, I'll take that bet. But you're not allowed to go easy on me. It has to be fair. No mercy, absolutely fair, I said with a smile, my eyes brimming with tenderness. When I win, there's something I want to tell you. Her heartbeat quickened noticeably, her chest rising and falling gently. Her eyes flickered, shy but not timid, her tone carrying a soft, unyielding resolve. Then I'm even more determined to win. I have something to say too, but only after I win. Lu Yun crouched beside the chessboard, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and envy. She whispered, Sister Wanqing, you must be really good at chess. You look so steady. Su Wanqing grew even more embarrassed by the child's compliment, her cheeks burning. She gave a soft smile, her voice gentle and warm. I just take it slow, calm my mind, and it works out. The firewood in the hearth continued to crackle, warm light filling every corner. The laughter from the card game, the soft clatter of chess pieces, the low teasing. All intertwined, making one completely forget the Forte Belozero cold outside, forget the panic of the apocalypse. It felt as though this moment of peace was the most precious thing in the world. Su Wanqing focused intently on the chessboard, her moves light and steady, exuding a slow, gentle grace. When I cornered her with a move, she frowned slightly, her nose twitching subtly. Her profile, illuminated by the firelight, was soft and captivating, the earnestness in her brows impossible to hide. I lost myself for a moment, gazing at her profile, silently thinking that even if the world outside was an endless freezing darkness, having her by my side gave me all the strength I needed to endure. Just then, the phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated violently, the sharp alarm of the monitoring system shattering the peace. My expression darkened instantly. The hand holding the chess piece tightened, my knuckles turning white. The warmth and tenderness around me were immediately replaced by a cold, heavy gravity. Su Wanqing sensed my change at once. The shyness and gentleness on her face vanished, replaced by panic and worry. She reached out and gently grasped my wrist, her voice trembling but trying to stay calm. What's wrong? Did something happen? I didn't answer. I quickly pulled out my phone and opened the surveillance footage. The scene before me made my heart sink and my blood ran cold. In the footage, 6 heavily bundled figures were gathered at the supermarket entrance, using crowbars to frantically pry at the door. The leader's gait and posture were all too familiar. It was Zhao Dezhu. The air froze instantly. The warmth and liveliness of moments ago vanished without a trace, leaving only a biting chill and terror. The poker cards in De Jong's hand clattered to the floor. The smile on his face froze, replaced by a sharp, fierce look. He instinctively reached for the compound bow beside him, his voice low and filled with disbelief. They're back again. Chun Yue's nerves also tightened instantly. She straightened her back, her eyes sharp, and alert, her voice low but steady, carrying an instinctive wariness. How many are there? Do they have weapons? 6 people, all bundled up tight. Can't see what they're carrying. I turned the phone screen toward the group, my voice cold and grim. I turned and walked toward the stairs, De Jong following behind with his bow. De Jong and I hid behind the metal door, listening to the sounds outside. Zhao Dezi's men entered the backyard. Someone kicked the living room door, once, twice. On the third kick, the door frame splintered, and the door crashed open, bouncing off the wall and swinging back. Then came footsteps. Several pairs of heavy boots on the concrete floor, carrying the cold from outside. Search thoroughly. Zhao Dezi's voice came muffled through the metal door, but every word was clear. The sound of ransacking. Drawers yanked open, cabinet doors flung wide, things thrown to the ground. Someone paced around the living room, their footsteps echoing loudly on the empty floor. Secretary Zhao, just a brazier here, still warm. Someone shouted. Living room's been searched. Nothing but a few pieces of junk furniture. Kitchen's empty too. Dusts piled up on the stove. Zhao Dezhu said nothing. Footsteps slowly paced the living room as if surveying something. This brazier's only just gone out. They must have left recently, Zhao Long's voice said. Left? Where to? Zhao Dezi's voice turned cold. It's 40 below out there. Where can they go? A few seconds of silence. Secretary Zhao, look at the plastic sheeting on these windows. Nailed down tight. It's warmer in here than outside. They've definitely been staying here for a while. Been staying here, and now where are they? Zhao Dezi's voice carried anger. No people, no supplies. Just a broken brazier. Did all that stock from his supermarket just vanish into thin air? No one dared to respond. After a moment, someone shouted, There's another room here. It's locked. Footsteps approached the bedroom door. Someone twisted the doorknob twice, couldn't move it, stepped back and kicked it. The door frame shuddered. The lock didn't give, but the hinges loosened and the door tilted to one side. Another kick. The door flew open, hit the wall, bounced back, and was pushed aside again. Footsteps entered the bedroom. Someone rummaged through the wardrobe, yanking clothes out and throwing them on the floor. The footsteps stopped in front of the wardrobe, right above where we were separated by the metal door and a wooden plank. I could hear De Jong's breathing, low but audible. Nothing here either. Just a few rags. Zhao Dezhu was silent for a long time. I crouched behind the door, my back pressed against the cold metal panel, able to hear my own heartbeat. Thump, thump, heavy and urgent. Lin Yue wouldn't leave himself without a backup plan. He finally spoke, his voice slow, as if talking to himself. He must have hidden the stuff nearby. But we've searched everywhere. There's nothing. Search again. The sounds of rummaging resumed, more brutal than before. Someone was smashing things, someone else was cursing. The crash of bowls and dishes breaking, the screech of a chair being overturned, dull thuds as someone kicked the wall. With every noise, De Jong's shoulders tensed, his grip on the bow creaking. After about 10 minutes of chaos, the commotion gradually subsided. Secretary Zhao, there's really nothing. Zhao Long's voice carried impatience. This dump has just a few rooms. We've turned everything over, even checked the rat holes. Zhao Dezhu said nothing. Maybe that kid's already dead out there. Someone chimed in. In this weather, how long can one person last? Exactly, he's probably frozen to death in some corner by now. With his injured hand, where could he go? There was a moment of silence. Zhao Dezhu finally spoke, his voice laced with reluctance, but also a hint of surrender. Let's go. Footsteps retreated through the living room, crunching over broken dishes. The cold wind from the backyard swept in, and then the door closed. The footsteps grew fainter and fainter. After Zhao Dezhu and his gang left, De Jong and I crouched behind the door for another 10+ minutes, our ears pressed against the icy metal. Only when we heard no sound outside did we dare slowly push the door open and slip out, one after the other. The living room was in shambles. The cabinets against the wall were all overturned, drawers pulled out and scattered everywhere. Bowls and dishes lay, shattered porcelain mixed with leftover food scraps. A disheartening sight. 2 chairs lay on the floor, one with a broken leg leaning crookedly against the wall. The brazier had been kicked over, scattering black charcoal ash across the floor, still warm, leaving several dark burn marks that couldn't be wiped away. I crouched to right the brazier and used a piece of paper to sweep the ash aside. De Jong bent to set the chairs upright, placing the broken one against the corner for makeshift use. I swept the broken dishes into the trash bin and went over the floor twice with a broom, but a layer of dust still remained. Such was life in the apocalypse. The front door had been kicked to pieces, the frame split with a large crack. The lock was bent to one side, 2 screws on the hinges loose, creaking with every gust of wind. I pulled out the toolbox, found some thick nails to secure the hinges, hammered the lock back into place, and found a thick wooden board to brace the cracked frame from inside, nailing it tight. Daong held the door steady while I tightened the last screw. I gave the door a tug. It finally closed securely. It would hold for now. Done. I dusted off my hands, letting out a sigh of relief. Back in the basement, the group was still sitting there, the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. Xiao Min was huddled in a corner, hugging her knees, her face pale, as paper lips pressed tight. When she saw us come down, she finally let out a breath and her shoulders slumped. Lin Yue was leaning against the floor, mat an iron pipe, by her hand, her knuckles white from gripping it, tightly, never letting go. Lu Yun was curled up next to Deng Xiaoqi, clutching a canvas bag, her hands pale, and body trembling slightly. Deng Xiaoqi sat by the sofa. When she saw me come down, she said nothing, just gave a slight nod. She was holding that leather notebook, her fingers pressing on the cover, leaving shallow imprints. Clearly she had been on edge too. Su Wanqing stood up, immediately walked over to me, and looked me over from head to toe, making sure I wasn't hurt before she spoke. They're gone. Gone. The door's fixed and the room is cleaned up. They shouldn't be back. She nodded without asking more, turned around, and poured a glass of warm water, handing it to me. The water was just the right temperature, easy to drink. Clearly she had let it cool for a while, waiting for me. I leaned against the wall, cup in hand, and took a sip. Daong sat on the sofa, setting the bow aside, rubbing his sore shoulders. He let out a heavy sigh and said through gritted teeth, "That bastard Zhao Dezhu. I'll deal with him sooner or later." No one responded. Xiaomin got up and went to the kitchen area, grabbed a rag, and crouched to wipe up the spilled water stains. She wiped twice, then collected the bowls and chopsticks from the table to wash them in the basin, quiet and composed. Lu Yun went over to help. The two of them crowded into the kitchen, the only sound the gentle clink of dishes. Lin Yue put the iron pipe down on the floor mat and stared blankly at the ceiling. Her leg injury hadn't healed yet. Standing up had pulled at it, making her wince before she sat back down. Deng Xiaoqi handed her a blanket, which she took to cover her legs, murmuring a soft thanks. I sat on the sofa and pulled out my phone. A red number had appeared on the WeChat contacts list. I tapped it. It was a friend request from Lin Yue, her profile picture a dim selfie of her profile. The note read, "Lin Yue, please just add me." I ignored it, placing the phone face down on my knee. A few minutes later the phone buzzed again. It was her again. The note changed. "I'm home alone, starving to death. For old time's sake, please add me, okay?" I stared at the line, unmoved. A while later a third request came. "Lin Yue, I don't ask for anything else. I just want to say a few words to you. Please." Daong glanced at the screen from beside me, frowning. That woman again. "Yeah, don't bother with her. People like that, once you're involved, you can't shake them off." I didn't reply. My finger hovered over the screen for a moment, then I tapped, accept. I just wanted to see how long she could keep up the act. It was also a good chance to let her see, after abandoning me back then, how miserable she was now and how well I was doing. Daong watched my action, opened his mouth, then shook his head and said nothing more. The moment the friend request was accepted, Lin Yue's messages exploded and filled with urgency. "Lin Yue, you finally added me. I thought you'd never talk to me again. Where are you now? I've sent you so many messages and you never replied. I've been so worried. It's so chaotic out there. Are you hurt? Do you have enough to eat?" I didn't type a single word back, just stared at the screen, watching how long she could keep up the act. After waiting a long time with no reply, she sent another flurry of messages, her tone suddenly soft as water, dripping with grievance. "I'm home alone now and I really can't go on. I'm cold and hungry. Can't even get a sip of hot water. That beast son Hao is worthless. He sweet-talked me before, then turned around and took everything from the house. Left me with nothing. I miss you so much. Really, I've been thinking about you every day. You're the only one who was ever truly good to me." I stared at that line, "truly good to me," and found it absurd. She certainly hadn't thought that way when she followed son Hao to kick down my door. I slowly typed out a few words and sent them. "I'm not home. Don't bother." After a pause of over 10 seconds, she immediately pressed on, her tone brimming with curiosity. "Not home? Then where did you go? Are you hiding somewhere outside? It's freezing and snowing out there and full of bad people. So dangerous. I'm taking refuge in a friend's shelter with plenty to eat and drink. It's warm inside, much more comfortable than home." I deliberately said it lightly just to pique her curiosity. After another pause, her messages came flooding in, one after another, her urgency barely concealed as she began probing incessantly. "Shelter? What kind of shelter? Such places still exist. Your friend must be amazing. What do you have in that shelter? Is there heating? Is there a lot of food? Lin Yue, can you come pick me up? I'm really scared alone. Bad people are always wandering outside and I'm afraid they'll break in. Please take pity on me and come get me, okay?" I still didn't reply, leaving her hanging and watching her fume with impatience. Seeing my silence, she directly sent a voice message, her voice laced with a fake sob that was obviously forced, dragging out her words to feign pitifulness. Woo-woo. Lin Yue, I'm truly at my wit's end now. There's nothing left at home. Sun Hao has abandoned me. Now I only have you. If you don't help me, I'll really die. After the voice message, she began sending photos one by one, all deliberately staged to show her misery. The first was of her living room, curtains tightly drawn, dim and dark with no lights on. On the coffee table sat an empty bowl, a pair of dirty chopsticks, and the bottom of the bowl held dried instant noodle soup crusted over. In the corner were a few crushed cardboard boxes rummaged through messily, clearly with nothing good left. The second photo was of the kitchen, the stove bare without even a pot. The faucet was turned on, but not a drop of water came out. The outlet was frozen solid, caked with thick ice. The cupboard door was wide open, revealing just 2 broken bowls and a chipped plate, filthy. The third photo showed the fridge empty of food, except for a few brittle dried-up vegetable leaves and a half-empty bottle of vinegar. The fourth was a selfie of her huddled under thin blankets, wrapped in layers, revealing only half her face. Her hair was a messy tangle, unwashed for days. Without makeup, her face was sallow, cheekbones, protruding cheeks, sunken dark circles under her eyes, and her lips were chapped and peeling. She pursed her lips at the camera, eyes glancing downward, feigning a pitiful look as if suffering great injustice. But I spotted the nightstand behind her at a glance. The blankets were piled up like a dog's nest, the pillow askew. On the nightstand, several used contraceptives were scattered, conspicuously transparent, and rolled up along with 2 open silver wrappers that glinted, glaringly obvious. I stared at those items for a few seconds, zoomed in on the photo to get a better look, and sneered inwardly. No matter how pitiful she pretended to be, deep down she was still the same. Discarded by Sun Hao after he tired of her, she only remembered me, her backup now. I didn't reply to her misery-baiting messages. Instead, I opened my photo album and sent several pictures, each one stabbing deeper into her heart. The first was of a hot pot lunch. A copper pot with bubbling red oil steam almost spilling out of the screen. Around it were luncheon meat, braised fish in a can, dried greens, thin noodles, and a few soy-marinated eggs filling the table with hearty dishes. The second showed the basement fireplace, flames blazing fiercely, orange-eared tongues leaping high, bathing the entire basement in warmth, even the walls radiating heat. The third was of the supply shelves. Cans, compressed biscuits, rice flour, and bottled water, all neatly stacked and packed to the brim, a sea of provisions. The fourth was one I just took, wearing a thin shirt, holding a cup of hot milk tea, lounging on the sofa with the cozy fireplace behind me, not a trace of chill on my face. After sending them, I added, "Just finished hot pot, having something warm to settle it. It's over 20 degrees in here, wearing too much makes me hot." She went silent, immediately staying quiet for a full half-minute, without a single message, probably green with envy, looking at the photos, her composure nearly shattered. After a long while, her messages exploded back, every word dripping with envy, jealousy, and undisguised greed. "Holy crap! You guys can still have hot pot, and spicy red oil hot pot with all those dishes and cans. This fireplace is so warm. I'm bundled in 3 blankets at home and still freezing, but you're in a thin shirt. You have so many supplies. All those cans and rice, enough for months. And you're drinking hot milk tea. I can't even get a sip of hot water. I'm so jealous, woo." I replied slowly, "It's okay. My friend prepared well, life is comfortable, no hunger, no cold." She fell silent again, this time for nearly a minute, clearly scheming. Then she sent another voice message, her voice trembling violently, unable to fake fragility anymore. Truly desperate, the sobbing gone, replaced by raw pleading. "Lin Yue, your place is so nice, I'm dying of envy. I'm at home now, my hands are stiff from the cold, I can't even get a hot meal. Please be kind and let me come over. I'm not picky, really not picky. Just give me a corner to squat in, no need for my own blanket, I'll share with others. As long as I have a hot meal and don't freeze, I'll be satisfied. I can do any work. Cleaning, washing dishes, cooking, guarding the door. I won't slack off or cause trouble. Please let me come." I still didn't relent, leaving her hanging to see what tricks she'd pull next. Seeing no response, she sent another selfie, completely different from the pitiful one before. She deliberately changed her pose, shooting from a low angle, pulling her collar down to reveal her collarbone, letting the blanket slide off her shoulders to expose them and half an arm. Her hair was splayed artfully on the pillow, lips slightly parted, eyes looking up at the camera with a deliberate, seductive gaze, feigning allure to soften my heart. The caption was just one word, "Please," with a pitiful emoji. I stared at that calculated photo, feeling nothing but disgust. I deliberately replied, "If you're cold, just put on more clothes. Don't freeze." Those words pierced her facade directly. After a pause of over 10 seconds, she exploded, messages coming faster and more aggressive, unable to keep up the act. "Lin Yue, what do you mean? I've begged you like this, what more do you want? Are you messing with me on purpose? I still didn't reply. She sent another. Didn't you say you're at a friend's shelter? Give me the address, I'll come myself. I replied, not convenient. What's not convenient? Are you afraid I'll embarrass you? It's not about embarrassment. This place isn't mine alone. I don't have the final say. Then talk to them for me. If you ask, they'll definitely agree. It's hard to bring up. After a few seconds of silence, a long string of text burst forth with astonishing speed, a clear venting of anger. Lin Yue, you just don't want to help me. You hate me. You want to see me dead. I know I wronged you in the past, but I didn't mean it. Back then when Sun Hao was chasing me. A man with a car, a house savings, and a family factory. What woman wouldn't have been tempted? I'm just an ordinary person. I just wanted to marry well. I was forced into it. Don't you understand? I stared at the screen, not typing a single word in reply. Another message followed immediately. But I know I was wrong now. Sun Hao is a complete bastard. He was just playing with me. He used me up and threw me away, leaving me with nothing. Lin Yue, you're all I have left now. Just take pity on me, please, okay? I leaned back into the sofa, tapped the screen with my fingertip, and replied. You seemed pretty cocky back then, leading Sun Hao to kick down my door. Silence fell instantly on the other end. After a dozen seconds, a voice message came through. Her voice had completely changed, the sobbing was gone, replaced by a suppressed fury, hard and brittle. What's the point of bringing up those old rotten things? Another voice message followed right after. Lin Yue, are you going to help me or not? I typed 2 words and sent them. Can't help. 3 messages popped up immediately, each more aggressive than the last. You just don't want to help. You're messing with me on purpose. How can you be so heartless? Her words grew uglier and more vicious. Do you really think your crappy shelter can last long? Once the supplies run out, you'll all die anyway. What's with the show-off in that thin shirt? If you've got guts, come out here. It's minus 40 degrees. It won't freeze you to death. Leaving you was the right choice. People like you are just destined to be a pathetic grocery store owner your whole life, utterly useless. I stared at the words pathetic and useless, didn't think twice, and typed, done cursing. She replied even faster, her words more venomous. Not done. You pathetic loser, if you hadn't pestered me so shamelessly back then, I wouldn't have given you a second glance. Who do you think you are? A few days in a shelter and you think you're someone important. I'm telling you, you're nothing but trash, not even fit to tie my shoes. I tossed my phone aside, refusing to bother with her any longer. Su Wanqing sat down next to me, her voice soft. Lin Xiu. Yeah, I acknowledged. Ignore her. Her tone was flat as she gently touched my arm. I had just nodded when the light above us flickered. Everyone looked up. The light tube flickered twice more and then went out completely. The basement was plunged into darkness, lit only by the wavering flames of the fireplace, casting twisted shadows on the walls. Power's out. Daong's voice came from the darkness, deep and somber. I didn't panic. I felt my way to the electrical panel in the corner, opened the door, and flipped the switch from mains to battery. A click sounded. A few seconds later, the lights came back on, flickered twice, and stabilized, casting a pale white glow. The circulation pump for the hydroponics room hummed back to life, resuming its operation. How long can the battery last? Su Wanqing came over and asked. I crouched down to check the indicator light and patted the unit, fully charged. If we use it sparingly, a month is no problem. The diesel generator is on standby. We won't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Daong pulled out his phone and swiped a few times, his brow furrowing. The community group is in chaos. The whole city has lost power. Normal. At minus 40 degrees, no equipment can handle it. I sat back on the sofa, glanced at everyone, and said, everyone just go about your business. Don't panic. In watching the power, we have enough. Deng Xiaoqi leaned against the wall, holding a notebook and writing something. Lu Yun crouched beside her, her head bobbing as she fought off sleep. Chun Yue's leg injury had improved somewhat. She supported herself against the wall and slowly shuffled toward her bedding. Xiao Min was quietly washing dishes in the kitchen, her movements barely making a sound. Keep playing, Daong said. Can't, my back hurts. Chan Yue waved her hand, dismissively curled up in her bedding, and pulled the blanket up to her chin. Daong then looked at Xiao Min, who didn't even lift her head. In washing dishes? I don't have time. In the end, Daong sat alone at the table, shuffling a deck of cards, the paper making a rustling sound. I leaned back on the sofa and closed my eyes to rest. Su Wanqing sat beside me in silence. The fire in the fireplace crackled, and occasionally a coal would collapse, sending up a few sparks. Several hours passed peacefully. A little past 9 in the evening, my phone suddenly lit up with a security alert. I opened the feed and my heart sank. A modified black off-road vehicle was parked in front of the supermarket, steam still rising from its hood. Canvas bags were strapped to the roof rack. The door opened and 4 people got out, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman had her neck hunched and her hands in her pockets. I recognized her walk immediately. It was Lin Yue. That bitch had just been lying to me, saying Sun Hao had abandoned her. Among the 3 men, one was limping, unable to put weight on his right leg. Sun Hao. The arrow from before had hit him squarely in that leg. The 4 stood at the supermarket entrance. Sun Hao pointed at the wooden boards I had nailed shut and said something. Another man produced a crowbar and pried the boards off in a few swift moves. The boards hit the ground with a loud clatter, a sound that was particularly distinct in the night. They walked through the supermarket directly into the courtyard, heading for the building. The snow crunched under their feet, the sound growing closer and closer. I stood up, walked over to Daeyong and handed him my phone. Daeyong glanced at it, his face immediately darkening. He bent down to pick up his compound bow and pulled out a few arrows, tucking them into his belt. I also picked up my own bow and quickly checked the string. Su Wanqing was the first to stand. She walked over to me, looked at the bow in my hand, her face pale, but her voice steady. "What do you need us to do?" "No rush. Let's first see what they're up to," I said casually. I handed her the spare compound bow. "Do you know how to use it?" She took the bow, weighed it in her hand, and said, "Yes. Take it. If anyone breaks in, just shoot." "Okay." Su Wanqing nodded. Daeyong and I crouched behind the metal door of the basement. The phone's surveillance feed showed the commotion upstairs in real time. The 4 had already entered the living room. 2 of you searched the bedroom too. "Look carefully. There must be a secret door." The short man and a man with a scarred face headed into the hallway, one after the other. Their footsteps stopped at the bedroom door. A kick sent the door flying open and they went inside. The 2 men ransacked the wardrobe, pulled open the bedside tables, and crouched on the floor, knocking on the tiles. The thudding sounds traveled through the walls. Daeyong glanced at me, saying nothing, but his eyes asked, "When do we strike?" I tapped my fingers rhythmically on my knee. "Let's wait a bit longer." On the surveillance feed, the short man and the scarred man had already finished searching the bedroom's cabinets and bed and had started knocking on the walls. Thump, thump, thump. From the door to the window, from the window to the wardrobe. The tall man walked from the living room into the bedroom and called out, "Found it yet?" "No. We've knocked everywhere. It's all solid." The tall man turned and walked back to the living room, kicked an overturned chair, and cursed. Lin Yue stood by the coffee table, biting her lip, her gaze sweeping across the living room. She suddenly spoke, her voice not loud but very certain. "He definitely has a basement. The photos he sent me during the day were definitely from his own home. What friends does he have? The entrance has to be in one of these rooms. Search carefully, move the wardrobes, and look behind them." Daeyong's hand suddenly tightened around his bow. I stared at the screen, my heartbeat a thunderous roar in my ears. I couldn't wait any longer. I swept my gaze across the few people in the basement. Su Wanqing stood behind me, clutching a spare compound bow, her face grim, yet her eyes remained steady. Xiaomin cowered behind her, gripping a kitchen knife, her hands trembling incessantly. Lu Yun hid in front of Deng Xiaoqi, her eyes fixed on me, waiting for my command. Only Lin Yue was different. She propped herself up against the wall, wincing from the pain in her injured leg, yet she stood firmly. Grabbing an iron pipe nearby, she weighed it in her hand and looked up at me. "Brother Lin, do you need me to go up?" "No need. All of you just guard the stairwell," I said in a deep voice. Lin Yue nodded, moved 2 steps toward the stairway, and firmly blocked it. "Stay here. Don't make a sound," I instructed. I quickly twisted open the metal door's wheel, and the heavy door creaked open. Daeyong and I rushed out, one after the other. Daeyong was faster, his bow already drawn. An arrow struck the tall man's thigh and a scream instantly erupted. "Nobody move," Daeyong roared. I drew my bow, aiming the arrow at the short man. The crowbar in his hand clattered to the ground as he trembled in terror. Sun Hao slid off the chair onto the floor, scrambling backward on his hands, utterly speechless. Lin Yue stood frozen, her face deathly pale, her eyes filled with panic. Everyone faced the wall. "Hands up," I said coldly. The tall man lay on the ground, clutching his thigh and wailing, blood seeping through his fingers. The short man obediently pressed himself against the wall, his hands raised high, his body shaking uncontrollably. Sun Hao dragged his lame leg, hobbling to the wall, leaning sideways, afraid to move. Only Lin Yue remained still, staring blankly at me. "Didn't you hear?" Daeyong shouted at her, his bow aimed her way. Only then did Lin Yue slowly move to the wall, raising her hands to shoulder height, her shoulders trembling. "Daeyong, keep an eye on them." I turned and shouted toward the stairwell, "Bring up some thick ropes." "Got it." Su Wanqing acknowledged and soon appeared carrying a coil of thumb-thick nylon rope. She handed it to me without a word and retreated. I tossed the rope to Daeong, then crouched to bind the tall man, twisting his hands behind his back and tying them tightly in a knot. He grunted in pain but dared not struggle. The short man's hands shook so badly he could barely speak. As he whimpered, "Easy, that hurts," I simply yanked the rope tight, ignoring him. Since Sun Hao couldn't run, I used his own shoelaces to bind his hands firmly and shoved him into a corner. Finally, it was Lin Yue's turn. She turned around, her voice trembling. "Lin Yue, don't tie me up. I just came to see you. I really didn't come to steal anything. Turn around." I cut her off. Her eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up. Seeing my resolve, she slowly put her hands behind her back. I wound the rope around her wrists twice, not too tight yet unbreakable. She muttered softly, "Be gentle, it hurts." I paid her no mind. After binding everyone, Daeong and I searched them one by one. From the tall man we found a folding knife, cigarettes, a lighter, and a car key. The short man had a fruit knife and half a pack of biscuits. Sun Hao's pockets were empty. In Lin Yue's pocket there was only a box of condoms. I confiscated all the blades and kept the car key in my hand. "Daeong, come with me. Let's drive their car inside." Daeong nodded and followed me out. The snow was falling finely. The black SUV was parked in front of the supermarket, the hood still radiating residual warmth. I opened the door, started the engine, drove it into the supermarket, and parked it securely. Then I found several wooden boards to nail the broken door shut, sealing it tightly, leaving no trace behind. When we returned upstairs, Su Wanqing had already come up, holding the compound bow aimed at them. The 3 men and 1 woman obediently stood against the wall, not daring to breathe loudly. Daeong and I each escorted 2 of them, half dragging, half supporting them down to the basement. The tall man, wounded in the leg, moved slowly as Daeong pushed him from behind. The short man's legs were weak, stumbling with every step. Sun Hao hopped on one leg, hissing in pain with every movement. Lin Yue walked at the rear, head down, occasionally stealing glances at me. As soon as we entered the basement, blood from the tall man's leg dripped onto the concrete floor, a stark, glaring red. I frowned, glanced at Su Wanqing, and pointed at the tall man huddled against the wall. "Get some gauze and iodine. Clean up his leg wound a bit. Don't let the blood dirty the basement." Su Wanqing nodded, immediately turned and quickly walked to the supply shelf. She pulled out the first aid kit, took the iodine and clean gauze, and crouched beside the tall man. The tall man was sweating from the pain, but dared not move, only breathing heavily. Thank you." Su Wanqing said nothing. She unscrewed the iodine bottle, dipped a cotton swab into the solution, gently wiped away the blood around the wound, and wrapped it with gauze layer by layer. After staunching the bleeding, she stood up, placed the used swabs in a plastic bag, and tossed it into a corner. The basement was warm, the fireplace blazing. Canned goods, rice flour, and drinking water were neatly arranged throughout the room. As the 4 descended, their eyes immediately locked onto the supplies, unable to look away. The tall man clutched his leg, his face pale, yet he couldn't help glancing at the canned meat on the shelves. The short man's mouth hung open in disbelief. Sun Hao kept his head down, staring at the floor, afraid to meet anyone's gaze. Lin Yue scanned the people in the room, then the mountainous piles of supplies. Her expression shifted from shock to intense envy as she stared straight at me. "How do you have so many people here? And all these supplies? Where did you get them?" "None of your business," I replied flatly. At that moment, the tall man, leaning against the wall and enduring the pain in his leg, was the first to beg for mercy. His tone was extremely low, dripping with fawning. "Brother, I was wrong. Today I was blind not to recognize your greatness. I shouldn't have broken into your place. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." He twisted his bound hands vigorously, his face full of pleading. "I swear if you let us go, I'll take this to my grave. I won't breathe a word to anyone. From now on, I'll steer clear of your place and never step foot here again. I beg you." Seeing this, the short man immediately followed suit, his face crumpled in misery, his body shaking like a leaf. "Big brother, I'm just a follower. He made me do it. I never meant to hurt anyone, let alone steal your things. I have an old mother at home to support. If something happens to me, she won't survive. Please let me off." He started to kneel. Sun Hao dragged his lame leg forward a bit, his face ashen, his voice choked with tears. "Lin Yue, I truly know I was wrong. Lin Yue put me up to it. I was foolish to come. Let me go and I'll never show my face again. I beg you." Hearing Sun Hao shift the blame onto her, Lin Yue instantly panicked. Tears gushed out as she whipped her head around to glare at Sun Hao, her voice shrill. "Sun Hao, you're full of shit. What do you mean I put you up to it? You and those 2 forced me to come." She cried as she spoke, her words tumbling out rapidly. "They held a knife to my throat and forced me to lead the way. They said if I didn't cooperate, they'd throw me out to freeze to death. I'm just a woman. What could I do? If I hadn't led them, they would have killed me. She then turned to me, taking a step forward, tears streaming down her face. Her voice softened, laced with pleading. Lin Yue, you have to believe me. I really didn't want to come. I was forced. There were 3 men and only me. How could I have the nerve to bring people to rob you? I was coerced. Sun Hao's face flushed crimson as he struggled violently to stand, cursing. You're fucking slandering me. It was you who said Lin Yue's family must have plenty of supplies and that he was too dumb to handle, so we could just rob him and leave. Now you're pinning it all on us. You bitch. Lin Xiyu didn't even glance at Sun Hao, her eyes fixed on me, tears streaming endlessly, her voice soft and pitiful. Lin Yue, think about it. How could I ever harm you? We were so close before. I liked you so much. If they hadn't forced me, I would never have come. As she spoke, her voice abruptly shifted from a sob to a deliberate fragility. She lowered her head, her tone becoming faint, carrying a nauseating coyness. And these past few days, those 3. She paused, biting her lip, tears falling again, her voice even softer. They took turns bullying me. I couldn't resist at all. I am covered in bruises. She said this while avoiding my gaze, yet each word was deliberately clear, as if waiting for me to feel pity. Hearing this, Sun Hao completely lost it. He lunged forward, violently crashing heavily to the ground, and roared. Do you have any shame? You were the one who came to us willingly, and now you're playing the victim. Lin Xiyu's face changed instantly, and she cried out, You're lying. You're framing me. Lin Yue, don't believe him. He's just trying to drag me down. Those 3 are worse than beasts. How could I have volunteered? Sun Hao trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he cursed her. You bitch, you weren't like this when you were with us. Saying that now is just disgusting. Lin Xiyu shot back, her voice sharpening. Stop spouting nonsense here. It was you who forced me, and you still have the nerve to turn things around on me. The 2 argued more fiercely, one claiming it was voluntary, the other insisting it was forced, each refusing to yield. The basement echoed with their mutual accusations. Enough! I roared. The basement fell silent instantly. Sun Hao and Lin Xiyu both shut their mouths. The tall man and the short man huddled in the corner, not daring to breathe. I turned to De Yong. Take them to the generator room and tie them separately, so they can't talk to each other. De Yong nodded, bent down, grabbed Sun Hao by the collar and dragged him toward the generator room. Sun Hao's injured leg ached from the pulling, making him grimace, but he dared not make a sound. I followed behind, kicking the tall man and the short man, pushing them forward. Lin Xiyu stood still, biting her lip as she looked at me, tears still glistening in her eyes. Move, I said coldly. She lowered her head and slowly followed. The generator room was small, no more than 5 square meters. Batteries hung on the walls and soundproofing foam covered the floor. I pressed the 4 of them against the wall, tied them to the heating pipes, winding the rope several times and securing it with tight knots. The tall man's injured leg was bleeding again, staining the gauze red. I ignored it. I crouched down, staring at him. Stay put. Don't shout or cry out. If you make a sound, I'll gag you. He nodded frantically, his lips trembling, not daring to utter a word. De Yong and I returned to the lounge where everyone sat on the sofa watching us. Su Wanqing gripped the compound bow tightly, while Xiaomin sat beside her, clutching a kitchen knife, her face pale. Chen Yue leaned on the floor mat, a steel pipe within reach. Her leg injury prevented her from sitting upright, but her eyes were fixed on the generator room. Deng Xiaoqi sat in the corner with Lu Yun curled up in her arms. Neither spoke, their expressions tense. I sat back on the sofa and let out a long breath. De Yong leaned the bow against the wall, rubbed his face, and stared at the ceiling while leaning back in his chair. What should we do with them? Su Wanqing spoke first, her voice soft but steady. No one answered. We can't let them go, De Yong said first, his voice low. They've seen this shelter and know how many supplies we have. If we release them, they'll bring more people back. And we can't kill them either, Xiaomin said quietly, her voice trembling. I've never killed anyone. At this, everyone fell silent. Chen Yue propped herself up straighter. We can't let them go and we can't kill them. We can't keep them forever either. We don't have enough supplies for ourselves. Deng Xiaoqi spoke, her tone calm. They know our situation. Letting them go would be like inviting a wolf into the house. Zhao Dezhu won't let us off. Lu Yun lifted her head from Deng Xiaoqi's arms and whispered, Then, don't let them go. De Yong hesitated for a long time, then muttered, What if we throw them outside? It's minus 40 degrees out there. Without cold weather gear one night? He didn't finish, but everyone understood. Su Wanqing looked at him and said flatly, That's no different from killing them. De Yong fell silent again. The fire in the hearth flickered and no one spoke. Let's vote, I said. Everyone turned to me. Each person states their stance. Fair and square. Those in favor of throwing them out, raise your hand. I raised my hand first. De Jong followed, immediately raising his hand high. Xiaomin glanced at De Jong, hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly raised her hand. It trembled the whole time, but she didn't lower it. Lin Yue leaned against the wall to stand up, raising her hand. Her leg injury made it hard to keep steady, but her arm remained straight. Deng Xiaoqi looked at Lu Yun, who nodded, and together they raised their hands. Lu Yun's small hand went above her head, her eyes reddened. Everyone looked at Su Wanqing. She kept her head down, hands on her knees, lips pressed together, motionless for a long time. A log in the hearth broke with 2 soft cracks. Only then did she slowly raise her hand, holding it low as if lifting something very heavy. "I agree too," she said softly. I nodded. "Good." 7 people unanimous. De Jong went to the generator room to get the captives, and we put on our cold weather gear, hats and gloves. Su Wanqing walked to the door and handed me an old cotton coat. "Put this on. Don't dirty your cold weather gear." I took it and put it on, then followed De Jong out. The 4 were dragged into the yard and sat against the wall. Snow was still falling, fine and light, landing on their faces and hair. It quickly melted into water, then froze into ice crystals. The tall man struggled frantically, his mouth taped shut, letting out muffled pleas for mercy. His eyes were bloodshot, tears mixing with snowmelt as they streamed down. The short man curled into a ball, shivering, violently pressing himself against the wall, whimpering softly. Sun Hao dragged his injured leg across the ground, but after a few movements he couldn't go on. He wept in a low, choked voice. Lin Xiu struggled the most. De Jong barely managed to hold her down. She lay on the ground, kicking her legs, sending snow flying everywhere. I crouched and pressed down on her shoulder. She glared at me, her eyes filled with fear and hatred. "Lin Yue, you'll die a miserable death," she screamed with all her might, her voice muffled by the tape, but still clearly audible. I ignored her and looked at De Jong. "Drag them farther." De Jong nodded and dragged them all to the far corner of the yard. "Brother Yue, are we really doing this?" De Jong asked. "Yeah," I replied. Then I shouted at them, "If you're still alive tomorrow morning, we'll let you go." With that, De Jong and I turned and went back inside, closing the door and nailing the boards back in place. Returning to the basement, everyone was still waiting. Su Wanqing stood at the stairway, watching me remove my cotton-padded coat and cold weather gear. "All handled." I responded, draping the wet clothes over the railing. No one spoke. Xiaomin huddled in the corner, eyes reddened, still shaken. Lu Yun leaned against Deng Xiaoqi's shoulder, pale-faced. De Jong bowed his head, staring at the ground, motionless. I leaned back on the sofa and closed my eyes, knowing full well that outside it was 40 degrees below zero. Those people wouldn't last half an hour. Yet, in this apocalypse, there was no other choice. After the grueling half-night ordeal, everyone was utterly exhausted. The fireplace blazed warmly, and the enveloping heat made drowsiness irresistible. We all crowded into the leisure area to sleep. De Jong and Xiaomin leaned against the wall, her head resting on his shoulder, both wrapped in the same blanket. Lin Yue lay on her side on the floor, mat, her injured leg extended, quickly falling asleep. Deng Xiaoqi and Lu Yun squeezed together at the other end of the sofa. Su Wanqing leaned against me, her breathing evening out in no time. Listening to the crackling of the logs in the fireplace, I gradually drifted off. When I opened my eyes again, the fire had nearly died, leaving only a few embers glowing dimly red in the ashes. Su Wanqing was still leaning on me, her leg draped across mine, the blanket slipped to her waist. I didn't disturb her, gently shifting her foot aside, pulling the blanket back up to cover her, then rose to add more firewood. I tucked in some twigs. The flames slowly licked at them. I added 2 thicker logs, and the fire grew steadily brighter. Pulling out my phone, I saw it was 6:40 in the morning, the screen showing -45 degrees. 5 degrees colder than the previous night. I glanced at the thermometer on the wall. The leisure area was 18 degrees, fairly stable. The corner by the supply shelf was 15 degrees, slightly lower. Walking to the door of the hydroponic zone, I pushed it open to test the temperature inside and checked the thermometer hanging there. 24 degrees. The hydroponic zone's temperature is fine, 24 degrees. The vegetable seedlings can grow normally, I remarked casually. Su Wanqing woke up, then sat up and rubbed her temples. 24 degrees is perfect, but keeping the heater and grow lights on all the time is draining the power pretty fast. I'll check the battery storage later. If it's really tight, well, turn off some lights during the day and prioritize keeping the temperature up. I replied with a nod. De Jong. I walked over and nudged his shoulder. He snapped his eyes open, relaxing only when he saw it was me. Xiaomin was also startled awake, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. "Come on, let's go finish up topside." De Jong nodded, putting on his cold weather gear and an extra old cotton coat. I bundled up the same way and we headed upstairs. Pushing open the bedroom door, a blast of cold air hit us. The fire basin in the living room had long gone out, the iron rim edged with white frost. The plastic sheeting on the windows flapped noisily in the wind. A few nails had come loose, letting the cold air pour straight in. I didn't bother with that. Daong and I pushed open the courtyard gate. The snow hadn't stopped falling, the sky was a murky gray. Another thick layer of snow had accumulated in the yard, sinking past our ankles with each step. Those 4 people were sitting against the wall, already frozen solid. We didn't linger, dragging them outside and burying them under shoveled snow. After more than 20 minutes, 4 snow mounds blended seamlessly into the white expanse, leaving no trace. If they'd known this would happen, they wouldn't have started it. Daong sighed. I didn't respond, turning to head toward the supermarket. The black off-road vehicle was still parked inside, its hood dusted with a thin layer of frost. What do we do with this car? Daong asked, pulling open the door for a look. I crouched down to inspect the chassis and tires. All professional winter tires, no oil stains underneath the exhaust pipe, wrapped in insulation. You know cars. Take a good look. Daong lay down to check the undercarriage, then popped the hood to feel the hoses and battery. He straightened up, brushing off the dust. This car's been heavily modified. Raised chassis, heavy-duty off-road suspension. The tires are cold-resistant. It should start fine down to minus 60 degrees. The fuel tank's been enlarged to double the original capacity. The gauge shows over half a tank. Plenty for long-distance driving. As long as it runs, I said. Find some plastic sheeting to cover it. We dragged over old plastic sheeting to wrap the car, weighing the edges down with bricks, then returned to the basement. Back inside, the snow on our cold weather gear had melted into puddles on the floor. We hung our coats on the stair railing. Xiaomin had already cooked a pot of plain congee over the fireplace, its sweet aroma filling the room. Time to eat. Everyone gathered around one by one. The congee was ladled out, accompanied by pickled vegetables, fermented tofu, and sour radish. We ate in quiet contentment. Daong gulped his down noisily. Xiaomin tapped him. Slow down, it's hot. As we ate, Deng Xiaoqi wrinkled her nose and sniffed her collar. It's been days since I've bathed. I'm starting to smell. Lu Yun pursed her lips. If I don't wash soon, I'll be disgusted with myself. Xiaomin and Lin Yue also sniffed themselves unconsciously, looking a bit embarrassed. I set down my bowl. Then let's heat some water and take turns bathing. Daong immediately fetched a large pot, filled it with water, and set it over the fireplace. Xiaomin placed an aluminum kettle beside it to heat up. Soon the water was hot, steam rising into the air. Who goes first? Daong asked. Everyone seemed a bit shy. Ladies first, I said. Deng Xiaoqi, Lu Yun, and Su Wanqing had just stood up when Daong scratched his head, looking a little awkward. Xiaomin and I will go first. Well, be quick and save hot water, won't hold you up. Xiaomin's face turned crimson. She lowered her head and scolded. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Yue, leaning against the wall, couldn't help but chuckle. Fine, you two go ahead. We're not in a hurry. Deng Xiaoqi and Lu Yun exchanged glances and smiled. No problem, you'll be efficient. Go ahead. Su Wanqing responded flatly. All right, just don't splash water everywhere. Okay, well, go first then. Daong took Xiaomin's hand and led her into the bedroom, closing the bathroom door behind them. The bedroom was separated from the rest area by only a thin wall. The sound of running water carried clearly, occasionally mingled with Xiaomin's soft murmurs and Daong's low, coaxing whispers. The others outside were all adults. They understood without needing to acknowledge it. A faint, ambiguous tension hung in the air. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, a slight smile playing on her lips as she pretended to rest with her eyes closed. Deng Xiaoqi and Lu Yun sat on the sofa, chatting in low voices. Su Wanqing sat beside me, her fingers lightly twisting the edge of the blanket, the tips of her ears faintly flushed. After about 20 minutes, the two came out. Daong's hair was dripping wet, his expression thoroughly satisfied. Xiaomin's face was deeply flushed, her eyes downcast, avoiding everyone's gaze as she slipped into the kitchen to tidy up. You're next, Daong said, casually plopping onto the sofa. I'll go, Su Wanqing said, picking up her change of clothes and heading into the bathroom. The sound of running water was quiet. She was out before long, her hair wrapped in a towel, her cheeks pink from the steam, carrying a faint, clean scent of soap. She walked over and naturally sat down beside me, leaning slightly in my direction. Your turn, she said to Deng Xiaoqi and Lu Yun. The two went in one after the other, both efficient and quick. When they finished, they checked their belongings and smiled wryly. Deng Xiaoqi looked at me. We escaped with nothing. We don't have clean clothes to change into. Lu Yun spread her hands. I can't exactly put my dirty clothes back on. Lin Yue nodded in agreement. Same here. I only have what I'm wearing. I rose and walked to the bedroom, pulling 3 sets of pure cotton pajamas from the wardrobe and handing them over. They're all clean, just make do with these for now. Thanks, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do. Deng Xiaoqi took them, let out a sigh of relief, and smiled. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. Finally, I don't have to be stuck in these stinky clothes anymore. It's unbearable. Lin Yue hugged the pajamas, nodded faintly, and said, "Thanks. No need to be so polite." I waved my hand. Lin Yue turned and walked into the bathroom, and soon the gentle sound of running water came through the wall. Su Wanqing glanced at me, the corner of her mouth curling subtly. She leaned in and lowered her voice. "You're quite thoughtful, aren't you?" I turned my head to look at her and replied casually, "I couldn't just let them put on dirty clothes after showering, could I?" More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yue emerged from the bathroom. The men's pajamas hung loosely on her, clearly too big, with the sleeves and pant legs rolled up several layers, making her appear even more slender. She casually tugged at the hem of her shirt, her tone natural. "It's fine being big, loose, and warm." After everyone had finished showering and changed into clean clothes, the stale smell in the basement had completely dissipated, leaving only a faint scent of soap and the smoky aroma of the fireplace. The warm yellow firelight flickered on everyone's faces, easing the tension of the past few days. Just as they sat down to catch their breath, Deng Xiaoqi suddenly stiffened, her face turning pale. She slowly curled up, clutching her stomach tightly. "Sister Xiaoqi, what's wrong?" Lu Yun quickly moved to support her. Deng Xiaoqi bit her lip, her cheeks flushing crimson. She kept her head low, hesitating for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. I got my period." Lu Yun was stunned for a moment, then quickly snapped to attention. She rummaged through her canvas bag, turning it completely inside out, but couldn't find a single sanitary pad. She looked up at the others, her voice tinged with panic. "Did anyone bring any?" "I don't have any." Lin Yue shook her head, her tone flat. "I didn't bring any." Xiao Min also waved her hand in denial. Su Wanqing let out a soft sigh. "I'm almost due myself. The little I had before ran out long ago." For a moment, everyone's gaze turned to me. Deng Xiaoqi sat on the sofa, clutching her stomach with both hands, her face flushed red all the way to her neck. She hung her head so low it was almost buried in her chest, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to come at this time. The supermarket's daily necessities section is well stocked." I stood up and said. Daong immediately got up as well, grabbing his cold weather jacket. "Let's go, we'll come with you." We quickly pulled on our jackets, wrapped our scarves and hats tightly, and pushed open the bedroom door. The living room was even colder than in the morning. Charcoal ash from the brazier was scattered across the floor by the wind, and a few more nails had come loose from the plastic sheeting on the windows, letting the cold wind howl in through the gaps. Without bothering to tidy up, we strode quickly into the supermarket next door. The rolling shutter door hung askew, the wooden boards nailed over it creaking in the wind. The supermarket was pitch black inside, most of the shelves toppled over, the floor littered with broken glass and crushed cardboard boxes. All the mess left by the group that had ransacked the place earlier. I felt my way to the daily necessities section at the back and crouched down to search. The sanitary pads were all on the lowest shelves, originally neatly stacked, but now scattered all over the floor, their packaging stained with dust and footprints. I gathered up all the daytime pads, nighttime pads, and panty liners, stuffing them into 2 large plastic bags. I also grabbed a few packs of wet toilet paper and tossed them in. "Got everything. Let's go." I picked up the bags and hurried back to the basement with Daong. Back inside, I set the 2 large bags on the table with a rustle. "This is all I could stock up from the supermarket. Divide them among yourselves." Lu Yun immediately walked over, picked out a few packs of nighttime and daytime pads, and handed them to Deng Xiaoqi. Deng Xiaoqi took them, clutching them tightly without a word, and quickly walked into the bathroom. Soon the sound of tearing open packaging came from inside. Su Wanqing came over, sorted the remaining pads by type, placed them on the top shelf of the supplies rack, and stuck a simple label on them for easy access later. Before long, Deng Xiaoqi came out of the bathroom, the flush on her face not yet fully faded. She walked up to me, stopped, bit her lip, and looked at me with earnest eyes. "Lin Yue, thank you so much for this." "It's nothing, don't worry about it." I waved my hand. She shook her head, insistent. "It's a small thing to you, but not to me. Without these, I really wouldn't have known what to do." After speaking, she walked back to the sofa, sat down, draped a blanket over her legs, and held her stomach in silence. I leaned back on the sofa and pulled out my phone to scroll. The short video platform loaded extremely slowly, spinning several times before displaying a few clips. Most were reposts of old videos. The servers were clearly on the verge of collapse. Scrolling down, a few more, a verified video from the National Emergency Management Department popped up, posted at around 3 in the morning today. The thumbnail was a national map covered in red dots. I clicked on the video. The screen showed a male anchor with a blank expression, speaking noticeably faster than usual, as if rushing through the broadcast. According to the latest directive from the National Emergency Command, the locations of underground shelters in major cities nationwide are now announced. Citizens are urged to proceed to the nearest shelter for refuge. Shelters are equipped with survival supplies, medical equipment, and emergency power. The screen switched to a map dense with red dots covering first-tier and provincial capital cities. I zoomed in on our province. The capital had 2 shelters with capacities of 50,000 and 80,000 respectively. A few prefecture-level cities also had some, but when I scrolled down to the county level, there wasn't a single red dot. A line of small text scrolled at the bottom of the screen. Remote areas have lagging infrastructure. No shelters have been established. Please proceed to shelters in nearby cities. Damn, are they crazy? Daong leaned in to look, his voice turning grim. The nearest shelter is in the provincial capital over 300 kilometers away. Su Wanqing also walked over, frowning at the screen. Why announce it only now? I exited the video trying to check the comments section but found it had long been disabled. Not a single comment was visible. After scrolling through a few more related accounts, I finally found a screenshot reposted by an unofficial account. It showed a post claiming to be from an internal emergency system staff member, posted 2 days ago. Daong leaned in to read along as I read aloud. The shelters were built long ago. They weren't announced early because capacity is limited. They feared early announcements would cause panic buying and stampedes, leading to a collapse of order first. Now they're announcing it because most people in towns and villages no longer have the ability to travel long distances. This is a screening. Only those who can save themselves will be saved. After listening, Daong cursed. That's brutal, but there's really no other way. 300 kilometers and it's minus 45 degrees outside now. The roads are all covered in snow, so the car can't go fast. Daong pointed at the phone screen and repeated. Even if we take that modified off-road vehicle, if everything goes smoothly, it'll still take a day or 2. No gas or supplies on the way. If it breaks down, we'll freeze to death on the road. Lin Yue, leaning on her floor mat, glanced at the phone screen and said in a steady, decisive tone, "Don't even think about it. We can't go. Traveling in this extreme cold. Forget 300 kilometers, even 30 kilometers is risky. If the car stalls, it's a death sentence." Deng Xiaoqi stared into the flames of the fireplace and murmured softly, "Actually announcing it or not makes no difference." After scrolling through videos for half an hour, I only found one about someone rushing to the provincial shelter. In the footage, a young man wrapped in a military coat leaned against a broken-down pickup truck, his voice hoarse and parched. Been driving for a day and a night, still 200 kilometers from the provincial capital. The car's out of gas and my phone's almost dead. At the end of the video, he said nothing more, just forced a bitter smile and murmured, "Forget it." Dozens of comments below were empty encouragements, none offering a solution to his dire situation. I closed the video and opened the community group with over 2,000 members. The group was dead silent. The last message was from yesterday, someone asking, "Anyone still here?" Only 2 people replied and then nothing. This group is completely useless. Either no power or no people left. I tossed my phone onto the sofa and looked at Su Wanqing beside me, my tone resolute. "The shelter, we can't make it." Su Wanqing silently moved closer and placed her hand over mine without unnecessary words, only a soft reply, "From now on we rely only on ourselves. Don't dwell on it." I gripped her hand tightly, a thin layer of sweat forming on my palm. "Rely on ourselves and we'll survive." She leaned against my shoulder, her voice steady without a trace of panic. Across from us, Daong stopped fidgeting with his lighter and looked up at me. "The off-road vehicle broke down midway, and there's no one to call for help. We're not going. Let it go." I made the call decisively. Daong nodded and pocketed his lighter. "Got it. Won't bring it up again." The basement fell into instant silence, broken only by the crackling of firewood in the fireplace. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, head down, silent. Deng Xiaoqi held the sleeping Lu Yun, gently adjusting the blanket. Xiaomin washed dishes in the kitchen, the faint sounds echoing clearly in the empty space. No one mentioned the shelter again. Everyone understood that path was a dead end from the start. I lay on the sofa, eyes closed but wide awake, my mind racing over supplies, firewood, diesel. Each item calculated precisely, yet a hollow feeling lingered in my chest. I drifted off briefly, only to be roused by the faint sounds from the fireplace. I grabbed my phone and pressed the button. The screen reads 7:12 a.m., minus 50 degrees outside. I rose quietly, careful not to disturb anyone, walked to the fireplace and added a few logs. The flames slowly rose, then I turned to look at the thermometer in the corner. 17 degrees, 1 degree lower than yesterday. Daong also woke up, rubbing his face as he walked over. "What's the temperature?" "Indoor 17, outdoor minus 50. If it drops further, we won't hold out." I pointed at the thermometer, my voice heavy. Daong leaned in for a look, his brow furrowed. "We need to work today. Can't just sit around. First shovel the snow in the yard. If we delay, the gate will be buried." I grabbed the cold weather gear and tossed him a jacket. When we get back, shut down the hydroponics room. Shut down the hydroponics room. No more growing vegetables. Daeong took the jacket looking puzzled. The vegetables are ready to harvest. The hydroponics room runs on electricity all day and the battery can't take it. If the power dies, heating and lighting will all go. I was concise without a single wasted word. Daeong was silent for a moment, quickly grasping the stakes and pulled on his coat. Got it. Power first. Let's go shovel snow. We put on hats and gloves, pushed open the bedroom door, and the living room was as cold as an ice cellar. Frost lined the edges of the metal basin, the plastic sheeting on the windows bulged in the wind and icy drafts seeped through loose nail holes stinging our faces. We hurried across the living room and pushed open the yard gate. Snow reached our knees. The road beyond was completely buried with only a few lampposts jutting out forlorn and solitary. The sky was a gray expanse, sunless and windless, nothing but bone-chilling cold seeping into every crevice. I picked up a shovel to clear snow while Daeong pushed a snow plow to forge a path. Each shovel toss, each push forward, pure brute force. The wind numbed our cheeks and each exhaled breath turned to frost on our scarves. After more than half an hour, we finally cleared a narrow path just wide enough for one person. Let's head back. Any longer and we'll get frostbite. Daeong leaned on the snow plow, panting, his hands bright red from the cold. I nodded, brushed the snow off my clothes, and as I passed the off-road vehicle covered in plastic sheeting, I lifted a corner to shake off the snow from the roof, pressed the bricks back down, and then followed him back. Back in the basement, we shed our snow-soaked coats. Xiaomin had already boiled hot water, and Su Wanqing handed us 2 cups of warm water, without a word, just looking at me with questioning eyes. -50. I uttered those 3 words, simply took the cup and drank the warmth slowly spreading through me. Daeong sat back on the sofa and Xiaomin brought over hot porridge mixed with bits of canned meat. Salty, fragrant, and warming. Everyone drank in silence, no one speaking unnecessarily. After we eat, we'll harvest the vegetables. I set down my bowl and looked at Daeong. Daeong replied, all right. Deng Xiaoqi glanced toward the hydroponics room, but asked nothing, only bowed her head to attend to Lu Yun beside her, clearly understanding. We entered the hydroponics room, where warm, fragrant air enveloped us. Under the pink-purple grow lights, lettuce, bok choy, and romaine lettuce thrived, their leaves tender and plump. Pull them all. Daeong crouched down, pulling up lettuce and deftly trimming the roots. Harvest everything. Well, ration them. It'll last us a while. I helped load them into baskets, pulling up bok choy and baby greens one by one, leaving not a single plant behind. In over half an hour, we cleared all 3 hydroponic racks, 2 baskets of lettuce, 1 each of bok choy and baby greens, and half a basket of romaine lettuce, all neatly piled on the floor. Done. Daeong wiped the nutrient solution from his hands. I walked to the wall, unplugged the grow lights and the circulation pump. The lights and hum died, simultaneously plunging the room into darkness. Close the door. This room's done. Back in the lounge area, Xiaomin and Lu Yun were quietly sorting the vegetables. Removing yellow leaves, wiping moisture, and stacking them neatly with swift movements. Su Wanqing crouched nearby, helping, her fingers brushing over the leaves. She looked up at me and gave a slight nod, signaling everything was in order. I pulled out my phone to check for any outside news, but the signal bars were empty. I searched repeatedly, but there was still no signal. No signal. I said in a low voice, my tone calm but carrying an undeniable gravity. Daeong immediately took out his phone, raised it, shook it, and refreshed it repeatedly. His face darkened. Completely cut off. Can't find any network. Su Wanqing put down her phone and looked at everyone, her voice steady. Cut off is cut off. We never relied on the outside anyway. We just need to take care of ourselves. The flames in the fireplace burned brighter, casting warm light across the small basement. Outside it remained -50 degrees, and the indoor temperature was still low, but without unrealistic hopes or hollow comforts. Every conversation was grounded, every decision aimed at survival. Daeong sat beside me, playing solitaire with a deck of cards. After 2 rounds, he tossed the cards aside, done with it. He rubbed his face, then scratched his hair, a picture of restlessness. I glanced at him. I knew that uneasy look all too well. Had been like that since childhood. Unable to sit still when something was on his mind, yet too embarrassed to speak up. He stole a glance at Xiaomin, then quickly looked away, pretending to stare at the fire in the hearth. Daeong, I called. He didn't look at me, his voice a bit muffled. You and Xiaomin should go sleep in the bedroom. He froze, turned to look at me, opened his mouth, then closed it again. The tips of his ears slowly reddened, clearly visible in the firelight. No need, it's fine here. It's cramped here, I interrupted. 7 people squeezed together can't even turn over. The bedroom's just sitting empty. You 2 go sleep there, it's more spacious. He didn't reply, just rubbed his knees. Xiaomin heard and her face flushed instantly. Su Wanqing leaned against me, flipping through a book, as if she hadn't heard, but her hand paused on the page. Go on, I said, my tone casual, as if stating the most normal thing. Daong hesitated a few more seconds, then stood up, walked over to Xiaomin, bent down, and whispered something. Xiaomin's face grew even redder. She gave him a light shove but still followed him toward the bedroom. The bedroom door closed. The basement fell silent for a while. A log crackled in the hearth. Lu Yun turned over in her sleep, and Deng Xiaoqi gently patted her back. Chan Yue, lying on the floor mat, curved her lips slightly, but said nothing, continuing to scroll through her phone. Deng Xiaoqi bowed her head, writing something, the pen tip gliding across the paper, her expression calm, as if she had heard nothing. Su Wanqing turned a page, leaned closer to me, her shoulder pressing against my arm, silent. About 10 minutes later, faint sounds came from the next room. Not loud, but in the quiet of the basement, through a single wall, everything was perfectly clear. First, low voices. Indistinct, just the hushed tones of a man and a woman as if discussing something. Then came some rustling, a soft creak from the bed, then silence. Chan Yue turned off her phone screen and rolled over to face the wall. Deng Xiaoqi's pen paused, then continued, but the rhythm of her writing had noticeably slowed. Lu Yun was sound asleep, hearing nothing. Su Wanqing closed her book, placed it on her lap, traced her fingers over the cover a few times, then turned her head to glance at me. The firelight from the hearth flickered on her face. Her expression was hard to read, but the tips of her ears were slightly red. The sounds from next door continued for a while. Not long, but not short either. Once the bedboard creaked a bit louder and Xiaomin let out a very brief sound as if choked, then immediately suppressed it, leaving only muffled, intermittent whispers. Chan Yue pulled the blanket over her head. Deng Xiaoqi turned a page a bit more forcefully than before. Su Wanqing leaned against my shoulder, eyes closed, lashes trembling slightly, her breathing a little faster than usual. I stared at the fire in the hearth, motionless, pretending to hear nothing. After a while longer, the next room fell completely silent. A log in the hearth snapped, sending up a shower of sparks that flared briefly in the firebox before dying out. Lu Yun murmured something in her sleep. Deng Xiaoqi patted her back, and she quieted again. Su Wanqing lifted her face from my shoulder and looked at me. A brief glance quickly averted. She adjusted the blanket to cover her legs, leaned back against the sofa, and closed her eyes. Sleep, she whispered. I leaned back on the sofa, eyes closed, my mind a jumble. The fire in the hearth slowly dwindled, the warmth ebbing away, but the basement remained cozy. I don't know how long passed before I heard Deng Xiaoqi quietly get up, add a few logs to the hearth, then return to the sofa, wrap herself in the blanket, and fall still. Everyone was asleep. I drifted half awake, half dreaming. My consciousness floated and sank in the darkness like soaking in warm water, unable to grasp anything. Then I felt something move beside me. Very light, very slow, as if afraid of waking someone. I opened my eyes. The fire in the hearth had burned very low, leaving only a few embers glowing dark red in the ash. The entire basement was shrouded in a dim, half-lit gloom. In that light, I saw Su Wanqing's face very close to mine. Close enough to see the curve of her lashes. At some point, she had moved from the other end of the sofa and slipped under my blanket. I froze. She raised a finger to her lips. Shoo. Then her finger moved away, gently resting on my shoulder, her fingertips cool. She leaned in until her nose almost touched mine. Her breath brushed my face, warm, carrying a faint scent of soap. Su Wanqing, I whispered. She didn't let me finish. Her lips pressed against mine, very light, as if testing, as if afraid to apply pressure. Her lips were slightly cool, resting on mine for 2 seconds, then pulling back a little, as if gauging my reaction. An ember shifted in the hearth with a soft crackle. Her lashes fluttered, and she pressed her lips to mine again. This time it wasn't a light touch. She tilted her head slightly, her lips pressing harder, her breath quickening. One hand braced on my chest, fingers clutching the collar of my shirt. I reached up and wrapped an arm around her waist. Her waist was slender. Through the thin pajamas, I could feel the outline of her ribs. My palm pressed against her side, and I could feel the warmth of her skin. Hotter than I had imagined, like a piece of warm jade that had been held for a long time. She let out a soft hum, the sound trapped in her throat, barely audible. Her lips moved from mine to my chin, then to the side of my neck, light and quick with a touch of raw urgency. I turned over, pulling her beneath me. The blanket slid aside, letting in a chill, but her body was warm. Through the 2 thin layers of fabric, her heat radiated to me like holding a hearth. She looked up at me, her eyes reflecting both firelight and a watery gleam. Lin Yue. She whispered my name, her voice trembling slightly, as if standing on a cliff's edge, or as if she had finally jumped. I lowered my head and kissed her. This time it wasn't her initiation. My lips pressed against hers, my tongue parting her teeth, tasting a hint of mint from toothpaste and a touch of her own sweetness. Her hands moved from my chest to the nape of my neck, her fingers threading through my hair, gently pulling my head closer to her. The basement was very quiet. The embers in the hearth still glowed dark red like the last lamp in this apocalypse. Deng Xiaoqi slept at the other end of the sofa, her breathing steady, undisturbed. Lu Yun curled up beside her, her small face buried in the blanket, sleeping soundly. Chen Yue faced the wall, the blanket pulled up to her ears, motionless. In the next room, Daong and Xiaomin were already fast asleep, not a sound. It felt as if only the two of us remained in the world. In the 50-degree below zero cold in this underground sanctuary, on a worn-out sofa beneath a thick blanket. When I woke up, the fire in the fireplace was blazing vigorously. Someone must have quietly added more logs, for the orange-eared glow filled the entire basement, wrapping me in warmth that dispelled every trace of the lingering chill and lethargy from the previous night. Under the blanket, Su Wanqing was still curled up in my arms, her face buried in my chest, her long hair spilling over my shoulder. A few soft strands clung to my chin, tickling me with a sensation that melted my heart. My arm was wrapped around her waist, one of her legs lightly draped over mine. We were bundled together under the same blanket, entangled like vines that could not be separated. Our sleepwear was hopelessly wrinkled, her collar had come loose, 2 buttons undone, revealing a slender collarbone marked by a faint red trace. I couldn't even recall when I had left it the night before. She slept deeply, her breathing even and gentle, her warm breath brushing softly against my collarbone, tender and comforting. I dared not move, afraid of waking her. So I just lay there staring silently at the ceiling, listening to the crackling of the firewood in the fireplace until my muddled mind gradually cleared. But the next moment I sensed something was wrong. The silence around me was unnatural. It wasn't the dead stillness of deep night, but a quietness that felt as if everyone was holding their breath, not daring to make a sound. It was as if the whole room was waiting with bated breath to watch a good show, their very breathing subdued. I turned my head slightly. Deng Xiaoqi was sitting at the other end of the sofa, holding that leather-bound notebook, her pen hovering over the page, unmoving for a long time. She wasn't writing at all. Her eyes were curved in a gentle smile, a knowing and understanding look on her lips. She watched me quietly, not with the boisterousness of someone trying to stir up trouble, but with a silent, complicit amusement. Lu Yun was lying on her lap, already awake. Her little head was tilted, her eyes darting back and forth between me and Su Wanqing in my arms. Her face was flushed red from holding back laughter, her cheeks puffed out as she struggled to contain herself. Chen Yue was leaning against the bedding opposite, her arms crossed, a blanket covering her legs. Her face clearly wore an expression of "I knew it," a smirk playing on her lips as if she had the words "waiting for the show" written all over her face. Xiaomin sat next to Chen Yue, holding a bowl of hot porridge. She wasn't drinking it, just holding it, her head tilted as she watched us. The smile at the corners of her mouth was impossible to hide, her eyes curving into 2 small crescent moons. De Jong crouched beside her, also holding a bowl, his grin stretching from ear to ear. He looked like someone who wouldn't miss a good show for the world, his eyes fixed intently on us. So everyone in the room was awake. They were all waiting for us to wake up just to watch our embarrassment. My heart skipped a beat, but I didn't let it show on my face. I looked down at the person in my arms. Su Wanqing's eyelashes were lowered, her cheeks flushed with a tender pink from the firelight. Her lips were slightly parted as she slept, completely defenseless, clearly exhausted from the night before. I couldn't bear to wake her, but I also couldn't just lie there being stared at by everyone. I gently moved my arm, trying to slide it out from under her waist. But the moment I moved, Su Wanqing woke up. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils gradually focused first on my chin, then up to my face, and then her peripheral vision caught the sight of several pairs of eyes fixed directly on her from the sofa. She froze completely. In just 2 seconds, the fragmented memories of last night came flooding back to her. Her eyes flew wide open, and her entire face flushed crimson in an instant from her neck to the tips of her ears. Even her hairline felt hot, as if someone had poured a basin of hot water over her head. She sprang out of my arms, the blanket slipping off her to reveal our wrinkled sleepwear and tangled legs. The sight was as disheveled as it could get. She frantically grabbed the blanket and wrapped herself up tightly, like a small dumpling, leaving only her round eyes exposed. She glanced nervously at Deng Xiaoqi, Chen Yue, Xiaomin, and De Jong, then finally buried her entire face into the blanket, not even letting the tips of her ears show. The basement was silent for a brief moment. The next second, laughter erupted like an explosion. De Jong was the first to lose control, laughing so hard that the porridge in his bowl splashed out. He quickly set the bowl on the floor, bent over, and slapped his thigh, gasping for breath between laughs. "Oh my God! Brother Yue, you too slept so soundly. We were making so much noise and didn't even wake you." Chen Yue leaned against the wall, laughing so hard that it pulled at the wound on her leg, making her gasp in pain, but she couldn't stop. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, don't make me laugh, my wound is going to split." but it's just too funny. Xiaomin laughed until tears streamed down her face. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and teased Su Wanqing in a crisp voice. Sister Wanqing, you were complaining last night that the sofa was too hard and you couldn't sleep. Looks like you slept pretty well to me. A muffled groan came from under the blanket as Su Wanqing wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Deng Xiaoqi laughed the most subtly but also with the most meaning. She closed her notebook, crossed her arms, and leaned back on the sofa, tilting her head to look at the blanket-wrapped figure. Her voice was slow and leisurely, carrying the calm teasing of someone who had been through it all. Wanqing, did you sleep well last night? Is the sofa not so uncomfortable anymore? Su Wanqing extended a hand from under the blanket and waved it feebly in Deng Xiaoqi's direction, clearly begging for mercy. Stop it, stop it. Lu Yun could no longer hold back. She burst out laughing, rolling around on Deng Xiaoqi's lap, her little face flushed red, nearly sliding off the sofa. I leaned back on the sofa, looking at the lively room full of people, and couldn't help but smile. I didn't avoid it, didn't make excuses, and didn't feel embarrassed. I reached out and pulled Su Wanqing, still curled up in the blanket, into my arms. She struggled lightly for a moment but couldn't break free and obediently leaned against me, her face as red as a ripe cherry, her ears so hot they could have fried an egg. She kept her head down, not daring to look at anyone, her small hands tightly clutching the fabric of my pajamas until her knuckles turned white. All right, stop laughing. I said, my voice laced with amusement, my tone open and natural. We're all adults here. What's there to make such a big fuss about? Before I could finish, Su Wanqing reached out and gently pinched my waist. The force was light, but her aim was precise. I sucked in a sharp breath and looked down at her. She buried her face in the crook of my shoulder, her voice muffled and annoyed. Shut up. Don't say another word. This only made everyone laugh even harder. De Jong crouched on the floor, holding onto a supply shelf for support, tears streaming down his face from laughing. Brother Yue, you really don't treat us like outsiders. We're all family here. What's there to hide? I said matter-of-factly, raising my hand to pat Su Wanqing's back gently in reassurance. Through my pajamas, she bit my shoulder lightly. It didn't hurt, but it sent a wave of tenderness through me. I didn't pull away, just let her have her way. Deng Xiaoqi had finished laughing. She cleared her throat, shifted into a more comfortable position on the sofa, and rested her hands behind her head. Her tone was lazy, as if she were making a casual remark, but she was deliberately teasing me. Lin Yue, aren't you being a bit too partial? Only Wanqing gets this treatment. The rest of us don't count. The laughter died down instantly, and all eyes turned to Deng Xiaoqi. The smile was still on her face, half joking and half probing. She wasn't being serious. She just wanted to stir things up in this dreary apocalypse and have some fun at our expense. Sister Xiaoqi. Lu Yun tugged at her sleeve, her small face full of surprise. Deng Xiaoqi ignored her. She tilted her head to look at me, her eyes sparkling, and deliberately pulled the blanket up higher, shrinking her neck to put on a pitiful expression. I'm cold too, and I can't get used to this sofa. I'd like someone to warm my bed too. How about tonight I sleep next to you? Su Wanqing lifted her head from my shoulder, casting a glance at Deng Xiaoqi. There was not a trace of jealousy in her eyes, only the helplessness of don't be silly, yet the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a sly smile. I burst out laughing. It wasn't a polite laugh, but one of complete roguish relaxation, thoroughly amused. With one arm tightening around Su Wanqing, I raised my other hand, my fingertips pointing one by one at Deng Xiaoqi-chan, Yue, Lu Yun, and finally at Xiaomin. Xiaomin was just drinking her porridge when I pointed at her. She nearly spat it out, hurriedly waving her hands. Don't include me, don't include me. I have Daong. Ignoring her protest, I swept my finger in a circle before everyone and declared with mock solemnity, you, and you. All of you come over tonight. I'll cover everything. The basement fell silent for half a second. Then it erupted into chaos. Dream on. Chen Yue grabbed a nearby cushion and hurled it at me with perfect aim, striking my leg with a solid thud. Lin Yue, you shameless bastard. Xiaomin laughed so hard she was rocking back and forth, barely holding her bowl. A bit of porridge splashed onto the back of her hand, but she didn't bother to wipe it off, just pointed at me and cursed through her laughter. Deng Xiaoqi laughed until she was slapping the sofa armrest, tears streaming from her eyes. Such a big appetite. Aren't you afraid your body can't take it? Lu Yun covered her mouth, curling up into a ball, and murmured softly, Brother Lin Yue, you're too wicked. Su Wanqing lifted her head from my embrace, glaring at me with laughter in her eyes, yet pretending to be angry. She reached out and pinched my cheek. Lin Yue, have you grown some nerve? Daring to say such things right in front of me. I caught her hand as it pinched my cheek, lowered my head, and gently kissed the back of it. Then, looking up at the room full of laughing people, I grinned mischievously. Just kidding, livening up the atmosphere. Don't take it seriously. That's not livening things up, that's just being a pervert. Chen Yue threw another cushion, which I caught steadily in my hand. Exactly. Sister Wanqing, you need to control him. Xiaomin put her empty bowl on the floor, planted her hands on her hips, and pretended to be fierce in support of Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing looked at me then, at the entire room full of chaos, and finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Her eyes curved as she laughed out loud. Her smile was gentle and warm, her cheeks still flushed, but the earlier shyness and embarrassment had vanished, replaced only by a sense of comfort and relaxation wrapped in warmth. She leaned against my shoulder, her voice soft, meant only for me. Can't control him, let him be. Deng Xiaoqi, upon hearing this, let out an exaggerated sigh and spread her hands. That's it, that's it. Our Wanqing is completely wrapped around his finger. You're the one who's wrapped around a finger. Su Wanqing stretched a foot out from under the blanket, trying to kick Deng Xiaoqi's knee. She missed, but Deng Xiaoqi cooperatively shrank back, clutching her knee and pretending to yell in pain. Domestic violence. Someone's committing domestic violence. Everyone's laughter grew even louder. The firewood in the fireplace burned more vigorously, casting an orange-red glow on everyone's faces, warm and cozy. Lu Yun was laughing and rolling around on Deng Xiaoqi's legs. Lin Yue was laughing through tears, holding her wound. Daong was crouched on the ground, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Xiaomin leaned on his shoulder, bent over with laughter, still clutching the empty bowl. Holding Su Wanqing leaning back on this worn-out sofa, watching the raucous scene before me, a surge of indescribable emotion welled up in my heart. It wasn't simple happiness nor superficial emotion. It was something deeper, more solid. In this apocalyptic world of -50 degrees and raging blizzards, in this dark, cramped basement, in this desperate situation where we didn't even know if we'd live to see tomorrow, we could still laugh, still horse around, still crack inappropriate jokes and huddle together for warmth. This perhaps is the truest feeling of being alive. The laughter gradually subsided, but the warmth in the room remained undiminished. Xiaomin put her empty bowl aside, got up from her floor bed, stretched languidly, walked over to sit beside Deng Xiaoqi, tilted her head to look at me, and suddenly spoke. Brother Yue, I've just realized your face is really thick. Just figuring that out. Daong immediately chimed in, grinning smugly. I've known him for over 20 years. He's been like this since he was a kid. His face is thicker than a city wall. Daong, that's not fair, I said, putting on a stern face. This is called strong mental fortitude, not a thick face. Strong mental fortitude. Lin Yue snorted mercilessly, tearing me down. Looks like a thick face to me. Deng Xiaoqi leaned in with a laugh, bringing her face close to my ear. Her voice was low, filled with mirth, but her eyes serious. Seriously, if I accidentally roll over to your side tonight, don't push me away. I looked up at her. She winked at me playfully, then laughed and sat back in her spot. Su Wanqing hummed softly in my arms and whispered, what did she say to you? She said the porridge smells great, and you should have another bowl later. I brushed it off casually. Having had enough fun and laughter after adding more wood to the fire, the room, full of people, finally quieted down, each retreating to their own bedding. The fire in the fireplace gradually dimmed to a dark red. Only the sound of even breathing and the occasional soft crackle of falling charcoal remained in the basement. I lay on my floor bed, pulling the blanket up to my chin. My eyes closed, my consciousness slowly sinking. Su Wanqing slept to my right, lying on her side with her back to me, her breathing light and even. Her hair was spread across the pillow, a few strands brushing against my face, tickling me. I didn't move, afraid of waking her. I don't know how long passed. In a daze, I felt the blanket being lifted at a corner. A chill crept in, climbing up my side, sending goosebumps across my skin. I didn't open my eyes. I thought it was Su Wanqing turning over or tugging at the blanket, because she was cold. Then something rested on my waist. Very light, fingertips cool, tracing across my side, leaving a trail of faint tingling numbness. My consciousness was still floating between sleep and waking. My mind turned slowly. When did her hands get so cold? No, her hands were never this cold. Those fingers paused at my waist as if testing or confirming if I was truly asleep. Then slowly, inch by inch, they moved downward, tracing the outline of my ribs, gliding over my skin, as light as a feather brushing across a tabletop. No, this touch was wrong. It wasn't Su Wanqing's hand. Su Wanqing's fingers were long with distinct knuckles. Her fingertips, often dried from constant hand washing and sanitizing, felt slightly rough to the touch. But the hand now pressed against me had soft, warm fingertips with a moist, almost clammy feel, as if soaked in warm water for a long time. Smooth and slippery, sending chills down my spine. It wasn't Su Wanqing. I snapped my eyes open. The fire in the fireplace was just a thin layer of fading red light shrouding the entire basement in a dusky, half-lit crimson hue. In that light, I saw a figure straddling me. Long black hair hung down, obscuring most of its face. Blood surged to my head, in an instant my mouth falling open. A hand clamped over my lips. The palm was warm, carrying a faint scent of hand cream. It wasn't Su Wanqing's scent. Don't speak. The voice was lowered to a whisper, the breathy words brushing against my ear, carrying the minty freshness of toothpaste from before bed. The warm breath swept across my earlobe, stirring an indescribable tingling numbness that traveled from the root of my ear all the way down my spine. Deng Xiaoqi. My pupils contracted sharply as I stared at her with wide eyes. The dying embers of the fireplace cast a red glow from her side, her long hair swaying against her cheeks, her features half-lit, half-shadowed, with only her eyes exceptionally bright. She looked at me, her lips curving slightly. Not a playful smile nor deliberate seduction, but more like the reckless abandon of someone pushed to the brink, carrying a resolve of what's done is done. Instinctively, I tried to push her away, but as soon as my hand emerged from the blanket, her other hand caught my wrist. Her fingers clasped around my wrist bone, not with much force, yet it froze me for a beat. I turned my head to the right. Su Wanqing lay on her side, her back to us. The blanket reached her shoulders, her breathing still, even neither faster nor slower. But her hair was spread across the pillow, with a strand hanging over the edge, its tip slightly curled. With each rise and fall of her breath, that strand swayed ever so slowly. Was she asleep? I didn't know. But her eyes were closed, and from head to toe she remained utterly still. Deng Xiaoqi leaned down. Her long hair cascaded down the ends, brushing against my face, and neck, carrying the sweet fragrance of shampoo. That scent flooded my nostrils from every direction. Gentle, soft, carrying a dizzying sweetness. It didn't invade forcefully. It seeped in silently, imperceptibly. I didn't push her away. I didn't know if it was because I feared waking Su Wanqing or for some other reason. The last glimmer of red from the fireplace faded, and the basement plunged into complete darkness. In the pure blackness, touch became extraordinarily vivid. The curve of her waist, the pressure of her fingertips on my collarbone, the warmth and rhythm of her breath against my neck. When her lips pressed against mine, something snapped in my mind. It wasn't a kiss. It was something more primal, like a drowning person grasping at driftwood, like a frozen soul edging toward a fire. In this 50 below zero cold, in this sunless underground, in this apocalypse where survival was uncertain for even the next day, one craved something to prove they were still alive. Su Wanqing was just an arm's length away. I didn't look at her. I dared not look at her. I didn't know if she was awake. If she was awake, why didn't she turn over? And if she was asleep, what was I glad about? These questions stabbed into my mind like shards of glass, each thought a sharp pain. But when Deng Xiaoqi's hands slid down my chest and abdomen, those shards were swept away by something hotter and more urgent, leaving no trace behind. Forget it. Let it be. I closed my eyes, lying supine on the floor mat, surrendering to her touch. The last remnants of warmth from the fireplace dissipated and the basement grew cold, but where she pressed against me was hot. Scalding hot, like a flame that blurred consciousness. In a haze, I felt her lean down, her lips pressing lightly against the hollow of my shoulder. Then she slowly rolled off me, lying to my left an arm's length away. She pulled the blanket over herself, her breathing still unsettled. I kept my eyes closed, listening to the breaths of two women in the darkness. The one on the right, even and long as if truly asleep, the one on the left still carrying the aftermath of emotion as if not yet recovered. My mind felt like someone had poured a basin of paste into it, unable to think clearly. I don't know how long passed before I too sank into the darkness. The next morning I was awakened by the flickering light of the fireplace. Someone had already added, with the fire burning brightly, casting an orangered glow across the basement. I opened my eyes, staring at the cracks on the ceiling illuminated by the firelight, frozen for several seconds. Last night's events flooded back like a tide, frame by frame, unbearably vivid. I sat up abruptly. The blanket slid to my waist, the collar of my pajamas gaping open, one button misaligned. Below my left collarbone was a faint reddish mark. Painless and itchless, but jarring to the eye. I instinctively turned to the right. Su Wanqing was already awake, sitting on the floor mat, folding the blanket. She glanced at me with an expression that was half smiling, as if to say, I know something, or perhaps, I know nothing at all. That look made me feel more hollow inside than any accusation. Awake, she said, her tone flat, as if commenting on the nice weather. My voice was hoarse. I cleared my throat and hummed again. She said nothing more, lowering her head to continue folding the blanket, aligning the four corners, precisely folding it into a small square, and placing it beside the pillow. Her movements were unhurried, exactly as usual, without any difference. And that lack of difference was the most unsettling difference of all. I turned to look left. Deng Xiaoqi sat in the corner of the sofa, holding that leather-bound notebook, her head bowed, the pen tip pressed against the paper, not a single word written. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, the redness spreading from her cheekbones to her earlobes, strikingly vivid under the firelight. She didn't look at me, but her ears were burning hot red, as if about to bleed. The fingers holding the pen trembled slightly, the tip dotting a small ink spot on the paper, spreading into a tiny gray-black circle. No way. It wasn't a dream. I glanced at Deng Xiaoqi's flushed cheeks and evasive eyes, then at Su Wanqing's ambiguous expression. My mind exploded with a bang, as if a grenade had been thrown inside. It's over. Does she know? When did she find out? Last night? Or only this morning when she woke up? No. If she knew last night, why didn't she turn over? Why didn't she say anything? Why pretend to be asleep? But if she only realized this morning, what did that half-smile mean? My mind felt like 100 people were talking at once, clamoring, so loudly I couldn't think straight. My heartbeat shot from my chest to my throat, stuck there unable to rise or fall, suffocatingly oppressive. Instinctively, I wanted to explain, but my mouth opened and closed. Explain what? How to explain? Last night, while you were asleep, Deng Xiaoqi climbed on top of me. I thought it was you, then realized it wasn't, but you never turned over, so I don't know if you know, but that's how it was. Even to me that sounded like a lie. And what made me most uneasy was, I didn't push her away. That thought drenched me like a bucket of ice water, chilling me to the bone. That look hurt more than any accusation. What are you staring at? She said, get up, it's time to eat. Her voice was as calm as usual, devoid of any excess emotion. She turned and walked away. I sat on the floor, a blanket haphazardly piled around my waist, the button at my collar undone. A red mark beneath my collarbone glowed under the flickering light of the fireplace, glaringly obvious like a mark that couldn't be hidden, a sign of guilty conscience. Deng Xiaoqi never lifted her head. The nib of her pen paused on the paper, the ink spreading into a dark, blurred spot, and she made no further movements. The fireplace in the basement blazed warmly, the warmth wrapped in the scent of smoke, dispelling the biting cold yet failing to alleviate the anxiety deep within. Xiaomin shouted, the porridge is ready, serve yourself. Daong was the first to stand up, holding a bowl as he approached, filling it to the brim, squatting by the fireplace to drink heartily, the sound coarse yet genuine. Lin Yue propped herself against the wall and slowly got up, walking over to fill a bowl. Deng Xiaoqi closed her notebook and stood up to head to the kitchen, her movements plain, never once glancing my way. I remained seated on the floor. Su Wanqing had her back to me as she served porridge, her high ponytail neatly tied, revealing a small section of fair skin at the back of her neck. She filled 2 bowls, handing one to Deng Xiaoqi, while keeping one for herself. The two stood by the stove, speaking softly, their voices barely audible over the crackling fire, occasionally punctuated by faint laughter. I couldn't discern whether that laughter held deeper meanings or was just casual banter. Daong finished 1 bowl and went to serve another half bowl. When he returned and saw me still seated with porridge in my mouth, he slurred, "You aren't you eating?" "I will eat." I stood up, walked to the kitchen, scooped a bowl of porridge, and returned to sit beside the floor. After finishing his second bowl, Daong placed the bowl on the ground, stood up stretched, and walked over to the supplies shelf, muttering, you really have a mess of things piled up." He squatted at the bottom of the supplies shelf, reaching inside to pull out a dusty canvas bag, the zipper rusted and stiff, tugging several times before it finally opened. He pulled out an object. It was square with a dark green shell covered in thick dust, the front embedded with several knobs, and a small screen and a short antenna protruding from its side. "What is this thing?" Daong held it up, shaking it. I paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered. It was a radio. 2 years ago, obsessed with survival in a post-apocalyptic world, I had bought it after spending days reading strategy posts, thinking of setting up an emergency communication system. But when I got it, I realized it required a license registration and a hefty amount of knowledge about communications. After attending 2 classes, I lost interest and stuffed it into the bottom of the supplies shelf, never to touch it again. "It's a radio," I said in a deep voice. "A radio?" Daong examined it closely. "Can it receive signals from the outside?" "In theory, yes, but after 2 years, I don't know if it still works." Daong placed the radio on the coffee table and brushed off the dust. Lu Yun leaned in for a glance, then quickly retreated back beside Deng Xiaoqi, gripping the edge of her clothing. Xiaomin walked over with her bowl, her brows slightly furrowed, as she looked at the old machine. "Can it still turn on after sitting for so long?" "Let's try it." I set my porridge bowl aside, crouched in front of the coffee table, and flipped the radio over to check the back connections. The power cord, antenna port, and headphone jack were all intact. I reached to grab the battery stored in the corner. I connected the power, pressed the power switch on the side of the radio. The screen lit up. The dark green backlight illuminated channel numbers appeared in the upper left corner. Frequency displayed in the center. The battery level was full with no error messages, functioning normally. "It really can turn on." Daong squatted beside me, his tone filled with surprise. Lin Yue peeked her head over from the floor, her gaze fixed on the radio. "Can it find signals?" "It needs to be tuned slowly." I began to gently rotate the frequency knob, the dial clicking as it moved from low to high frequencies. At first, there was only a crackling static noise, sharp and chaotic. As I slowly twisted the knob to the right, the noise grew more piercing, wrapped in a tangle of electrical sounds. More and more people gathered around. Su Wanqing squatted beside me, forgetting to drink from her bowl, her eyes glued to the radio. Deng Xiaoqi stood behind the sofa, while Lu Yun tiptoed, carefully peering over her shoulder. Xiaomin squatted next to Daiyong, while Lin Yue leaned against the wall, the wood in the fireplace crackling. The basement was eerily quiet, with only the noise from the radio echoing in the air. My finger paused on the knob for a moment, then gently turned another half-notch to the right. The noise suddenly changed. It was no longer the sharp crackle of static, but a deep underlying noise, as if a weak signal lay hidden beneath the static, smothered yet faintly audible. I held my breath, slowly adjusting the fine-tuning knob, calibrating it notch by notch. Suddenly a gap tore through the noise and a voice emerged. It was intermittent, separated by gusts of wind and thick static, the words torn and fragmented yet distinctly human. "This is the national emergency broadcast." I froze, my finger pressing down on the knob, no longer daring to move. The voice came again, clearer than before, still wrapped in heavy static, as if transmitted through an ice wall. "Survivors, please pay attention." Su Wongking's hand gently rested on my arm, her fingertips cool, quietly gripping the sleeve of my clothing. Everyone in the basement held their breaths, even the sound of breathing nearly vanished. "Survivors, please head to the nearest." The voice suddenly cut off, leaving only the piercing static shriek. I gritted my teeth, my fingertip delicately twisted the fine-tuning knob, moving it half a notch to the left, then a quarter to the right. The signal stabilized and the broadcast resumed. "The location of the shelter has been released through various channels. Survivors are to head to the nearest shelter. The authorities are developing ultra-cold rescue robots, capable of performing rescue tasks in temperatures as low as -100 degrees. Lin Yue's voice sounded beside me, low and filled with disbelief. -100 degrees. What material is this robot made of? Survivors unable to reach the shelter. Please remain in place and survive. Awaiting further rescue? Repeat. Survivors unable to reach the shelter. Please remain in place and survive. Awaiting further rescue. The announcer's voice was calm and low, devoid of emotion, looping repeatedly, each word hitting everyone's hearts from a distance. Daiyong stood up, his legs numb from squatting. He staggered a bit before steadying himself and said in a deep voice, "In any case, we can finally receive news from the outside. There's hope." I didn't respond. The broadcast from the radio continued to loop, mechanical and cold. I stared at the dark green machine, my heart in turmoil. Rescue robots at -100 degrees, rescue that seemed far away, elusive shelters. This so-called hope, was it genuine life or just an ungraspable illusion? My fingertip hovered above the power switch, but I ultimately didn't press the power off button, allowing the broadcast to echo throughout the basement. The radio was placed in a corner, left on all night, emitting nothing but intermittent static and no other sound. The next morning, after waking up Daiyong and I put on cold weather suits layered with heavy military coats over them, even wearing 2 pairs of gloves, wrapping ourselves up tightly from head to toe, leaving only our eyes exposed. "This damn weather, can we really go out?" Daiyong tugged at his scarf, his voice muffled. "If we don't clear the yard, the snow will block the door, and it'll be hard to get out later." I picked up a shovel and headed out with Daiyong, pushing open the living room door. A blast of biting cold air rushed in instantly. Despite the cold weather suits, I could still feel the chill seeping through. Glancing at the thermometer on the wall, the outdoor temperature had plummeted to -70 degrees. I looked up at the sky. There was no sun, only a gray, overcast expanse, as if a thick layer of ice had shrouded everything, and even the wind seemed frozen stiff. The snow in the yard had piled up solidly, over a meter high. Stepping into it, I sank straight up to my thighs, making every step a struggle. Daiyong and I said nothing, just silently wielded our shovels and dug into the snow. The cold crept through the seams of our clothes, drilling into our bones. Before long, our hands and feet were numb with cold, the shovel handles too icy to grip. We had to stop, frequently rub our hands together, and exhale warm breath to recover. After nearly 2 hours of hard work, we finally cleared the snow from the yard. Daiyong leaned against the wall, gasping for air, his face flushed red from the cold. Finally done. Any longer, and I'm afraid my fingers would freeze off. I brushed the snow off my clothes, my gaze falling on the modified vehicle in the supermarket. "I wonder if it can still start now. Let's give it a try." We trudged through the snow into the supermarket, pulled off the car cover and climbed inside. I turned the key, not holding much hope. After sitting idle in such extreme cold for so long, it was likely dead. But to my surprise, the engine roared to life smoothly. "Not bad." Daiyong's eyes lit up. "They really did a solid job with the modifications. It still starts even at this temperature." I breathed a sigh of relief too. In this apocalyptic world, a working vehicle meant an extra escape route, one that could prove invaluable later. "Turn it off. No need to waste fuel." I instructed, then got out with Daiyong, locked the car, and quickly returned to the basement. As soon as we entered the shelter, the wave of warmth finally thawed our stiff bodies. We shed our heavy coats and collapsed into chairs. Just then, the radio on the corner table crackled. The static faded and a clear male voice emerged. Daiyong and I straightened up, instantly exchanging a glance of surprise. The voice on the radio was unmistakable. It was Zhao Dezhu. Hello, hello, can anyone hear me? This is Zhao Dezhu. His voice sounded unusually enthusiastic, even with a hint of deliberate warmth. I know there are still survivors out there in this weather. I've built a shelter at my home with plenty of food and heating equipment. I want to say in times like these, we survivors need to help each other stick together to survive. Anyone who hears this, come to my shelter and find me. I'll open my doors and take everyone in. Daong spat in contempt after hearing that. Help each other. Since when is Zhao Dezhu so kind? I stared at the radio, my brow furrowed deeply. Others might not know, but we saw through it clearly. Zhao Dezhu had always been selfish and sharp-tongued, fond of taking advantage and scheming even before the apocalypse. After it broke out, he only looked out for himself. How could he suddenly be so generous as to offer ample food to strangers? There's never a free lunch in this world. The more high-sounding his invitation, the more obvious the hidden plot. If his shelter were really that good, why would he need to call people over the radio? He'd have kept it to himself and enjoyed it. I said in a low voice, my tone full of skepticism. There's definitely something fishy going on. Daong nodded in agreement, his expression grim. He's definitely setting a trap for others to fall into. If anyone goes, who knows what fate awaits them. We can't be fooled. On the radio, Zhao Dezhu kept repeating his call, his tone growing increasingly earnest. But to Daong and me it only sounded more eerie. Who's talking? Lin Yue propped herself up from the bedding. Her leg injury hadn't healed yet, so her movements were slow. Zhao Dezhu, Daong replied, turning to her with disgust in his voice. Lin Yue's face changed instantly, her voice turning cold. Is he playing the good guy on the radio now? He says he's built a shelter with plenty of food, and is inviting people to join him, Daong said, pointing at the radio. Bullshit, Lin Yue cursed. Someone like him, would he ever give up what's in his mouth? He must be tricking people into going there for some purpose. Xiaomin stood up from the sofa and walked over to Daong, speaking softly. Didn't he already swindle everyone's supplies before? How could he suddenly be so kind? There's definitely something wrong. Lu Yun, huddled beside Deng Xiaoqi, chimed in. That old man is really wicked. Deng Xiaoqi leaned against the armrest of the sofa, arms crossed, silent until now. Whatever he's planning, it's nothing good. In times like these, food is life. Would he really be willing to share his lifeline? She paused, glancing at me. Unless what he needs isn't people but something else. Daong frowned. What do you mean? Labor, Deng Xiaoqi said. Or cannon fodder. He doesn't dare go out to find supplies himself, so he tricks others into risking their lives for him. Lin Yue sneered. He still owes my master's life. Someone like him will get what's coming to him. I leaned back in my chair, listening to them, then spoke. Whether he needs people or cannon fodder has nothing to do with us. Everyone turned to look at me. We have enough food and space. There's no need for us to go to him. I said, my voice calm but firm. Let Zhao Dezhu play whatever act he wants. As long as he doesn't bother us, well, just pretend we didn't hear. Daong nodded. I'm just worried someone might fall for it. If they do, it's their own fate, Lin Yue said coldly. Anyone who still trusts Zhao Dezhu at a time like this deserves what they get. Su Wanqing shook her head gently. It's not necessarily stupidity. Some people might be desperate. Those whose homes have been looted with nowhere else to go will take any chance. Even if they know it's a trap. Just to have food and shelter. Xiaomin sighed. That's so pitiful. Pity or not, we can't help them. I said, standing up and walking over to the radio. I reached out and turned down the volume, Zhao Dezhu's voice fading into a low hum in the background. We just need to take care of ourselves. No one spoke again. The fire in the hearth blazed fiercely, casting warm orange light across every face. Lin Yue lay back on her floor mat, staring blankly at the ceiling, while Xiaomin tugged Daong down beside her and rubbed his frost-chapped fingers. Deng Xiaoqi opened her notebook, the tip of her pen pressed against the paper, not a single word written. Lu Yun leaned against her and whispered, Sister Xiaoqi, do you think someone will actually go find him? Deng Xiaoqi pondered for a moment and said softly, yes. Wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? The basement fell silent, leaving only the crackling of burning wood in the hearth and the intermittent hypocritical shouts of Zhao Dezhu from the radio. I sat back in my chair, staring at that dark green machine with only one thought in my mind. I hoped no one was foolish enough to actually go find him. Lin Yue, Su Wanqing called out. She folded the blanket and placed it on the armrest of the sofa, then walked over and tugged at my sleeve, pointing toward the couch. We're all bored sitting around. Let's find something to do. Daong had finished rubbing his hands and leaned back on the sofa. What can we do? Can't go outside. How about watching a movie? I said. I got up, walked to the TV cabinet in the lounge area, crouched down, and pulled out that old hard drive. I shook it. I downloaded these before. Hundreds of movies. Enough to keep us occupied for a while. Daeong grinned. You even prepared for this. Better than being idle. I connected the hard drive to the TV, scrolled through the folders, and turned around to ask, what do you want to watch? A horror film. Lu Yun was the first to raise her hand. Deng Xiaoqi patted her on the head. Are you sure? Don't come crying to me when you have nightmares tonight. With so many people around, I'm not scared. Lin Yue, still lying on her floor mat, nodded as well. Horror's fine. Better than watching some sappy tearjerker. No one objected. I randomly picked a movie with decent ratings and hit play. The lights went out. Only the glow of the hearth and the blue-white light from the TV screen remained, alternatingly illuminating the basement walls. The light flickered, making faces appear and disappear in the darkness, their features becoming unreal. The story on the screen slowly unfolded. It started with ordinary daily life. The protagonist moving into an old house, neighbors whispering mysterious warnings. The pacing was steady, the shots stable, nothing particularly frightening. But about 10 minutes in, the first jump scare arrived. The protagonist pushed open a door. Inside there was nothing. She sighed in relief, then turned around. A pale, ghastly face stared straight into the camera. A shrill sound effect blared from the TV. Ah! A chorus of screams erupted from the sofa. Lu Yun was the first to cry out, burrowing into Deng Xiaoqi's arms. Deng Xiaoqi was startled too, her body jolting, as she tightly wrapped her arms around Lu Yun. Lin Yue cursed under her breath, and even through the cushion she was holding. Xiaomin screamed the loudest, leaping up and grabbing Daeong's arm, her nails digging into his skin. Daeong winced in pain, his face twisted. Su Wanqing was also startled, her body jerking toward me, her shoulder bumping into my arm as her hand clutched my sleeve. Right at that moment, Deng Xiaoqi, without me noticing, reached out her left hand. The back of her hand brushing against mine, her fingertip resting on the side of my little finger, carrying a tentative, uncertain warmth. I didn't move, not because I didn't want to, but because my mind went completely blank. I didn't know whether to move or stay still. The horror on the TV continued, sound effects ringing out one after another. Lu Yun screamed again, and Deng Xiaoqi's hand grabbed mine in the panic, her fingers slipping between mine, holding on tightly. It was as if she was scared, or as if she was using fear as an excuse to do something she had long wanted to do. I sat frozen on the sofa, motionless. After a few seconds, I felt Su Wanqing on my right shift slightly. Her head tilted a little, her gaze moving away from the TV screen to glance in my direction. Just a glance. Brief, less than a second. But I caught it. Her eyes slid from my face down to our intertwined hands, lingered there for less than half a second, then moved away. She turned her gaze back to the TV screen, her expression utterly unchanged, so calm that I almost thought she hadn't seen anything. But she must have seen it. At that distance, from that angle, there was no way she missed it. Yet she said nothing. My heart suddenly raced, pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of my throat. A single thought churned in my mind. She saw it, so why didn't she say anything? Another jarring sound effect came from the TV, and Lu Yun screamed again. Deng Xiaoqi's grip tightened. Su Wanqing still stared at the screen, the corner of her lips even curving slightly, as if she were watching something amusing. That faint curve was glaringly sharp in my eyes. What was she thinking? 1,000 words clamored inside me, but both women beside me were absorbed in the TV, leaving me no chance to speak. For the next half hour, I didn't absorb a single bit of the plot. The horror film entered its latter half, the pace slowing, the jump scares fewer, and the group gradually relaxed. Deng Xiaoqi still held my hand, not letting go. Su Wanqing leaned against my shoulder, her breathing steady, as if she were truly watching the movie. I was caught in the middle, my heart racing one moment and slowing the next, my mind a tangled mess. As the movie neared its end, the plot took an unexpected turn. The protagonist and hero embraced amidst the ruins, the camera slowly zooming in, and then scenes that were somewhat awkward to describe began. It wasn't deliberately explicit, but in this windowless, sealed basement under the dim blue-white light, with a room full of people crowded together watching such images, the atmosphere instantly grew delicate. Lu Yun let out an "oh my," covering her eyes but peeking through her fingers. Deng Xiaoqi cleared her throat softly and turned her face away, the tips of her ears slightly red. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, expressionless, but she didn't look away either. Xiaomin's face was bright red. She kept her head down, pretending to straighten the blanket, her fingers fidgeting with its edge, refusing to look up. Daeong, on the other hand, was thoroughly enjoying it. He clicked his tongue. This film sure changes tone fast. Su Wanqing said nothing, didn't turn away, just watched the screen with an unchanged expression. But my hand resting on her shoulder could feel her body temperature rising noticeably even through her clothes. Those scenes dragged on for a while. No one in the basement spoke. It was so quiet you could hear the faint crackle of wood burning in the hearth and the ambiguous background sounds from the TV. I felt Deng Xiaoqi's finger brush lightly against my thigh, as if it were an unconscious motion. Finally, the scene passed. The movie returned to its normal plot, soon rolled the credits and ended. The dark screen reflected the blurry silhouettes of several people. Daong stood up stretched, then glanced down at Xiaomin, whose face was still flushed. He bent down, leaned close to her ear, and whispered something, his voice so low that I couldn't make it out. Xiaomin lightly punched his chest, the force gentle like a coquettish gesture. Daong chuckled, took her hand, and pulled her up from the sofa. Xiaomin froze for a second, didn't pull away, and stood up with him, her head bowed, her ears red to the point of translucence. "You guys continue." Daong waved at us, pulling Xiaomin towards the bedroom. The door closed. The basement was silent for about 2 seconds. Lin Yue was the first to react, snorting. Usually Daong seems so honest, but he sure doesn't hold back now. Deng Xiaoqi couldn't help but laugh, then quickly covered her mouth. "Don't talk nonsense, it's normal for a young couple to be together." Lu Yun covered her face, her shoulders shaking, mumbling softly. "So embarrassing, let's just go to sleep." Su Wanqing also curved her lips into a smile, gently shaking her head. Her gaze swept over the group, but she said nothing, merely shifting her position closer to me. After the jesting subsided, no one spoke further. Each found a spot to lie down, pulled their bedding tight, and wrapped themselves up. The basement was cramped to begin with. They were pressed close together, their breaths clearly audible. Before long, everyone closed their eyes, seemingly settling into the quiet state before sleep. Just as they thought they could sleep peacefully until dawn, after a short while faint, delicate sounds drifted from the tightly closed bedroom door. The sound was not loud, but it was jarringly conspicuous in the dead silence of the basement. Everyone who had seemed to be asleep instantly froze. No one dared to move nor made a sound. Even their breathing unconsciously softened. They all pretended to be fast asleep as an awkward atmosphere instantly enveloped everyone. I lay there, my whole body tense, not daring to breathe. Su Wanqing beside me silently inched closer. We were already sharing the same thick wool blanket. She casually wrapped her arm around my waist, her cheek pressed against my back, her warm body heat transmitting through the fabric. At first I forced myself to stay calm, but within seconds her right hand slowly reached over, gently roaming back and forth across my waist and back. Where her fingertips traced it inexplicably tightened my heart, even throwing my heartbeat into disarray. I stiffened, not daring to move, not even daring to lift my eyelids. Then her warm breath directly brushed against my ear. Su Wanqing's voice was extremely low, carrying a hint of chilly mockery audible only to me. "Is Deng Xiaoqi soft and warm?" This sentence was like a thunderclap exploding directly in my mind. I turned to stone, my mind going blank with a buzzing sound. She knew. She had seen everything that day from beginning to end. I had clung to the hope that if she didn't call me out, it would slowly blow over. I never expected she would blurt it out at this awkward and quiet moment, catching me completely off guard. Panicked, my lips moved, eager to make excuses. "Wanqing, it's not what you think. That day was an accident." But before I could finish, Su Wanqing's voice came again by my ear, the mockery thicker with a hint of interrogation. "Accident? What? You dare to do it, but not admit it?" My heart was a mess of panic and guilt. Glancing at the others lying motionless beside us, terrified they might catch on, I choked up for a long time, my throat tight, my voice so low only I could hear it. "I'm sorry, Wanqing. I was wrong. I didn't mean to." As soon as I finished speaking, a sharp pain suddenly shot through my thigh. Su Wanqing's hand had pinched it, viciously twisting hard with considerable force. The pain made me grimace instantly, my features contorting. I bit my tongue hard, swallowing the grunt that was about to escape, my shoulders trembling slightly. As the pain slowly subsided, her voice sounded again, her tone a few degrees cooler, but carrying an unmistakable warning with a hint of gnashing teeth. "This is your punishment. Remember, no sneaking around behind my back from now on." I breathed a half sigh of relief, thinking to myself, did this mean she had forgiven me? But before I could fully relax, Su Wanqing's next words startled me into a small coughing fit, making my chest feel tight. "If you're going to eat, do it openly." "Sai, what can I do? It's the apocalypse now, and you bear the mission of human procreation. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I would have cut it off. Now I have no choice but to let you, this old lecher, have your way." I stiffened, filled with shock, unable to react for a long time. What did this mean? Let me do it openly. I didn't dare to respond nor turn to look at her. I just buried my head, my voice trembling as I whispered, "I won't do it again, Wanqing." This time Su Wanqing didn't speak again. In the darkness, I could feel her gently turn over her arm, tightly encircling my neck as she slowly pressed her body against mine. The surrounding air instantly became scorching and ambiguous. The remaining movements were completely swallowed by the deep darkness of the basement, leaving only the sound of our breathing. The next day, everyone woke up naturally. No one wanted to get out from under the covers. The temperature in the recreation area had dropped to 13 degrees. The fire in the fireplace was just a thin layer of red glow, a few coals barely clinging to life in the ashes. The air outside the blanket was chilly. No one wanted to be the first to throw off the covers. I woke up before Su Wanqing. She was holding me sideways, one leg draped over mine, her face buried in my shoulder, her breathing light and even. Her hair was spread over my shoulder, tickling my chin. I didn't move. I lay there staring at the ceiling, my mind churning over what she had said last night. Just as I was thinking, the radio on the corner of the table suddenly crackled, the static noise spiking sharply, followed by a woman's voice. It wasn't a broadcast, someone was calling. The voice was intermittent, wrapped in heavy static, traveling across a vast distance, an endless snowstorm, but every word struggled out from the noise, clear and distinguishable. Is anyone there? Can you hear me? Please. Save me. Everyone in the basement was awake. Su Wanqing's eyes snapped open. She lifted her head from my shoulder and immediately looked towards the radio. Daong turned over and sat up from his floor bed, rubbing his face, his eyes already alert. Lin Yue propped herself up against the wall and sat up. Her leg injury slowed her movements, but her full attention was on the radio. Deng Xiaoqi put her arm around Lu Yun as they sat up. Lu Yun rubbed her eyes, not fully awake yet, but she could already sense something was wrong. I threw off the blanket, stepped barefoot onto the cold cement floor, walked quickly to the radio, sat down, and pressed the transmit button. I can hear you. Who are you? Where are you? I released the button. Only the piercing hiss of static came from the radio. I waited for over 10 seconds. The woman's voice came again, a little clearer than before, but still laced with snowstorm-like noise. My name is Lin Siki. I live in this community. Please save me. Daong had already walked over beside me, crouching down, staring at the radio. Su Wanqing draped a blanket over herself and walked over, standing behind me. I hear you. I pressed the talk button. Where are you? What happened? She replied quickly, this time her voice trembling violently. Not from the cold, but from sheer terror. I ran from Zhao Dez's place. Now I'm hiding in my basement, too scared to go out. I can't hold on anymore, please. Spit it out. What's going on at Zhao Dez's? I spoke into the microphone, my voice kept low. There were a few seconds of silence over the airwaves, only the wind and the crackling static. When she spoke again, her voice was muffled and faint, clearly covering her mouth. He was calling out on the radio, said he'd built a shelter with food and heating, told anyone with nowhere to go to come to him. We ran out of food at home long ago. I'd been starving for days, had no choice, so I went. What happened after you got there? At first he gave me something to eat. A bowl of hot porridge, half a cracker. He said he had plenty of supplies, and as long as I obeyed, I wouldn't starve. Daong snorted coldly beside me, his face full of contempt. Then what? Her voice suddenly dropped, nearly swallowed by the noise. He started sorting people. Sorting what? People. Her breathing hitched, panting. The better-looking women were called into a separate room. Zhao Dezhu, his nephew, and Wang Hao's gang. They went in one by one. She didn't need to finish. Everyone in the basement understood. Lin Yue's face turned deathly pale, rendered speechless. What about the women who weren't good-looking and the men? I pressed on. This time the silence stretched on, the static hissing continuously until I thought the signal had dropped. Provisions. Just 2 words spoken softly, yet they struck the entire basement into a dead hush. My hand rested on the radio, unmoving, my knuckles unconsciously tightening. Daong shot to his feet, face flushed red, and after a long pause cursed, "That's inhuman." Su Wanqing raised a hand to cover her mouth, silent. Deng Xiaoqi directly pressed Lu Yun's head into her embrace, shielding her from hearing more. What kind of provisions? My voice was flat, devoid of emotion. When people die, they become meat. After she said that, she stopped, trembling, as if speaking the most horrifying truth had drained her strength. How did you escape? While they were drunk and passed out, I stole a cold weather suit and ran. A piece of charcoal collapsed in the fireplace with a soft crack, and the entire basement fell into an eerie silence. He also said, Lin Siki's voice started shaking again, that people outside wouldn't survive anyway. Rather than freeze to death, they might as well. Might as well what? Might as well be his reserve food stores. I released the talk button and leaned back in my chair. Her intermittent sobs still crackled through the radio, but only those 2 words echoed in my mind. Zhao Dezhu was eating people. I closed my eyes, then opened them again, pressing the button once more. Where exactly is your place? Any landmarks nearby? East side of the community, next to a row of fallen telephone poles. I turned to look at Daong. He nodded. I know that place. About 3 or 4 kilometers from here. Stay in the basement. Don't make a sound, don't open the door. No matter what you hear outside, don't come out. Will you really come? Her voice was choked with tears, not daring to hope too much. Wait for me. I turned off the radio volume completely and looked up at the people in the room. You all heard. We heard, Daong replied in a low voice. So do we save her or not? No one spoke first. The fireplace was dying and a chill crept through the basement. Xiaomin curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees. She opened her mouth but no words came out. Lin Yue spoke first. 3 or 4 kilometers. In this weather, driving there and back plus finding her will take at least an hour. If something goes wrong on the road and the car breaks down, we'll both be stranded out there. She's hiding alone. If we don't save her, she won't last a few days, Deng Xiaoqi said. It's minus 70 degrees Celsius outside. Lin Yue looked at her, her tone matter-of-fact, devoid of emotion. If we bring her back, that's one more mouth to feed. Our supplies are enough for 7 people. One more person means less buffer. No one knows when this apocalypse will end. Every bit we consume now means more danger later. No one argued. It was the truth. She's so pitiful. Xiaomin muttered softly. There are plenty of pitiful people. Can we save them all? Lin Yue replied, her voice hard, not even looking at her. Xiaomin fell silent. Daong rubbed his face and sighed. Yue has a point. Supplies are limited. One more person means more consumption. We can't see an end to this and we can't afford to gamble. Su Wanqing had been standing behind me, the whole time, her hand resting coolly on my shoulder. What do you think? I asked her. She paused, then said slowly, if we hadn't heard, it's one thing. But since we have, pretending we didn't. We'll never be able to live with ourselves. A conscience won't feed us, Lin Yue retorted. No, it won't. But it lets you sleep at night. Su Wanqing replied calmly, without contention. Deng Xiaoqi squeezed Lu Yun's hand and said softly, I'm in favor of saving her. It's not that I'm particularly kind. I just don't want to become someone like Zhao Dezhu. He doesn't treat people as people. If we stand by and do nothing, how different are we from him? We're not eating people, Lin Yue said. No, but we're watching her die, Deng Xiaoqi replied, her tone light, simply stating her thoughts. Another moment of silence. Then Daong looked at me. You decide. Say the word save and I'll get ready immediately. Say don't save and this never happened. Everyone was looking at me. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling, weighing everyone's words in my mind. I didn't overthink it, only one thought remained. We save her. Lin Yue said nothing more, just lowered her head and pulled her blanket higher. Daong stood up. I'll go get dressed. I stood up as well. Su Wanqing's hand slipped from my shoulder and took mine. She only said 2 words, be careful. Daong and I pulled on our cold weather suits, layered army greatcoats over them, put on 2 pairs of gloves, wrapped scarves until only our eyes were visible, and pulled our hats down to our brows, blocking the cold completely. Daong picked up the compound bow from the corner, tested the string, and loaded 12 arrows into the quiver. I picked up my own bow and shouldered my quiver. Let's go. We left the basement, passed through the bedroom. The living room was as cold as an ice cellar. The brazier had long gone out, with frost forming around its rim. The plastic sheeting on the windows bulged in the wind, and cold air whistled through the gaps around the nails, moaning as it forced its way inside. We strode quickly into the supermarket. The modified off-road vehicle sat in the middle, covered in plastic and layered with dust. I pulled off the plastic, opened the door, and Daong got into the passenger seat. I turned the key. The starter motor whined, but the engine didn't catch. I tried again. Another whine, then the engine roared to life, shuddered a few times, and settled into a steady idle. White exhaust billowed from the tailpipe, dissipating instantly in the frigid air. I put it in gear, gently pressed the accelerator, and the car crept toward the supermarket entrance. The rolling shutter door we'd kicked in earlier had been boarded up with planks. Daong got out, removed a few boards, and cleared an opening wide enough for the vehicle to pass through. A blast of cold air rushed in, frosting the windshield instantly. I flicked on the wipers to clear it, drove out of the supermarket, crunched over the snow in the yard, and pulled onto the street. The sky was a bleak gray, devoid of sun. The biting cold was relentless, seeping into every crevice straight to the marrow. The road was buried under thick snow, covering most of it. Only the tips of utility poles jutted out at crooked angles, the snow a full meter deep. The SUV pressed forward, its body sinking, as the engine let out a muffled roar. Fortunately, a snowplow blade was welded to the front bumper. As it advanced, the snow was pushed aside. I engaged low-range four-wheel drive, steadying the throttle. The plow blade cut into the snow with a harsh scraping sound, sending snow spray arcing from both sides. The pace was slow, under 20 kilometers an hour, but we steadily crawled forward. Daong gripped the handrail, his body jostling with the vehicle eyes fixed on the road ahead. At this speed, it'll take over 20 minutes to cover 3 or 4 kilometers. As long as we get there. The car weaved onward. On both sides, lower-lying houses were mostly buried under deep snow, only second-floor windows and chimneys visible, an eerie sight in the silent snow-blanketed landscape. The road was utterly empty. No cars, not a trace of any living thing. The whole world seemed frozen solid, with only our SUV slowly forging through the endless sea of snow. Almost there. Daeong stared out the window, trying to recognize familiar landmarks. 1 more kilometer. The plow blade rolled over a pile of snow. The vehicle gave a slight lurch before steadying. Ahead, a fallen utility pole lay across the road. The marker Lin Yue had mentioned on the radio. This is it. Daeong pointed to a row of houses on the right. Her place is here. The snow's too deep, we can't drive in. We'll have to walk. I parked by the roadside, leaving the engine idling to keep the heat on, afraid the fuel line might freeze in the extreme cold, leaving us unable to restart. Then I pulled 2 military shovels from beside the driver's seat, handed one to Daeong, and opened the door. The biting cold instantly enveloped me. My thick winter gear blocked the chill, but my exposed eyes stung painfully. Every blink felt like ice crystals scraping against my eyeballs. The snow reached mid-thigh. Any reckless step was impossible. I gripped the shovel, thrust it into the deep snow before me, and pushed it aside, clearing a narrow, barely passable path. Daeong followed behind, also shoveling snow to the side. We moved in tandem, one after the other, digging as we went. Each shovel stroke took considerable effort. Cold snow flecks splattered onto my gloves, quickly freezing stiff, making the already arduous trek even slower. My breath turned to white vapor, instantly forming a layer of frost on my scarf. Even breathing carried the chill of ice crystals. Shoveling our way forward like this, we finally reached the small 2-story house. Half the building was buried in snow. The front door hung askew, its lock showing signs of tampering. The kick marks on the door panel were shallow, as if someone had only made a cursory attempt and left without a thorough search. I stowed my shovel over my shoulder, signaled Daeong to be quiet, gripped the short club in my hand, and pushed the door slowly. The rusted hinges let out a piercing screech, jarringly loud in the empty house. The interior was pitch-black, windows mostly sealed by thick snow, allowing only a faint gray daylight to filter through. The living room was a mess. Cabinets toppled, drawers scattered everywhere. In a corner, a patch of frozen stain lay, its origin unrecognizable. After confirming the house was safe and empty of others, I lowered my voice and called out, "Lin Yue." There was no response. "Lin Yue, we're the ones who contacted you on the radio. We're here to rescue you," Daeong added in a hushed tone. Silence stretched for a few seconds, then a dull thud came from beneath the floor, as if something had been accidentally knocked over. I followed the sound to the kitchen. In the corner, a floor door was half open, revealing darkness below. I crouched down and spoke softly into the opening, "Lin Yue, we're here to save you. Don't be afraid." Slow footsteps echoed from below, each step hesitant and labored on the stairs. Then a withered hand emerged from the darkness. I reached out, firmly grasped her wrist, and gently pulled her up. She was astonishingly light. It took almost no effort to lift her. She wore a large men's military coat over a cold-weather suit, but the suit's zipper was broken, held together by a coarse rope cinched around her waist. A tattered scarf covered her face, revealing only her eyes. Dark circles beneath them, the whites shot through with red veins. The moment she stood, she swayed and nearly fell. Daeong quickly reached out to support her other arm. "Are you Lin Yue?" Her voice was hoarse and dry, muffled by the scarf, as if coming from far away. I frowned. "How do you know my name? Have we met before?" "I used to shop at your supermarket. I've been there several times." "I remember." She panted heavily, her voice fragmented, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. "I've always remembered you." "Don't talk. Save your strength. Don't push yourself too hard," Daeong cautioned in a low voice. She nodded, said nothing more, her head hanging low. Her legs moved mechanically, each step as unsteady as treading on cotton. Almost her entire weight rested on me, and Daeong or her feet dragged helplessly through the snow, unable to lift. After finally reaching the car, Daeong and I lifted her into the back seat. She was limp all over, collapsing onto the seat the moment she sat down, curling into a tight ball, burying her face in her arms for warmth. Daeong took the passenger seat. I steadied the wheel, turned around, and headed back toward the supermarket. The plow blade continuously pushed aside the snow, the vehicle swaying slightly. From the back seat, her faint voice came, tentative and fragile. "Food. Do you have any?" Daeong looked at me. I gave a slight nod through the rearview mirror. He immediately opened the glove compartment, took out a pack of compressed biscuits, tore it open, and passed it to the back. Her stiff, frozen fingers fumbled to take it. She slowly broke off a small piece, put it in her mouth, chewing painfully, slowly swallowing with great difficulty. After a long pause, she broke off another piece. Having eaten half, she couldn't manage any more. She clutched the remaining biscuit tightly, carefully tucked it into the inner pocket of her cold weather suit, then hugged her arms, shrinking even smaller, leaning motionless against the window. The only sound inside the car was the engine idling. Daeong and I remained silent, letting the warm air blow gently, hoping the back seat passenger could feel a little more warmth. In the rearview mirror, Lin Siki's eyes were closed. Whether from exhaustion or unconsciousness, I couldn't tell. Over 20 minutes later, the SUV pulled steadily back to the supermarket entrance. I drove the car straight into the supermarket. Daeong leapt out, grabbed a wooden plank, and hammered it shut across the rolling shutter. Each strike solid and resounding, sealing out even the faintest whisper of winter wind. I turned off the engine, and Daeong and I lifted Lin Siki from the back seat. Her legs had utterly failed her. Limp, unresponsive, collapsing entirely against our arms. Her feet dragged lifelessly along the floor. She uttered not a sound, only breathing in ragged, shallow gasps, too weak even to lift her head. We pushed open the bedroom door, opened the wardrobe, and descended the hidden staircase into the basement. Warmth from the fireplace mingled with the scent of smoke and rushed toward us. Su Wanqing rose first, Deng Xiaoqi and Xiaomin followed instantly. Lin Yue sat upright, bracing herself on the edge of her sleeping mat. Lu Yun peered out from beneath her blanket, every gaze fixed upon Lin Siki. Her face, ashen-gray lips cracked and flaking cheekbones jutting sharply beneath taut skin, her entire being steeped in the hollow, grave-damp aura of one who had crawled forth from a pile of corpses, utterly devoid of the vitality of the living. "Sit and rest for a moment," Su Wanqing said, offering her the sofa and propping a cushion behind it. Daeong and I guided Lin Siki onto the sofa. The moment she touched its surface, her body gave way like a puppet with severed strings. Slumping backward, her head resting heavily against the cushion, eyes fixed blankly on the ceiling, chest heaving violently, breathless and spent for a long silent while. Xiaomin ladled steaming congee into a bowl and added several slices of luncheon meat before carrying it over. Su Wanqing took the bowl, knelt before Lin Siki, spooned up a portion, blew gently until it was warm, then brought it slowly to her lips. Lin Siki parted her lips and swallowed the first mouthful. So hot it made her lips tremble faintly, but she refused to spit it out. Su Wanqing fed her spoon by spoon. Lin Siki swallowed each one, finishing more than half the bowl before her movements gradually slowed. "Would you like more?" Su Wanqing asked softly. Lin Siki shook her head, yet her eyes remained fixed on the remaining congee in the bowl. Instinctively she swallowed hard. Then after a pause shook her head again. I said nothing, placing the bowl aside on the coffee table. After a quiet half-moment, Lin Siki raised a trembling hand to the zipper of her military greatcoat. Her fingers shook so violently she fumbled twice, unable to grasp the pull tab, let alone draw it down. Su Wanqing stepped forward and helped her shrug off the heavy coat. Beneath it lay a worn thermal jacket, its zipper broken halfway, held together only by a coarse hemp rope tightly knotted around her waist. A death knot that had carved a deep, angry groove into her flesh. Su Wanqing bent low and patiently untied the knot, taking considerable effort to loosen it at last. The thermal jacket slid from her shoulders, revealing only a thin undergarment. Its collar and cuffs frayed into fuzzy balls, two ragged holes torn across the back, the fabric stiffened into brittle armor by sweat and cold. She was little more than bone. Her clavicles and scapulae starkly outlined beneath the fragile fabric, sharp and unsettlingly visible. I retrieved a set of soft cotton sleepwear, identical to Deng Xiaoqi's, from the coat rack and handed it to her. Lin Siki accepted it silently, her palm brushing gently over the supple fabric before lowering her head, motionless and wordless for a long while. I led her to the adjacent small bedroom, leaving the door slightly ajar, a narrow slit of light spilling through. Inside came the faint, slow rustle of clothing shifting, agonizingly deliberate. She emerged only after an extended silence. The sleepwear hung loosely on her frame sleeves, rolled twice, pant legs folded multiple times, the neckline slipping sideways. With every step she unconsciously tugged at the hem, trying futilely to smooth the fabric into place. Settling back onto the sofa, she rolled her sleeves once more and carefully smoothed every crease. Her posture rigid, tense, as though terrified of soiling the upholstery with her presence. "Brother Lin," she finally spoke. Her voice raw, scraped thin, as if rubbed by sandpaper. She lifted her gaze to me, and her eyes instantly flooded with tears. "Thank you for saving me. Let's set gratitude aside for now," I replied, sitting opposite her, calm and measured. "Tell us everything about Zhao Dezhu. How many are there? What weapons do they carry? Where is their stockpile?" She bit her lower lip, staring down at her hands. Gaunt, fleshless fingertips studded with calluses and frost-cracked fissures, several nails jaggedly broken. She remained silent for a full minute, then lowered her voice further, thick with unmasked terror, as if fearing unseen ears might overhear. "There are 7 of them: Zhao Dezhu, his nephew Zhao Long, village chief Wang Fuguei, Wang's son Wang Hao, and 3 thugs they recruited from outside, all ruthless without exception." De Yong clenched his fists beside her jaw locked tight in silence. Lin Yue leaned back against her sleeping mat listening with narrowed eyes. Her expression unreadable, yet her gaze had grown dark and heavy. And their weapons. They all carry cleavers and daggers, Lin Siki replied steadily. How much supplies do they have? She lifted her eyes, the firelight flickering within them, and swallowed hard. Too much to count. She closed her eyes, gathering strength to speak again. When she reopened them, her voice had steadied. Their basement is crammed wall towel. Rice flour, canned goods, compressed biscuits, bottled water, cooking oil. All stacked in full cartons. All looted or stolen from households before the collapse. Besides food, they hoard cold medicine, fever reducers, antiseptics, packed into several large medical chests, as well as diesel dry firewood and a generator. She paused, her voice tightening with bitter irony. They've stockpiled vast quantities of fuel. Their heating runs so fiercely that anyone entering must shed their outer layers. De Yong muttered a low curse. Filthy beasts. They've plundered enough to feed an army. Were all the survivors lured there willingly? I asked, voice low and steady. Yes, she whispered. Zhao Dezhu broadcasts daily on the radio claiming he's built a public shelter. Warm, well-stocked, safe. Urging displaced survivors to gather there. At first he offered newcomers a bowl of hot congee, half a biscuit. Deliberately easing their guard. Once settled, he began segregating them, enforcing strict control. Women were taken separately into one room. Zhao Dezhu, Zhao Long, Wang Fugui, and his son and the 3 thugs, each taking turns entering. The door remained sealed, soundproofed. No cries, no thuds escaped. But those who emerged. She pressed her lips together, falling silent. A suffocating stillness fell over the basement. No one pressed her further. All understood what lay unsaid. Su Wanqing picked up a nearby blanket and draped it gently over Lin Siki's shoulders. Lin Siki gripped its edge so tightly her knuckles blanched white. And the men. Lin Siki's lips quivered violently, her voice fractured, barely coherent. The men are imprisoned in another sealed compartment downstairs. Denied food, denied water. Starved until they're too weak to resist. Then dragged out, killed and processed into rations. Zhao Dezhu claimed everyone outside will die soon anyway. Better to serve as sustenance, at least fulfilling a purpose. Her voice dwindled to a choked whisper. The meat we ate before. Silence swallowed the basement whole. So absolute that only the crackle and pop of burning logs in the hearth broke the void. Lu Yun buried her face in Deng Xiaoqi's chest, trembling uncontrollably. Deng Xiaoqi held her close, stroking her back in slow, steady rhythm, her face pale and grim. Lin Yue stared into the fire, its dancing light reflecting in her eyes. Her expression shifting between icy fury and sickly pallor. Xiaomin clutched De Yong's sleeve, mute with fear. Su Wanqing knelt before Lin Siki, placing a quiet, steadying hand upon her knee. How many are still trapped? I broke the silence, my voice heavy. Lin Siki looked up, her eyes burning with extreme hatred. 8 women are still alive. 8. I frowned deeply. He keeps luring more people in. Lin Siki's voice trembled, a dark glint flickering in her eyes. As long as there are survivors, he won't stop. A log in the fireplace suddenly snapped, sending a spark flying onto the hearth. It flashed for a moment before dying out, deepening the oppressive atmosphere in the basement. Are you sure he gathers people through the radio? Deng Xiaoqi pressed on, anger lacing her tone. Positive. Lin Siki nodded firmly, her gaze resolute. He broadcasts at a set time every night. Any nearby survivors with a radio can pick up his signal. Where's the entrance to the basement? Right under his living room. Lin Siki paused, lowering her voice further. It's usually covered with thick wooden planks piled high with clutter as camouflage. You'd never find it without a thorough search. I didn't press further. In my mind, I replayed every detail she had mentioned, etching it all into memory. De Yong leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his voice low as he calculated. 7 of us, all armed with knives. A direct assault is out of the question, too risky. We need a slower approach. Zhao Dezhu is cunning and highly vigilant. It's hard to get close to him. Lin Yue added, her face grim. Her words were concise, each one a practical analysis. I leaned back against the sofa, silent for a moment, then spoke. Let's all rest tonight. We'll discuss things tomorrow. Everyone quieted down. Su Wanqing led Lin Siki to a simple makeshift bed in the corner. She lay down, pulling the blanket up to her chin, curling into a tight ball. Her small frame was barely visible beneath the cover. The warm orange glow of the fireplace cast light on everyone's faces, but the warmth only touched the surface. Beneath it all lay a suffocating weight. Zhao Dezhu was like a malignant tumor lodged in everyone's hearts. Heavy, oppressive, and inescapable. The next day, everyone woke early. No one mentioned breakfast. The previous night's conversation had lodged itself in everyone's throats. Even the porridge tasted bland. De Jong set down his bowl and spoke first. I didn't sleep a wink all night. I just kept thinking about one thing. Zhao Dezhu is still tricking people on the radio. If some poor soul falls for it and ends up like Lin Siki, and we know about it but stay silent, how is that any different from helping him kill? The difference is we sleep better at night, Su Wanqing said from her bedroll. We didn't kill anyone and we didn't make the rations. De Jong turned to her. You heard it last night. 8 people are trapped and who knows how many more are walking into the trap. We have a radio. We can speak. Are we just going to play dumb? And if we do speak, what then? Su Wanqing propped herself up. Zhao Dezhu will hear it. Who do you think he'll suspect first? He's already searched Lin Yue's house before. He never believed this place was empty. The moment we broadcast, we're telling him. Lin Yue is alive and knows his secrets. So she's right, Deng Xiaoqi interjected. If we don't broadcast, Zhao Dezhu just suspects. If we do, we expose ourselves. After that, he won't come to reason with us. He'll come for our supplies and to silence us. De Jong opened his mouth but no words came. Xiaomin sat beside him, twisting the edge of her blanket. She whispered. So we just watch others walk to their deaths. No one answered. Lin Siki remained huddled in her corner, blanket silent. She heard Xiaomin's words, looked up briefly, then lowered her head again. Lin Yue put down her bowl, her voice soft but clear. I understand, De Jong. Knowing people are being harmed while we do nothing. It's hard for anyone to bear. But Sister Wanqing has a point. What if we expose ourselves? So what do we do? Just sit here and wait. De Jong's voice grew urgent. Who said anything about sitting and waiting? I spoke. Everyone's eyes turned to me. I didn't rush. I walked to the corner, picked up the compound bow, drew the string, then set it down. We have 3 bows and 3 sets of cold weather gear. This is our territory, our home ground. Even if Zhao Dezhu suspects us, so what? Are we supposed to be afraid of him on our own turf? De Jong looked at me, waiting for me to continue. He's suspected this place for a while now. He didn't find anything last time and he won't let it go. Even if we don't expose ourselves on the radio, he'll come here eventually. So we need to be prepared. I crouched down, pulled out paper and a pen from under the coffee table, and sketched a simple layout of the yard. The gate is narrow, cars can't drive in. Once inside, it's an open space with no cover. A shooting gallery. We can stack shelves from the supermarket to create obstacles, funneling them where we want them to go. De Jong leaned in, his eyes lighting up. Right? This is our turf. Why should we be scared of them? I drew a circle at the gate with the pen. We can dig a pit here, cover it with plastic sheeting and snow and put animal traps inside. One wrong step and they're out of commission. Traps? Xiaomin whispered. Yeah, I used to catch rabbits with these traps. I still have a few at home. I put the pen down. We won't fight them hidden. We'll ambush them. No matter how many come, we'll take them all out. Lin Yue leaned against her bedroll, staring at the sketch for a long moment before finally nodding. If we can set things up in advance, our chances are good. Deng Xiaoqi also nodded. I have no objections. But we need to handle the radio situation immediately. Otherwise more people will fall for it. We can't bear that guilt. Do it, I said. Record a message first, put it on a loop. Don't say who sent it. Just say the source is reliable. When Zhao Dezhu hears it, his first reaction won't be to hunt us down. He'll be to cover it up. He'll need to calm down the people he's already deceived first. That'll buy us time. De Jong stood up. What are we waiting for? Let's record it. I pulled a small tape recorder from under the supply shelf and pressed the record button. The machine whirred softly. No one spoke at first, all of them searching for the right words. Su Wanqing spoke first, her voice low but steady. Fellow survivors, Zhao Dezhu's so-called sanctuary is a trap. Women who go there are imprisoned. Men are killed and turned into rations. Do not go. I repeat, do not go. That's enough. I pressed the stop button and played it back. The voice was clear, the message plain. It was sufficient. De Jong walked to the radio and pressed the play button. The recording began to loop. In this basement, Zhao Dezhu's hypocrisy was being dismantled word by word. No one spoke. Everyone just listened. When the recording played for the 3rd time, I stood up and headed for the stairs. De Jong, come with me. Time to dig. As I finished speaking, De Jong and I slipped into thermal suits, layered thick military greatcoats over them. Each grabbed a shovel, pushed open the bedroom door, and stepped into the yard. The snow had been cleared just days ago and wasn't that deep then. But with consecutive snowfall over the past 2 days, each step sank, past the calf, nearly 30 centimeters thick. The wind wasn't strong, yet it bit to the bone. Every breath felt like an icy shard stabbing into the nasal cavity, both painful and numb. First move the shelves from the supermarket out, stack them along both sides, and funnel them to walk down the middle, I said. De Jong nodded and followed me as we hauled out idle iron shelves, wooden planks, and cardboard boxes from the supermarket one by one. We lined them up along the yard wall and storage shed, forming 2 rows of obstacles with a passage less than 2 meters wide left in the middle. This passage was short, just over a dozen paces. At the end, I crouched down and used the tip of my shovel to draw a circle in the snow. Start digging here. The shovel blade slammed into the frozen soil hard as rock, and it took all our strength to pry up the first clod. The frozen layer underground was of unknown depth. Every shovel required stomping down hard with the foot, throwing the full weight onto it just to barely turn over a chunk of earth. De Jong dug on the other side. Both of us worked in silence, our exhaled white vapor clinging to scarves quickly freezing into fine ice crystals. The mud on our gloves hardened fast, making even bending fingers a strenuous effort. After digging a pit 1 meter square and a meter deep, De Jong leaned on the edge, gasping for air. I pulled a bear trap from the canvas bag, forced it open, and the spring let out a crisp click. This trap has plenty of force. Step on it and there's no getting free. I placed the trap at the bottom of the pit, secured it firmly with wire to a wooden stake driven into the ground beforehand, and wove a few thin wires around the trap, so that if stepped on the wires would snap, first triggering the spring to release the steel jaws. After that, I spread plastic sheeting, pressed down the edges, shoveled the snow and soil back into the pit, and patted it lightly. The surface showed no trace of tampering. De Jong stepped back a few paces, scrutinized carefully, then came forward and lightly stepped on the edge of the pit. Solid. We followed the same pattern, digging 3 more pits staggered every 3 or 4 steps along the passage, each with a bear trap set at the bottom. After finishing the 4th pit, I counted the remaining traps. 2 left, and put them back into the canvas bag for emergency use. Almost done. Leaning on my shovel, I glanced at the darkening sky. Back inside, we propped the shovels against the wall and entered the living room one after another. This door isn't secure. 1 kick and it's open. I frowned at the living room door. Block it, De Jong asked. Block it. Together we dragged the table and sofa from the living room over, pressing them tightly against the door. That table was extremely heavy. Even the 2 of us struggled to lift it, and the bulky sofa piled behind it sealed the door completely without a gap. Next we set to reinforcing the bedroom window. The bedroom was on the 1st floor's east side, facing the yard. Years ago my father had welded a row of steel bars, thumb-thick, crisscrossed, and though the welds were rusted they remained sturdy. De Jong brought wooden slats. I picked up a hammer and nailed them one by one onto the window frame, densely driving in 7 or 8 strips, thoroughly sealing most of the pane. Only a few gaps about 20 centimeters apart were left unsealed, just wide enough for a bow to shoot through. With the slats nailed, I stood by the window and peered through the reserved gaps. The yard gate, passage, trap locations, and corridor entrance. All were in full view. I shifted to a few different angles on the left and right of the window, and every movement in the yard was clearly observable. No problem. Finally, I thoroughly checked the window's reinforcement, tugging hard at the slats. They were nailed securely, and only then felt at ease. Come on, let's go down. Pushing aside the wardrobe against the wall, the basement entrance was revealed. I turned the wheel lock, pulled open the heavy metal door, and warmth instantly surged up the stairs, driving away the chill. De Jong descended first. I followed, closing the metal door behind me and tightening the wheel lock completely. Su Wanqing rose from the sofa, walked over, picked up the warm water kept on the iron rack, and handed it to De Jong and me. Drink some water to warm yourselves. I took the cup, drained it in 1 gulp, and handed it back to her. De Jong also finished his water, wiped his face, and let out a long sigh of relief. We took off our thermal suits and hung them on the stair railing, tossing the greatcoats aside. The outer layer of the thermal suits was stained with melted snow, already frozen stiff. They needed to air out for a while before wearing again. Su Wanqing stepped forward, took my thermal suit, turned it over, and hung it securely, then neatly arranged De Jong's clothes as well. De Jong walked to the fireplace, crouched down, and reached his hands toward the flames to warm up. I crouched beside him. The orangered flames licked the firewood, and warmth slowly spread from my fingertips up my arms, finally easing the stiffness in my frozen body. Xiaomin came over from the bedding area, crouched by the fireplace, picked up the iron tongs, and stirred the firewood. The flames leaped higher, crackling softly. Deng Xiaoqi and Lu Yun sat on the sofa watching an old movie. Chan Yue leaned on her bedding, scrolling through her phone. There was no signal now, so she was probably browsing photos for memories. Lin Siki huddled on another bedding, sipping half a cup of warm water, her gaze quietly fixed on the dancing flames. I rubbed my numb hands and remarked casually, "You women have it easy staying warm down here." De Jong and I were up there digging pits, almost frozen solid. Deng Xiaoqi leaned on the sofa, tilted her head to look at Su Wanqing, and said with a smile, "Wanqing, how about all of us become wives?" Lu Yun's eyes widened, glancing between Su Wanqing and me. Chen Yue sat up on the bedding, raising an eyebrow, ready to enjoy the show. Su Wanqing paused in folding the blanket, then looked up at Deng Xiaoqi and smiled. Sure, I don't mind, but I wonder if you can handle it. Deng Xiaoqi froze, not expecting Su Wanqing to respond so smoothly. Chen Yue burst out laughing, covering her mouth as she leaned on the bedding. Lu Yun also laughed, her cheeks flushing, as she lowered her head, pretending to count her fingers. I crouched by the fireplace, face burning from the teasing, and coughed dryly a couple of times. De Yong crouched beside me, and couldn't help but interject, "Hey, you're only talking about you. I worked hard too. Don't you consider me?" Xiaomin paused in stirring the firewood at his words. She turned her head and looked at De Yong. "You want some too?" De Yong hadn't caught on yet and grinned. "Of course. I'm a man too. You gets this treatment, so I..." Before she could finish, Xiaomin reached out and grabbed his ear. De Yong let out a sharp hiss, his entire body tilting sideways as his face crumpled in pain. "Ow, ow, 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 ow. What else do you want, huh?" Xiaomin's grip didn't loosen, but her voice carried a hint of a smile. "How many do you want? Tell me, it'll help you stand." De Yong bent over, one hand shielding his ear, while the other flailed in the air, his voice distorted. "No, no. Honey, I was just joking. I want dare never again. Never again. That's not what you said just now. I really won't dare. I was wrong. I'm truly sorry. I was just talking nonsense. You're my one and only wife. How could I ever have other thoughts?" Xiaomin released her grip and gave his shoulder a light pat. De Yong covered his ear, huddled by the fireplace, his face full of grievance as he muttered, "Just a joke?" Xiaomin stood with her hands on her hips, looking down at him. "Not even a joke?" De Yong nodded frantically. All right, whatever you say goes. I won't say another word from now on." Satisfied, Xiaomin turned and sat back down on the floor mat, pulling a blanket over her legs. Chen Yue leaned against the wall and laughed out loud, pointing at De Yong. "You finally got what you deserved." Lu Yun lay on the sofa, laughing so hard she pounded the cushion. Deng Xiaoqi also laughed, her eyes crinkling into crescents. Su Wanqing sat beside me, smiling gently, her brows and eyes curved. De Yong, still holding his ear, looked around at the room full of laughing people and muttered, Fine, just laugh all you want." Lin Siki, leaning against the floor mat by the wall, lifted her head, which had been bowed all along, and the corner of her mouth curled up. Barely, but it was indeed a smile. It was the first time she had shown such an expression since arriving here. It wasn't the relief of surviving a disaster nor the gratitude of being taken in. It was a genuine reaction, moved by the atmosphere before her. Su Wanqing noticed. She put down her blanket, walked over, and crouched beside Lin Siki. Taking her hand, she gently patted the back of it. "That's right. Smile more often and forget all those unhappy things from the past." Lin Siki looked down at her hand being held, her eyes reddening slightly, but no tears fell. She sniffled, lifted her head, and her voice was much steadier than before. "Thank you, Sister Wanqing. This is the most relaxed I've felt in a long time." Su Wanqing smiled without continuing the topic. She stood up, pulled Lin Siki by the hand toward the sofa, and said, "Come on, let's play some landlord. Xiaoqi, are you in?" Deng Xiaoqi, who had been leaning on the sofa watching TV, tossed the remote aside and sat up straight. "Sure, I've got nothing better to do." The three of them sat around the coffee table. Su Wanqing took out a deck of cards, tore off the plastic wrap, and spread the cards out on the table with a rustle. Lu Yun leaned over from the sofa, her small face full of interest. "I want to watch too." "Watch if you want, just don't make a sound. Keep an eye out for anyone cheating." Lu Yun pursed her lips and nodded obediently, shrinking back to lie on the sofa backrest, watching intently. Shuffling, cutting, dealing. None of the three were fast, but it was clear they had all played before. Lin Siki held her cards, her fingers still a bit stiff, playing slowly. Su Wanqing didn't rush her, waiting until she was ready. In the first few rounds she lost often, and several paper strips were stuck on her face, hanging down to cover half of it. She brushed them aside and couldn't help but laugh. Deng Xiaoqi was lucky, winning 2 rounds with fewer strips on her face. She was quite pleased, humming a tune as she played. Su Wanqing had a mix of wins and losses, with 2 strips on her forehead, laughing along. 3 sixes. Anyone want them? Deng Xiaoqi threw down 3 cards. Can't beat that. Su Wanqing shook her head. Lin Siki looked at her hand, hesitated for a moment with pursed lips, then pulled out 3 cards and placed them gently on the table. 3 nines. Deng Xiaoqi froze for a second, then reacted, putting her cards together and smiling as she looked at her. "Oh, learning to play tough, are we?" Lin Siki's face flushed slightly, but the corners of her mouth were still turned up. After a few rounds, she played more and more smoothly. Though another strip had been added to her face, her smiles grew more frequent. Not forced smiles, but natural ones welling up from deep within. Su Wanqing glanced at her while shuffling the cards, saying nothing, but there was a hint of reassurance in her eyes. I sat on a nearby chair watching the lively scene but didn't join in. The TV was on and Lin Yue was engrossed in an old movie. Xiaomin and Daong were playing chess crouched by the floor mat with a chessboard between them. Xiaomin played red, Daong black, and the game was well underway. Xiaomin played steadily, pondering each move. Daong was impatient, moving quickly, but often found himself in check, scratching his head as he thought for a long time. Beside them was a bowl of shelled peanuts. Whoever lost had to eat one as a forfeit. Daong lost more often and several peanuts were already gone from the bowl, his cheeks bulging as he chewed. You made another wrong move. Xiaomin picked up his horse and put it back. Daong stared at the board, bewildered. What was wrong? Your horse's leg is blocked by your own cannon. How can you move it? Daong looked down, slapped his forehead, chuckled twice, then picked up the horse Xiaomin had put back and placed it somewhere else. Xiaomin rolled her eyes at him but didn't correct him further, continuing her own moves. The atmosphere in the basement had relaxed considerably. No one talked about Zhao Dezhu, no one thought about the -70-degree blizzard outside, no one mentioned how long the supplies would last. It was just a room full of people, each doing their own thing. Watching TV, playing cards, playing chess. I took out 3 compound bows from against the wall and inspected them one by one. The bowstrings were still taut with no slack. The 2 bows I had used before had some wax worn off. I took out some bowstring wax and slowly applied it along the strings, rubbing it in with my fingertips, working the wax into the fibers. The 3rd bow had never been used. The wax was still there, but I added another layer to prevent drying and cracking. I tightened all the screws on the limbs one by one. No looseness. The pulleys rotated smoothly without any strange noises. After wiping down the bows, I took out the used arrows from the quiver and checked the fletchings and arrowheads. The arrowheads had slight wear but nothing that would affect accuracy. 1 arrow had a fletching coming unglued. I reglued it and pressed it against the edge of the table to dry. When I finished, I stacked 2 cardboard boxes on top of each other and drew a few concentric circles on them to use as a target. The basement corridor wasn't long. About 10 meters from the lounge area to the supply shelves, barely enough. I set the target in a gap between the shelves, stepped back to the edge of the lounge area, stood still, nocked an arrow and drew the bow. I pulled the string to the anchor point, aimed at the red dot in the center of the target and released. The arrow flew out and embedded itself in the cardboard box, missing the center by about 2 finger widths. I frowned, pulled out the arrow and shot another. This one was slightly closer but still outside the bullseye. A 3rd, a 4th, a 5th. By the last few arrows, one had barely grazed the edge of the center. Not exactly accurate but sufficient for this distance. I pulled out all the arrows one by one, arranged them neatly, and put them back in the quiver. The card players were still playing, the chess players still at it, and the TV watcher still engrossed. Deng Xiaoqi glanced up at me as she played a card, then looked down again without a word. Su Wanqing had 2 more strips on her face now. She was staring at her hand, frowning slightly, and didn't notice. I leaned the bow against the wall and sat down, rubbing my fingers, which were a bit sore from drawing the bow. The fireplace in the basement burned brightly, casting an orange-red glow on everyone's face. It was almost noon the next day when I finally awoke. The fire in the hearth was low, its orange glow receding into the grate, leaving the entire basement shrouded in a dim, hazy twilight. I stared at the ceiling for a few seconds, my mind still sluggish. The person beside me was already gone. The other side of the blanket had long turned cold. Su Wanqing must have risen at some point without my notice. My daily rhythm was completely shattered. There was no distinction between day and night, no reason to wake at any particular hour. I slept when tired, lay in bed when awake, and only crawled out to eat when the hunger became unbearable. It hadn't been long since this life began, yet my biological clock had already fallen apart. I sat up and rubbed my face. Daong was sprawled on the sofa, his legs propped on the coffee table, playing solitaire with a deck of cards. Xiaomin sat beside him, knitting something. The yarn was unraveled from an old sweater and rewound, its color uneven, but her stitches were neat and tidy. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, looking at her phone. There was no signal, so she was just browsing through her photo album. Deng Xiaoqi and Lu Yun were playing Chinese checkers, lying on the floor mats, heads close together with the board between them. Su Wanqing walked over with a bowl of porridge. Seeing I was awake, she handed it to me. It's still warm. Drink it. I took the bowl and took a sip. It wasn't hot, just the right temperature. Where's Lin Siki? In the bathroom, Su Wanqing pointed. I nodded without saying anything. After finishing the porridge, I set the bowl aside and leaned back on the sofa, my mind blank. There was nothing urgent to do, no place I had to go. This feeling of utter idleness was a luxury before the apocalypse, and now it had become the norm. Daong put down his cards and turned to me. Awake? Yeah. It's almost noon. You really can sleep. You only just got up yourself not long ago. Daong let out a chuckle and didn't argue. Xiaomin put away her knitting, went to the kitchen area to steam a few buns, and then took a can of braised pork from the supply shelf and opened it. Everyone grabbed a bite to eat casually. No one bothered to cook a proper meal. If hungry, they nibbled. If not, they went back to their games. Lu Yun was lying on the floor, her chin resting on the edge of the checkerboard, watching Deng Xiaoqi make a move. She wrinkled her nose. Sister Xiaoqi, that move was wrong. If you go that way, you could block me. Deng Xiaoqi held a piece, looking down at the board then up at her. Spectators should not speak. I didn't say anything. I just whispered a reminder. A whisper is still speaking. Lu Yun pouted and fell silent, but her eyes remained fixed on the board, wearing an expression that clearly said, "Just you wait." Lin Yue put her phone aside and pushed herself up from the wall. Her leg injury had healed well. She no longer limped when she walked. She walked over to the supply shelf, rummaged around, and found a pack of sunflower seeds. She tore it open, returned to the floor mat, sat down, and started cracking the seeds while watching Deng Xiaoqi and Lu Yun play. Lin Siki came out of the hydroponics room holding a small notebook with some notes written in it. She walked over and sat down next to Su Wanqing. They spoke in low voices. I caught words like temperature and light, probably discussing the hydroponics setup. The atmosphere in the basement was relaxed and loose. No one cared about the time, no one cared about the outside world. No one noticed the sound coming from above. I was the first to hear it. Thud. It was very muffled, very distant, as if it had traveled through several layers of walls. I instinctively looked up, staring at the ceiling. Thud. Another sound, duller than the last but closer. I raised my hand and made a silencing gesture to everyone. Daong reacted first. He put his cards down on the coffee table, sat up straight, his eyes fixed on me. Su Wanqing also stopped talking and looked towards the ceiling. Deng Xiaoqi's hand holding a checker piece froze in midair. Lu Yun opened her mouth to say something, but Deng Xiaoqi pressed her arm, and she closed her mouth again. Thud. This time it was clearer. It wasn't the wind nor the sound of snow collapsing something. It was someone hitting something upstairs. I lowered my voice, pointing at the ceiling. Daong was already on his feet. He walked to the corner, picked up the compound bow, and tucked a few arrows into his belt. I got up and walked to the stairwell, pulled open the wardrobe door, and pressed my ear against the metal door. Thud, thud, thud. The sound came from outside the iron door, muffled but steady in its rhythm. One hit, a 2-second pause, then another. It wasn't a kick. It was something heavy slamming against it. The living room door. Someone was ramming the living room door. I turned to look back into the room, my voice dropping to the lowest whisper. Someone's here. They're hitting the door upstairs. Lu Yun's face went pale instantly. Deng Xiaoqi put an arm around her shoulders. Lin Yue put the sunflower seeds back on the table, pushed herself up against the wall. Her leg wasn't fully healed, but her eyes had already changed. Su Wanqing stood up, walked over to me, and looked at me. You all stay in the basement. I looked at her. No matter what happens upstairs, don't come out. She nodded without another word. I quickly pulled on my cold weather gear. Daong was already dressed. I picked up the compound bow and took 6 more arrows from the quiver, placing them in a makeshift arrow holder at my waist. Daong slung his bow over his shoulder and also grabbed an entrenching tool. I turned the wheel lock on the metal door, pushed it open a crack, and listened. Thud. It was louder now, clearly audible even through the bedroom door. Daong and I slipped out one after the other, gently closing the metal door behind us without locking it. In case we needed to retreat, we couldn't waste time unlocking it. The bedroom was as cold as an ice cellar. The wooden boards nailed over the window were secure, with only gray, murky light seeping through the cracks. The living room door was shuddering with each impact. The door frame groaned, the hinges creaked. The table and sofa propped against the door had been pushed back several centimeters, leaving drag marks on the floor. I went to the bedroom window, pressed myself against the wall, and peered out through a pre-made gap. There were 3 people in the yard. All were bundled up tightly. Cold weather gear, hats, scarves. Only their eyes were visible. The one in front was holding a thick, short log. It was as thick as a grown man's arm, and about a meter long, something 2 people would struggle to carry together, but he was hefting it alone, slamming it into the door. Thud. The log struck the door panel and the frame shook. 2 people stood behind him, one held a crowbar, the other had a machete tucked into his belt. They stood on either side as if keeping watch. All 3 wore thick cold weather gear, but the styles were different. Not a uniform. The one in front holding the log had sleeves that were too short, leaving his wrists exposed, red from the cold. I couldn't recognize who they were. They were too bundled up, their faces completely covered. But whoever they were coming to break down the door meant they were up to no good. I extended my bow through the pre-made gap in the window and adjusted my angle. The distance wasn't far. From the window to the living room door, it was only about 10 meters. At this range, missing would be difficult. De Jong crouched on the other side of the window, also extending his bow through the gap, aiming at the one holding the crowbar in the back. "You take the left, I'll take the right," I whispered. I steadied my breath, aligning the sight with the neck of the man carrying the log. I released my fingers. The bowstring hummed and the arrow flew. At almost the same instant, De Jong's compound bow sang as well. Both arrows struck their targets nearly simultaneously. My arrow embedded itself in the side of the man's neck. He stiffened, the heavy timber slipping from his grasp and thudding dully against the ground. He clutched his neck with both hands, dark crimson blood seeping through his fingers, steaming in the frigid air. His mouth gaped open as if to scream, but only a rasping hiss escaped his throat. The one De Jong shot, who had been carrying a crowbar, took the arrow in his thigh. He let out a heart-wrenching shriek, collapsing sideways onto the snowy ground with a heavy thud, bouncing once. The remaining man with a machete tucked at his waist froze for an instant, then turned and fled. His boots stumbled through the snow, his steps uneven and frantic. I had already drawn a second arrow, knocked it, and pulled the bowstring taut. Swoosh! The arrow pursued him from behind, striking the back of his head. Carried by his forward momentum, he staggered 2 more steps before his body went limp, collapsing face first into the snow, sending up a spray of white powder. Silence reigned in the courtyard for 2 seconds. The man with the arrow in his neck was still writhing on the ground, his body curling into a ball, then snapping straight as if jolted by electricity. Blood gushed from between his fingers, staining a wide patch of snow beneath him crimson. After a few more rolls, his movements slowed, their range diminished until he lay still. His limbs were splayed, his face twisted to one side, his eyes still open but his pupils already dilated and vacant. The one shot in the thigh was still howling, his voice shrill and miserable, carrying far across the empty snowfield. Clutching his leg, he gasped for breath on the ground, his cries intermittent like a dog with its throat constricted. De Jong and I waited by the window crack for a few minutes, confirming no other sounds came from the courtyard, and no one else entered from the gate. "Let's go take a look outside." We moved the table and sofa blocking the living room door and slowly opened it. The man with the arrow in his thigh heard the noise and looked up. His eyes were filled with terror, truly frightened out of his wits. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." His voice trembled. De Jong and I ignored him. Bows ready, we walked slowly past him. We reached the location of the first trap. The snow covering it had collapsed, revealing the torn plastic sheeting with a large hole. I crouched down to look inside. The animal trap was still set, not triggered. Nearby were several chaotic footprints skirting around the pit. The second trap was the same. Its surface trampled the trap untriggered. At the third trap, a man lay in the pit, already lifeless. His lower body was in the pit, one leg cruelly clamped by the animal trap. The steel teeth had pierced his trousers, embedded deep into his flesh, with blood frozen into dark crimson shards of ice. His upper body lay outside the pit, his face uncovered. He was a middle-aged man with high cheekbones, a pointed chin, and purple lips. He had likely suffered greatly from the cold before dying. A deep gash marked his neck, the blood already saturating the surrounding snow. "Must have been killed by his own people," De Jong said, crouching for a closer look. "Probably because he stepped into the trap, couldn't move, and was a burden." I stood up without another glance. We stepped over the corpse and entered the supermarket. The previously nailed boards were mostly pried loose, several lying on the ground, marked with crowbar indentations. The cold wind howled through the breach. The off-road vehicle was still parked in place. One corner of its cover had been lifted, but the vehicle itself remained untouched. De Jong walked to the entrance, bent down to pick up a board, and measured its position, preparing to nail it back. "Don't bother sealing it," I said. De Jong turned to look at me. "Sealing it won't stop people anyway." I walked to the door and looked out at the empty street, devoid of any other figures. "Boarding it up tightly only makes people think there's something valuable inside." De Jong thought for a moment, then tossed the board aside. "Makes sense." De Jong and I retraced our steps to the backyard. As we passed the man shot in the thigh, he was still lying on the ground, no longer howling but whimpering lowly. The pool of blood beneath him had expanded significantly. "You go, what about these 2 outside?" De Jong gestured with his chin toward the 2 corpses. "Just leave them there. No need to bother." I walked over to the corpse shot in the back of the head and crouched down. I reached out and pulled down his scarf, revealing a stranger's face. Someone I didn't recognize. I then went to the corpse with the arrow in its neck and uncovered its face as well. Still no one I knew. Finally, I returned to the injured man with the leg wound. I crouched down and pulled off his scarf. De Jong leaned in for a look, his expression shifting. "Zhao Long. That's right. Zhao Dez's nephew, Zhao Long." His face had lost much of its flesh, his cheekbones protruding and his eyes sunken, but he was still recognizable. His eyes were closed, his lips purple, his breathing shallow and rapid. He had gone into shock. Take him downstairs first. Well, interrogate him when he wakes up. De Jong bent down and grabbed Zhao Long by the collar of his cold-weather jacket. I took hold of one of his arms, and together we half-dragged, half-carried him into the living room. First we red-locked the living room door, pushing the table back, sliding the sofa over and wedging 2 chairs into the gaps. Then we dragged Zhao Long into the bedroom, opened the metal door, and descended the steps. The warmth of the basement washed over us. Lin Siki, who had been sitting in a corner drinking water, looked up and saw Zhao Long's face. Her cup clattered to the floor, water spilling everywhere. "It's him." Her voice was shrill and trembling. She sprang up from her bedding, stumbling backward 2 steps until her back hit the wall. "It's him. Zhao Desis lackey. He eats human flesh. I saw it with my own eyes." Her gaze was no longer human. It was something caught between reason and madness, pushed to its absolute limit. Her lips quivered, her fingers clenching the hem of her clothes. "Lin Siki," I called. She didn't hear me, still staring at Zhao Long, her pupils constricted to pinpricks. "Lin Siki." I raised my voice. She snapped her head toward me, her eyes a murky swirl of fear and hatred. "Calm down," I said. "Don't be afraid. When he wakes up, well, question him slowly, carefully." Her chest heaved violently a few times, her teeth clenched audibly, but she gradually steadied herself. She leaned against the wall, slid down to the floor, hugged her knees, and buried her face in her arms. Su Wanqing walked over, looked down at Zhao Long, and said without hesitation, "Bandage him first. Don't let him die." She fetched iodine gauze and a tourniquet. De Jong turned Zhao Long over and I held down his leg. His trousers were soaked through with blood, frozen stiff. Su Wanqing cut open the pant leg with scissors, revealing the wound. The arrow was still inside, piercing through the outer thigh with a small tip protruding from the other side. The blood had stopped gushing, partially congealed by the low temperature. "We need to remove the arrow first." Su Wanqing looked up at me. "Go ahead." Lin Yue walked over from the wall, holding a roll of gauze and a pouch of hemostatic powder. Deng Xiaoqi set Lu Yun down from her arms and began searching for rope. Lu Yun curled herself into the corner of the sofa, clutching a cushion, glancing briefly in our direction before quickly averting her eyes. Su Wanqing doused the area around the wound with iodine solution. Zhao Long twitched involuntarily in his unconscious state. She gripped the arrow shaft firmly and pulled it out in one swift, decisive motion. Blood welled from the wound, but far less than before the extraction, as if his body had nearly run dry. Su Wanqing pressed sterile gauze onto the wound, while Lin Yue handed her a tourniquet, which she wrapped twice above the injury and tightened with a wooden rod. The bleeding stopped. Deng Xiaoqi approached carrying a bundle of rope, and together with Lin Yue, they turned Zhao Long over, repeatedly binding his wrists, ankles, and knees. 4 tight restraints in total. The ropes were wound so tightly and knotted so securely that no struggle could loosen them. "Done?" I straightened up and glanced at Zhao Long's ashen face. "We'll wait until he wakes up." Su Wanqing gathered the used gauze and iodine-soaked cotton balls into a plastic bag, sealed it tightly, and tossed it into a corner. A few hours passed. Zhao Long stirred. First his fingers curled inward. Then his eyelids trembled several times before slowly parting. His pupils remained unfocused for a moment before gradually sharpening into coherence. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his gaze hollow, as if struggling to recall where he was or what had happened. Then he turned his head and took in the full sight of the basement. Storage racks, a wall of canned goods, a hearth, a sofa, a room full of people. His pupils contracted sharply. "Awake!" I sat across from him on a chair, watching him steadily. His body stiffened violently. Instinctively, he tried to recoil, but the ropes bit deep into his wrists and ankles, pinning him in place. He glanced down at his tightly bound limbs, then lifted his eyes back to me, his lips trembling. Lin Yue." Zhao Long's lips continued to quiver, his teeth chattered audibly. Whether from cold or terror, it was impossible to tell. His gaze drifted from my face, sweeping slowly across every person in the basement. Slap! Lin Siki had somehow surged forward from her sleeping mat, her palm striking Zhao Long's face with full force. The blow snapped his head sideways, and a thin line of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Monster! You filthy monster!" Lin Siki's voice shrieked, raw and distorted, her eyes bloodshot as if on the verge of bursting. "How many people have you killed? How many have you eaten?" She struck again, this time squarely across his nose. Blood spattered. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you dead." She raised her foot and kicked him. Once in the chest, once in the shoulder. again and again wildly without rhythm or restraint as though possessed by pure unfiltered fury. Zhao Long, bound and helpless, could only hunch his body, burying his face against his chest, absorbing each blow in silence, too terrified even to cry out. Lin Siki. I called her name. She didn't hear, or refused to. She kept kicking. Enough. I rose and seized her arm. She struggled, her strength shocking unnatural, her nails digging deep into the back of my hand. I held firm, dragging her back 2 steps. Let go of me. Her voice pierced the air, shrill and jagged. Lin Yue, let go. I'll kill him. Calm down. My voice was low, but unyielding. How can I calm down? She whirled to face me, tears streaming down her face. Do you know what they did to me? Do you know what those people locked in the cellar became? How am I supposed to stay calm? Her voice shattered, choked, fragmented as if wrenched from her throat by invisible hands. Su Wanqing stepped forward and embraced her from behind, gently guiding her backward. It's all right. It's all right, she murmured softly, her lips near Lin Siki's ear. Don't hit him anymore. He'll die and then we'll never get answers. Su Wanqing led Lin Siki to the sofa, where she continued to tremble, tears flowing unchecked. Su Wanqing wrapped her in a blanket. Lin Siki clutched it tightly, her eyes locked on Zhao Long, burning with hatred yet restrained. I sat down again, facing Zhao Long. Blood streamed from his nose, his left cheek swelled grotesquely. A gash split his lower lip. He cowered on the floor, shivering uncontrollably, like a dog broken by repeated beatings. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. His voice was hoarse, choked with sobs. Kill you? My tone remained flat, detached, as if discussing something utterly mundane. Killing you would be merciful. Zhao Long convulsed violently, tears and mucus streaming down his face. No, no, Lin Yue, brother Lin, please. I'll tell you everything, everything. It was Zhao Dezhu. He forced me here. He made me come. His words tumbled out in frantic haste, as if a single pause might seal his fate. Zhao Dezhu suspected this basement existed, and that you'd stockpiled vast supplies. He ordered me to lead men here to search. He said if we found it we should kill you outright and haul all your goods back to him. How many remain with Zhao Dezhu? I asked. Zhao Long hesitated. Speak. 7. There were 7 before. 4 came with me. We're 4. 3 remain with him. Who are the 3? Zhao Dezhu himself, Wang Fugui and Wang Hao. Zhao Long whispered, his voice growing fainter. Zhao Dezhu also has. He paused. What does he have? Zhao Long clenched his jaw, weighing whether to speak or stay silent. A gun. A sudden heavy silence fell over the basement. What kind of gun? A cold weight settled in my chest. A handgun. I don't know where he got it. But yes, he definitely has one. Zhao Long added hastily. I didn't pursue that thread. The women. How many are still imprisoned? Zhao Long stared at the floor, his voice dull and muffled. 3 remain. The others are dead. How did they die? He fell silent. I asked you, how did they die? Starvation. His voice was barely audible. Starved to death. I leaned back in my chair. Or did you kill them? They truly starved. They were starved. Zhao Dezhu said they wasted too much food, so he stopped feeding them. Anything else you haven't told us? Zhao Long lifted his gaze. His eyes flickered, then dropped again. No, nothing more. Truly nothing. Nothing. I've heard, I said slowly, that where you come from the dead are called rations. Zhao Long visibly stiffened. From the sofa, Lin Siki let out a soft, broken sob, immediately cradled by Su Wanqing's arm around her shoulders. Is that true? Zhao Long kept his head bowed, mute, but his shoulders shook violently. I asked you a question. De Yong kicked him hard in the shoulder from the side. Zhao Long lurched sideways, then recoiled again, his voice disintegrating. Yes. It was all Zhao Dezhu's idea. It wasn't me. I asked whether it's true. It is. It's true. Did you eat any yourself? Zhao Long clamped his mouth shut. His jaw muscles tensed, then slackened. His Adam's apple bobbed. His lips trembled, then parted, forcing out a single ragged word. Yes, I ate. Lin Siki burst into tears, her cries piercing and mournful. Su Wanqing held her close, patting her back rhythmically, her own eyes reddening. Chan Yue leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her gaze fixed on Zhao Long, as if he were a piece of rotting flesh. Xiao Min covered her mouth and turned away, her shoulders trembling. Deng Xiaoqi pressed Lu Yun's head against her chest, shielding her from both sight and sound. Lu Yun, muffled against her, whispered, Sister Xiaoqi, do they really eat people? De Yong crouched down, grabbed Zhao Long by the collar, lifted him off the ground, and slammed him back down. Are you even human? he roared. Zhao Long hit the ground, his skull cracking against the concrete with a dull thud. He dared not cry out in pain, curling up as his voice trembled. It wasn't me. It was Zhao Dezhu. He forced us. I was afraid not to eat. If I didn't, he would have killed me. So you ate. De Yong kicked him again. Zhao Long grunted but dared not make a sound. Lin Yue walked over from the wall, stood before Zhao Long, and looked down at him. Kill him. Her voice was low, but every word was laced with frost. Xiaomin turned around, her eyes red, and echoed, Kill him. Su Wanqing, still holding Lin Siki, glanced at me but said nothing. Yet her eyes said it all. Deng Xiaoqi sat on the sofa, her gaze resolute. Keeping someone like him is nothing but trouble. Lu Yun's eyes were red, her voice small. Yes, kill him, brother Lin Yue. Everyone's eyes fell on Zhao Long. Zhao Long's face had turned a deathly gray, his eyes darting frantically like a cornered rat. No, no, no. His voice turned shrill. Please don't kill me, I can do anything. I can lead the way, I can help you trick Zhao Dezhu into opening his door. I know where he hides supplies. I'm still useful to you. How do we know you're telling the truth? De Yong snorted nearby. Zhao Long panicked, his voice cracking. It's true. Everything I said is true. I wouldn't dare lie to you. With so many of you, wouldn't I be asking for death if I deceived you? Please give me a chance. I'll help you kill Zhao Dezhu, and then you can do whatever you want with me. Just spare my life, I beg you. His voice was choked with sobs, tears, and snot smearing across his face. Whether it was genuine or a desperate lie to save his skin was unclear. Lock him in the hydroponics room first. I glanced at De Yong. De Yong understood. He bent down, grabbed Zhao Long by the collar of his cold weather suit with one hand and untied the rope around his ankles with the other, leaving his wrists bound. He dragged him toward the hydroponics room. Zhao Long hopped on one leg, dragged along, still pleading. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. De Yong pulled open the door to the hydroponics room and shoved Zhao Long inside. Zhao Long fell the back of his head, hitting a metal shelf with a grunt. De Yong ignored him, closed the door, and turned back. Everyone looked at me. Su Wanqing held Lin Siki, Xiaomin stood beside De Yong Chun, Yue leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, and Deng Xiaoqi had her arm around Lu Yun. They all waited for me to speak. Well, keep him for now, I said. Chun Yue frowned but said nothing. I leaned back in my chair. Zhao Long deserves to die, but he can still be of some use to us. I scanned the room. Zhao Dezhu deceiving others doesn't directly concern us. But he's come after us, repeatedly sent people to my home to kill me, tried to steal what's mine. This can't just be brushed aside. This grudge, I paused, I can't swallow. De Yong nodded emphatically beside me. Brother Yu is right. That Zhao Dezhu is a ticking time bomb. If we don't eliminate him, we'll never have peace. I've decided to go to Zhao Dez's place and take him out. Not to save those locked up there, nor to uphold justice. It's for ourselves. If Zhao Dezhu doesn't die, hell always have his eyes on us. We can hide for a while, but not forever. What's your plan? Deng Xiaoqi asked. Zhao Long, I said. If Zhao Long can go ahead and trick Zhao Dezhu into opening the basement door, things will be much easier. Well, leave him alone tonight, let him stew in his own fear. The more afraid he gets, the more hell want to live. I leaned back in my chair. I paused and looked at Chun Yue. Yue, how's your leg? Chun Yue flexed her ankle, bent her knee, stood up, and took a few steps. Almost healed. Walking's fine. I said, you were a cop, you've got skills. You De Yong and I will go. 3 compound bows should be enough. Chun Yue nodded. All right, no problem. I have to kill Zhao Dezhu with my own hands, she said, to avenge my master. But Zhao Dezhu has a gun. Isn't that too risky? Su Wanqing suddenly interjected. That's why we need Zhao Long, I said. We can't give Zhao Dezhu a chance to shoot. Zhao Long goes first to trick the door open. We'll all be in thick clothes, faces well covered, hidden behind him. Zhao Dezhu won't suspect a thing. Once the door opens, we subdue Zhao Dezhu immediately before he can react. Su Wanqing pursed her lips, still hesitant. Don't worry, I said, looking at her. There won't be any danger. She slowly nodded and said no more. Deng Xiaoqi sat up straight on the sofa. After we take out Zhao Dezhu, what then? She asked. There are 3 women still locked up there. If we free them, what do we do? Bring them back. There are already 8 of us living here. Deng Xiaoqi counted on her fingers, her tone calm, not objecting but calculating. Supplies are still enough, but they won't last forever if we keep adding people. Bringing them back means 3 more mouths, 3 more drains on resources. No one knows when this apocalypse will end. I don't plan to bring them back. I can't always be a savior. But, Xiaomin started. No buts, I cut her off. This is the apocalypse. Just surviving is good enough. I'm not a good person and I can't be a savior. Well, take out Zhao Dezhu, free the 3 women, leave them some rations. Whether they live or die is up to their own luck. Xiaomin swallowed her words. De Yong rubbed his face and muttered, Brother Yu is right. In this world you can't save everyone. It's good enough to take care of ourselves. No one objected. I stood up and picked up the cold weather suit I had stripped from Zhao Long. The suit was stained with blood, one sleeve torn, but the zipper was still intact. Xiaomin, this cold weather coat is torn. See if you can mend it. I handed the garment to her. Xiaomin took it, examined it, and found a tear at the cuff, though the zipper was still intact. She nodded and went to the tool area to fetch the sewing kit. I turned to De Yong. Those 3 bodies outside. Their cold weather coats should still be wearable. Come on, let's go up and strip them off. De Yong didn't say much. He followed me upstairs. The living room door was still barricaded. We moved the table and sofa aside and pushed the door open. Another layer of snow had fallen in the courtyard, half burying the corpses. We quickly stripped the 3 cold weather coats from them. Back in the basement, Xiaomin had already finished mending the torn coat. The stitches were dense though crooked. Strong enough. We can't delay any longer. I said, if Zhao Long stays here too long without returning, Zhao Dezhu will start to suspect. Before he catches on, well, go eliminate him tonight. Tell us the plan. De Yong urged. Lin Yue and the others fixed their eyes on me. Well, have Zhao Long lead the way. Well, follow behind, our faces well covered. When Zhao Dezhu hears Zhao Long's voice, he won't be on guard right away. We 3 will pose as those who died outside. Once inside, well, subdue Zhao Dezhu directly. Everyone agreed this approach was feasible. Where's Zhao Long? I asked. Still in the hydroponics room. Deng Xiaoqi said, tilting her chin in that direction. I walked to the door of the hydroponics room and pulled it open. Zhao Long was huddled in a corner, hugging his knees, the rope on his wrists still untied. Hearing the door open, he looked up, his eyes brimming with terror. Come out, I said. He braced himself against the wall and slowly stood up, hopping out on one leg. Though his leg wound was bandaged, blood seeped through when he moved too fast. After 2 hops, he was grimacing in pain. De Yong went over, hooked an arm under his, and dragged him out. I tossed him the repaired cold weather coat and untied the rope from his hands. Put it on. Zhao Long froze for a moment, then quickly caught the coat and fumbled to pull it on. He zipped it up to his chin, slid his arms through the sleeves, and wrapped himself snugly. Stick out your hands, I said. He extended them. I retied his wrists. Listen. I said, my voice low. We're going to Zhao Dezhu's place now. You'll walk in front. When we get there, trick him into opening the door. Don't try any tricks. Zhao Long nodded frantically, his lips trembling. Don't worry, no tricks. I swear I won't. If you so much as shout or give a signal, I'll kill you first. I said this in a flat tone, as if stating something mundane. No, I wouldn't dare. Zhao Long's voice quivered. Lin Yue walked over and stood before Zhao Long, looking down at him. You'd better behave, she said. Zhao Dezhu owes my master a life. Today I'm here to collect. Zhao Long met Lin Yue's gaze and probably guessed she meant Li Jianguo. He didn't dare respond, dropping his head to stare at the floor. Let's go. De Yong led the way, supporting Zhao Long. I followed, with Lin Yue bringing up the rear. All 3 of us wore hats and scarves, only our eyes visible. Leaving the basement, we entered the supermarket. De Yong pulled open the rear door of the off-road vehicle, shoved Zhao Long inside, and took the passenger seat. Lin Yue sat in the back next to Zhao Long, drawing a dagger from her waist and resting it on her knee. Zhao Long shrank against the door, pressing his back against the window glass, trying to keep as far from Lin Yue as possible. I started the engine. It roared to life, a plume of white smoke billowing from the exhaust. I shifted into gear, stepped on the gas, and the snowplow blade pushed through the accumulated snow as we slowly drove out of the yard and onto the street heading south. The snow on the road was thicker than yesterday. The plow blade shoved the snow aside, sending up clouds of powder from the front of the vehicle. We crept along. Even with the heater on full blast, the frost on the windshield wouldn't clear. The wipers swept across, only for a new layer to form instantly. Which way? I asked Zhao Long without turning. He leaned forward from the back seat, his voice muffled. Exit the south gate of the compound, turn left, drive straight along the main road. After 2 intersections, the biggest house on the right is the one. I followed his directions. The street lamp poles were buried up to their tops in snow, the wires swaying in the wind, emitting a low hum like some distant large animal. At the second intersection, I turned right. The headlights illuminated a 3-story self-built house. The courtyard wall was high-topped with a coil of barbed wire. The gate was iron-painted red, but the paint had cracked in several spots from the cold, revealing rusted metal underneath. The gate was half open with a large hole in the door panel, as if a car had crashed into it. "This is it," Zhao Long said. I didn't turn off the engine. I parked at the entrance and pulled the handbrake. "Let's go." De Yong got out first and opened the rear door from outside. As Lin Yue stepped out, Zhao Long shuffled out on his own, wobbled on one leg, then steadied himself. I walked up beside Zhao Long and said in a low voice, "Lead the way." Zhao Long limped ahead with me, half a step behind, and De Yong and Lin Yue following me. The four of us passed through the iron gate. The courtyard was cluttered with various items, all covered in snow, their shapes indistinguishable. Directly ahead stood a 3-story building, its front door wide open. The door panel was tilted, one hinge broken off, propped up by a wooden stick to keep it from falling. Instead of heading into the main building, Zhao Long led me around the yard to a storage shed on the side of the 3-story structure. Zhao Long walked in front and I followed closely. The shed's iron door was ajar. Pushing it open revealed a chaotic mess of tools and debris scattered about. On the floor in the center lay a thick wooden plank piled high with junk and a half-full bag of cement. A well-disguised cover. "The entrance is right under this," Zhao Long said, pointing at the thick plank. De Yong moved the clutter off the plank, then together with Lin Yue, he heaved the heavy board aside, revealing a dark gaping hole below. Steps descended into the abyss, their end invisible. A current of air surged up thick with the mingled stench of mold, blood, and decay steeped too long in the warmth of the basement. It hit the nostrils like crawling into the belly of a dead beast, a sticky film coating the nasal passages. I shoved Zhao Long. "Go down." He felt his way along the wall, moving step by step. I followed with De Yong and Lin Yue bringing up the rear. There were over a dozen steps, unlit, growing darker with each one until it was pitch black. The cement steps felt sticky underfoot. Whether from blood or something else, it was impossible to tell. At the bottom stood a wooden door, a dim yellowish light seeping through the cracks. Zhao Long stopped and looked back at me, his face drenched in sweat. I raised my hand and knocked 3 times on the wooden door. Not too hard, not too soft. For a moment silence reigned behind the door. Then came Zhao De's voice, muffled and indistinct through the wood, but the wariness in his tone was unmistakable. "Who is it?" Zhao Long swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. He tried to keep his voice steady. "It's me, Zhao Long. We're back." Zhao Deju didn't think twice. The latch clattered open and the wooden door was pushed inward from the inside. The basement was larger than we had imagined. The fireplace blazed fiercely and the hot, stuffy air carried an indescribably greasy odor that hit us like a wave, reminiscent of a pot left unwashed for days after boiling meat. Zhao Deju stood at the doorway, clad in a dark sweater. His hair was a disheveled mess and his eyes were bloodshot. He swept his gaze over the 4 of us, pausing briefly on our masked faces. Then he stepped aside, his voice urgent. "Come in quickly, it's cold outside." "How's Lin Yue? Did you find him?" I didn't answer. As I squeezed past him, I seized his arm, pulled him into an embrace, drove my knee into the back of his leg, and threw my full weight onto him, pinning him face down on the ground. Zhao De's head smacked against the concrete floor with a dull thud. Blood immediately trickled from his nose. "What the hell?" I clamped one hand on the back of his neck and pressed my knee into his back, immobilizing him. Zhao De's cheek pressed against the floor. His mouth opened as if to shout, but only a short, startled cry squeezed from his throat. Almost at the same instant, De Yong and Lin Yue moved. There were 2 other people in the basement. One sat by a table with a plate of peanuts and half a bottle of liquor before him. Hearing the commotion, he looked up, the peanut still unswallowed in his mouth. The other leaned against the wall on a cot, holding an enamel mug from which half the hot water had already spilled. 2 arrows flew simultaneously. De Yong's arrow struck the man by the table in the neck. The arrowhead pierced through one side of his throat, leaving a bloody tip exposed. The man clutched his neck with both hands, slid from his chair, and overturned the table, scattering peanuts and shattering the liquor bottle across the floor. Lin Yue's arrow lodged squarely in the forehead of the man on the cot. He leaned against the wall, his body slowly slumping sideways. The enamel mug fell to the ground, clattering and rolling twice, spilling water everywhere. 2 men lay on the floor. One clutched his neck, kicking his legs as blood gushed from the wound, a hissing sound escaping his throat like air leaking from a tire. The other lay motionless, the arrow shaft in his forehead, standing upright, trembling slightly. A few seconds later, the one who had been kicking also stopped moving. Silence fell over the basement, broken only by Zhao De's heavy, ragged breaths. "What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Zhao Long, what the hell are you up to?" Zhao Deju, pinned beneath me, his face flushed crimson, struggled and twisted desperately to break free. But with my knee pressing into his lower back, he couldn't muster enough strength. I released the back of his neck, grabbed his collar, flipped him over, and punched him in the face. "Shut up!" Zhao De's head snapped to the side. The corner of his mouth split and blood mixed with saliva trickled down. He was stunned for a moment as if he hadn't registered being hit. Then he whipped his head back, glaring at me, his eyes filled with sheer disbelief. De Jong closed the door. De Jong turned and shut it. Lin Yue picked up a rope from the floor, bound Zhao De's wrists behind his back, wounded it several times, and tied a tight knot. I patted Zhao Deju down. From the inner pocket of his coat I felt a hard object and pulled it out. A pistol black. I tucked the gun into my waistband and pulled down my scarf. When Zhao Deju saw my face, his pupils contracted sharply. You? De Jong and Lin Yue also removed their scarves. Zhao De's gaze swept across the three faces, one by one finally resting on Lin Yue. His lips trembled. You? How can you? Didn't expect this. Lin Yue crouched down to meet his eyes. Secretary Zhao, long time no see. Zhao De's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, but he said nothing. Zhao Deju, it's time to settle accounts for my master, Lin Yue said calmly. Zhao Long, who had been shrinking in the shadows by the door, suddenly stepped forward, his voice rapid. Brother Yue, look, I helped you trick the door open, and you've caught Zhao Deju. I've done everything you asked. You said you'd spare my life, right? Zhao Deju turned his head to look at Zhao Long. His expression shifted from shock to fury, then to the hatred of betrayal. Zhao Long, you ungrateful bastard. The veins on Zhao De's neck bulged one by one. I've raised you for all these years, and now you bite the hand that feeds me. Zhao Long took half a step back, hitting the wall with no room to retreat. He shrank his neck, his voice dropping significantly. Uncle, don't blame me. I had no choice. If I didn't cooperate with them, they would have killed me. Zhao Deju trembled with rage. The rope had rubbed his wrists raw and blood seeped out, but he seemed oblivious to the pain. Have I not been good to you? Have I ever skimped on food or drink? And now you side with outsiders to come after me. Zhao Long lowered his head and fell silent. Zhao Deju turned to look at me, his tone suddenly shifting. Urgent and earnest, as if he were a different person. Lin Yue, this was all Zhao Long's idea. He was the one who urged me to loot your house, and he was the one who said you had a basement. I had nothing to do with it. Don't let him fool you. Zhao Long's head snapped up, his eyes wide as saucers. Bullshit. You were the one who said Lin Yue's place must have stuff hidden and told us to go check again. You even said if we found Lin Yue we should just kill him. And now you're pinning it all on me. What nonsense are you talking? Zhao De's voice rose even higher. When did I ever say to kill him? That was all you. You didn't. That day in the living room you said it yourself. Wang Fugue and Wang Hao both heard you. Zhao Long's face flushed crimson, the veins on his neck bulging. You said Lin Yue was too shrewd and would be trouble if left alive. Enough. Zhao Deju roared, his voice echoing off the basement walls. Stop slandering me here. Lin Yue, think about it. What kind of person is Zhao Long? He's just a thug, a weather vane hole, follow anyone who feeds him. He betrayed me today and hell betray you tomorrow. Zhao Long let out a cold laugh, his expression shifting from panic to mockery. Betray you? Zhao Deju, you have the nerve to say that those people you tricked here, you killed them outright, chopped them up, stewed the meat, and made us eat it too. Was that also my idea? Zhao De's face went pale. And Li Jiangwo, Zhao Long continued. I was there when you had Wang Hao beat him to death. You said the old man was in the way and it'd be cleaner if he was dead. Was that my idea too? Zhao De's lips quivered, but for a long moment not a single word came out. Zhao Deju, put your hand on your chest and ask yourself. Which of these things was my idea? You're a beast yourself, so why pretend to be the good guy now? Zhao Long's voice grew louder and louder until by the end he was practically shouting. Zhao De's eyes darted twice before his expression abruptly shifted. His tone softened, laced with obsequiousness. Lin Yue, don't believe his lies. He's just trying to wash his hands clean. Li Jiangwo's affair has nothing to do with me. It was Wang Hao who struck the blow. And didn't you order Wang Hao to act? Zhao Long cut in. You said it yourself, that old man is in the way. Deal with him. Only then did Wang Hao move in. If you deny it, well, confront Wang Hao face-to-face once he wakes. Oh right, Wang Hao is already dead. And Zhao Deju glanced at the corpse on the military cot. Arrow embedded deep in the forehead, and his face drained of color. I see you clearly now. Zhao Long leaned against the wall, breathing heavily as blood seeped anew from his leg wound, soaking his pant leg darkly. All these years I've groveled at your feet like a dog. Yet when the reckoning came, you cast me aside first. Fine. Zhao Deju. You truly are something else. Zhao Deju ignored him, turning instead toward me. His eyes rimmed red, voice trembling. Lin Yue, I admit I've done terrible things, but I was forced. You know this world. Without ruthlessness one cannot survive. But cannibalism, that has nothing to do with me. Zhao Long and Wang Hao carried it out behind my back. And lies. Zhao Long roared, lunging forward and nearly collapsing. You cooked the flesh. You portioned it out. You devoured more than anyone. And now you claim innocence. Shut up. Zhao Dezhu bellowed back. And they traded barbs. Back and forth. Voices escalating, clashing and reverberating off the basement walls until our ears rang with the echo. Zhao Dezhu branded Zhao Long the mastermind, Zhao Long branded Zhao Dezhu a beast. Neither relenting, hurling every vile epithet they could summon. And I stood aside, listened for a moment, then drew my pistol from my waistband and spun it slowly in my palm. Both fell silent instantly, 4 eyes locked onto the gun in my hand. And I didn't glance at them. Turning, I walked to the table, picked up the half-intact bottle of baijiu, unscrewed the cap, and took a long burning swallow. Finished arguing? And why waste words? Lin Yue stepped forward, her dagger flicking deftly in her fingers. Kill them now. Avenge my master. Zhao Dezhu's face paled. His lips trembled, voice shrill and unsteady. You can't kill me. I'm the community party secretary. You'll be murderers. When the apocalypse ends, the government will judge you. And so now you remember the law. Lin Yue crouched, bringing her gaze level with his. She tapped his cheek twice with the flat of her dagger. Not hard, yet each tap made his eyelids twitch. When you beat Uncle Li to death, did you think of the law then? When you lured people here, slaughtered them, cooked their flesh, did you pause to consider justice? And Zhao Dezhu's Adam's apple bobbed. He had no reply. You love citing the law. Good. I'll tell you, according to Article 232 of the Criminal Law, intentional homicide carries the death penalty. How many lives you've taken? That number resides only in your conscience. My killing you, that is ridding the world of a scourge. Zhao Dezhu's eyes darted again. Fear dissolving into fawning supplication faster than flipping a page. No. Lin Yue, listen to me. Those 3 women, they're still locked inside. All beautiful. I give them to you. Do with them as you wish. And all the supplies in this basement. Rice flour, canned goods, medicine. Yours. Spare my life and everything becomes yours. I smiled faintly. And you die, and it's mine anyway. Why would I need your gift? And Zhao Dezhu froze, mouth slightly agape. Speechless. He swallowed hard and shouted. I hold a secret. One that buys my life. It's worth it. Absolutely. And oh, let's hear it. I slid the pistol back into my waistband and crossed my arms. Let's see if it's worth anything. And you must swear to spare me first. And I drove my fist into his face. His head cracked against the wall. A dull thud. As fresh blood gushed from his nose, streaming down his chin. And I despise negotiations. Speak, quickly and truthfully, and I may consider sparing you. And Zhao Dezhu clutched his nose, crimson oozed between his fingers. No bargaining remained. This apocalypse isn't temporary. It's eternal. Order will never return. He caught his breath, locking eyes with me, then continued. And those so-called shelters, the ones built in provincial capitals and major cities, they're not sanctuaries. They're colossal prisons. A relative of mine holds office in the provincial government. On day 1 of the apocalypse, he called me himself and told me in no uncertain terms, under no circumstances go to a shelter. Once you enter, you'll never leave. What exactly did he mean? And Zhao Dezhu shook his head. He gave no details. The line went dead. Just one sentence: don't go to the shelter. There's no place for human beings. And that's all I know. De Yong snorted beside me. How do we know it's true? What if he's deceiving us? It's all true. Zhao Dezhu cried, voice rising in desperation. Think. Why weren't the shelters announced earlier? Why wait until most people were already dead? Something is deeply wrong here. I said nothing, only turned to look at Lin Yue. She nodded, withdrew her dagger and stepped forward. And Zhao Dezhu's eyes bulged. His voice cracked. Lin Yue, you broke your word. You promised to spare me. I said I'd consider it. I replied, voice calm and level. I have. And I've decided not to. Zhao Dezhu's face flushed crimson, thick cords of muscle strained across his neck. You despicable. And also, I gestured toward Lin Yue. I speak only for myself. You owe her master a life, and that debt falls to her to collect. And before Zhao Dezhu could scream, Lin Yue's blade flashed across his throat. The motion was swift. A single deep slash from left to right, cutting deep into the windpipe. Zhao Dezhu clutched his neck with both hands, emitting a ragged hissing gasp, like air escaping a punctured balloon. He writhed twice on the floor, body curling inward then arching outward, kicked his legs feebly and stilled. His eyes remained wide open, fixed on the ceiling, pupils slowly dilating into emptiness. Zhao Long shrank into the corner, trembling violently. like grain shaken through a sieve. He stared at Zhao Deju's corpse, then at the bloodied dagger in Chen Yue's hand. His facial muscles convulsed uncontrollably. Good killing. His voice pierced the silence. Thin shrill scraped raw from his throat. That beast Zhao Deju deserved death long ago. He ate people. Killed without mercy. Committed every atrocity imaginable. You killed him for justice. For heaven's will. And as he spoke, he dragged himself toward us, hopping on one leg, forcing a smile so grotesque it resembled a grimace. Brother, you saw how I tricked them into opening the door, and how I helped you eliminate Zhao Deju. You promised me my life. You swore it. De Yong shot me a glance. I drew the dagger and walked up to Zhao Long. The smile on Zhao Long's face froze, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. You. He only managed to utter a single word. I plunged the blade into his heart, twisted my wrist, and pulled it out. Zhao Long stared at the blood gushing from his chest, his mouth opening and closing like a fish tossed onto the shore. He slowly bent over his knees, hitting the ground first, then his entire body toppled sideways, curling into a ball. He twitched a few times and then lay still. I wiped the dagger clean on Zhao Long's clothes, sheathed it, and put it away. De Yong looked at me in silence. People like him, I said, who have done every evil deed don't deserve to live. Chen Yue wiped the blood off the dagger on Zhao Deju's clothes and slipped it back into its scabbard. She stood up, gazing at the corpse on the ground. My master's vengeance is finally fulfilled, she said. Let's check inside. I turned and walked deeper in. Zhao Deju's basement was not large. One main hall and two small rooms. The layout was simple. A fireplace stood in the hall, its flames still blazing brightly. Two worn-out sofas, a table, and a few stools. On the table sat unfinished peanuts and half a bottle of liquor, leftovers from the 2 men earlier. A few dirty garments were draped over the sofa's armrest, and the air was thick with a blend of greasy fumes and mustiness, an unpleasant odor. I pushed open the door to the first room. Inside it was crammed with goods. Instant noodles in whole cases were stacked in 3 rows, canned food lined up in 2 layers. Luncheon meat, braised pork, and dace with fermented black beans were all there. Biscuits, dried noodles, and ham sausages were squeezed into this room of less than 10 square meters, packed to the brim. De Yong followed me and glanced around and clicked his tongue. Quite a stash. All looted from others. Less talk, more moving, I said. The 3 of us made several trips back and forth, piling all the supplies onto the open space in the hall. Rice, flour, cooking oil, canned goods, instant noodles, medical kits, along with a few barrels of diesel and 2 cases of liquor. Though far less than my own stockpile at home, it was still a considerable amount in times like these. De Yong fished out 2 woven bags from a corner, shook off the dust, and opened their mouths. I stuffed the bags with items, canned goods at the bottom, instant noodles in the middle, biscuits, and dried vegetables wedged into the gaps. Both bags were packed so full they seemed ready to burst. All right, that's enough. De Yong tied the bags shut and set them aside. I walked to the door of the second room and pushed it open. A stench surged forth. A foul concoction of sweat, urine, and decay, as if marinated for a long time. 3 women huddled on a tattered sofa in the corner. The light was dim, making it hard to see clearly. As my eyes adjusted, I made out their appearances. Faces smeared with mud and ash, hair tangled into knots, some patches bald with scabbed scalps exposed. Their lips were cracked, cheekbones jutting out sharply, and eye sockets deeply sunken. Their clothes were tattered beyond recognition. Collars, torn sleeves frayed into strips, revealing skin covered in bruises and scars, old wounds layered over new ones. Iron chains were bolted into the wall and fastened around their necks, the chains short enough to confine them to that small corner. As the door swung open, all 3 shrank back against the wall. The one on the left clutched her head, burying her face in her knees. The middle one recoiled her back, hitting the wall with no room to retreat, curling sideways into a tight ball, eyes squeezed shut, trembling all over. The one on the far right had her eyes open, pupils unfocused with dried saliva at the corners of her mouth. She stared blankly at the ground as if she hadn't seen us. Chen Yue stepped into the room, crouched down, and softened her voice. Don't be afraid. We're here to rescue you. Zhao Deju and his men are all dead. They won't hurt you anymore. None of the 3 reacted. The one clutching her head trembled even more violently, letting out indistinct sounds, mumbling something unintelligible. The middle one hunched her shoulders, shrinking into the tiniest ball possible, as if trying to vanish into the wall's crevice. You're safe now, Chen Yue repeated. We're good people, not here to harm you. The one on the far right never lifted her head, her gaze vacant, murmuring to herself in a voice too low to hear clearly. Suddenly the woman clutching her head looked up at Chen Yue. Her eyes were murky, pupils unable to focus, as if looking through a thick pane of glass. After a single glance, she buried her head back in her knees, her shoulders heaving silently. Whether in sobs or tremors, it was impossible to tell. Zhao Dezhu and his beasts. Chen Yue cursed as she stood up. Look what they've reduced these people to. She turned to me, her eyes, a complex mix of sympathy, helplessness, and a hint of caution. Brother Yue, what should we do? Chen Yue stood there looking at me, waiting for my answer. De Yong was also watching me. I glanced at her, then at the three curled-up figures in the corner, and let out a sigh. Leave them some food, I said, pointing at the bulging woven bags by the wall. Let them fend for themselves. De Yong remained silent. Chen Yue swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. Don't look at me like that, I said. To put it bluntly, those men have already broken them. Taking them back would only be a burden for us. We can't afford to let compassion run wild at a time like this. Leaving them some food is already the utmost we can do. Harsh as it was, everyone knew I was right. Chen Yue lowered her eyes. De Yong walked over, pulled out a portion of food from the woven bags, and placed it in the corner. The three women still huddled there, none reaching for it, none looking at him. De Yong and I approached them, crouched down, and began to unfasten the iron chains around their necks. The locks on the chains were rusted, and it took a few twists to break them open. The first chain clattered to the ground. The woman flinched violently, and then with practiced speed, as if rehearsed many times, her trembling fingers fumbled to unbutton her pants and pull them down. The second one did the same. The moment her chain was undone, she shuffled half a step forward, thrusting her face toward De Yong, her lips stretching into a stiff smile, though her eyes remained vacant as if on reflex. Chen Yue grabbed a coat from outside and hurried over, wrapping it around both women. Don't do this. Her voice quivered slightly, but her hands were steady as she adjusted the coat, buttoning it up to cover their exposed skin. The bad men are dead. You don't have to do this anymore. You don't have to be afraid. After being wrapped up, the two women stared blankly at Chen Yue, their lips trembling, unable to speak. The one on the far right never moved. Even with the chain removed, she remained curled in the corner, hugging her knees, her pupils unfocused. A shell not yet fully dead. I stood up and tossed the chain aside. Let's go. De Yong hoisted the supplies and led the way. I followed behind. As I reached the door, I turned back for a glance. The three women were still huddled in the corner, the bag of food lying 2 or 3 steps away from them untouched. They showed no reaction as they watched us leave. Chen Yue walked last, closing the door behind her and stopping at the entrance. Don't overthink it, I said. Let's go. She nodded and turned to follow. We carried the supplies out. The cold wind crept into our collars. I pulled the gun from my waist and examined it. The magazine was full, the safety was on. De Yong opened the back door of the off-road vehicle and stuffed the burlap sack inside. The three of us got in. I started the engine, turned the car around, and drove back the way we came. No one spoke. The frost on the windshield was thicker than before. The wipers scraped across it with a creaking sound, leaving curved streaks behind. The snow was piled up like a low wall. The snowplow pushed against it with a dull, grinding noise. Chen Yue sat in the back, staring out at the pitch-black night. Just before we reached home, she spoke. I'm fine, she said quietly. It's just, how can people be so evil? They're dead now, I said. I know. That's what frustrates me. Dying was too easy for them. The off-road vehicle turned into the supermarket entrance, and the snowplow pushed aside the snow at the door. De Yong jumped out. I drove the car into the supermarket and parked it, then turned off the engine. The three of us carried the burlap sacks back to the basement. Su Wanqing saw us return, hurried to the stairway, and looked me over from head to toe. Deng Xiaoqi, Xiaoman, Lu Yun, and Lin Siki all gathered around, their eyes scanning the three of us. Is everyone all right? Su Wanqing asked. Fine, I said, setting the burlap sack on the ground, unzipping my cold weather jacket, pulling off my scarf, and letting out a long breath. De Yong carried the other sack of supplies to the storage rack, untied the opening, and began pulling things out. Xiaoman went over to help, quietly asking as she worked, Did you really kill Zhao Dezhu? Killed him, De Yong said. Killed them all. Xiaoman's hand paused for a moment. Then she said nothing more, and continued to unload. Su Wanqing took my jacket, which I had taken off, and hung it on the stair railing to air out. She turned and poured 2 cups of warm water, handing one to me and one to Chen Yue. Chen Yue stood at the stairway, leaning against the wall, staring blankly at the water's surface in her cup. Yue, Deng Xiaoqi called to her. Chen Yue snapped back to reality, set the cup aside, and began taking off her cold weather jacket. Her movements were slower than usual, as if she were distracted. Everyone returned to the lounge area. I leaned back on the sofa and briefly recounted what had happened. How Zhao Long tricked us into opening the basement door, Zhao Dezhu being subdued, the other 2 being shot with arrows, the supply transport, and the 3 women who had been locked up. When I mentioned the 3 women, the basement fell so silent that only the crackling of the fireplace could be heard. They had iron chains around their necks. Chen Yue said, her voice flat, as if reading a report. Their bodies were covered in wounds, old scars layered with fresh ones. As soon as the chains were undone, they started taking off their clothes, thinking we were there to abuse them again. Xiaomin covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. Lu Yun leaned into Deng Xiaoqi's arms and asked softly, "Why didn't they run?" "Run where?" Deng Xiaoqi replied, her voice a little choked. "It's -70 degrees outside. Running out there means death. Staying is a fate worse than death. Either way, they're doomed." Lu Yun fell silent, burying her face in Deng Xiaoqi's embrace. Lin Siki sat in the corner, hugging her knees, not making a sound. She kept her head down, staring at the floor, her fingers unconsciously picking at the edge of the blanket. "Those 3 women," Deng Xiaoqi asked. "Did you just leave them there?" "We left some food," I said, offering no further explanation, nor was one needed. Deng Xiaoqi nodded and didn't ask again. "Zhao Dezhu dying like that. It was way too easy for him." Lin Yue suddenly spoke up. "He's dead," Daong said. "What more can you do? Can't bring him back to kill him again." Lin Yue didn't respond. I then recounted what Zhao Dezhu had said before he died. That the apocalypse was permanent, order would never be restored, and the underground shelters in major cities weren't refuges but prisons. Once you entered, you could never leave. "We had already guessed it might be permanent," Deng Xiaoqi said. "But this idea of the shelters being prisons, that's the first time I've heard it." "Zhao Dezhu had a relative who was an official in the province," I said. "He called him on the first day of the apocalypse, telling him absolutely not to go to the shelter." The call cut off before he could finish. What if he was lying? Xiaomin walked over from the storage rack. Maybe he made it all up to save his own skin. Zhao Dezhu's dying words echoed in my mind over and over. What if Zhao Dezhu was telling the truth? The apocalypse is a permanent freeze, order has completely collapsed, and the city shelters are all cages. Once you go in, you never come out. I swept my gaze across the group, my tone calm, but laced with a heavy gravity. Then all those official broadcasts we stayed up late listening to on the radio, about developing cold-resistant equipment and rescue robots, about phased survivor evacuations. Could they have been rigged from the very beginning? At these words, everyone's expression changed. Xiaomin instinctively clutched the hem of her clothes, panic flooding her eyes. No way. Those broadcasts sounded so official they couldn't be fake. There's no way to verify what's true or false anymore. I interrupted, my voice steady. We've been frozen in this apocalypse for so long, yet we've never seen any official rescue, not a single rescue device, not even the shadow of a reconnaissance plane or a rescue vehicle. All our information comes solely from radio broadcasts. Don't you find that suspicious? Deng Xiaoqi frowned deeply and nodded silently, clearly agreeing with me. I continued, laying out the most critical issue pressing on my mind, and there's the most practical point. All the supplies we've stockpiled, even if we ration them carefully, will last us at most 2 years. 2 years. Lu Yun's head shot up, her voice trembling. Yes, 2 years. I said without softening my tone, facing everyone's unease hidden. And after 2 years, when the supplies run out, the fuel is gone, the hydroponic system's consumables are depleted, we'll be stuck in this basement just waiting to die. Lin Yue, leaning against the wall, let her shoulders sag, completely, the frustration in her eyes dissolving into a heavy sense of helplessness. Daong pursed his lips and let out a rough breath. So you're saying that all this time we've been living comfortably, we've just been marking time until we die? Yes, I didn't deny it. If we stay holed up here, 2 years from now will be our end. Lin Siki finally lifted her head, the melancholy fading from her eyes, replaced by a clearer awareness. So what Zhao Dezhu said about the shelters being prisons, does that mean the authorities aren't really rescuing people but rounding up survivors for control? That's most likely the case, I replied. We don't know the full truth, but one thing is certain. In this situation, we can't trust anyone. Any so-called official news or outside help is completely unreliable. Su Wanqing listened in silence, finally breaking it with a steady and resolute voice. You mean we cannot sit idly by and wait for death? I nodded, my gaze sweeping across everyone present, enunciating each word clearly. Yes, we must save ourselves. Silence reclaimed the basement. No one interjected, all of them absorbing this grim reality. The days of relative calm had lulled everyone into a false sense of security, but Zhao Dezhu's death and his dying words shattered that illusion completely. How do we save ourselves? Deng Xiaoqi looked at me. It's 70 degrees below zero out there, a frozen wasteland. Going out is too dangerous. But if we don't, I said, my voice heavy, being trapped here to die is our only end. 2 years. Not long, not short. We can't stake all our hopes on the supplies we have. I straightened up and laid out my plan with clear logic. I intend to go out periodically to explore, scouring the surrounding towns and cities extensively. Explore. Daong was taken aback. The snow is thick everywhere, visibility is poor. What can we possibly find? There's plenty to find, I said. All kinds of scarce consumables, industrial parts, spare fuel seeds, and medicine and other undiscovered supply caches. At the same time, we need to ascertain the real situation outside. See if there are other survivor groups besides us and Zhao Desis people, and find out if there are any so-called controlled shelters out there. Lin Yue sat up straight, the gloom in her eyes lifting, replaced by determination. I'll go with you. Me too, Daong chimed in immediately. More hands make lighter work. For exploring, keeping watch, and hauling supplies. I raised a hand to calm them down. Not everyone needs to risk going out. The basement is our last stronghold. Someone must stay behind to guard our home. Su Wanqing looked at me and said softly, leave the guarding to us. Go out and explore with peace of mind. I'll keep an eye on everything here. Her calm and meticulous nature made her the best choice for managing the home front. Xiaoqi bit her lip. Should we keep listening to the radio? Yes, I said decisively. But we no longer believe it. Keep monitoring. Not for rescue, but to pick up anomalous signals, track what's happening outside, and guard against unknown dangers. I looked at everyone again, my tone solemn. Remember, from today onward, abandon all wishful thinking. The apocalypse won't end and rescue won't come. In this frozen world, the only ones who can save us are ourselves. Instead of waiting helplessly for 2 years, we should take the initiative and fight for a chance to live. As my words fell, the oppressive silence in the basement began to ease. No one raised any objections. False hope would only doom everyone. The lingering illusions of unrealistic luck had been shattered completely. Everyone understood that, in this frozen world of 70 below zero, waiting for rescue meant waiting for death. Taking the initiative to save themselves was their only way out. Deng Xiaoqi let out a soft breath, her apprehensions fading as she nodded firmly. You're right. Rather than deplete our resources and gamble on a phantom rescue, it's better to go out and find a way to survive. Well, follow your lead, Daong said, his gaze now resolute. Staying here to wait is death sooner or later. Even if exploring carries risks, at least there's a chance to live. Lin Yue agreed. Supplies will eventually run out. Actively expanding and gathering resources is the only long-term solution. I looked around at everyone, seeing their unified stance, and felt a slight easing of my tension. Since we're all in agreement, let me set the arrangements. I said, my tone steady and firm. Tonight, everyone rests, checks supplies and equipment, and gets ready. Tomorrow morning, Lin Yue and I will drive out for our first extensive exploration. Su Wanqing frowned slightly. Isn't 3 people too few? It's enough. I shook my head, explaining. The first trip is mainly reconnaissance and light supply gathering. A larger group would be too conspicuous, and with the blizzard and poor visibility, it's easier for accidents to happen. A 3-person team offers the best mobility and flexibility. Those staying behind should focus on their duties. Guarding the shelter, monitoring the radio, and maintaining equipment. That's the greatest help you can give. Su Wanqing nodded slowly. All right, leave the home front to us. You all be careful. In the time that followed, everyone busied themselves with their tasks, quietly organizing and checking supplies. The shelter no longer had its relaxed, chatty atmosphere. A taut string stretched in everyone's heart as they fully entered the high-alert state of survival in the apocalypse. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, the 3 of us rose, donned full cold weather gear, and put on goggles and balaclavas, leaving only breathing holes exposed. I secured a standard-issue pistol at my waist and checked the magazine and ammunition to ensure everything was in order. Daong and Lin Yue each slung a compound bow over their backs with quivers full of arrows. Lightweight and ideal for combat in extreme cold, unlike firearms which could jam or malfunction due to low temperatures. After checking all our gear, the 3 of us stepped out of the warm basement. I took the wheel, guiding the off-road vehicle slowly out of the supermarket, plowing through the soft, deep snow as we headed steadily toward the city. The vehicle moved smoothly along the snow-buried roads. Trees and buildings along the way were all encased in ice, a desolate sight as far as the eye could see. Just as we were about to exit the main road of the town and turn onto the route into the city, Lin Yue, who had been gazing out the window, suddenly spoke. Wait! I slowed down slightly and turned to her. What's wrong? Lin Yue's gaze was fixed on a building not far from the roadside, its vague outline visible through the wind and snow. That's the township police station ahead, she said seriously. They have an equipment depot with riot gear and protective equipment. With any luck, we might even find spare ammunition. We should check it out. Daong immediately chimed in. Yeah, those things are valuable now. Stab-proof vest shields. They'd all come in handy for exploring. I thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right, well scouted on the way. It won't delay our main plan. I turned the wheel and slowly drove into the station's courtyard. The police station was completely deserted, the vast yard empty with no sign of life. The ground walls and roof of the guardhouse were all buried under over half a meter of snow. The raging blizzard had turned this place into a frozen, dilapidated ruin long since abandoned. We parked, killed the engine, put on our face masks, and got out of the car. The equipment depot is in the side building in the back. Lin Yue said, familiar with the layout of such public facilities. She led us through the snow-covered yard straight to our target. Soon we stood before an ordinary security door, the entrance to the police station's equipment storage room. The control over standard weapons at the police station is very strict, and the number of duty guns is extremely limited. They have probably been taken away or exhausted long ago. Lin Yue raised her hand to touch the cold iron door. Most of the items inside are anti-riot equipment. The lock is a common civilian anti-theft lock, which is not difficult to open. Daong picked up the ice axe he carried with him. "I'll do it." He stood firm and swung the axe, accurately striking the lock. The heavy security door quickly loosened under repeated strikes, and after several crisp sounds a gap was smashed open. I stepped forward and pushed the iron door. A wave of cold mildew mixed with dust rushed towards me. The equipment room, about 15 square meters in size, was immediately visible. The space was not large, and various police equipment was haphazardly piled on the shelves, and the floor scattered all over, covered in thick dust, indicating it had been abandoned for a long time. Lin Yue was the first to enter, walking straight to the dedicated shelf for firearms and ammunition, carefully inspecting the empty gun slots. All the standard handguns are gone. She shook her head slightly, her fingertips brushing over the corner of the shelf. Then her eyes brightened as she picked up 2 small ammunition boxes. "But I found some stock." She turned and handed them to us. "A total of 20 rounds of handgun bullets, perfectly matching the gun in your hand." I took the ammunition boxes and stored them away. This was extremely precious hard currency in a world where resources were scarce. The 3 of us then quickly split up to assess and gather usable supplies. The gear on the shelves was relatively intact, as the extreme cold had isolated it from moisture and corrosion, and most of the equipment was undamaged. We selected 2 reinforced anti-riot shields, made of hard material capable of defending against impacts and cold weapon attacks, making them excellent protective gear for exploration. We also organized 5 sets of intact stab-resistant clothing made from thick and durable fabric suitable for various outdoor danger scenarios, along with 7 or 8 police batons, which were lightweight and easy to carry, making them extremely practical for close-range defense. There were no unnecessary items, only the most practical protective and melee equipment. We moved swiftly, packing all the collected supplies into the trunk of the off-road vehicle, arranging and securing them neatly. After confirming there were no overlooked useful supplies in the equipment room, we exited the room, casually taking the iron door with us. Back in the vehicle, I started the engine of the off-road vehicle again. "We didn't find much, but it's all essential," Daong said, rubbing the baton in his hand, his tone lightening a bit. "It's a good start." Lin Yue gazed towards the white expanse of the urban area, her expression calm. "The real supplies are in the main urban area ahead." I stepped on the gas, and the off-road vehicle slowly started again, breaking through the heavy snowstorm and continuing deeper into the frozen city. The wind and snow wrapped around the vehicle, and the city in sight was completely covered in white snow. The streets, shops, and roads were all frozen. The entire main urban area was eerily silent, with no signs of life. After driving steadily for over 20 minutes, an old gas station appeared on the roadside. "Let's stop here and see if there's any gasoline." I pulled the vehicle over to a stop. The 3 of us got out and quickly searched, but the outdoor area and gas pumps had already been cleaned out, not even a drop of leftover oil. Finally, we found a locked storage room in a corner. Daong kicked open the loose door lock, and inside it was dry and sheltered from the wind, with 2 sealed barrels of gasoline standing in the corner. "About 200 liters, just enough to use," Daong said as he weighed the oil barrel. The 3 of us worked together to load the barrels onto the vehicle and secure them before setting off again, heading straight for the largest shopping mall in the city center. The entire journey was desolate, with not a single vehicle or person in sight on the main thoroughfare of the city. Daong looked out at the barren snow scene and sighed. "Looking back, people before the disaster were really too fragile." "It's not fragility, it's dependency," I said, gripping the steering wheel and looking ahead. "From childhood to adulthood, whenever there is a water or power outage, or in times of disaster, there is always rescue and supplies available. Everyone has gotten used to waiting for others to solve the problems, and no one is willing to learn even a bit of survival skills." Lin Yue leaned against the passenger seat, speaking lightly. "A comfortable environment can dull a person's instincts. When the apocalypse comes with no rescue, no supplies, and no help, the vast majority of people will be completely helpless, with no choice but to stay at home and freeze or starve to death." Daong was silent for 2 seconds, nodding in agreement. Indeed, after living in peace for so long, no one can imagine the world turning into this. As he spoke, the outline of a giant mall appeared at the end of the snowstorm. I parked the off-road vehicle in a wind-sheltered area at the mall's entrance, turned off the engine, and got out. The three of us gathered our equipment and entered the mall. The glass doors had long since shattered, and the lobby was in disarray with shelves toppled and products scattered everywhere. The floor was covered in traces of trampling and dragging, clearly having undergone a large-scale looting during the early days of the disaster. We searched through the shop's warehouses and storage rooms on the 1st to 4th floors, but all usable supplies had been completely cleared out with not even a drop of drinking water or compressed food left. The upper floors are empty. Let's check the underground parking lot, I suggested. Several of us took flashlights and walked down the fire escape. The first and second basement levels were still completely empty, with only abandoned vehicles and piles of snow and garbage. It wasn't until we reached the third basement level that we could clearly feel the temperature rising. Compared to the outside cold of -70 degrees, the constant temperature effect of the underground sealed soil was significant. Here the temperature stabilized around -5 degrees. Although it was still cold, it was enough for people to hide and survive for extended periods. I raised my hand to stop the two. Don't move forward as something's off. Daeong immediately tensed up. What's wrong? There are fresh footprints on the ground, and there are signs of someone clearing snow in the corner. I whispered. Someone must be living here, so stay alert. Lin Yue drew her bow, knocking an arrow, and scanned the surroundings with a vigilant expression. Yes, everyone be careful. We slowed our pace, moving cautiously beside the parking pillars. Just as we turned a corner, a beam of flashlight lit up and 5 figures suddenly sprang out from behind 2 SUVs. All 5 were bundled in heavy cotton clothing and wore windproof hoods hiding their faces and gender completely. Each person gripped a sharp watermelon knife, quickly spreading out to surround us. The air instantly thickened, filled with the pressure of confrontation. Daeong raised the ice axe in front of him, while Lin Yue's bow was precisely aimed at the foremost enemy. My right hand quietly slipped into my pocket, tightly gripping the handle of my pistol. After a few seconds of standoff, the man leading the group opposite us spoke, first his tone filled with strong caution. Who are you? What are you doing here? I raised my hand to signal my companions to relax, speaking as calmly as possible. Don't be nervous. We mean no harm. We're just searching for supplies in the city and happened to pass through here. Yet I could clearly sense that the hostility in their eyes remained undiminished. The 5 men held their blades taut, their gazes brimming with ferocity and suspicion. In this post-apocalyptic encounter, strangers were synonymous with threats, a primal instinct ingrained in everyone. I decided to waste no more time. Rather than remain locked in a passive standoff, it was better to seize the initiative. I abruptly raised my hand, drawing the pistol from my waist. The dark, hollow muzzle aimed directly at the 5 men before me. They flinched, visibly stunned, instinctively retreating half a step as disbelief flooded their eyes. They had likely never expected our 3-person squad to possess firearms. Drop the knives, I said, my voice icy and brooking no negotiation. The 5 exchanged glances, hesitation etched on their faces as no one moved. The leader let out a cold snort. Don't try to bluff us with a toy gun. We've seen plenty of fakes like that. The other 4 still gripped their cleavers, tightly glaring at us without any sign of backing down. Seeing this, I said no more. With a slight adjustment of my wrist, I aimed at the empty parking area beside us and pulled the trigger. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted in the enclosed underground floor. The gunshot reverberated through the entire parking lot, its echoes layering upon each other, causing eardrums to ring. Fine dust was kicked up by the muzzle's shockwave, and an overwhelming sense of intimidation instantly enveloped the scene. I raised the gun again, its muzzle steadily locking onto the 5 men. Those who had been arrogantly confronting us now panicked completely. Their faces turned deathly pale, and the hands clutching the cleavers began to tremble violently. The leader immediately relented, frantically waving his hands. Don't shoot. Well, drop them. Let's talk this out, please don't fire. As his words fell, the 5 men hurriedly let go, and one by one the cleavers clattered onto the cold concrete floor, emitting sharp, crisp sounds. Now we can talk properly, I said. The leader's Adam's apple bobbed as he nodded repeatedly, his tone becoming submissive. Brother, we were wrong. We're just hiding here for refuge. We meant no harm. Tell me about your situation, I began. How many of you are there, and why are you hiding here? The man took a deep breath and gave his name. Li Bo. There are 15 of us in total. All neighbors from the adjacent Binjiang residential area. 5 households, 5 men, 5 women, and 5 children. Daeong frowned. How did you end up here? At this mention, Li Bo's face darkened instantly, his voice laced with suppressed anger and helplessness. We couldn't stay in the neighborhood anymore. A gang of thugs had taken over our underground parking lot. Their leader is called Zhang Ku, with over 20 men under him, all former street thugs. They occupied the best spots and monopolized all the supplies scavenged from the area. At first, we didn't confront them, just hoping to survive in peace. But they grew increasingly outrageous. Not only did they plunder all the supplies, but they also bullied anyone at will. The women left in the neighborhood were constantly harassed, and humiliated. Anyone who resisted was killed. Lin Yue's expression turned cold. So you escaped? We had no choice, Li Bo said with a bitter smile, his voice low. Our families are just ordinary folks. We couldn't fight them. If we stayed any longer, the children and women would be in danger. Taking advantage of a lull in the blizzard a few days ago, we packed a few things overnight, and hiding along the way ended up here in this mall's underground. After grasping the situation, I continued, how do you survive here? How do you get food? We just scavenge whatever leftover scraps we can find upstairs in the mall, Li Bo answered honestly. The upper floors have been picked clean long ago. All that's left are a few forgotten crushed biscuits and expired dried fruits. Rationed carefully, they can barely last us 3 or 4 days. We were planning to venture out today to try our luck for more supplies, but we ran into you right at the entrance. We were so on edge that we instinctively drew our knives. We really didn't mean to start trouble. I gave a slight nod. Take us to where you're staying. Li Bo dared not refuse. He quickly nodded, bent down to pick up the knives from the ground, and casually set them aside, then led us deeper into the garage. Passing between 2 rows of abandoned vehicles, at the innermost corner against the wall lay their makeshift shelter. The location was cleverly chosen, nestled against the garage's solid wall for wind protection and insulation. The other 2 sides were fenced off with scavenged red bricks and scrap, wooden boards wrapped in thick plastic sheeting, forming a crude enclosed space about the size of 2 parking spots. As the beam of our flashlight swept across, the cramped space was packed to the brim. 5 women huddled inside, clutching children. The earlier gunshot had clearly terrified them. Their faces were pale, as they tightly held the kids in their arms, their bodies still trembling slightly. Seeing Li Bo and his men return unharmed, without any conflict, their tense bodies gradually relaxed and the fear in their eyes receded considerably. The children were all young, too frightened to make a sound. They simply stared timidly at the weapons in our hands. Li Bo stepped into the shelter, whispered a few words of reassurance to the group, then turned to us. After a moment of hesitation, he dragged out a worn cloth bag from the corner, opened it, and pushed it before us. Inside was only a small half bag of crushed biscuits and a few shriveled sausages. Their entire remaining food supply. Brother, this is all we have to eat. Li Bo said, his tone humble. We'll give you all of this. Please don't make things hard for us. Just let us hide here peacefully for a few days. I looked at the meager offering, my heart unmoved. No need. We're not here to take your things. At these words, everyone present was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. In the apocalypse, encounters meant looting, killing, and seizing. It was the norm. No one would trust a stranger's goodwill. Seeing their lingering wariness, Lin Yue reached into her inner pocket and pulled out a well-preserved police ID, holding it out before them. The ID's cover was clean, with the photo badge number and official stamp clearly visible. We're just a survivor team out searching for supplies. We're not bad people. We won't take your things or harm you. At the sight of the genuine police ID, Li Bo and his men finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fear on their faces faded, replaced by a sense of solid reassurance after surviving a crisis. The tense atmosphere completely dissolved. The women dared to look up and examine us, their eyes no longer filled with vigilance. I surveyed the crude shelter. There was no power supply. It was pitch black, relying solely on flashlights for temporary illumination. You have no electricity here. How do you charge things like flashlights? At this, Li Bo retrieved an old hand crank generator from the corner. Its body was covered in scratches, a testament to long and repeated use. All thanks to this. Before the apocalypse, we had an emergency generator at home. A minute of cranking barely gives enough power for a flashlight to last a few minutes. I couldn't bear to use it much. Most of the time we stayed in the dark, only turning on the light when searching for things or finding our way. I turned to Li Bo and asked, are there any other survivors out there? Li Bo shrank his neck, his voice low. Yes, the underground garages of several nearby neighborhoods are inhabited. No one knows the exact number. We dare not go out. How do you know? Where did you get the news? From Zhangku and his group, Li Bo replied. They have better conditions. Full cold weather gear and 2 snowmobiles. They aren't afraid of the cold or slippery roads and often go out to scavenge supplies. They've seen more than us. I continued, how many people are in your neighborhood now? Including Zhang Ke's core group of over 20, there are about 50 or so left. Li Bo paused, then added, mostly young women. There aren't many young men left. I hummed in acknowledgement, waiting for him to continue. When he brought this up, Li Ba's face was full of grievance. Zhang Ku and his group have hoarded a lot of supplies, rice flour oil, stockpiled in several compartments. The most outrageous thing is they're even raising a batch of chickens and ducks. My heart jolted. In the apocalyptic extreme cold live poultry meant a continuous supply of meat and eggs, the ultimate strategic resource. A glint lit up in my eyes, but I quickly suppressed it, my face betraying nothing. But they're clutching those supplies tightly, not sharing a bit. Li Ba's tone grew more resentful. Their own people eat their fill every meal. The rest of us can only pick at their leftovers, starving one moment and barely fed the next. Several children are too weak to even cry. He then turned to Lin Yue, a hint of pleading in his eyes. Officer Chun, you're a policewoman. In the past you handled those who committed evil and oppressed others. Zhang Ku and his lot have monopolized all the supplies and bullied so many of our fellow townspeople. Can you think of a way to bring them to justice? Lin Yue's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. The sense of professional responsibility ingrained in her bones stirred a surge of righteous indignation. But as she looked at the dilapidated, dim, underground space, she quickly calmed down. There was no police station, no police force, no legal constraints, and communication was completely cut off. In the apocalypse, all order and rules had long been rendered obsolete. She let out a soft sigh, her tone carrying a helpless, perfunctory note. I understand. They'll try to contact my superiors after I get back and report the situation here. I could tell that Lin Yue's words were just empty comfort. I seized the opportunity and asked the most crucial question. Does Zhang Ke's group have any weapons? Li Bo was taken aback for a moment but quickly replied, yes, 3 pistols. They're all held by the core members, so no one dares to mess with them. I nodded, having a rough idea of their strength. How long can the remaining food last you? I asked. Not many days, Li Bo said with a bitter smile. If we can't find more food, the elderly and children won't make it. Looking at their gaunt, sallow faces, I spoke slowly. I have some food in my car. I can share a portion with you. At these words, everyone present was stunned. Li Ba's eyes widened in disbelief. WH. What? You're giving us food. Not just him. Several other survivors sitting nearby lifted their heads, their eyes filled with shock. In this long apocalypse, everyone was struggling to survive. Hoarding supplies and hiding them was the norm. No one was willing to share anything extra. The idea of someone voluntarily offering food was beyond their imagination. Follow me, I said without further explanation. Leading the group out of the underground garage, I opened the trunk of my car and directly hauled out 2 boxes of instant noodles and a box of compressed biscuits. The heavy cardboard boxes laid out before them left the group utterly dumbfounded. They cautiously reached out to touch them, and upon confirming the contents were intact food, their faces instantly lit up with overwhelming joy. They trembled with excitement. It really is food. Thank you so much. You're our savior. The crowd gathered around the supplies, repeatedly expressing their gratitude, their emotions running high. They bent down as if about to kneel and kowtow. I immediately stepped forward to stop them. No need for that. Looking at them, I spoke in a calm, straightforward tone. I do have some supplies left. I'm helping you this time purely out of pity for the children. I can't bear to see them starve. But let me be clear, my reserves are limited too. I can't support you unconditionally forever. Li Bo quickly nodded. We understand. We understand. In the apocalypse, even a single meal is a life-saving grace. I continued. For now, just stay here and try to survive. After some time, I might come back to ask for your help with something. Without a moment's hesitation, they immediately responded. You've saved all our lives. Don't mention helping. From now on, whatever you need, just command us. As long as we can get something to eat, we'll do anything. I noted this, gave my name, exchanged a few brief words, then turned and left with Lin Yue and De Yong. After we had walked far enough that the people in the garage could no longer hear us, De Yong was the first to speak. Bro, were you planning to? I said bluntly. Zhang Ke's group is hoarding a large amount of supplies, including live poultry. They're already oppressing the survivors. They're no good. They have chickens and ducks. In this apocalypse, I don't need to tell you what that means. Lin Yue with a calm expression chimed in. I understand what you're getting at. Live poultry can continuously produce eggs and meat, making them more valuable than stockpiled dry rations. They're the key to long-term survival. Exactly, I continued. They have over 20 people and 3 guns. A direct confrontation is too risky. However, the remaining 30 or so are mostly low-level survivors who have long been oppressed by Zhang Ke, full of resentment. They can be won over to our side. De Yong frowned, his tone grave. That's true, but the gap is still huge. They have over 20 people and 3 pistols. We're just 3 people with 1 gun. If it comes to a direct clash, it's like an egg smashing against a rock. Lin Yue nodded in agreement, her face full of worry. Exactly. The enemy outnumbers us and has firepower superiority. Our current strength is far from sufficient. Even if those survivors help, they're unarmed. In a real fight, they won't be of much use. The two exchanged glances, both looking troubled, clearly feeling that this matter was impossible to tackle. Seeing their tense expressions, the corners of my mouth curled up slightly into a smile. Don't worry, I have my ways. With that, I offered no further explanation, pulled open the car door, got in, and started the engine. Amidst the howling wind, the car slowly turned around and sped off towards the city's People's Armed Forces Department. The off-road vehicle plowed through the thick snow, coming to a steady halt outside the wall of the city center's People's Armed Forces Department that faced the street. After the apocalyptic freeze, the entire street lay in dead silence, with all surrounding buildings blanketed in snow. Gazing into the distance, everything was a vast expanse of white, with not a single soul in sight. The cabin was quiet save for the low hum of the engine. Daong looked out at the unfamiliar compound and spoke first, his tone laced with doubt. Brother, what are we doing here? The People's Armed Forces Department. I know this place. Normally no one ever comes here. It's just a cushy department for people to coast into retirement. What supplies could it possibly have? Lin Yue, sitting nearby, also glanced sideways, her eyes full of confusion. Right, we've scoured every supermarket and warehouse in the city, and I've never heard of anything worth taking from this department. It's probably been cleaned out long ago. Gripping the steering wheel, I fixed my gaze on the dilapidated gate ahead and said with certainty, you'll know soon enough. I used to take part in militia training here and often came to train and organize supplies. Outsiders don't get it. They all think the Armed Forces Department is a slack, worthless place and can't be bothered to search it. But in truth, the good stuff hidden here far exceeds your imagination. As I spoke, I looked up at the compound gate. The iron gate was already twisted and deformed, with several railings snapped off and rust covering the edges. It had clearly been violently broken into, with most of the gate slumped in the snow, unable to block any path. I didn't get out of the car. Instead, I shifted gears and stepped on the gas, the snowplow at the front of the vehicle ramming hard into the broken gate. With a dull, heavy crash, snow and fragments of scrap metal scattered everywhere, I steadied the wheel and shoved the entire broken door aside. The off-roader followed the cleared path straight into the courtyard of the People's Armed Forces Department. The yard was empty, the snow deeper than on the road, making the whole compound desolate and bleak. I parked the car steadily at the base of the main building, turned off the engine, and pulled out the keys. Get out! I pushed open the door and jumped down. Daong and Lin Yue immediately followed. The entrance to the main building was piled high with thick snow completely covering the steps and the ground in front of the door. Without a word, I bent down, grabbed a shovel from the back of the car, and quickly cleared the snow from the doorway, revealing the clean ground and glass doors. Setting the shovel aside, I picked up a fire axe. With a single swing, the tempered glass shattered, fragments mixing with the snow and scattering across the floor. I reached out, pulled away the remaining glass shards, and stepped sideways into the building. Daong and Lin Yue exchanged a glance, and immediately followed my lead, asking no questions, moving in perfect sync. I knew this building like the back of my hand. I could find my way even with my eyes closed. We crossed the empty lobby, turned down 2 corridors, and walked straight to the door of the equipment vault at the very end. The vault door before us was nothing like an ordinary room door. It was made of thick alloy plates with a sturdy lock mechanism that rivaled a bank vault. Such a door could never be broken down by brute force or battering. I stepped forward, feeling a wave of relief at the sight. The once tightly sealed vault door was now slightly ajar, leaving a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. It must have been someone from inside who came here in the early days of the apocalypse, took some equipment, and forgot to close the door. I had come with the faint hope of striking it lucky, and it seemed my gamble had paid off. Let's go in. I pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside first. A faint smell of rust mixed with gun oil wafted toward us. The vast equipment vault was in complete disarray, with debris piled on the floor and various military gear scattered haphazardly everywhere. Stacked in the corners were boxes of ammunition of various sizes. Along the walls stood rows of riot shields, riot helmets, and neatly arranged police batons. It was obvious that someone had already ransacked the place. Many complete sets of equipment were missing. But the People's Armed Forces Department had always stocked a massive base of supplies, and with so few people knowing about this hidden stronghold, the remaining stock was still considerable. Rows of old-fashioned rifles sat quietly against the wall, their wooden stocks heavy and sturdy. These were Type 56 assault rifles retired from the regular army, along with a few longer-barreled, more robust Type 56 squad light machine guns. Scattered in the corners were also several black Type 54 pistols. Daong stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide, unable to speak for a long time, his face a picture of disbelief. He had followed me to scavenge countless supply points, but this was the first time he had seen a whole room full of military firearms. Lin Yue was also completely stunned. As a police officer, she had always handled standard-issue Type 92 pistols and modern riot gear in her daily training and duties, never coming into contact with these older military weapons. Seeing these aged firearms before her, she couldn't tell good from bad, only felt overwhelmed by their sheer number and powerful impact. After several seconds of shock, Daong finally swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Brother, so many guns. Are they all usable?" "Most of them are," I said, casually picking up a Type 56 assault rifle. My fingers brushed over the wooden stock as I expertly worked the bolt to check the chamber. "They're old, sure, based on the AK design, but they're tough and reliable. They don't care about the environment, they'll fire just fine in sub-zero temperatures, and their stopping power is no less than modern firearms." I turned to look at the two still standing there in a daze and urged them, "Don't just stand there. Pick what you like and start loading it into the car." Thanks to my past experience training here and helping organize and clean the weapons, I knew exactly where everything was stored and the condition of every gun, so I didn't need to check each one individually. I quickly sorted through the vault, prioritizing the weapons in the best condition with the least wear. After a thorough selection, I set aside 20 fully intact Type 56 assault rifles lined up neatly against the wall. Then I picked out 10 functional Type 56 light machine guns and counted out 20 Type 54 pistols. For ammunition, I specifically chose 10 intact boxes of standard-issue bullets. Finally, I found a sealed barrel of gun oil in a storage corner, just enough for the long-term maintenance of this batch of weapons. "That's it. Carry it all out and load it up." Daong snapped back to reality, stepped forward, and picked up 2 rifles, his hands trembling with excitement. "We've hit the jackpot. With this gear, our safety in this apocalypse just multiplied several times." Lin Yue also came to help, carefully picking up pistols and ammunition boxes, her tone full of emotion. "I never would have thought that this unremarkable department would hide so many good things." The three of us worked together, moving back and forth quickly. Guns, ammunition, and equipment were loaded onto the vehicle one by one and securely fastened, wasting no time at all. After more than half an hour, all the selected supplies were loaded and the off-roader was packed to the brim. I returned to the equipment vault and looked at the remaining piles of gear, still inside, feeling no greed. There were still a considerable number of firearms, ammunition, and anti-riot equipment left, but we couldn't take them all. Leaving them here would only become a liability. I stepped forward, exerting force with both hands to push the heavy alloy vault door, gradually closing and locking the half-open door completely. The moment I sealed it shut, a profound sense of relief settled in my heart. By sealing this place, we could prevent other survivors from finding this cache and intercepting these military resources, thereby safeguarding the security of this area. Having done all this, I turned and strode quickly down the corridor. "Let's go. We're leaving." The three of us hurried out of the People's Armed Forces Department building and got back into the car. I didn't head back immediately. Instead, I drove slowly along the nearby streets, searching, and soon found several delivery stations whose storefronts were sealed by heavy snow. I parked the car and stepped out directly. De Jong followed, eyeing the closed shops with confusion. "Bro, these delivery stations have been empty for ages. What could we possibly find here?" I didn't reply. I kicked open the frozen loose door and headed straight for the corner of the shop. Every store had a stockpile of brand new insulated delivery pads and rolls of thick waterproof plastic sheeting. Supplies stored before the apocalypse, overlooked by everyone as insignificant odds and ends. De Jong, Lin Yue, and I divided the work, packing up every insulated pad and plastic sheet we could find, carrying them to the car load by load. De Jong, clutching a stack of pads, couldn't help asking, "Bro, what are we grabbing all this for?" "Can't eat it, can't use it. Just takes up space." "Don't ask," I said, casually tossing a roll of plastic sheeting into the trunk. "You'll see when we get back. It'll be crucial tomorrow." After our scavenging spree, the off-road vehicle was completely packed, the trunk and back seats crammed full. De Jong patted the roof. "Good thing this car has enough space. Any regular SUV wouldn't have been able to haul all this." "That's enough. Let's head back." I started the engine, retraced our route, and drove smoothly into the supermarket beneath our building. After parking, we lowered the heavy roll-up door and secured it from the inside with a steel pipe, completely sealing the entrance to prevent any accidents. Then the three of us took turns moving the supplies, crossing the snow-covered yard and transporting them bit by bit into the basement. The moment we pushed open the basement door, a wave of warm air greeted us. Su Wanqing, Lu Yundeng, Xiaoqi, Xiao Min, and Lin Siki were each busy with their own tasks. The moment they saw the rows of rifles, machine guns, and cases of ammunition in our hands, everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered around. Xiao Min's eyes widened, her voice full of astonishment. "Where did you go? Did you rob an armory?" The others, equally incredulous, stared at the pile of weaponry, unable to look away. I set down the Type 56 rifle I was carrying and smiled. Pretty much, the equipment depot at the People's Armed Forces Department. We hit the jackpot. There's too much to carry in one trip. I addressed the group. You all sort this batch of guns and ammo into the supply area first. We'll go back for the rest. The girls immediately stepped forward to help, carefully moving the ammunition and lighter equipment. Lin Yue and I made several trips back and forth to the supermarket, hauling all the plastic sheeting, insulated pads, and gasoline into the basement. After all the supplies were moved, the three of us were utterly exhausted. We shed our frost-covered cold weather gear and heavy coats, collapsing onto the sofa, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Su Wanqing and Xiaomin quickly brought over cups of hot water. Su Wanqing sat down and asked, "How were things in the city today? Was it safe?" The others quieted down, leaning in to listen. I took a sip of hot water and briefly recounted our search for supplies, our discovery of the armory at the People's Armed Forces Department, and the encounter with survivors, also mentioning that many buildings in the city showed signs of having been scavenged. Everyone sighed with mixed emotions, then fell silent, resting. In the evening, we all prepared dinner together, ate simply, and cleaned up. I looked at everyone and said, "Get some rest early tonight. We have a big project starting tomorrow." Deng Xiaoqi immediately asked with curiosity, "What project? Give us a hint." The others also turned to me, their eyes full of curiosity. I shook my head. "It's a secret for now. You'll find out tomorrow. The insulated pads and plastic sheeting we brought back today are specifically for tomorrow, indispensable." Seeing that I wouldn't elaborate, everyone dropped the subject. After a long, exhausting day, we were all physically and mentally drained. We washed up quickly and went to rest. I leaned against the headboard, thinking about tomorrow's renovation plan, and soon drifted into a deep sleep. I slept straight through until noon the next day. After a full night's rest, all traces of fatigue had vanished. I got up, washed up, had a simple lunch, and gathered everyone in the recreation area. De Jong couldn't wait. "Bro, can you tell us now? What's this big project?" I looked at everyone and said directly, "We're building a snow house. We're going to renovate the entire first floor." The statement left everyone baffled. Lu Yun asked, puzzled, "Build a snow house? Isn't the basement fine? Why renovate the first floor?" "The basement is functional, but it's too confined," I explained. "I plan to use snow to make bricks and completely seal the exterior walls of the first floor. Snow has excellent insulating properties. After sealing the outer walls, we'll line the interior with waterproof plastic sheeting, then nail up the insulated pads we brought back. Once we're done, the first floor's airtightness and insulation will be vastly improved, and the indoor temperature will easily reach livable standards." De Jong still didn't quite get it. "Even if the first floor gets warm, what are we going to use it for? We can't live there." Before I could answer, Chen Yue's eyes lit up and she spoke first. "I get it." Everyone turned to look at her. Chen Yue met my gaze, her tone confident. "You're planning to raise chickens and ducks on the first floor. Start a farm, right?" I was a bit surprised and gently patted her on the head. "Not bad. You're a cop after all. Quick on the uptake." The moment my hand touched her head, her body stiffened slightly, and the tips of her ears turned a deep red. She lowered her eyes and said nothing. My mind was entirely on the renovation plan, so I didn't notice her subtle change in mood. I continued assigning tasks for the upcoming work. "We only have 6 cold weather suits in the house. Not enough for everyone," I said, scanning the group. "Wanqing and Xiaomin, you two stay in the basement." Xiaomin quickly asked, "What should we do down here?" "There's a lot of work today and it's physically demanding," I replied. "You two handle the logistics. We're going to splurge tonight. Hot pot for dinner. Take out all the best ingredients from the food storage. Prepare the broth and get everything ready ahead of time." The two nodded immediately. "Got it. Leave it to us." I turned to look at the remaining 5: De Jong, Chen Yue, Lu Yun, Deng Xiaoqi, and Lin Siki. Including myself, that made 6 of us. The 6 of us will put on cold weather gear and head out to work. De Jong immediately stood up, full of vigor. "There's thick snow outside, perfect for making snow bricks. What's the first step?" "First step, clear all the snow from around the first floor of the house." I stood up and addressed everyone. "Gather all the thick snow near the walls and perimeter, and stack it into neat piles ready for cutting into bricks to seal the walls." Having said that, I led the way to the tool area. Everyone grabbed tools, shovels and snow pushers, all of them. "Let's get to work." The others rose and followed me to pick their preferred tools. The tools in the area had been pre-treated against frost with handles wrapped in non-slip insulating tape to prevent freezing. De Jong grabbed 2 large snow pushers and handed one back to me. Chen Yue, being meticulous, chose a narrow-headed shovel, ideal for clearing residual snow from corners and crevices. Lu Yun, Deng Xiaoqi, and Lin Siki each took a flathead shovel balanced in weight and convenient for both shoveling and stacking snow. The 6 of us donned full cold weather suits, goggles, and anti-slip boots, then pushed open the sealed door of the shelter. A biting wind instantly rushed in. Outside, the temperature remained at an extreme -70 degrees. The air was so cold it stung the lungs with each breath. The view was a vast expanse of white, and the entire self-built house was completely encased in thick snow. We started by tidying up the yard. Previously, the yard had been cluttered with idle wooden planks, discarded pipes, and bundled waste. Snow covered them, taking up space and mixing into the snow piles which would affect later brickmaking. No one wasted words. They got straight to work. De Jong, with the most strength, bent down to hoist a large waste plank and carried it to a corner of the yard, stacking it neatly. We divided the tasks. Small items were gathered and bagged, discarded pipes were sorted and stacked. In just over 30 minutes, all obstacles in the yard were cleared, leaving an open and flat working area. After clearing the debris, we officially began removing the snow. I led everyone in, working by sections, using snow pushers for large areas and shovels to refine the edges. The snow in the center of the yard was the deepest, reaching well past the calves, and it was hard-packed, not soft and fresh. At low temperatures, the compacted snow was extremely dense, making it especially laborious to push. Each push required steadying one's center of gravity and using core strength to move the thick layers. De Jong pushed his snow pusher, his breath instantly forming a layer of frost on his goggles. He quickly wiped it with his hand and panted. "This snow is too solid, like frozen cement. Much harder to handle than when it first started snowing." "That's normal," I replied while pushing snow. With continuous extreme cold, the surface snow repeatedly freezes and thaws, becoming dense. That makes for sturdy snow bricks. Take it slow, don't exert yourself too hard. The cold weather gear has poor breathability. If you sweat and then get hit by the wind, you risk frostbite. Everyone worked steadily, first clearing the open areas in the yard, then moving along the walls of the house and the foundation of the courtyard walls. The residual snow in corners and foundation crevices was the hardest to deal with. Large snow pushers were useless there, so we had to rely on shovels to scrape and dig out every bit of snow hidden in the gaps to prevent the walls from cracking later. We rotated tools and took turns resting, with no one slacking off. The cold wind kept rustling against the surface of our cold weather suits. All 6 of us focused entirely on the task, not wasting energy on idle chatter. After a full half-day of work, as the sun began to dip westward and the light gradually dimmed, we finally finished clearing all the snow from around the first floor of the house and the entire yard. All the scattered snow had been stacked into 4 neat square piles against the inner walls of the yard. The surfaces were tamped down flat and firm, free of debris and gaps, perfectly meeting the standards for cutting snow bricks. "The snow is cleared. Next we make ice bricks," I said, brushing the snow off my hands and looking at everyone. "Let's rest for 5 minutes to recover our strength. This step will take more time." 5 minutes later, everyone was in position and we began making ice bricks. In the extreme cold, naturally piled snow bricks lack sufficient hardness and are poor at blocking wind and cold. To seal the gaps in the house's outer walls and reinforce the fence, we needed to make high-density solid ice bricks. The method was simple but physically demanding. We had prepared several detachable rectangular wooden molds, all of uniform size. The first step was to fill the molds with the compacted snow, filling them only 7/10 full to avoid loose surface layers and gaps. Deng Xiaoqi crouched by the snow pile and pressed the snow in the mold. "Is it better to press it as tight as possible?" "Yes, leave no air pockets," I demonstrated with my actions. "Fill and compact layer by layer. Press each layer firmly so the frozen bricks are uniform and won't crack or separate." Everyone followed suit, filling each layer and then repeatedly pounding and pressing it with a solid wooden tamper to completely expel the air from the snow. After repeatedly compacting and filling the mold, we smoothed the surface, then scooped up clean fine snow from the top layer and sprinkled a thin coat over it. Next, we took a pre-prepared pitcher of cold water and evenly sprinkled water over the mold's surface. In the -70 degree cold, the water instantly penetrated the compacted snow and froze rapidly, quickly forming a thin ice shell on the surface. Without waiting long, after just 2 minutes, we opened the wooden mold and a neat, dense, solid ice brick was formed. These low-temperature pressed ice bricks were dense inside with no gaps, moderate in hardness. Not brittle like pure ice nor loose like ordinary snow bricks. They were perfect for blocking wind, insulating against cold, and withstanding pressure, the most practical building material in the doomsday cold. The 6 of us worked on an assembly line. 2 were responsible for filling and compacting the snow, 2 for sprinkling water and freezing the layer, and 2 for unmolding and stacking the bricks. The entire process was repetitive and mechanical, monotonous and exhausting. Our arms soon became sore and weak from the constant pressing and pounding, and our legs and lower backs grew stiff. The sky gradually darkened, the white light fading into a heavy gray-black as night was about to fully descend. On the ground, the neatly stacked ice bricks had formed 2 large piles, enough to seal most of one outer wall. But we were still far from completing the entire task. Everyone's pace had noticeably slowed. Each person looked exhausted, their goggles coated with frost collars and cuffs of their cold-weather suits covered in white rime. Sweat had soaked through their inner layers, turning cold when hit by the wind, leaving them tired and stiff all over. De Jong straightened up, pounded his lower back, and let out a long breath. I'm done. My strength is completely gone. If we keep going, we risk hypothermia. I looked up at the sky. Night had fully spread and the outdoor temperature was still dropping. Visibility was getting too low for continued work. I called a halt. Well, leave the remaining work for tomorrow. This has been enough for one day. Everyone is exhausted. No one objected. They gathered their weary bodies, stowed away their tools, brushed the clinging snow and ice from their clothes, and filed back into the underground shelter. The heavy iron door swung shut and shut out the biting wind. The shelter's steady warmth wrapped around us, and the bodies that had been tense all day loosened instantly as fatigue surged through us. We peeled off our bulky cold-weather gear and anti-slip boots, rubbing numb hands and feet as we made our way to the common area. The fireplace glowed with charcoal, orange flames danced and filled the room with gentle heat. Su Wanqing and Xiaomin had everything ready, a folding table laden with pots, a bubbling steaming broth already boiling in the center. With no fresh provisions, the table was covered with jars of preserved food, compressed meat rolls, and dehydrated vegetables. Cans of luncheon meat and beef were opened and sliced. The dehydrated greens, kelp, and mushrooms were soaked in warm water and neatly arranged on plates, while a few bottles of baijiu sat nearby. Finally, you're back. Just in time to stop work and eat, Su Wanqing said with a smile, poking at the coals. You all look so tired. Xiaomin hurriedly handed over a cup. Drink some warm water to warm up, or the hot pot will be ready soon. The 6 of us sat down around the table, and the hearth's warmth slowly melted away the stiffness and chill from our bodies. The boiling water surged as slices of canned meat and rehydrated vegetables were dropped into the pot. The broth's aroma mingled with the hearth's heat, spread through the shelter. No one spoke much. We took up our bowls and ate in peace. The scalding food and the warming liquor washed away the day's aches, cold, and weariness little by little. On that dim, brutal winter night of the apocalypse, this warm underground shelter became our only safe and healing harbor. After a restful night, everyone woke on time around 9 the next morning. A full sleep had banished most of the soreness and fully restored our strength. We washed quickly, donned our full cold-weather gear, checked our tools, and opened the iron door to go back outside. The morning air was still terrifyingly cold, the wind rattled against our suits, and the world lay in silent stillness. Today's task is simple. Finish making the remaining ice bricks. I shouldered a mold and told the others the leftover snow from yesterday should be just enough. Once this batch is done, we can begin laying the wall. Understood. Same division of labor, De Jong said as he cracked his arms and took his place by the snow pile. We resumed the assembly line. 2 tamped and packed snow, 2 sprinkled water to freeze the shape, and 2 demolded and stacked the bricks. After a day of practice, everyone's movements had become much more skilled. Our rhythm quickened and coordination required almost no words. The compacted snow contained countless sealed micro-air pockets, a natural insulating material. With low-temperature water spritzing to freeze them quickly, the formed ice bricks were evenly dense and solid, unlikely to crack or crumble. Though the work was repetitive and dull, no one slacked off. We all understood that the sooner the exterior insulation was finished, the better the house would retain heat and the easier life would become. We worked until midday. The last brick was demolded and stacked neatly. All the needed building materials were finally complete. The yard was filled with tidy stacks of ice, bricks more than enough to encircle the first floor walls. Done. De Jong straightened and exhaled, his breath fogged in the cold as he said, at last it's all finished. My arms hardly feel like mine anymore. Let's return to the shelter to eat and rest for half an hour, then come back out to build the wall, I said. We packed up our tools and went down to the underground refuge. At noon, no one felt like fussing over a meal. We opened a few cans of mixed grains, heated some compressed rations, and wolfed down a quick lunch with warm water. After a brief rest, the 6 of us went out again to begin erecting the ice brick wall. I had already marked the baseline along the base of the self-built house's first floor exterior, leaving a half-meter buffer. Building with ice bricks follows the same principle as masonry: staggered joints filling gaps with packed snow, and a light sprinkle of water to freeze and bind them. In the low temperature, the seams froze within seconds and the wall became a single airtight hole. We paired up 1 pair handed bricks and trimmed corners, 2 pairs stacked and sealed. Make sure each ice brick is pressed firmly. Leave no gaps. I warned as I worked it may look like a light wind now, but at minus dozens of degrees, even a small crack will let in a rush of cold. Then all our insulation is wasted. Lin Yue nodded, and with a small shovel in hand, carefully tamped the snow into the seams. Each person performed their role steadily, and the work proceeded in an orderly fashion. We labored through the entire afternoon without pause. Thanks to our tacit cooperation, we gradually closed the ring of ice bricks around the whole first-floor exterior. By dusk, a thick, neat, and airtight ice wall was complete, firmly wrapping the entire first floor of the house. Looking at the solid wall, Deng Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally finished. This should stop the drafts, right? The first step of exterior insulation is done, and next we'll handle the interior. I set down my tools. We entered the first floor, 3 rooms, in total a living room in the middle, and a bedroom on either side. The walls were ordinary cement, highly porous and quick to shed heat. This next procedure is crucial: double-layer insulation, I instructed. First, staple waterproof plastic to block cold seeping through the walls, then lay insulating mats to lock in the indoor temperature. Split up. 2 take the bedrooms and 2 take the living room, and work simultaneously. Everyone dispersed at once, each grabbing tape measures, staple guns, waterproof plastic sheeting, and thick insulating pads. We first spread each sheet of waterproof plastic flat against the wall, pulling it taut with no wrinkles or slack, and stapled it every 10 centimeters. Wall surfaces, corners, and ceiling junctions were sealed tight to eliminate channels for cold air. With the plastic secured, we began laying the insulating mats. Each mat was fitted tightly to the next with no gaps, and stapled firmly over the plastic covering the walls of all 3 rooms. These insulating mats contained built-in thermal chambers. Together with the inner waterproof sheeting and the outer ice wall, the 3 layers provided maximum resistance to heat transfer, effectively locking in the indoor temperature. After more than 2 hours of meticulous work, the interior insulation for all 3 rooms on the first floor was complete. Sealed tight with every seam and corner attended to. All finished. De Jong clapped his hands and surveyed the rooms. Now it's finally tidy and done properly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After 2 consecutive days of intense labor, clearing snow, making bricks, building exterior walls, and insulating the interior, the entire project was finally complete. We closed the doors and windows on the first floor and returned to the basement to rest. About 10 minutes later, in what had been a consistently stable temperature, everyone gradually sensed a change. Do you feel it's much warmer in here than before? Lin Yue spoke first. I also felt the warmth more intensely, with the faint chill from before gone. I immediately stood up and took the thermometer off the wall. The moment I saw the number, my heart steadied. 18 degrees above zero. Everyone froze for a moment, then smiles broke out on their faces. The basement was only 11 or 12 degrees before, and now it's actually risen. Lin Siki exclaimed in surprise. With the exterior wall insulation done, the whole house's heat loss rate has dropped significantly, so the basement temperature naturally rises with it, I explained. Come on, let's check the temperature on the first floor. I took the thermometer and led everyone upstairs. The doors and windows were tightly sealed with no cold drafts seeping in. I let the thermometer sit for 2 minutes and the number on the screen slowly stabilized. 5 degrees above zero. Compared to the extreme cold of minus 70 degrees outdoors, the first floor had risen from sub-zero temperatures previously uninhabitable directly to 5 degrees above zero. An astonishing improvement. De Jong grinned, completely relaxed. 2 days of hard work finally paid off. Worth it, Su Wanqing said, looking at the thermometer with a smile in her eyes. Now we can stay and move around on the first floor instead of being cramped in the basement. Everyone's mood lightened considerably, chatting and laughing as they returned to the basement. I looked at the people before me, my smile slowly fading, my tone turning serious. Don't get too relaxed just yet. The insulation only solves the problem of freezing. We're still far from truly surviving. Hearing this, everyone fell silent immediately, all eyes on me. This is an extreme cold apocalypse. There's no new supply or material delivery from outside. The food and supplies we have stored may seem plentiful, but we're living off our reserves, and they'll run out eventually. I paused and stated bluntly, to survive long-term, the only way is to achieve a self-sustaining food cycle. Relying on the hydroponic area alone is far from enough. So exploring outside to gather supplies and find usable resources cannot stop. Lin Siki nodded softly. Indeed, just staying in the shelter won't last forever. More than that, I continued, future explorations won't just involve De Jong and me. From now on, everyone must learn to use weapons. Pistols, rifles, all must be mastered. There are no idle hands in this shelter. Oh, everyone must be able to pull their weight. That's the capital of survival. Su Wanqing's expression was serious. Well, follow your arrangements. Well, train as needed and won't hold anyone back. That's right, well, all learn, Lin Yue agreed. In the apocalypse, not knowing how to use a gun is handing your life over to others. The others chimed in without hesitation. Seeing everyone in agreement, I said no more and turned to De Jong. Come on, let's get the firearms from the supply area. The two of us quickly walked to the material storage area, opened the sealed weapon case, and took out several Type 54 pistols and Type 56 assault rifles. After checking their condition, everything was normal. Carrying the weapons back to the rest area, I placed them on the table and looked at everyone. Starting today, we begin full-scale military basic training. Learn the pistol first, then the rifle. Disassembly, maintenance, and shooting. Every skill must be proficient. Just pulling the trigger isn't enough. Everyone put on thick coats and gloves and follow me to the first floor. No one dared to slack off. They immediately got up, put on heavy cold weather clothing and protective gloves, and followed us upstairs in orderly fashion. The first floor was sealed and windless with a stable temperature around 5 degrees. De Jong brought out a movable iron fireplace from the corner, added dry charcoal, and lit a flame. Soon flames flickered in the fireplace and warmth slowly spread through the room. The once chilly first floor gradually became warm, no longer bitingly cold. I pulled a table to the center of the living room, picked up a Type 54 pistol, and opened my palm. First, the basics: disassembly and daily maintenance. This gun has a simple structure and a high tolerance for error. It's the best for beginners. With that, in front of everyone, I smoothly disassembled the pistol, placing the slide barrel recoil spring and firing assembly neatly in order, my movements crisp and without extra steps. Watch the steps carefully: disassembly, assembly, inspection. All three are essential. After every use, it must be thoroughly maintained. In extreme cold, even a bit of dust or ice can cause a fatal jam. I quickly reassembled it, pulled the trigger for a dry fire, and after demonstrating once, placed the gun on the table. Take turns, each of you try it once. Yue, keep an eye on them and correct any mistakes promptly. Yue nodded and stood to the side, her gaze fixed intently on everyone. The first to try was Lin Yue. Wearing thick gloves, her fingers were clumsy. As soon as she gripped the slide, she panicked and used too much force, jamming the parts together. Gently, don't use brute force, Yue quickly reminded. Lin Yue looked flustered, eased up, and slowly felt for the catch. After struggling for a while, she finally managed to disassemble it. But when assembling, she fumbled and installed the recoil spring backward, unable to fit it in no matter how she tried. Lu Yun, watching anxiously from the side, teased softly, "Siki, are you picking a fight with the gun?" This drew low laughter from the group, instantly lightening the tense atmosphere. When it was Deng Xiaoqi's turn, she was bold and quick, disassembling smoothly. But after assembly, an inspection revealed a missing small spring. Several people crowded around the table, searching frantically, only to find it stuck to the fuzz of her glove. A comical scene. Su, watching steady by nature, was slow but meticulous, with clear steps and no mistakes throughout. She was the first to complete the entire disassembly and assembly without any errors. As each person took their turn, there were moments of fumbling. Wrong parts installed, excessive force causing jams, leading to plenty of minor laughs. But thanks to the Type 54's simple design and the real-time guidance and corrections from Yue and me, after 2 or 3 rounds, everyone's movements became smooth and disassembly, assembly, and maintenance were completed without a hitch. After confirming that everyone had mastered the basics of disassembly and maintenance, I looked at De Jong. "Go set up a target in the middle of the yard." "Roger," De Jong replied. He pushed open the first floor door, braved the biting wind to the center of the yard, and quickly erected a sturdy wooden practice target about 15 meters from the first floor window. The ideal distance for beginners. I closed the door, leaving only the bedroom window open to avoid the biting wind. Now for live fire practice. Everyone will take turns shooting. First, feel the recoil. Don't aim for precision, getting used to the feel is what matters most. I turned to Yue. "You'll be the safety officer. Keep watch the whole time. If anyone's form is off or they violate procedure, call a halt immediately." "Got it." Yue immediately moved to the side of the window, her expression serious, as she entered her watchful stance. I took the pistol first to demonstrate the proper shooting stance for everyone. Feet shoulder-width apart, arms slightly bent, body relaxed to absorb the force. In this extreme cold, your body is stiff. Don't lock your arms straight. The recoil is strong. Wrong posture can dislocate your shoulder or bruise your wrist. After the demonstration, I loaded the magazine and fired 3 consecutive shots at the target. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp gunshots cut through the frigid wind. Wood chips flew from the wooden target in the yard, the impacts clustered around the bullseye. Take turns now that you've seen it. 20 rounds each. Take your time. I stepped aside, letting the first person take position. The full team live fire training had officially begun. One by one, they stepped up to try. At first, everyone was tense. Their wrists were stiff, their muzzles either rose too high or their bodies were locked rigid. Every shot missed the target entirely. Yue stood by, meticulously correcting them. Don't brace your arm against it. Let it absorb the force a little. Plant your feet. Shift your center of gravity slightly forward. Don't rush the trigger pull. Squeeze it slowly and evenly. After several adjustments, everyone began to find their rhythm. The muzzles stopped wandering. Though they couldn't hit the bullseye, their shots at least landed within the target area. Soon it was Daeong's turn. He stepped up and took the gun. His stance needed little correction from me. He stood steady and balanced. After firing all 20 rounds, most of his shots were inside the target zone, his accuracy far surpassing the others. I looked at the target and said, "You've got a bit of talent for this." Daeong grinned. "Maybe I'm just naturally sensitive to this kind of thing. Watch it a couple of times and I get the hang of it." Everyone couldn't help but tease him a little. Indeed, compared to the girls' flustered attempts, Daeong caught on incredibly fast. His feel and control over the firearm were an innate advantage. After everyone finished with the pistols, I put away the few Type 54s on the table and laid out the Type 56 assault rifles. You've gotten used to the pistols. Now it's time for the rifles. Everyone's eyes fell on the rifles, their expressions growing a bit more tense. Lin Yue shook her head slightly. "I've never handled these. I know nothing about them. It's not hard. Simpler than the pistol." Right in front of everyone, I directly disassembled the Type 56. The entire gun had very few removable parts. Its construction was extremely basic with no complex components. I explained as I reassembled it. Simple structure, low failure rate. Suitable for combat and emergencies. The only downsides are the stiff recoil and loud noise. In extreme cold, the vibration is even more pronounced. I repeated the disassembly and assembly twice, the steps clear and straightforward. Everyone gathered around the table watching closely. After a few cycles, they all nodded, indicating they understood. "It really is simple. So few parts," Lin Yue said. "But controlling this gun is hard," I warned. Then I instructed, "Everyone tear off some tissue, fold it, and plug your ears. The gunshots are going to be deafening. If you don't block your ears, you'll get tinnitus." Everyone immediately complied, rolling the tissue into balls and stuffing them in their ears. I handed a Type 56 to Lin Yue. "Yue, you go first." Lin Yue walked to the window and shouldered the rifle. Her posture was barely passable, but her body was far too tense. I stepped up behind her, directly pressing close. I raised my hands to adjust her grip on the weapon, my chest almost lightly touching her back. Space was tight by the small window. Our bodies were pressed closely together, and I could clearly feel her tension. I leaned close to her ear and instructed, "Jam the stock tight into your shoulder pocket. Don't leave any gap. This old Type 56 has no recoil buffer. The recoil is particularly brutal. If there's any gap, it'll bruise your shoulder black and blue." Lin Yue's body stiffened slightly, her breath catching for a moment, but she obediently adjusted her posture according to my guidance, jamming the stock firmly against her shoulder. "Steady. Squeeze the trigger. Don't panic." I held her hands to stabilize the muzzle, confirming her form was correct. "You can fire." As the words fell, Lin Yue gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! A thunderous crack erupted. The powerful recoil slammed backward. Even though she had braced herself, she couldn't help but stumble back a step. I was solidly behind her, absorbing all the force. After the first shot, Lin Yue let out a long breath. She turned and rubbed her shoulder, her brow slightly furrowed. "It's so strong. My shoulder hurts already." I smiled and let go of the gun. "That's normal. This old standard-issue rifle has that flaw. The recoil is harsh with no optimized buffer design. You'll get used to it after a few shots. Keep going. Take a few more shots. Find the feeling of letting the force flow through you." For the next few shots, I stayed close behind her, assisting her in steadying the gun and fine-tuning her posture. After a few rounds, Lin Yue was noticeably more composed. She was no longer being thrown off balance by the recoil and was gradually mastering the technique of yielding to the force. After she finished and stepped aside, she said, "It really does get better after a few shots. My shoulder is just still sore." After that, I went in turn, providing close guidance to Su Wanqing, Deng Xiaoqi, Lu Yun, and Lin Yue. Every single one of them, upon firing for the first time, was jarred by the powerful recoil, their shoulders numbed. Afterward, they all couldn't help but rub their shoulders and complain. "This gun's recoil is really strong. It rattles your bones." I patiently adjusted each of their stances, helping them stabilize the gun and find their shooting rhythm. When it was finally Xiaomin's turn, just as I was about to step forward, Daeong, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly jumped in front of me, blocking my way. "Hold on. Don't teach Xiaomin yet." I looked up at him. "What's wrong?" Daeong had a knowing, mischievous grin. He gestured with his chin towards the others. "Let me teach her. This Hansen close contact teaching of yours is clearly an excuse to take advantage. You've pressed yourself against every single one of the girls. This remark immediately erupted into laughter throughout the room. Deng Xiaoqi laughed the hardest. Daong finally said what we were all thinking. I was about to say it. Lin Siki added with a suppressed laugh, it's true. Everyone else teaches from the side, but you just have to stand behind them and press close to teach. Su Wanqing had a faint smile on her lips, as well silently watching me without saying a word. I shook my head helplessly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The rifle's recoil is strong. A beginner can't control it on their first shot. If I don't support them closely, they could fall backward and get hurt. What if there's an accident? Well, I'm fine. I'm not afraid of falling. Daong immediately retorted. Teach me first. Once I learn, I'll guide Xiaoman. The crowd burst into laughter again. I couldn't be bothered to banter with him. Fine, I'll teach you first. I stepped forward, took the rifle, and handed it to Daong. Standing beside him the whole time, I only reached out to adjust the position of his stock and the angle of his grip, giving verbal instructions on firing techniques, recoil control, and how to absorb the kick. I kept my distance throughout, never getting close. Daong followed my guidance and fired a few shots cleanly, each one hitting steadily with perfect form and excellent feel. After finishing, he turned back, staring at me with a defiant expression full of confusion. What's the deal? Why didn't you teach me up close? I glanced at him and said flatly, you're not a woman. Why would I teach you up close? Daong's eyes went wide, his face full of grievance. Damn it, brother Yue, you're such a chauvinist. So our brotherhood means nothing to you? And what if it does? I shrugged. Teaching up close is for correcting subtle posture. You big men are tough-skinned, you can figure it out with a bit of practice. No need. I can't believe this. Daong slapped his thigh, torn between laughter and tears. So I, a rough guy, don't deserve special treatment. Then next time I'll grow my hair long and wear women's clothes. Will you teach me up close then? As soon as he said this, everyone around burst out laughing. The atmosphere was lively. Deng Xiaoqi pushed through the crowd, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She teased with a smile, Daong, don't bother. Brother Yue has always played favorites. Just now, when he was teaching Sister Yue, he was so close, adjusting her posture hand in hand. Sister Yue's face was completely red. She turned to the crowd, raising her voice deliberately. I think Sister Yue has a thing for Brother Yue. He might as well take her in too. The sudden teasing electrified the air. Chan Yue, who had been resting with her rifle in hand, panicked instantly, her cheeks flushing a delicate red. She looked at Deng Xiaoqi and Su Yuqing, her tone laced with playful embarrassment. Don't joke around. You and Sister Wanqing are closest to Brother Yue. Are you willing to share your Brother Yue with me? Deng Xiaoqi didn't hesitate for a second, nodding firmly. Willing? You're my sister, forever my sister. Men are like clothes, sisters are like limbs. Su Yuqing chimed in with a smile. I'll ask you straight. Do you want a husband? If you do, I'll give him to you. The two played off each other, leaving Chen Yue speechless. Chen Yue's ears were burning red. She couldn't say a word, turning her head away, unable to meet anyone's gaze, utterly flustered. I stood nearby, silent throughout, not daring to interject. You can't engage with that kind of joke. The more you explain the messier it gets, the more you talk, the more awkward it becomes. I had to clear my throat and force a change of subject. Enough fooling around. Let's focus on business. Everyone take turns shooting. Fire a few more rounds each and get familiar with the rifle's recoil. In the apocalypse, a gun is a lifeline, you must master it. Seeing me smooth things over, the group stopped their teasing and obediently lined up to take turns firing. The sporadic gunshots echoed through the empty, insulated space on the first floor, deep and heavy. Everyone practiced, earnestly adjusting their postures and controlling their rhythm, repeatedly adapting to the weight and recoil of the rifles. After a round of practice, they gradually stopped and followed me back to the warm underground shelter. As soon as we entered the cozy room, everyone instinctively unbuttoned their coats. On their right shoulders, the rifle stocks had left large red pressure marks. The newcomers, inexperienced and not knowing how to leverage their strength or absorb the recoil, had endured the impact heat-in, leaving especially noticeable marks. Deng Xiaoqi and Lu Yun were the worst off. The skin on their shoulders and necks was scraped raw red and dotted with tiny blood vessels, a jarring sight. Su Wanqing quickly fetched the medicinal wine she had prepared and stored, gently asking the two to sit down. She crouched beside them, carefully dabbing the wounds to disinfect them. The medicinal wine applied to the broken skin carried a piercing coolness. Deng Xiaoqi hissed sharply but didn't move, obediently cooperating. After all the fuss, the sky had fully darkened. The shelter fell quiet as everyone settled down to sleep. The arrangement was the same as always. Everyone slept wrapped in blankets in the common area. I had just lain down when the mattresses on either side of me shifted slightly. Before I could react, two soft figures leaned in. Su Wanqing on the left, Deng Xiaoqi on the right. My heart froze instantly and I felt completely uneasy. Normally, when we slept at night, they would take turns lying beside me, never flanking me on both sides. Today, they had clearly planned it in advance. Before I could think further, they both gently leaned in, each resting their head steadily on one of my arms. A warm, soft sensation spread through my arms. My breath hitched and my whole body stiffened. I didn't dare move a muscle. Though I had shared intimate moments with both of them and physical contact was nothing new, the sleeping position, embraced by both at once, was a first. The narrow bed, the quiet basement, the sound of everyone's steady breathing around us. Trapped between the two girls, I was utterly embarrassed, unable to sleep. I lay rigidly on my back, not daring to stir. Deng Xiaoqi was the first to whisper in my ear, her breath lightly brushing my earlobe. Her voice was extremely low, full of mischief. "Brother Yue, how does it feel to have two beauties sleeping on your arms? Aren't you happy?" Then Su Wanqing turned slightly, her warm breath also grazing my ear, echoing softly, "Tell us, what's it like?" The two of them, one on each side, whispered softly, deliberately teasing. My body was stiff, my heart racing. I could only timidly reply in a small voice, "Happy." As soon as I spoke, Deng Xiaoqi let out a low laugh and leaned in again. "That's it. Nothing else to say." Su Wanqing's fingertips lightly brushed my sleeve, her tone playful. "Brother Yue, why are you so well behaved today?" Under the pincer attack from both girls, their relentless teasing and provocation, I was a young man in the prime of life. How could I withstand such temptation? Unable to bear it any longer, I reached out, grabbed the blanket, and gently covered both of them, completely muffling their playful whispers. After a night of subtle ambiguity, life returned to its normal rhythm. Over the next few days, whenever we had free time, we gathered on the first floor to practice shooting. There was no slacking off, no laziness. Whenever there was a moment to spare, everyone picked up the rifles and practiced aiming, firing, controlling recoil, and absorbing the kick. Through days of relentless repetition, everyone made rapid progress. They had all thoroughly mastered the shooting techniques of the standard issue rifle, able to steady the recoil, and their firing stances grew increasingly precise and sharp. The most surprising were Daong and Lin Yue. They seemed born to handle firearms, their talent and instincts far surpassing ordinary folk. Whether it was long-distance precision aiming or rapid consecutive firing, both maintained an astonishingly stable hit rate. Their bullet holes were tightly clustered, and their accuracy firmly dominated the team's rankings. After a few days of practice, I realized that, in pure shooting accuracy alone, I couldn't even match the newcomers Daong and Lin Yue. Watching their precise and swift shooting movements, I silently marveled. In the face of desperation, human potential always exceeded imagination. With these two natural-born marksmen on guard, our confidence in venturing out and resisting dangers grew immeasurably stronger. After a few days of firearms training, I estimated that Li Ba's food supply was nearly depleted. Time to push forward the next step. That morning, I carried out 2 boxes of compressed biscuits from the supplies area and called Daong and Lin Yue. "Let's go to the city center." "Looking for Li Bo?" Daong asked while putting on his cold weather jacket. "Yeah, time to get to work." The three of us dressed, fully filled the off-road vehicle with fuel, checked the tires and snowplow blade, confirmed everything was in order, and drove out of the supermarket. On the road, "Do you think Li Bo and his crew are reliable?" Daong asked. "Not reliable," I said, "but usable." Lin Yue sat in the back, silent, loading bullets into a magazine. After over 40 minutes of driving, we entered the city center. I turned the car into the underground parking lot entrance of the mall. It was pitch black inside, the headlights illuminated debris, and fallen signs scattered along the passage. We drove all the way to the 3rd basement level, near where Li Bo and his group were hiding. The headlights caught a makeshift barrier built from red bricks and wooden planks. As soon as I stopped the car, several heads popped out from behind the barrier. Flashlight beams swept over, glaring against the windshield. "Who's there?" Li Ba's voice sounded. I pushed the door open, got out, and pulled off my mask. "It's me." When Li Bo recognized me, his whole body relaxed. He lowered his flashlight, stepped out from behind the barrier, and forced a smile, though the wariness in his eyes hadn't fully dissipated. "Brother Lin, what brings you here?" He rubbed his hands together as he approached, his gaze flickering over Daong and Lin Yue behind me before settling back on my face. "I thought it was someone else. You startled me. Let's talk inside." I tilted my chin. Li Bo quickly stepped aside, lifted the thick quilt hanging over the barrier, and gestured for us to enter. Inside, it was still the same. Several women huddled in the corners with children in their arms. A few men sat against the walls, and the floor was covered with cardboard and ragged blankets. The air was thick with a stale, sour odor mixed with the smoke from a kerosene stove. But compared to my last visit, there was noticeably less stuff. The pile of odds and ends in the corner was nearly empty. Only a few empty plastic bags and scraps of paper littered the ground. Sit. Li Bo dragged over a few plastic stools and wiped the dust off with his sleeve. It's humble, don't mind it. I didn't sit. I set the 2 boxes of compressed biscuits on the floor. Li Bo's eyes lit up immediately. He crouched down, touched the cardboard box, then looked up at me, his Adam's apple bobbing. Brother Lin, this. For you. Li Bo swallowed hard, stood up, and waved over the men in the corner. Several of them gathered around, crouched down, and tore open the boxes. Seeing the neatly stacked compressed biscuits inside, their expressions were a mix of joy and fear, as if they couldn't believe it. Brother Lin, to be honest, the last batch you gave us is almost gone. Li Bo rubbed his hands together, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. We were just worrying about what to do next when you showed up. Don't thank me just yet. I cut him off. I came this time because I have a job for you. Li Bo froze, lowered his hands, and looked at me. What job? I leaned against the wall, arms crossed. That group of Jean Kess from the neighborhood where you used to live. They're still there, right? Li Bo's expression shifted. Yes, they've been there all along. They've taken the best spot, have plenty of supplies and a lot of people. No one dares to mess with them. I need you to go back. Li Bo was stunned. Go back, find Zhang Ku, and become my mole. The scene fell silent for a moment. The men crouching over the biscuits stopped what they were doing and looked up at me. Li Bo's lips twitched into a stiff smile. Brother Lin, you're joking, right? We barely escaped from there, and now you want me to go back. I'm not joking. I kept my tone even. You know your situation now. What's your next meal after these boxes are gone? Can you hide here forever? Li Bo didn't respond, his lips pressed into a thin line. You know the inside situation. That's useful to me. You want to take down Zhang Ku? Li Bo's voice dropped significantly. Yes. Li Bo turned to look at the men behind him. They exchanged glances, none speaking, but their expressions had shifted from surprise to hesitation. Brother Lin, it's not that I don't want to help you. Li Bo turned back, his voice muffled. Zhang Ku has over 20 men and 3 guns. We're unarmed. Going back would be suicide. I'm not asking you to die. I said, you're not going back to fight him, Hedon. You're going back with gifts to pledge allegiance to him. Gifts? I nudged the biscuit box at my feet. 1 box of compressed biscuits as a greeting gift. Tell him. You can't survive out here anymore. The women and children have starved. You have nowhere else to go, and you're begging him to take you in. Li Bo stared at the biscuit box, not answering. Then what? He asked. Then you tell him that while wandering outside you discovered a supply point with plenty of stuff, but it's guarded by 2 people with 2 guns. This box of compressed biscuits was given to you by those people. You didn't dare to force your way in, so you came back to ask him to lead the team to raid it. Li Bo looked up at me. That supply point you mentioned. My home, I said. Li Bo's eyes widened slightly, then quickly returned to normal. You want to lure him to your place? Yes. But he has over 20 men and 3 guns. Li Bo repeated as if reminding me. Don't worry. Those 3 pistols of his mean nothing to me. Just trick him into coming or he'll handle the rest. Li Bo was silent for a long time. The men behind him were silent too. The women holding children in the corner had heard everything, their eyes fixed on me, not a sound made. Brother Lin. Li Bo finally spoke, his voice a little hoarse. Tell me the truth. What exactly do you have backing you up? Zhang Ku has over 20 men. This isn't a game. If we go back and something goes wrong on your end, we're all finished. I can't tell you now. I looked into his eyes. But I can tell you this. Zhang Ku and his men are no match for us. Help me this once, and once Zhang Ku is dead, I'll give you 30% of his supplies. Li Bo's pupils contracted. 30%. 30%, I repeated. Enough to feed your people for a long time. He fell silent again. This time the silence stretched longer. He turned and huddled with the other men, exchanging a few hushed words. Their voices were too low for me to catch the words, but I could see the shift in their expressions. From hesitation to struggle, from struggle to wavering resolve. After about 2 minutes, Li Bo turned back. Brother Lin, we're in. He paused, then added, either way, starving to death is death. Might as well gamble for a chance to live. I nodded. When you go back, earn their trust first. Then lure Zhang Ku toward me. Set it during the day. Morning is best. You don't need too many men, but Zhang Ku has to come. And bring as many guns as you can. Li Bo nodded, then hesitated. How do I contact you? You don't need to. Just bring the men. When you get there, I'll see you. Li Bo took a deep breath, bent down to pick up the box of compressed biscuits from the ground, and glanced back at me. Brother Lin, we're staking our lives on you. I patted his shoulder. Come on, get in the car. They'll show you the route first. Li Bo handed the biscuits to the man behind him and followed me out of the barricade. De Jong and Lin Yue trailed behind, and the four of us climbed into the off-road vehicle. I drove out of the underground parking lot and retraced our path back. The car moved slowly, the snowplow pushing aside the drifts, the chassis swaying occasionally. "Remember this," I said as I drove. "From your compound to my place. Run this route through your mind a few times tonight. On the day ride in Zhang Ke's car, don't lead him the wrong way." Li Bo sat in the passenger seat, staring at the snowy view beyond the windshield, motionless. "We're here." I pulled up in front of the supermarket and killed the engine. "Right here." Li Bo peered through the window at the ice-encased self-built house, the crooked rolling door of the supermarket, and the piles of snow and debris in the yard. "You live here?" he asked. "Yeah. Just the three of you?" "Yeah, just us three." Li Bo asked no more. I restarted the car, made a U-turn, and drove him back to the mall's underground parking lot. When he got out, he stood by the open door, bent down to look at me. "Brother Lin Zhangku is suspicious. It might take me a few days to earn his trust. No rush. Take your time." "All right." He closed the door and disappeared into the darkness. De Jong leaned back in his seat and let out a breath. "Brother Yue, do you think he'll pull it off?" "Whether he does or not, this is our only move." I shifted gears and turned the car. Lin Yue spoke from the back seat. "What if he sells us out to Zhangku? That's why he doesn't know how many people or guns we really have." I drove out of the parking lot. The less he knows, the smaller the cost of betrayal. The off-road vehicle plunged back into the wind and snow. Instead of heading straight home, I turned down another street and slowed down. "Not going home?" De Jong asked. "Let's hit a few more delivery stations," I said. "Gather some plastic sheeting and insulation pads. I'm planning to renovate the second floor too." "The second floor?" De Jong turned his head. "You're going to work on the second floor as well?" "Yes," I nodded. "The first floor has limited visibility and too many blind spots. The second floor is higher with no obstructions. When Zhangku brings his men, we'll set up our guns on the second floor. The view will be completely open. They'll have nowhere to hide." De Jong clicked his tongue, his tone laced with gravity. "That's no small project. The first floor can be sealed with snow bricks and insulation pads, but the second floor is open on all sides. Insulation and sealing will be far more difficult than the first floor. A lot more work." "Difficult or not, we have to do it," I said calmly. "Against Zhang Ke's crew, terrain advantage can tip the scales. This trouble is worth it." Lin Yue, who had been quiet in the back, spoke softly. "In this blizzard, the second floor will be freezing. Even with insulation, heating will be a problem. We're not living up there, just checking occasionally. Its main purpose is as a firing position." I turned down another street, my eyes fixed on a delivery station ahead along the road. "There's one more up ahead. We'll head back after we search this one." Over the next hour or so, we swept through 4 more delivery stations. The first 2 had already been ransacked. Insulation pads and plastic sheeting were all gone. The third was locked. De Jong kicked the door open, and in the corner were 2 large rolls of unused plastic sheeting and a small stack of insulation pads. The fourth had nothing. Shelves toppled, the floor littered with crushed cardboard boxes and broken foam. We loaded everything useful into the car, filling the trunk halfway again. "Keep looking," De Jong asked. "One more. There's another around the corner ahead." The 5th station was at the end of a narrow alley. Its storefront was tiny, the sign frozen and cracked, hanging crooked on the wall. Snow piled at the entrance, blocking half the door untouched. De Jong got out first, shoveled the snow away from the door, and pushed it open. Inside was pitch black. The flashlight revealed several rows of collapsed shelves with disposable chopsticks and napkins scattered on the floor. A musty odor hung in the air, mingled with something else. I stood at the entrance for a moment and caught a whiff of decay. De Jong smelled it too, wrinkling his nose as the flashlight beam swept the room and stopped at a corner. "Brother Yue, there's a staircase here." He crouched down and pulled away the plastic sheeting covering the stairwell opening. Beneath the plastic was a thick layer of dust. When he lifted it, a narrow concrete staircase was revealed, just wide enough for one person. I stepped forward and shone my flashlight down. The stairs vanished into darkness, the bottom invisible. "Let's check it out." I drew my pistol, released the safety, and led the way. De Jong and Lin Yue also drew their guns and followed. The 3 of us descended step by step. The space wasn't frozen through. The temperature was noticeably warmer than outside. After 7 or 8 steps, the musty smell grew stronger, mixed with a dry, unpleasant odor. Whimper. A faint puppy-like cry echoed from the depths of the darkness. I stopped and listened. "A dog," De Jong whispered behind me. I swept my flashlight toward the sound. There in the corner lay a tiny puppy. Very small, the size of a palm, with grayish-yellow fur, matted and dirty, curled up and trembling all over. It looked up mouth agape, revealing tiny milk teeth, emitting a whimpering warning sound at us. The flashlight moved slightly to the side. Beside the little dog lay a big dog so thin that only skin and bones remained, its ribs protruding one by one. It lay on its side, its body already stiff, a thin layer of frost covering its fur. Beneath the big dog's belly several little dogs were squashed together. They were also dead, each curled up, mouths still holding onto teats, maintaining a nursing position, their bodies already shriveled. There were 4 in total, plus the one in the corner, making 5. The little dog in the corner was the only survivor. I crouched down, placing the flashlight on the ground. It was still trembling, its 4 legs unable to support its body, barely able to stand. It whimpered at me. Lin Yue crouched down, placed her flashlight on the ground, as well took out a piece of compressed biscuit from her pocket, broke off a small piece, and slowly reached it out. The little dog caught the scent, twitched its nose, took a step forward, then shrank back. It looked at Lin Yue, its eyes filled with fear. "Can it eat the biscuit?" Lin Yue asked softly. "It can," I replied. "But the biscuit is too hard, its teeth haven't fully grown, so it needs to be soaked to be fed." Lin Yue took back the biscuit from her palm, broke it into smaller crumbs, then pulled out a thermos from her pocket, poured a little warm water into her palm, soaked the biscuit crumbs to soften them, and reached it out again. This time the little dog took 2 steps forward, lowered its head, and licked her palm. After a few licks it rolled the softened biscuit crumbs into its mouth and swallowed them. It lifted its head, looking at Lin Yue, and whimpered again. This time it wasn't a warning, it was hunger. Lin Yue soaked a bit more and continued to feed. I stood up, glancing at the big dog and the little dogs under its belly. They probably sought shelter in this basement with the little dogs before the extreme cold arrived. Unable to find food, the milk supply dwindled. One little dog after another starved to death, and it perished as well. Only this one survived until now. "Brother Yue," Daong spoke beside me. "This dog. Let's take it back," I said. Daong didn't object, just nodded. Lin Yue finished feeding the last bit of softened biscuit, gently reached out to cradle the little dog in her palm. The little dog didn't struggle or bark, curled up in her hand, still trembling but much better than before. "Let's go." I turned and walked up the stairs. Back in the car, Lin Yue wrapped the little dog in her scarf and placed it on her lap. The little dog curled up, eyes closed. "We need to get some milk powder when we get back." "It's too small to just eat biscuits," Lin Yue said. "Yes, there are a few boxes of milk powder in the supplies area." I started the engine. After the little dog was brought back, the first to react was Lu Yun. She sprang up from the makeshift bed, running over in slippers, her eyes wide with surprise. "Oh my, a little dog. Where did it come from?" Deng Xiaoqi, Xiaomin, Su Wangqing, and Lin Siki all gathered around. "I found it in the basement of the delivery station." Lin Yue lifted the little dog from the scarf and placed it on the coffee table. "It's the only one that survived." Lu Yun crouched in front of the coffee table, reaching out her finger to gently touch the little dog's back. The little dog flinched but didn't dodge, lifting its head to look at her, then curling back, whimpering twice. "It's so small," Lu Yun's voice was soft, as if afraid to scare it. "Its eyes haven't fully opened yet. We need to feed it milk powder." I said, "There's milk powder in the supplies area. Xiaomin, go get a can." Xiaomin immediately turned and went to fetch a can of milk powder. Su Wangqing took the milk powder can and boiled water on the fireplace to mix the milk. She poured it into a small bowl and brought it over to place on the coffee table. Lin Yue picked up the little dog, bringing its mouth close to the edge of the dish. The little dog sniffed, stuck out its tongue to lick once, and probably sensing the taste, buried its head to lick faster, its little tail wagging behind. Deng Xiaoqi leaned against the sofa, watching the grayish-yellow little creature, and smiled. "This little guy is quite lucky. Let's give it a name." Xiaomin crouched beside, resting her chin on her hand, tilting her head to look at the little dog. "Let's call it Mantu," Lu Yun was the first to suggest. "That's too ugly." Deng Xiaoqi shook her head. "Then how about Tuan Tuan?" Several people began to discuss it animatedly, but in the end they couldn't settle on a name. The little dog finished the milk in the bowl, curled up in Lin Yue's palm, yawned, revealing its pink tongue and still undeveloped milk teeth, then closed its eyes. "It's asleep." Lin Yue placed it on the blanket. I leaned back in my chair, watching the group of people gathered around the little dog in silence. Daong came over and sat down beside me. "Look at how happy they are, as if they found some treasure. In the apocalypse, having a living creature is a good thing." Daong didn't argue. That night after dinner, I called everyone to the leisure area. "We need to renovate the second floor." Deng Xiaoqi looked up. "The second floor? That's much harder than the first floor." "That's why it's a big project." I glanced at her. "But it must be done. The first floor has limited visibility. The road outside the yard cannot be seen from the first floor windows. The second floor is different. Standing higher allows for better sight. When there's movement on Zhang Ke's side, We can set up guns on the second floor, covering the entire road within range. Mentioning Zhang Ku, everyone's expressions turned serious. The next morning 6 people were dressed and went back to the surface. The workload on the second floor was completely different from that on the first floor. The first floor at least has outer walls to rely on, while the second floor is the highest in the building with all 4 walls exposed to the wind and snow without any cover. We started with the outer walls. Just like the first floor, we built a circle of outer walls with ice bricks. However, the difficulty of the second floor was more than double that of the first. The ice bricks had to be moved up from the first floor without any cranes, relying solely on manpower to carry them up piece by piece. The 6 of us split into 2 groups, one on the first floor making bricks, the other on the second floor stacking them. We worked the entire first day and only half a wall was built. At the end of the day, Daong collapsed on the basement sofa, his shoulders and waist stiff. At this rate, just building the walls will take 4 to 5 days. We have to work for 4 to 5 days, I said. The next day continued. With the experience from the first day, we adjusted our roles. Daong and I were responsible for transporting, while the other 4 were in charge of wall building and seam repair. Transporting was the most physically demanding task. Daong and I took turns each carrying a few times before switching, resting a bit before continuing. Even so, by the afternoon both of our shoulders were scraped raw and our cold weather gear was soaked with sweat, then dry and then wet again. Lin Yue was building walls on the second floor. Her hands were reddened from the cold ice bricks, and even with gloves it didn't help. After a while, she had to tuck her hands into her coat to warm them up. Deng Xiaoqi was in charge of filling the gaps between the ice bricks with snow. Her fingers were numb from the cold, unable to grip the small shovel, so she switched to using her hands to pack snow into the gaps. On the second day, 2/3 of the second floor's outer wall was completed. On the third day, everyone gritted their teeth and finished laying the remaining walls. When the last ice brick was set in place, Daong collapsed onto the stairs, unable to get up for a long time. Finally done, he said, wiping the sweat from his face, which condensed into a mist on his goggles. Next came the interior wall insulation. The second floor also had 3 rooms, each requiring waterproof plastic sheeting and insulation pads. The process was the same as the first floor. Daong and I were responsible for stapling the plastic sheeting, while Lin Yue and Deng Xiaoqi laid the insulation pads. Lu Yun and Lin Siki handled cutting and passing materials. The 6 of us worked for an entire day. By evening, the insulation pads in the last bedroom were laid. I hung a thermometer on the living room wall and let it sit for over 10 minutes. Everyone crowded around the thermometer, waiting for the numbers to stabilize. 15 degrees below zero, I read aloud. The temperature wasn't high, but compared to before, it was a massive improvement. At least at this temperature people could stay put and firearms wouldn't jam. It's enough, I said, putting away the thermometer. Daong walked to the window and looked outside. The view is indeed good, he said. You can see the entire street from the yard gate to the corner at the end. It's all within firing range. If someone comes from over there, you can shoot before they even reach the gate. Not just the gate, I said, moving to another window. This side overlooks the backyard wall and the side path. There are very few blind spots. Over the next few days, everyone stayed in the shelter, conserving their energy. They ate, slept, and practiced shooting daily. Pistols and rifles in rotation, each person firing at least 20 rounds per day. The sound of gunfire echoed on the first floor from morning till night. The puppy, however, grew quickly. After a few days of drinking milk powder, its coat became glossier and it began to recognize people. Wherever Lu Yun went, it followed, wagging its tail and circling her feet. Lin Yue named it Tuanshuan. Lu Yun initially disliked the name, thinking it sounded like a bear, but later got used to it and stopped complaining. The radio was kept on, but aside from Zhao Dez's pre-recorded hypocritical broadcasts, it occasionally picked up intermittent signals, none of which were clear. Some people were calling for help, others were cursing. No one responded to them, and no one knew who they were or where they were. We all tacitly ignored them. That morning, Daong was observing from the second floor, while I was cleaning guns in the basement. Urgent footsteps came from the stairs, and Daong opened the basement door, leaning in. Bro, people are coming. 5 snowmobiles heading our way a few hundred meters out. I put down the gun and stood up. How many people did you see? About 10. I turned to look at Su Wanqing. She was already on her feet, and Deng Xiaoqi, Lin Yue, Lin Siki, and Xiaomin had also stopped what they were doing, looking at me. Time to work, I said. No one wasted a word. Everyone put on their cold weather gear, masks and goggles. I went to the supplies area, retrieved rifles for everyone and loaded all the magazines. The 6 of us filed out of the basement and went upstairs. At the stairwell, I divided them into 2 groups. Yue, you take Wanqing, Xiaoqi, Lu Yun, and Xiaomin to guard the second floor. Fire at your discretion. Lin Yue nodded. Daong and I will guard the first floor. Daong and I stood on either side of the living room window, extending our gun barrels through the gaps and aiming toward the supermarket. After waiting about 2 or 3 minutes, the roar of the snowmobile engines grew closer and louder. Lin Yue and the others looked out from the second floor. 5 snowmobiles stopped one by one in front of my family's supermarket. 10 people got off, all wearing thick clothing and full-face helmets, their faces hidden. Some carried crowbars, others had machetes at their waists. The one in front was burly with a pistol tucked into his belt. The 10 of them stood at the supermarket entrance looking at the roll-up door nailed shut with boards. The burly man at the front waved his hand. 2 people stepped forward, kicked the boards loose, sending splinters flying, revealing the dark entrance to the supermarket. They filed in, their footsteps echoing in the empty store. I gripped my rifle, aiming at the door connecting the supermarket to the backyard. The 10 people crossed the supermarket and entered the yard through the side door. Someone stopped at the yard gate, looking left and right, his gaze sweeping over the outer wall made of ice bricks. "Is Li Bo here?" Daong asked. "He is." I recognized Li Bo's gate. His head tucked in, lagging at the back of the group, empty-handed. Li Bo walked second to last, his steps half a beat slower than those ahead. The burly man stood in the middle of the yard, scanning the area, his gaze settling on the living room window. I sidestepped against the wall, staying out of sight. "Is anyone in there?" he called out, his voice thick and slightly hoarse. "Who are you looking for?" I shouted from the windowsill. The 10 of them all turned toward the window. The burly man paused, clearly not expecting such a direct response from inside. He took 2 steps closer to the window, spreading his hands to show he meant no harm. "Brother, don't be nervous. We're here to help you." I didn't respond. Li Bo squeezed out from behind the group, a forced smile on his face. He took a few steps forward and waved at the window. "Bro Yue, it's me, Li Bo. Bro Yue, let me introduce you." Li Bo stepped aside, pointing to the burly man. "This is Brother Zhang Ku. He's from our old neighborhood. Brother Zhang is a loyal guy. He heard there were only 2 of you here and came specifically to pick you up." Zhang Ku stepped forward, smiling and nodding. "Li Bo told me. The 2 of you holding down the fort here. It's not easy," he said, his tone sincere, as if talking to an old friend. "I've set up a shelter over there. There's food and drink and plenty of people to look out for each other. In this world, one person can't handle it alone. You need to stick together." I looked at him, still silent. Daong on the other side of the window kept his gun trained on the yard. Seeing that I wasn't speaking, Zhang Ku took another step forward. "Brother, don't overthink it. I just feel for you too. We're all survivors and we should help each other out. Come out and come with us. Over there you'll have food and a place to stay. It's better than here." "We're fine here," I said. "Fine." He glanced around the yard, his gaze pausing on the ice brick wall. "Just the 2 of you? Can you handle it? It's 70 below zero out there. If something happens, you won't even have anyone to help." "We don't need help," I said. Zhang Ku paused, peering into the window, only able to see the silhouettes of Daong and me. "Brother, I came all this way with good intentions to get you. Don't be ungrateful. I never asked you to come." The few men behind Zhang Ku exchanged glances, and someone rested their hand on the hilt of a knife at their waist. "Fine, if you want go, I won't force you." He rubbed his hands together and cast a glance toward the supermarket entrance. "Well then, since we've come all this way and burned through quite a bit of fuel, if you've got any spare supplies here, share a little with us, and we'll turn around and leave." "We don't have any spare supplies either," I said. The smile vanished entirely from Zhang Ke's face. "Brother, do you even know who I am?" "I do," I said. "Zhang Ku. Good you know." He pulled his hand out of his pocket, hooking his thumb over the holster at his waist. He didn't draw the gun, but the gesture was clear enough. "I'll tell you again, I'm not here to harm you. I'm only talking nicely to you out of respect for Li Bo." "Then you don't have to talk." The men behind Zhang Ku had already tightened their grip on their weapons. "I'll ask you one more time. Supplies? Yes or no?" "No." Zhang Ku stared at me, nodding twice, as if confirming something to himself. Then he took a step back and tilted his chin toward the men behind him. "Break the door down." Several men carrying crowbars and machetes advanced toward the living room door. I turned my head and glanced at Daong. Daong had already raised his rifle, the muzzle extending through the window crack, aimed at the yard. From the second-floor window, Lin Yue's rifle barrel also poked out. "Fire," I said. "Just don't hit Li Bo." Bang! Daong fired first. The chest of the man in front burst into a cloud of blood, and he pitched backward, collapsing into the snow. As the gunshot exploded, 4 rifles from the second floor also roared. Bang, 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 bang. The dense volley of gunfire ricocheted across the yard, pounding the ears into a ringing drone. Just as Zhang Ku reached for the holster at his waist, a bullet pierced through his temple, blowing half his head apart. His body hadn't even hit the ground before it was struck by several more rounds. 9 men all down in less than 20 seconds. After the gunfire ceased, the yard was left with only the sound of wind and snow, and one man, Li Bo. He was huddled behind a pile of debris at the yard's entrance, curled into a ball, clutching his head, with both hands trembling violently like a leaf in a storm. I walked out of the first-floor living room with my rifle raised, De Jong following behind his muzzle, always trained on the bodies on the ground. "Finish them off one by one," I said. De Jong approached the first corpse, pressed the muzzle against the back of its head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The second bang. The third bang. I followed behind, checking for any survivors. De Jong finished dispatching them all and straightened up. "There are 3 more guns." He pulled the weapons from the bodies. 3 Type 92 pistols, all with full magazines. By then Lin Yue and the others had also come down from the second floor. I turned my head toward the pile of debris at the yard entrance. "Li Bo." No answer from behind the debris. "Li Bo, come out." A head poked out from behind the pile. Li Bo slowly stood up, his legs trembling, barely steady on his feet. He had to lean against the wall to keep from falling. He glanced at the bodies strewn across the ground, then at the guns in our hands, his Adam's apple bobbing. Lin Yue, what are you standing there for? Get over here and help." He swallowed hard and shuffled over, slowly helping to drag the bodies. His hands were shaking, or after 2 steps, he was out of breath, stopping to lean on his knees and gasp for air. De Jong bent down, grabbed the arms of one corpse and dragged it toward the back gate. I dragged another. Lin Yue and Deng Xiaoqi each hauled one as well. Su Wanqing led Lu Yun and Lin Siki to clean up the traces in the yard. It took over 20 minutes to drag all 9 bodies outside. We found a clearing beyond the wall, dug a large pit, tossed the bodies in, and covered them with snow. After finishing, I patted the snow off my hands and returned to the yard. The bloodstains in the yard had already been concealed by Su Wanqing and the others with snow, leaving no visible traces. Only a few dark red spots clung to the pile of debris in the corner. I walked up to Li Bo. When he saw me approaching, he instinctively stepped back half a pace, then stopped. "Come inside and talk." I tilted my chin toward the living room door. I pushed open the door and walked in. Li Bo followed behind with De Jong and the others bringing up the rear, closing the door. I pointed to the iron fireplace in the corner. De Jong walked over, stuffed a few coals into the hearth, and lit them with a lighter. Flames leaped up, casting shadows on the wall, and the temperature in the room slowly rose. Li Bo stood by the door, not daring to sit. He clasped his hands in front of him, rubbing them together, his eyes not knowing where to look. "Sit." I pointed to a stool nearby. Li Bo slowly walked over and sat down, perching only on the edge of the stool, his back ramrod straight like a taut bowstring. De Jong crouched by the fireplace, adding wood to the hearth. I leaned against the table, watching Li Bo. "You did well today." Li Bo shook his head, then nodded, his lips quivering as he squeezed out a few words. "Lin Yue, I really didn't expect you guys to have so many guns. You know now." "I know." His voice was a bit hoarse. I looked at him without speaking. Li Bo grew uneasy under my gaze, his Adam's apple bobbing again, as he pulled his hands out of his sleeves and rubbed his knees. "Lin Yue, don't look at me like that. It gives me the creeps. If your conscience is clear, why get creeped out?" "I'm clear, I swear I'm clear." His voice grew urgent. "I'm just shaken from earlier. Over a dozen people gone in an instant. I've never seen anything like this in my life. You'll get used to it over time." I pulled up a stool and sat across from him. "As long as you don't harbor any ill intentions toward us, you're our friend. I, Lin Yue, have always been straightforward with my friends." Li Bo nodded. "Lin Yue, rest assured. I'm no ingrate. You saved my whole family's life before. We all remember that." De Jong crouched by the fireplace, stirring the coals without looking up. "How many people does Zhang Ku have left?" Li Bo turned his head and glanced at him. "The ones Zhang Ku brought this time are basically his toughest fighters. Back at the base there are about a dozen left. Just errand boys and lackeys, all pushovers." "Do they still have guns?" "Yes." Li Bo paused. "They have one more shotgun in the hands of Zhang Ke's second-in-command. I only found out about it when I went back this time." I grunted in acknowledgement. "How many supplies are left over there?" Li Bo thought for a moment, counting on his fingers. "Plenty of food. Enough to last those people 2 or 3 months. There are over 20 chickens and ducks kept in the basement laying eggs every day." De Jong raised his head from beside the fireplace, his eyes lighting up briefly before he lowered his head again to stoke the fire. "When you go back this time, what will you tell them?" I asked. Li Bo thought for a moment, then said, "Just say Zhang Ku and his men ran into a tough bunch outside and got wiped out. I was the only one who got away. Will they believe that?" "They will." Li Bo nodded. Zhang Ku was always a bully. Those dozen or so men had long resented him, but they never dared to speak up. Now that he's dead, they're probably relieved. They won't ask too many questions. Relieved or not, if you go back alone, won't they be suspicious? Li Bo hesitated. Brother Lin, what do you mean? We'll go back with you and finish off the rest. Li Bo looked up at me. Lead the way and he'll help you take over that place, I said. You'll get your 30% of the supplies just as I promised. Li Bo opened his mouth, but for a long moment no words came out. Brother Lin Yue, you're going. You personally, but there are still over a dozen men over there, just over a dozen men. I said, they've only got one shotgun. What's there to fear? Li Bo swallowed hard and nodded. Daong stood up from beside the fireplace, brushing the dust off his hands. When do we leave? Today, I said, before they hear the news. Well, head out now. After discussing it for a while, we decided it would be just the three of us, me, Daong, and Lin Yue. Su Wanqing wanted to come, but I wouldn't let her. Too many people would only get in the way. I cleared out the trunk of the off-road vehicle and moved everything from the back seat down to the basement. There was still over half a tank of gas left, enough for a round trip. Daong and I pushed the 5 snowmobiles from outside the yard into the supermarket, one by one parking them against the wall and covering them with plastic sheeting. We didn't need them now, but we might someday. Li Bo sat in the passenger seat giving directions. Turn right at the next intersection. Another 2 kilometers and we'll be there. The off-road vehicle crunched over the snowplow pushing the drifts aside as we drove at a moderate speed. We passed through that commercial district again, its ruins looming gray and indistinct in the wind and snow. After driving for over 50 minutes, Li Bo pointed to a residential gate, half buried in snow. We're here. This is it. I turned in. The roads inside the complex were narrow-lined with snow-covered cars on both sides, leaving only a single barely passable lane in the middle. Li Bo kept pointing the way as we turned left and right until the off-road vehicle entered the underground parking garage entrance. The parking lot was pitch black. The headlights cut through the darkness, revealing rows of cars on both sides of the passage, their windows frosted over. Some doors hung open, others were tilted to one side. Debris and shards of glass littered the floor. As the headlights swept across, I spotted a few bodies curled up in a corner. They were frozen solid, their faces unrecognizable. The deeper we drove, the warmer it got. The underground garage retained heat much better than the surface. The car's thermometer read -12 degrees Celsius. Turn left up ahead. It's right behind those pillars, Li Bo said, lowering his voice. I rounded the corner and the headlights illuminated an area enclosed by wooden planks and tarps. Jean Kessler. The entrance was fortified with a few oil drums and sandbags. Inside there were over a dozen tents, big and small, crammed together haphazardly. As the headlights swept over, someone poked their head out of a tent. A flashlight beam swung toward us, dazzlingly bright. Who goes there? A voice called out. Li Bo pushed open the door and got out, raising his hands. It's me, Li Bo. The flashlight beam swept across his face. Li Bo, what about you? Where's Brother Zhang? Li Bo didn't answer. He took a step forward, his voice not loud, but it carried across the entire parking lot. Zhang Ku is dead. All the men he took with him are dead. A moment of silence fell behind the barricade. Then more people emerged from the tents, men and women alike, some wrapped in quilts, others in tattered cotton jackets. More and more flashlights clicked on their beams, crisscrossing wildly in the darkness. I made a rough count, over 50 people. Li Bo glanced back at me. I pushed the door open and got out. Daong and Lin Yue followed behind me, their rifles slung across their chests, muzzles pointing down. The 3 of us walked toward the barricade. The crowd parted automatically to make way. Flashlight beams converged on us from every direction, illuminating our cold-weather gear and the rifles hanging across our chests. Li Bo stopped at the entrance of the barricade, turned to face the crowd, and began to speak. Zhang Ku led his men to rob Brother Lin's supplies. Brother Lin wiped them out. He paused, then turned slightly to gesture toward me. This is Brother Lin. Zhang Ku and his men came looking for trouble, and they got themselves killed. Brother Lin isn't here to cause you any trouble. He's here to take over. Someone in the crowd muttered something, but I couldn't make it out. Li Bo continued, from now on Brother Lin calls the shots around here. The dozen or so people standing behind the barricade exchanged glances, looking at each other, but no one spoke. At the back of the crowd, a few people had different expressions on their faces. It wasn't confusion, it was tension. One of them, a man in a black cotton jacket, shrank back, his hand sliding into his pocket. I noticed him and raised my rifle slightly. Take your hand out. His movement froze. He slowly pulled his hand out of his pocket. It was empty. At almost the same instant, someone else burst out from behind a tent from another direction, brandishing a sawed-off double-barreled shotgun, aiming it at Li Bo's back. Daong reacted instantly and fired. The shot struck the man in the chest. He collapsed, the shotgun clattering to the ground and sliding half a meter away. Lin Yue's rifle followed suit, hitting another man in the leg as he ran toward us. That man fell, clutching his leg and howling in pain. The gunshots echoed and reverberated through the underground parking lot, making everyone's ears ring. In total, only 3 of them had made a move. Everyone else immediately dropped to a crouch. Some covered their heads, others lay flat on the ground. Women screamed, a child cried. The chaos lasted a few seconds before silence fell again. The man in the black cotton jacket was still standing where he was, both hands raised above his head, his lips trembling. I walked over to him, pulled a dagger from his pocket, and tossed it aside. Kneel. He knelt. Daong and Lin Yue, rifles at the ready, swept their gazes across the front of the crowd twice. No one moved. Li Bo. Yeah. Li Bo squeezed over from the side, blood spatter still fresh on his face, his voice a little unsteady. Get everyone organized. Count the heads. Then bring out all the supplies Zhang cohorted and pile them up in the open space. Li Bo nodded, turned, and shouted at the crouching crowd. Everyone up. Gather in the open space over there. Women with children to the back, men to the front. Move it. The crowd slowly rose, jostling each other as they shuffled toward the open area. Li Bo rushed back and forth, arranging the men and women into several rows. When he was done, he stood still and glanced back at me. I walked over. Over 50 pairs of eyes were fixed on me. Some held fear, others confusion. A few had something else in their eyes. Greed. Zhang Ku is dead, I said. The supplies he plundered belong to me now. No one said a word. I'll take 50%. 30% goes to Li Bo to manage this place. The remaining 20% is for you. Why? Someone in the crowd muttered this, the voice low but audible in the quiet environment. I followed the sound to look. It was a middle-aged man in a filthy down jacket, a scar on his face. He stiffened, his neck, eyes fixed on me, a look of unwillingness in his gaze. Did Zhang Ku give you any of this when he was alive? I asked him. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he didn't reply. Now that he's dead, me giving you 20% is already an act of mercy. Don't be ungrateful. The man's face flushed red, his lips trembling. But these things were collected from the neighborhood. De Jong raised his gun and fired a burst at the ground near his feet. The gunfire exploded in the empty parking lot. Bullets struck the concrete floor, ricocheting and hitting the man's calf. He screamed in fright, recoiling, slipping and falling to the ground, his pants soaked through. Don't kill me. Please. I won't do it again. Never. He crawled backward a few steps, shrinking into the crowd, not daring to lift his head. Anyone else think this is unfair? I asked. No one spoke. Then, well, do as I say. I turned to Li Bo. Move the supplies. Li Bo called over a dozen people from the crowd to haul out all the supplies Zhang Ku had hoarded. The goods were hidden in a compartment at the very back of the parking lot, sealed with a welded iron door and a heavy padlock. Someone used a crowbar to break the lock. Inside was packed full rice flour, cooking oil, canned goods, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, several boxes of sausages, a few boxes of milk powder, and a case of medicine. They carried everything out piece by piece, piling it in the open space into a small mountain. Finally, the livestock came. 2 iron cages, one held over a dozen chicks, the other 7 or 8 ducks. All alive, huddled inside. I loaded 50% of the supplies and both iron cages into the car, packing the trunk and back seat to the brim. Before leaving, I pulled Li Bo aside, drew a pistol from my waist, and handed it to him. A Type 54. Magazine fully loaded. Know how to use it. Li Bo took it, examined it, and nodded. Just flip the safety and fire. I patted his shoulder. This is for your protection. I'll give you 30 rounds. Use them sparingly. Li Bo gripped the pistol, his Adam's apple bobbing eyes slightly reddened. Brother Lin, don't worry. I'll take good care of this place. The 30% is yours to keep. You don't have to share it with anyone. Keep an eye on the remaining 20%. Don't let anyone take more. If anyone causes trouble, handle it as you see fit. I understand. I turned open the car door and sat in the driver's seat. De Jong was in the passenger seat, Lin Yue in the back with the chicken cage on her lap. The SUV started and drove steadily out of the underground parking lot. The sky had completely darkened, the entire city shrouded in gray. The cabin was silent save for the low hum of the engine. Lin Yue in the back seat pulled her clothes tighter, looking down at the duck cage by her feet, and said, "It's too cold. The chickens and ducks have been in the car this whole time. If we delay any longer, they'll freeze." De Jong leaned back in his seat, gazing out the window. True, it's minus 10 degrees. Livestock can't handle this cold. We need to get them to the basement quickly. I gripped the wheel. No rush. First thing when we get back is to settle them. Moving the supplies can wait. The rest of the drive was silent. The car accelerated smoothly, crossing the empty streets, and safely returned to our supermarket. After parking, I turned off the engine. Move the cages first. Leave the supplies in the car for now. The 3 of us worked efficiently. De Jong carried the chicken cage with one hand, I took the heavier duck cage, and Lin Yue led the way opening doors as we hurried through the supermarket and down to the basement. The basement was temperature-controlled, free from the biting wind outside, with a perfect ambient temperature. As soon as we entered, the chickens and ducks, which had been huddled and lifeless in their cages, perked up, occasionally letting out soft clucks. We placed the 2 iron cages against the wall away from drafts so they wouldn't freeze. "Let them rest here for a while," I said. Then we called the others in the basement to help carry the supplies from the car in large batches. Rice flour, canned goods, medicine, oil. We moved everything to the basement storage in trip after trip. A few of us worked quickly, and soon the entire carload of supplies was cleared and neatly stacked in the storage area. When it was all done, I dusted off my hands. "Well, leave the supplies here for now. But we can't keep the chickens and ducks locked in those cages. They'll get sick and die if they're cramped. Let's go build them a coop on the first floor." I called to De Jong. "He'll help too," Lin Yue said. The 3 of us went upstairs, pushed open the door to an unused bedroom. The room was empty, with no furniture, a dry floor, and solid walls without a single draft. It was perfect for raising poultry. I gave orders. De Jong, get the hammer, nails, thin wire, and a few old thin planks from the toolbox. Yue, find some old clothes and cardboard boxes. They immediately went to prepare. Soon all the tools and materials were ready. I crouched in a corner of the room and began building the coop. In the apocalypse, conditions are limited. No need for aesthetics, just practicality and warmth. I first used 4 old planks to form a square base, wedging it firmly between the 2 walls in the corner. Then I wrapped the joints tightly with thin wire to prevent loosening, creating a semi-enclosed square pen. De Jong watched and casually asked, "Is that enough?" "No," I said while working. "Chickens and ducks are afraid of the cold, especially at night. They need wind protection and insulation." I tore apart the cardboard boxes, laid them flat at the bottom of the wooden pen, and spread the old cotton jackets and sweaters on top, making a thick, soft bedding. Finally, I took 2 slightly larger planks and leaned them diagonally over the top of the pen to form a frame roof, securing all 4 sides with wire. "This simple shelter will do." I stood up and dusted off my hands. 3 sides against the wall, a small opening in the front for entry and exit. The sloped roof keeps out dust and wind, and the old clothes provide warmth. When it gets cold at night, the chickens and ducks will burrow in and huddle together. They won't freeze. De Jong reached out and shook the coop. It didn't budge. "Nice work, you. You've got some skills." Lin Yue looked at the coop and said, "We need to get them some food, right? After all the commotion, these chickens and ducks must be starving." "Yeah." I nodded. "There are plenty of expired compressed biscuits and loose cookies in the storage. We can't eat them, so feeding them to the chickens and ducks is a good way not to waste them." I turned around to the storage area and brought back a whole bag of expired biscuits. Returning to the bedroom, I found an empty iron basin and poured all the biscuits into it, crushing them by hand into fine powder and small fragments for the chickens and ducks to peck at. I filled another basin with clean water and placed it beside the coop. Once everything was ready, De Jong brought over 2 iron cages and opened the cage doors. Dozens of chicks and several ducks slowly emerged, initially hesitant, tentatively pacing around the room. Before long, they caught the scent of the crushed biscuits and all gathered around the iron basin to peck at the food. A few cold-sensitive chicks took a couple of pecks and directly burrowed into the makeshift coop in the corner, curling up in a pile of old clothes, quietly huddling together. Lin Yue observed the scene and remarked, "With this arrangement, the survival rate will be high. We need not worry about them freezing to death." I looked at the chickens and ducks feeding and said, "Let's raise them slowly. Once we have enough chickens and ducks hatching, we will have a steady supply of meat and eggs, no longer relying solely on canned food and compressed biscuits to get by." De Jong chuckled. "This is a huge win, and not only did we acquire a majority of supplies, but we also got live poultry, effectively covering our consumption gap." I felt a sense of relief as I looked at the tidy little coop. In a time of chaos, stockpiling supplies gives us confidence, and being able to raise our own food and be self-sufficient is the true path to long-term survival. This idle bedroom was completely transformed into a makeshift poultry farm. With a batch of live poultry settled in it, added a glimmer of long-term hope to our otherwise bleak and arduous post-apocalyptic life. Early the next morning, De Jong and I rummaged through the supply pile and found a radio. One we had taken from Zhao Di's, whose house, which had been untouched, in the corner. I tested it, it powered on and could tune into channels. "Let's take this to Li Bo for easier communication in the future." I packed the radio into a canvas bag and slung it over my shoulder. De Jong, who was putting on his winter gear, looked up at me and said, "Are you really planning to deal with him long-term? Having someone in the outside world we can communicate with isn't a bad thing," I replied as I zipped up my winter suit. "If one day we need news from outside, those dozens of people on his side can help us scout." De Jong didn't say anything further. He tucked the magazine into his pocket and got into the car with me. When we arrived at Li Bo's place, There were fewer people in the underground parking lot than last time. A few men stood outside the enclosure holding sticks. When they saw our car approaching, they initially took a step back, but after seeing the license plate, they stepped forward to greet us. "Brother Lin has arrived," someone shouted from inside. Li Bo walked out from behind the enclosure wearing a slightly new military coat with the 54 model gun I had given him at his waist. His demeanor was different from last time. He walked with a straight back and a slightly raised chin. "Brother Lin, you're here." He approached us. I got out of the car and pulled the radio from my canvas bag, handing it to him. "This is for you. Use it to contact me in the future. The channel is set, so don't mess with it." Li Bo took it, inspecting it closely, and nodded. "Got it, Brother Lin." I leaned against the car door and glanced at the few people behind him. "Have things settled down here?" I asked. "Yes," Li Bo replied. "Zhang Ke's former deputy tried to run away with people last night, but I stopped him." I asked him whether he wanted to stay and live well or go out looking for death. He pondered for a moment and chose to stay. "How many escaped?" "2. They left in the middle of the night and even stole some food." Li Bo paused. "Let them go. It saves on rations." I watched him, not responding. Li Bo took a step forward and lowered his voice. "Brother Lin, you know I'm not good with words and can't say nice things. But my life is thanks to you, and the situation here is also because of your help. In the future, with just one word from you, Li Bo will face any danger without flinching." "No need to be so courteous," I said, patting his shoulder. "Just managing this place well is the biggest help to me." Li Bo nodded earnestly. I said no more and opened the car door to get in. Daong was already seated in the passenger seat, and the window was rolled down a crack, letting in the cold wind. "We're off," I waved at Li Bo. "Take care, Brother Lin." Li Bo stood, still watching our car leave the parking lot. As we turned out of the underground garage, Daong spoke up. "Do you believe what he just said?" "Of course not," I replied. "It's just mutual exploitation." Daong grunted in acknowledgement. The SUV climbed onto the main road. "Where are we searching today?" he asked. "To the north. We haven't reached the end of the road we took last time." I pressed the gas pedal, the car accelerated, and the snowplow pushed aside the accumulated snow, kicking up 2 clouds of snow dust. Throughout the morning, we scoured 3 streets. The first hardware store had its shelves toppled, and the items were rummaged through, leaving only a few rusty wrenches and half a roll of wire. Daong rolled up the wire and stuffed it into the trunk, taking the wrenches, as well, saying, "You never know when you might need them." The second small supermarket had its door pried open, and it was empty. Even the shelves had been taken away, leaving only trampled cardboard boxes and broken glass on the floor. The third was a grocery store hidden on the first floor of a residential building, its rolling shutter half open, and blocked at the bottom by snow. Daong and I used shovels to clear the snow at the entrance and bent down to crawl inside. Inside was small and dark with a layer of dust on the shelves, but the items hadn't been disturbed much. Several boxes of expired drinks, a dozen bags of moldy noodles, and 2 boxes of medicines. I squatted down to rummage through the medicines. Cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, most of them were still within their shelf life. "Let's take these." I carried the medicine box outside. Daong was making space in the trunk. At noon, we parked by the roadside, gnawing on 2 pieces of compressed biscuits and sipping some hot water from the thermos before continuing north. As we approached the outskirts of the city, a gas station appeared by the roadside. I turned in. The gas pump had long been shut down with a cracked screen covered in frost. Daong and I went around to the back and found a locked small warehouse. Daong kicked the door open. Inside were a few barrels of diesel, the surfaces covered in dust but sealed tightly. 3 barrels, Daong patted each one. "That should last us a while." We loaded the diesel onto the car and circled around the gas station but found nothing else. We continued driving north. The buildings on both sides of the road became increasingly sparse and the snow grew thicker. The snowplow pushed the snow aside, slowing the car's speed considerably. After driving for another 20 minutes, a farm supply store appeared by the roadside. The facade was small, the sign cracked and leaning against the wall. I stopped the car and pushed the door open with Daong. Inside was pitch dark with shelves scattered with pesticides, fertilizers, and farming tools. In the corner we found a cardboard box neatly packed with dozens of bags of vegetable seeds. Bok choy lettuce, oilseed lettuce, spinach, coriander, everything you could think of. By a little after 3 in the afternoon, the trunk and back seat were both stuffed full. Diesel, medicine, seeds, and a scattering of tools and wires. On the drive back, Daong leaned against his seat and tugged his scarf down, revealing a sliver of his chin. "Yugo, could we restart the hydroponics room?" I replied, gripping the steering wheel. "But we'll need more diesel. The hydroponics room consumes quite a bit of power. Let's check the neighboring county tomorrow. They have more than we do. More gas stations, more warehouses. Should be plenty to scavenge. Just the 2 of us. Well, bring Yue along." Daong nodded and said nothing more. Back at the supermarket, I parked the car, and the three of us made several trips to haul everything into the basement. Xiaomin and Lu Yun were organizing the supplies. Deng Xiaoqi was on the sofa playing with Tuan Tuan. Su Wanqing was reading by the fireplace. I walked to the corner, crouched down, and checked the battery bank. 75% remaining. I stood up and pushed open the door to the adjacent hydroponics room. It was just as Wed left it. The planting trays on the shelves were empty. The nutrient solution in the tank had dropped significantly. The power cord to the circulation pump was unplugged, dangling by the rack. First, I filled the nutrient tank with water, added 2 bags of nutrient powder in proportion, and stirred until it dissolved. Then I plugged in the circulation pump. A low hum filled the air as the liquid began to flow through the pipes. The seeds were from today's haul, packed in cardboard boxes. I opened several packs. Lettuce, bok choy, romaine spinach. Potatoes were sorted by variety. I planted them one by one into the trays. Hydroponics isn't hard. You sow the seeds onto the rockwool cubes, and once the roots grow, they naturally reach into the nutrient solution. Cover with a humidity dome, set the grow lights on a timer, and then it's just a waiting game. When I finished, the hydroponics room was neatly lined with trays. The purplish-pink lights flickered back to life, illuminating the moist rockwool. Daong leaned against the doorway, bottle of water in hand, taking a sip. Done. How long until we can harvest? Lettuce is fastest. A little over 20 days. He nodded and turned back to the common area. I closed the door to the hydroponics room, grabbed a few empty boxes from the supply area, and sorted the day's medicine by category. Cold medicine in one pile, antibiotics in another, topical treatments in a third. I labeled them and tucked them onto the top shelf of the supply rack. After dinner, everyone gathered in the common area. The fire in the hearth blazed brightly, casting a warm orange glow across the entire basement. It was cozy. The little dog Tuan Tuan curled up in a corner of the sofa, dozing with eyes closed, its ears twitching occasionally as if dreaming. Lin Yue sat by the fireplace, a cloth in her hand, as she cleaned a gun. The parts of the Type 54 were disassembled across the table. She wiped each piece meticulously before reassembling them, her movements already practiced and smooth. Yue, I called. She looked up. Come with us tomorrow. We're going to check out the neighboring county. All right. She slid the barrel into the slide, pushed and pulled it, and with a crisp click it locked into place. Deng Xiaoqi, who had been lounging on the sofa playing with Tuan Tuan, perked up at this. Her eyes darted and she scooted over. I want to go too. I glanced at her. What for? No way. Take me along, please. I'm going stir-crazy, stuck in this basement all day. I didn't answer. She swayed a little, softening her voice with a hint of coaxing. You gidge. Daong watched from the side and let out a chuckle. Deng Xiaoqi whipped her head around and glared at him. He quickly averted his gaze, pretending to be absorbed in the fireplace. Fine, fine, I said. Her eyes lit up. She let go of my sleeve, sat back on the sofa, and scooped up Tuan Tuan, holding it up to her face. She grabbed its little paw and waved it at me. Tuan Tuan says thank you. Early the next morning, the 4 of us suited up in cold weather gear, packed plenty of ammunition, grabbed some dry rations, and started the engine. Deng Xiaoqi sat in the back, Chun Yue beside her, Daong in the passenger seat. As we drove out onto the national road, the snow on both sides grew deeper and deeper. The farmland was completely buried, the outlines of the ridges entirely lost. Occasionally we passed a village, most of the houses submerged, only rooftops and chimneys visible. Deng Xiaoqi stared out the window, silent for a while. The snow here is even worse than back home. I grunted, focused on the wheel. After nearly 2 hours, we entered the neighboring county seat. It looked much the same as our town. Empty streets, shuttered shops, traffic lights long dead, their casings thick with ice. The snow hadn't been cleared. On some stretches, there was barely room for a single car to pass. We circled the town twice, first finding a gas station. In the back warehouse, we uncovered 2 barrels of diesel and 1 of gasoline. Load them up, I said. Daong and Chun Yue each carried a barrel, and Deng Xiaoqi helped with the gasoline. The 3 of them stacked the barrels in the trunk. Next, we swept a few more streets. We found some tools and wire. Not much, but it wasn't a wasted trip. By the afternoon, we passed the entrance to an underground parking garage. The rolling door was half open, revealing a pitch-black interior. Let's check it out. I drove the car inside. It was dark. The flashlight beam revealed rows of parked cars, their windows frosted over. Debris and broken glass littered the floor, and the air was thick with the smell of mold. We drove about 100 meters, rounded a corner, and suddenly saw light ahead. Firelight. A few people were gathered around an iron drum cooking something. We saw them and they saw us. Over a dozen people stood up. Men and women, but the ones in front were all men. Some carried clubs, others held knives. The bald man at the front clutched a modified nail gun. "Stop!" he shouted. The group surrounded our car. I rolled down the window. "Who are you?" the bald man asked, looking us up and down. "Just passing through looking for supplies," I said. He stared at me for a few seconds. "Leave your food," he said. "And the car." I looked at him, unmoving. "Didn't you hear me?" He took a step forward, raising the modified nail gun, aiming it at me. "Leave the food. Toss me the keys." "So you're robbing us?" I asked. The bald man grinned, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. "Congratulations. You got it." He swept his gaze over the dozen or so people behind him. "What of it?" I smiled too. I reached for the rifle at my side. The bald man saw my movement and his finger tightened on the nail gun's trigger. But before he could pull the trigger, my gun was already raised. Rat-a-tat. 3 rounds hit his chest. The bald man fell backward, the nail gun flying from his hand, skittering across the floor. Before the few men behind him could react, I had already swept my gun sideways. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Those at the front, armed with knives and clubs, fell one after another. Some lay still instantly, while others writhed on the ground, letting out garbled sounds. Of the dozen or so, I took down 4 or 5. The rest snapped out of their stupor and fled faster than rabbits, scrambling deeper into the parking lot. After the gunfire ceased, the parking lot fell silent for a few seconds. Then from deeper within came the screams of women and the cries of children, rising and falling before quickly fading away. De Jong held his rifle, the muzzle trained on the direction the group had fled, his finger still resting on the trigger. Lin Yue and Deng Xiaoqi also held their guns. Deng Xiaoqi's fingers trembled, but she didn't lower her weapon. "Enough," I said. "Don't chase them." De Jong lowered his gun and glanced at the bodies on the ground. I crouched down and searched the bald man, pulling out a dagger, half a pack of cigarettes, and a lighter. I searched a few of the others nearby. Aside from some loose change and keys, there was nothing. "Let's go. Head back." I stood up. The 4 of us retraced our steps and left the underground parking lot. As she got into the vehicle, Deng Xiaoqi's hands were still shaking. She fumbled with the door handle twice before Lin Yue opened it for her. She sat down, clutching her gun to her chest, her head bowed, panting heavily. I started the engine and drove out. No one spoke loudly in the car. Deng Xiaoqi placed her gun on her knees, wrapped her arms around herself, and stared at the gray sky through the windshield. Lin Yue glanced sideways at her and reached over to pat her thigh. "It's okay. Don't be scared." "I'm not scared," Deng Xiaoqi said, her voice muffled. "My hands are just a little shaky." "You reacted quickly back there," I said. "Your aim was steady when you raised your gun." Deng Xiaoqi hummed in acknowledgement after a few seconds. De Jong grabbed a thermos from the passenger seat, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to the back seat. "Drink some hot water." Deng Xiaoqi took a sip and held the cup in her hands. After we returned to the shelter, we gave a brief account of what happened. No one asked many questions. They just nodded and went back to their own tasks. The days that followed grew even more tense. The seedlings in the hydroponics room had sprouted their tender green tips, looking rather cheerful under the pinkish-purple light. The chickens and ducks had also adapted to the first-floor environment, laying a few eggs each day. Xiaomin couldn't bear to eat them, saving them in a bowl, saying, "Shed wait until there were enough to make a plate of scrambled eggs." But other supplies were dwindling. Diesel, gasoline, compressed biscuits, canned goods. Every bit consumed meant a little less left. The radio was kept on all day. Besides Li Bo occasionally calling in to say everything was fine on his end, we sometimes picked up signals from strangers. Some were searching for family, some were trading supplies, some were cursing the government. No one responded to them, and they didn't know who else might be listening. One evening, De Jong sat on the sofa and suddenly asked, "Brother Yue, how much longer can we hold out?" I was cleaning my gun and didn't look up. "Diesel for 3 months, at most gasoline for 2. If we ration the food enough for a year." "And after a year?" I didn't answer. The others fell silent too. A log crackled in the fireplace as if sighing for everyone. That night I was awakened by the static of the radio. It wasn't Li Bo's frequency, but another channel. A man's voice with a thick accent was repeating the same message over and over. "This is the National Emergency Command Center. A new announcement follows. Meteorological experts have confirmed that the solar minimum has passed its lowest point. Global temperatures are expected to gradually rise over the next 6 months. While it will not return to pre-disaster levels, the extreme cold weather will ease. Survivors are advised to remain in their current shelters and await further rescue." Deng Xiaoqi woke up too. Wrapped in a blanket, she sat up and looked at the radio. Lin Yue propped herself up from her floor mat. De Jong rubbed his eyes as he walked out of the bedroom. "Did you hear that?" I asked. "Yeah," De Jong said. Everyone listened to the broadcast as it repeated again and again. The man's voice was flat without excitement or sentimentality, as if he were reading a routine weather report. Do you think it's real? Deng Xiaoqi asked. I don't know, I said. But it at least proves one thing. There are still people alive out there still trying to do something. After that night, the atmosphere in the shelter shifted slightly. Not better, not worse, just different. Some said it was a small comfort before the final struggle. Others called it the only glimmer of light in the apocalypse. I didn't take a stance. I went out scavenging as usual, cleaned my guns as usual, checked the hydroponics and the poultry as usual. But every time the broadcast came on the radio, I would stop what I was doing, listen until it finished, and then continue. The change came on a very ordinary afternoon. I took De Yong and Lin Yue to a logistics warehouse in a neighboring county. Someone from Liba's side had tipped us off that there might still be a batch of military supplies that hadn't been looted. We took 3 snowmobiles, fast and maneuverable, intending to make it a day trip. The warehouse was on the eastern edge of the county, a large steel frame structure. One corner of the roof had collapsed under the weight of snow, but the main building held. We entered through a side door. It was dark inside. The beams of our flashlights revealed rows of shelves. There were indeed supplies left. Cotton coats, military boots, compressed rations, medical kits, and even a few crates of military rations. As we were loading them onto the snowmobiles, we heard the sound of engines from outside. They weren't our people. I peered through a crack in the door. 3 modified off-road vehicles had stopped at the warehouse entrance. Over a dozen people got out, all wearing motley-colored cold weather gear and armed with various weapons. The leader was a woman with short hair and goggles, 2 pistols holstered at her waist. You in there, come out, she said, standing at the warehouse entrance. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was clear. I glanced back at De Yong and Lin Yue. All 3 of us raised our rifles. We mean no harm, I called out from behind a row of shelves. This is an abandoned warehouse. We're looking for supplies. The supplies are ours, the woman said. We control this area. Leave the stuff behind and you can go. This stuff belongs to the public. Why should you decide? Because we have the guns. I chuckled and stepped out from behind the shelves. De Yong and Lin Yue followed the 3 of us, standing in a line, rifles slung across our chests, fingers resting on the trigger guards. The woman looked us over, her gaze pausing on our guns. 3 guns, and you think you can take us on? You're welcome to try. We stared each other down for a few seconds. Someone behind her muttered something which she ignored. After a while longer, she raised her hand and waved at the people behind her. Let them go. I watched her, not moving. I don't want anyone dying today, she said. But you're not taking anything from here. If you come again, I won't be so nice. I turned and jerked my chin at De Yong and Lin Yue. The 3 of us unloaded the supplies we had loaded and put them back on the shelves. Without another word, I started the snowmobile and led the way out. On the way back, De Yong shouted from his snowmobile beside mine. Brother Yue, are we just letting this slide? Let's go back first. We'll figure things out. That evening, I gathered everyone and told them about the afternoon's events. They've got at least a dozen people and they're well armed. A direct fight isn't the answer. So what do we do? Lin Yue asked. Negotiate with them, I said. We have guns, supplies, and territory. We're not without leverage. If we can reach an agreement, trading supplies and sharing information would be better than fighting each other. Deng Xiaoqi leaned back on the sofa holding Tuan Tuan and said softly, the question is, are they willing to talk? Well, find out. The next day, De Yong, Lin Yue, and I went back to the warehouse. We went unarmed, carrying only a few cans of food and 2 bottles of liquor. This time we didn't go straight in. Instead, we honked the horn at the entrance to announce ourselves. The woman came out of the warehouse. When she saw it was us, she frowned. You dare to come back? Here to talk business, I said, getting out of the vehicle and holding up the things in my hands. Brought a little gift. She looked at the cans and liquor in my hands, then at our empty hands and waists. She saw no guns. Come in. We found an empty shelf to use as a table and sat down. She introduced herself as Fong Lin. Before the disaster, she was a logistics company manager. After the cold snap, she had settled here with her employees and their families, now looking after over 30 people. I briefly explained our situation. We talked for a long time. She needed medicine and seeds. We needed diesel and military supplies. Each had what the other lacked. There was plenty of common ground. We can trade, Fong Lin said. From that day on, a connection was established between the 2 shelters. Every few days we exchanged supplies and occasionally shared information. As time passed, the people on both sides gradually got to know each other, sometimes even visiting. And so the days passed, as hard and unyielding as the frozen winter soil, but solid enough to stand on. The broadcast on the radio continued saying the temperature would rise, that rescue was coming, that the nation would not abandon any of its citizens. No one believed it entirely, but no one completely disbelieved it either. De Yong and Xiao Min's child was born on a bitterly cold night. Outside it was 75 degrees below zero. The fireplace in the basement was blazing. Su Wanqing helped with the delivery with Deng Xiaoqi assisting. When the baby's cry rang out, everyone stopped what they were doing. It was a girl. Xiao Min held her tears streaming down her cheeks. De Yong crouched beside her staring at the tiny wrinkled thing. His mouth opened and closed until finally he managed, "We have a legacy." Tuan Tuan, now fully grown, sat by the sofa, ears perked up at the baby's cries, tilting its head for a long look. Chen Yue leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her eyes a little red. Deng Xiaoqi pulled off her bloody gloves and let out a long breath. She said to Su Wanqing, "Don't ask me to do this again. I was scared to death." Su Wanqing just smiled without a word and bent to clean up. I stood at the top of the stairs watching it all. The firelight from the hearth danced on everyone's faces, warm and cozy, as if belonging to a different world from the frozen one outside. Spring came later than expected, but it came nonetheless. In April of the second year, the radio broadcast was no longer just a mechanical repetition. It began to carry specific information. A new geothermal source had been discovered somewhere. A railway line was being repaired. The ice in a certain sea area was beginning to melt. The temperature slowly climbed from over 70 degrees below zero to just over 50 below. Still bitterly cold, but at least it felt like real change was happening. Word came from Fenglin's side. A coastal city to the south, moderated by the ocean, had seen temperatures rise to just over 30 degrees below zero. Survivors had established a stronghold there and were organizing a migration south. She asked if we would go. That evening, everyone gathered in the common area to discuss it. Should we go? De Yong was the first to speak, looking at me. If we go, everything here is lost, Deng Xiaoqi said. The hydroponics, the chickens and ducks, the house, all the stockpiled supplies. Would have to abandon it all. But what if it really is warmer there? Chen Yue countered. 30 below zero is so much better than this. Su Wanqing said nothing, just looked at me. Let's vote, I said. 5 voted to go, 3 voted to stay. I voted in favor. We spent 3 days packing. We took what we could, left the rest behind, locked the doors tight, thinking we might need it all again someday. On the morning of our departure, I stood in the yard and took one last look at the self-built house encased in ice walls. The ice had cracked in places, but the structure still held. The supermarket's roll-up door hung askew, reinforced with several layers of wooden planks, looking like a patchwork of repairs. De Yong stood by the vehicles holding the baby, with Xiao Min leaning against him. Deng Xiaoqi leaned against the doorframe, reluctant to let go of the sight inside. Chen Yue was checking the supplies. Su Wanqing was the last to come up from the basement, carrying the old backpack. Let's go, I said. The off-road vehicles and snowmobiles formed a convoy, slowly heading south along the path cleared by the snowplow. The wind and snow still blew, but it truly didn't seem as cold as before. I gripped the steering wheel. In the rearview mirror, the house grew smaller and smaller until it became a gray speck vanishing into the vast white expanse. At some point, the man's voice came over the radio again. Survivors are advised to remain in their current shelters. I reached out and turned off the radio. The end.